Chapter 101, Lu Jie arrived. Su Qing arrived at the filming site in Jean Li's car. There were two main reasons why he came with Jean Li. Firstly, Lu Jie is the youngest daughter of the Lu family, one of the 5 major families. The plot of the novel is frequently changed, and Lu Jie might appear in the story someday. Moreover, things that Su Qing encounters can usually be related to him. So, let's go and meet Lu Jie today. Secondly, the original plot for the past few days included Lin Sierra filming in Li Tian measuring and planning with the designer at the construction site. Su Qing was bored, so it would be quite interesting to go to the filming location to gossip. When Su Qing and Jean Li arrived at the place, they did not see the two women arguing. The two walked into a huge shooting location that resembled an ancient royal palace. Under the eaves of the vermilion tiles, on the ground covered with green tiles, a beautiful woman who was so stunning that she could make fish sink to the bottom of their chests and geese fall to the ground was hanging in the air with a sense of dominance. She was wearing a red gauze and brocade, and her delicate eyebrows were slightly curved. He danced with a ruby-studded sword in his hand and swept it forward, turning the men in black in front of him into a river of blood. This person is Lu Jie. What attracted Su Qing was not how pretty this woman was. The simple-minded Su Qing was not a lecher. What attracted him was the system panel. Character: Lu Jie. Age: 22. Height: 173 cm. Weight: 90. Favorability: 70. Su Qing was very puzzled. How could there be 70 points of favorability? Where did that come from? While Su Qing was thinking, the assistant who had just called Jean Li walked over to the two of them and said apologetically, "Sister Li." Sister Xiaoxiao was scolded away by Sister Lu Jie. Now Sister Lu Jie is filming the later scenes. Okay, I understand. I'll contact Xiaoxiao in a bit, Jean Li said. Thank you, Sister Li. After a while, Lu Jie finished her performance and came to find Jean Li. Although Lu Jie had hidden her identity at Dingfeng Media, she was still quite arrogant. In addition, she was the kind of person who became famous overnight. She was capable and good-looking, so her temper was even more outrageous. Su Qing crossed her arms and watched the two of them talk. Lu Jie would glance at Su Qing every now and then, and also look at Jean Li's neck from time to time. Lu Jie didn't know Su Qing. Although she was the youngest daughter of the Lu family, one of the 5 major families in Luochuan, she had been studying and living in Longchang. In addition, she was always running between school and film crew, so she didn't have time to pay attention to the news. Of course, she didn't know who Su Qing was. She just thought the young man in front of her was good-looking, and also, she saw Su Qing yesterday. The two women were talking, and Su Qing couldn't get a word in edgewise. He just listened to the commotion and didn't intend to actively get involved with Lu Jie. After all, with his 70 points of favorability, Lu Jie would be more than willing to come to him. After Jean Li and Lu Jie finished talking, Su Qing left with her. As he got into Jean Li's car, he felt a pair of eyes staring straight at him from behind. Su Qing opened the car window a crack and immediately met Lu Jie's gaze. As the car started, Su Qing slowly rolled up the window, and a voice he loved appeared in his mind. Ding. Host has altered the plot, increasing the villain's luck by 500 points, ding. Host has altered the plot, gaining 1000 villain points. Su Qing curled his lips into a wicked smile. He had originally come to watch the fun, but he hadn't expected to be able to change the plot along the way. After mentally reviewing a few pages of the plot, he picked up his phone and sent 2 messages to the director. Add a scene with Lin Sierra in the evening. Don't tell Lu Jie my identity. Night. In a separate dressing room within the film crew's dressing room. Su Qing was sitting in front of a dressing table, with 2 bodyguards on his left and 2 makeup artists standing on his right. He asked the director to add a scene that night. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, Su Qing originally only wanted to film 1 more wedding night scene with Lin Sierra, but felt it was too monotonous. Perhaps filming 2 more scenes could quickly increase her favorability towards Lin Sierra. Secondly, according to the author's original text, Lu Jie would go to see him at night, go to a 5-star hotel, and find out Su Qing's identity from the gossipy director. Therefore, Su Qing decided to change the venue to meet Lu Jie. Su Qing waved to Huasheng and Zhang Qi. You two leave here first, and come back in an hour. He turned to the 2 makeup artists and said, you two go out for half an hour and then come back. The 4 nodded and said, yes, young Master Su. With a slam of the door shut, Su Qing was left alone in the quiet private dressing room. The vanity table, surrounded by a circle of white round lights, shimmered with light. Su Qing's face was clearly reflected in the mirror. His fair and handsome face had sharp eyebrows that arched upwards, and his devilish eyes were fixed on the clock reflected in the mirror. Ding ding ding, time ticked by, and Su Qing glanced at the door panel beside him, muttering to himself. The people should be here. 1, 2. Before he could finish speaking, the door was knocked on. Come in. As the door opened a crack, Su Qing made up a story. Makeup artist, you don't need to put such heavy foundation on me. Su Qing was sitting in a chair with wheels. As he spoke, he turned toward the door, and a delicate oval face came into his view. He was slightly taken aback. A head of loose, reddish-brown curly hair was draped over the woman's shoulders. She didn't have a petite, delicate appearance. Her brow bones were quite deep, making her eyes appear larger, and she had a somewhat mixed-race look. She wore a black slip dress with many small sequins that sparkled like tiny stars, and a pair of black stockings printed with the Balenciaga logo. Su Qing knew Lu Jie would come, but he didn't expect her to come dressed like this. Lu Jie closed the door from the inside, leaned against the doorway, and stared at Su Qing for a long time without saying a word. To be honest, she didn't know why she came. When she saw Su Qing today, she felt an invisible attraction drawing her in. The image of the man in front of her kept appearing in her mind, so after her audition for her new movie that night, she asked the director for directions and came here. Lu Jie frowned. She was a woman of bold ideas and decisive actions, so she came here following her heart, but she didn't know what to say, which was also true. All she knew was that the director had told her the man in front of her was the stunt double for the male lead in Royal Power. Chapter 102, Why Not Follow Me? Su Qing and Lu Jie stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. The light bulbs around the dressing table mirror made Su Qing blink. He asked the question knowing the answer already. I remember now, we met today. You were Sister Lu Jie, right? Are you looking for Sister Li? She's not here. Lu Jie frowned. Why did he bring up Jean Li again? But she still went along with the excuse Su Qing had given her, since she couldn't find any better excuses. Lu Jie suddenly realized, Sister Li isn't here. The crew told me she was here, and they walked a long way to get here. Lu Jie looked around the dressing room and pointed to a small round stool next to Su Qing. Would it be convenient to borrow a stool to rest for a while? To be honest, Su Qing almost couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jie was quite clever. She even knew how to follow his lead and come up with such an interesting reason. Sure enough, the young ladies who had been in the entertainment industry for a long time were all seasoned veterans. They spoke so fluently that Su Qing couldn't find any flaws in their stories, and they didn't have the naivety of a young lady from a prominent family at all. She and Su Qing both had a 70-point favorability rating, yet she remained so rational, which piqued Su Qing's interest. All 5 major families of Luochuan have made an appearance, and Lu Jie's role in the original story is unlikely to be small. Establishing a good relationship with Lu Jie would be very beneficial for changing the plot later. It is common knowledge that men who take the initiative appear cheap. When getting to know a woman, you must let her take the initiative. So after Lu Jie sat down, even though her long legs were already dazzling, Su Qing still didn't say a word to her. Lu Jie, sitting on a small round stool, pretended to be playing on her phone and sending messages, but in reality, her phone screen was completely empty. After a few minutes, Lu Jie finally spoke, her tone cold and devoid of emotion, as if she were just trying to pass the time with a chat. You're the male lead stunt double, right? I think I saw you yesterday afternoon. You walked out of the filming location of the Marquis mansion, took off your veil, and got into a car. Was that you? I thought that scene was supposed to be Xiaoyu's, so why did you end up playing it? Lu Jie crossed her legs and stared directly at Su Qing without flinching, but unbeknownst to anyone, her heart was already racing. When she arrived at the filming location yesterday, she happened to see a man dressed in white silk brocade. She thought it was Xiaoyu because of the patterns on his clothes and the style of his hair. She took a few more glances at him, as she was originally planning to go and discuss the script with Xiaoyu, but as she approached, the man removed his veil, revealing a delicate, handsome, and even somewhat alluring face. Lu Jie was stunned by that fleeting glimpse. Her heart pounded wildly at just one glance. She didn't understand why. Logically speaking, she had been in the entertainment industry for so long, and there must have been hundreds or even thousands of handsome men, but I've never seen a face that could capture someone's heart at first glance, except for that man. At the time, Lu Jie also asked her assistant to find out who the person who acted in Xiaoyu's place was. The man was riding in a Maybach. Although Maybachs weren't that expensive, Lu Jie couldn't understand why someone who rode in a Maybach would act in someone else's play, but Lu Jie's assistant didn't find out for her. Then today, she saw this man again next to Jean Li. She almost couldn't resist the urge to talk to him. So after filming wrapped, she went directly to director Wang Hu and inquired about Su Qing. The director had a good relationship with her and had worked with her before, so he told her everything. The man was a stuntman, destitute, who came to the film crew part-time to earn tuition fees. He was introduced by Jean Lee. Xiaoyu didn't want to film the scene where he fell off his horse, so he wore a veil and acted as a stuntman. Liu Jie was very dedicated. Apart from using camera tricks for intimate scenes, she did all her own scenes, whether it was riding a horse or being suspended by wires. She really looked down on Xiaoyu for using stunt doubles and for making the man in front of her take risks to earn money by risking his life. This young man is clearly more qualified than Xiaoyu. If he debuted, he would definitely become a top star. It's just a matter of time. She couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Some people are born with no worries about food and drink and can pursue their dreams, while others have to earn this hard-earned money. What troubled Liu Jie even more was the matter of that Maybach. Yes, a stuntman. Su Cheng nodded, answering frankly, thinking that director Wang, whose script was good, the stuntman role perfectly solved the problem of his identity. Liu Jie's restless thoughts were drawn to the words of the young man in front of her. She looked Su Cheng up and down. Are you in college now? Yes, go to university. You earn all the tuition and other fees yourself? Su Cheng immediately realized that director Wang had actually introduced himself to Liu Jie as someone who was self-reliant and earned his tuition fees during his holidays. What a great character. Su Cheng smiled brightly, her low, husky voice flowing out slowly and directly. Yes, I wanted to earn some extra money during the holidays. I'm also studying acting, and I wanted to gain some experience. Su Cheng spoke earnestly, without a hint of deception. Wasn't his investment in a new film during the holidays simply to earn some extra money? Isn't the point of acting in place of the male lead to gain experience? And he really studied acting. But Liu Jie thought about it again and realized that it wasn't just that. The dressing room in front of us is too big. Stuntmen shouldn't have such a dressing environment. They should have centralized dressing rooms. Suddenly, images of the man in front of her and Jean Lee flashed through Liu Jie's mind like a revolving lantern. Jean Lee drove him away at that time, and there was a red mark on Jean Lee's neck. Liu Jie's head buzzed, as if he understood everything. Perhaps it was Jean Lee's arrangement that allowed him to ride in a Maybach and get into the film crew. Jean Lee was a famous agent who was not only rich but also had resources in the entertainment industry. The man in front of me, who can't even afford tuition, might not only have to work as a stuntman to earn extra money. Liu Jie looked at the man in front of her with suspicion, wanting to hear the truth from him, and she coaxed him gently. Was the stunt double job arranged for you by Sister Lee? Su Cheng nodded, yeah. Did Sister Lee also arrange the dressing room for you? Yes. Liu Jie frowned and asked one last question. How much will you get paid for this scene? Su Cheng studied acting and business management, but he had never really known how much a stuntman could earn for a single scene. He didn't care about the top-tier aspects of his career, and his media companies were managed by professional managers. Su Cheng pondered the matter carefully. Acting is a high-paying profession. He had seen it in the news before. Normally, the lead actress and lead actor can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan per episode of a TV series. So, considering how dangerous the stuntman industry is, there can't be too few of them, right? Su Cheng thought of a number and said, 8,000. Liu Jie raised her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and helplessness. She lowered her gaze. Her prediction had come true. She smiled wryly, but there was a hint of bitterness in her expression. Looking at the man in front of her, Liu Jie thought he was really naive, actually telling her his income directly, and he really didn't have much experience in the entertainment industry. Stuntmen typically earn anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan, but how could an unknown stuntman with few dangerous scenes possibly command a price of 8,000 yuan per scene? Once Liu Jie fully understood, she stopped trying to persuade the man in front of her. She suddenly stood up, looked down at Su Cheng, and her eyes were filled with a deep sense of regret. Her breath was sweet and fragrant, and her calm and even voice uttered words that shocked everyone. You'd be better off with me than with Jean Lee. I'm richer and have more resources than her. 200,000 at once, I'll give it to you, give me your account number. Chapter 103. This time, the price really kept going up. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment. This sister wanted to introduce her to a role. Su Cheng waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. He didn't have the time to film. Besides, it was too tiring and he didn't want to film. In order to maintain his hardworking and self-reliant personality, Su Cheng said politely. No need, sister. I've earned enough for tuition now. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Jie walked towards Su Qing with her straight long legs and pointed at the sweatshirt on Su Qing. Gucci's Autumn Runway Collection, 35,000. He pointed at the pants Su Qing was wearing and said, 9,005. He pointed at the Nike co-branded shoes on his feet and said, 10,000 plus. She furrowed her lashes, pointed to herself, and looked intently at Su Qingdao. I can give you everything others can give you. Just follow me. To be honest, Su Qing really thought that Lu Jie was going to introduce him to film a movie, but now listening to what Lu Jie said, plus Lu Jie said follow her. Su Qing immediately realized what was going on. The woman across from him thought he was being kept by someone and was discussing the price with him. The last time Su Qing was so speechless was the last time. How did the situation develop to this point? While Su Qing was in a daze, Lu Jie's voice slowly came from above his head. You don't need to feel embarrassed, and I don't care about your past. Having been in the entertainment industry for a long time, I've seen too many people trying to climb the ladder, some relying on capital and some on tricks. I have a straightforward personality, and to be honest with you, you look exactly like what I like, and you seem to have a good personality too. So come with me. My family has some connections with Dingfeng Media. If you want to be the male lead, I'll make sure you get the male lead role. If you don't want to act anymore, I'll transfer shares in several companies to you. Su Qing tugged at the corners of his lips and gave an awkward smile. Lu Jie's words were so blunt that they made him feel embarrassed, and why did they sound so familiar? I'm not that kind of person. Lu Jie leaned forward, her gaze scrutinizing him. 300,000? I really can't, Lu Jie smiled, her dark eyelashes fluttering. 500,000? Sister, really? No. Su Qingjin felt this was outrageous. Even if he jumped off a building, he would never accept the money. People need to save face, and trees need to protect their bark. If he takes this money, will he still care about his reputation? Before he could utter a single no, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, the considerate villain system kindly reminds you that the host can no longer play hard to get. This is Lu Jie's last bid, Su Qing. I really wanted to refuse. And I'm only worth 500,000? Is she still not adding it? The system beeps quietly. 500,000 is not a small amount. What did you say? Su Qing asked. Just kidding, because the host's mind is currently wavering. The author is unable to continue writing the plot according to the author. Go. If you reject Lu Jie, she will write plot points that are detrimental to the host, such as helping Li Tian make a comeback. Su Qing realized that the author of the original story was forcing her to accept this life of luxury. His malicious heart was truly despicable. Su Qing met Lu Jie's eyes, which were so close to hers, and swallowed back the word no. She changed her words, saying, Sister, you're so kind. Lu Jie smiled, her eyes sparkling with the air of a victor. She spent all her time studying and filming, so she had no time to date or meet any men she was attracted to. The man in front of her was the only one who had ever made her heart flutter. She has a bold and decisive personality, and Lu Jie felt that things would be much simpler if she could bribe him with money. Well, give me the account number. Lu Jie, fearing that Su Qing would worry, made a phone call to the bank manager in front of him and transferred 1 million yuan to Su Qing's card. The bank was very efficient. Su Qing held up her phone, looking at the not too small amount of money she had just received, and felt a mix of emotions. He was completely bewildered, as this was the first time he had encountered something like this. Su Qing gave an awkward smile and looked up at Lu Jie. Sister, is there anything I can do for you? Lu Jie frowned and stared at Su Qing. Her main concern was that Su Qing didn't want to do anything to make him sad in order to earn money. She hadn't thought about anything else. Now that the man in front of her had asked, she was a little embarrassed to speak. I haven't decided yet. Anyway, I won't make you do things you don't like. Just come shopping and have meals with me. Su Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Was this girl a savior, here to rescue the helpless poor boy? But taking money without doing anything isn't in Su Qing's nature. Having studied the 8 honors and 8 shames, and considering laziness and aversion to work as shameful, Su Qing naturally shared this view. He said, this. I'd feel bad just taking money from you. Lu Jie hesitated for a moment, then realized that she really didn't look like a sugar daddy at all. It seemed like she had wasted her money. Moreover, having no experience with men and women, she felt that the man in front of her had a unique attraction to her, a feeling she had never experienced before. She pursed her lips, raised her hand to touch Su Qing's chin, and leaned down to kiss him. The speed was so fast that Su Qing couldn't react in time. When she looked up again, her eyes were already misty with tears, and she spoke quickly. Consider this a small reward. I'm going to film a movie now. I'll message you when I need to reach you. Lu Jie left. Su Qing stared at the few zeros on her phone, completely bewildered. Could being good-looking really give her the freedom to do whatever she wanted? A moment later, the makeup artist returned, stood beside Su Qing, and nodded, saying, "Young Master Su." Su Qing waved her hand, "Give me my makeup." When Su Qing arrived at the film set, she was obviously late. Lin Xier, dressed in a light green undergarment, sat on a sandalwood chair in the study, waiting for him, the male lead, to arrive. The director quickly prepared his scenes, and the crew found camera positions for Su Qing. Today, he was dressed in a dark green gauze robe and wore a dark green mask. A ray of moonlight shone from the window onto Su Qing, making her look extremely noble. Lin Xier, who was idly reading the script on the table, was still complaining about Xiaoyu in her heart, thinking that he was arrogant and unprofessional. But when a piece of green gauze floated past her eyes, a pleasant perfume scent entered her nose. Instantly, it threw her heart into turmoil. Chapter 104, Director Wang's angry outburst. Lin Xier's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at the green gauze sleeve beside her, her gaze eventually landing on the man's face. The two were very close, and she looked at the man's face, which was partially obscured, appearing and disappearing in the dim light. Lin Xier was overwhelmed by the man's perfume, which smelled as pleasant as a mountain stream. Coupled with her gaze on his eyelashes behind the veil, she almost forgot to breathe. She really didn't understand. When she was filming with Xiaoyu that afternoon, she felt nothing when she looked at Xiaoyu, as if he were a stranger. But now, just looking at each other made her so uneasy. The man in front of her had a light blue veil that partially covered his face, which undulated slightly. It seemed that with just a little more effort, the veil could be pulled off, revealing his face clearly. Lin Xier heard a clear voice slowly approaching her. The man pointed to the sandalwood chair she was sitting on. "We're about to start filming, and I should be sitting for this scene. Could you please make room for me?" The indifferent and aloof words made Lin Xier's heart stop for a moment. She then realized that she had been staring at the person for almost half a day. Lin Xier's throat was dry, and her movements as she stood up were somewhat hurried, with even her fingers trembling slightly. "Please sit down." Director Wang, who walked over to the two of them. He was thin and wore a black short-sleeved shirt. With his dark skin, he looked disheveled. He held a thick stack of scripts in his hand, flipped through a few pages, stopped, and after reading them, said to the two people, "Ahem, Xiaoyu, Lin Xier, you two have both seen this play, right?" "We've seen it," Su Qing and Lin Xier said in unison. Director Wang, who glanced at the two of them, then fixed his gaze on the sandalwood table in front of them. But he slapped his hand on a spot on the table and said to Lin Xier, "In the script, Ing Ro is lying here, drinking and admiring the moon with Shenli. In today's scene, the two of you are already in love, so," Wang, who glanced at Su Qing, then spoke to the two of them, "I'm going to change the scene a bit. It's not appropriate for two people who are already in love to have one sitting on a chair and the other lying on a table. It doesn't convey that tender, affectionate feeling. Let's change it like this." Wang, who threw the script on the table and began gesturing with his hands to indicate where the two of them should be. "Lin Xier, you go first. When you get to the table, lean on it and drink wine while admiring the moon. This scene will not be changed." Then, after 2 drinks, you sat directly on Xiaoyu's lap, and he held you while he painted. Lin Xier, who was standing to the side, was listening attentively until the director said the words "sit on his lap," which made her pause. "Sit on my lap." The previous horseback riding was already the limit in her mind, but now she has to sit on that man's lap. Those actions were even more intimate than those between lovers. Lin Xier spoke, her face already slightly flushed, and she stammered, "Director," but before she could finish speaking, a clear and crisp voice rang out behind her. "Excuse me, Director Wang, I'd like to interrupt for a moment. I don't think this change is appropriate. Even though the two love each other, in ancient society, the man was unmarried and the woman was unmarried, so it's not very logical for them to act out such intimate scenes. I think the best arrangement is one person leaning on the desk and the other sitting in a chair, maintaining a respectful distance between them. Otherwise," Su Qing spoke earnestly and logically, and Lin Xier found his points to be very valid, logical, and insightful. However, a sense of disappointment inexplicably welled up in her heart. She couldn't understand where this disappointment came from. What she wanted to say to the director was almost the same as what the man behind her was saying, but the way he said it made it sound like he was pushing her away. But before Lin Xier could have much time to struggle and feel disappointed, Director Wang let out a roar. Director Wang, who slammed his hand down on the table, making a loud noise that drew the attention of everyone on the set. Wang, who has always had a bad temper on set, And everyone was worried for the two actors sitting there being scolded by him. Wang Hu pointed at Su Cheng and said angrily, "Xiaoyu, what were you thinking? You invested in and filmed this movie. I didn't say anything because your revisions to the play yesterday were pretty good, but you have to remember, you're just a small actor, a nobody. Do you think you're all that now, that you're a big shot, you work according to the contract? You signed a contract with the production team in black and white. If you can film according to my instructions today, then you can film. If you can't film according to my instructions, then you'd better pack your things and get out of here. I've laid it out for you, just see if you can still survive in the entertainment industry." The entire ancient-style filming location, with about 20 people including actors and staff, fell completely silent after Wang Hu's angry outburst. Two lighting technicians standing some distance away were whispering to each other, "Look how angry Director Wang is, he's trembling, and his finger is shaking as he points at Xiaoyu. Of course, Director Wang is really angry this time. I told you that yesterday was not the kind of temper Director Wang should have. Xiaoyu is nothing. Even if a top-tier actor came along, they shouldn't have changed Director Wang's script. Yesterday, Xiaoyu just got lucky and made changes that satisfied Director Wang. He really thought he was someone important. He's been brought down today, serves him right. He gets all cocky just because he's got a little fame." The man sitting in the sandalwood chair, being verbally abused, had his brows furrowed tightly yet he lowered his eyes and then raised them again, his throat trembling slightly. "Yes, I'm sorry, Director Wang. I just felt that doing this was a bit unfair to the actresses." Lin Xier, who was standing to the side, was taken aback. So the man in front of me was being yelled at by the director not because of anything else, but because of me. But before Su Qing could finish speaking, Director Wang erupted in anger once again. "Actors are supposed to be dedicated. No one has said anything yet, and you suddenly come out to be a hero and save the day? Who do you think you are?" Beep 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 beep. Listening to Director Wang's foul language, Lin Xier felt a mix of emotions. She was never a timid person. If this director had pointed at her and cursed at her like that, she would have left immediately. Who could stand such treatment? Don't actors have any human rights? Moreover, she felt that Xiaoyu's statement was completely correct. Does that mean the director can just make such indiscriminate accusations? However, when she glanced at Xiaoyu, who had been so elegant but was now filled with sorrow, her heart softened instantly. She was torn, thinking that she didn't need to rely on the entertainment industry for a living, but she couldn't afford to offend a big director, especially since he was being criticized so harshly and didn't dare to argue much, which made Lin Xier feel sorry for him. She really didn't understand why. She hadn't felt sad when Xiaoyu was beaten with sticks and slapped during the day, with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth and looking so miserable. And now, I can't even stand being told off a couple of times, but she didn't have a chance to think it over. Director Wang's insults continued, each word seeming to pierce her heart. Lin Xier quickly spoke to Director Wang Hu. "Director, we'll film it, we can film it." After Lin Xier finished speaking, she looked at Su Qing and frowned. "I'm fine, let's film as the director says." Upon hearing Lin Xier's words, Wang Hu's anger subsided by half, and he turned to Su Cheng. "Look at them, even newcomers to the industry have such professional ethics. Didn't you learn to unleash your true nature in school? It's just a play, and the roles you play in it aren't like you're filming an action movie." TSK, acting all coy and hesitant like a young lady. Su Qing looked dejected and lowered her head slightly as she said to Director Wang Hu, "Director Wang is right, I won't do it again." The scene witnessed by dozens of eyes was a male actor disobeying the director's instructions and being reprimanded by the director. What no one present knew was that Wang Hu turned around and gave Su Qing an OK sign from behind. Beneath the tightly furrowed eyelashes and the blue veil, a sly smile curled at the corner of her eye. Chapter 105, Shy Su Qing. As we all know, Su Qing sent 2 messages to the chief director Wang Hu this afternoon. One was to add a scene between him and Lin Xier, and the other was not to tell Lu Jie his identity. Following these 2 messages, there were also instructions for Wang Hu. That is what is happening now. But it's quite obvious that director Wang isn't very good at acting. His swearing skills are poor. To use an old saying, it's like an old woman's foot binding cloth. Director Wang Hu sat behind the camera monitor screen. Scene 40, Shot 1, Action. Ying Ro walked from the doorway to the table, looked at Xinli, her beloved, and said happily, "Young Marquis." Xinli was admiring the bright moonlight outside the window when she heard the melodious voice and looked towards the door. He beckoned with his finger, the movement slow and graceful, exuding an air of nobility. "Roar, why are you bringing wine over here? We can have the servants do this kind of thing from now on." Ro gracefully placed the white jade tray in her hand on the sandalwood table. She looked at Xin Li and poured the wine from the wine pot into a small wine cup. "It's just serving wine. Ro can serve the young marquis without bothering anyone else." Xin Li smiled. "The moonlight is beautiful tonight, but no matter how I look at it, it's still not as beautiful as Roar's." Xin Li's drawn-out tone, reflected in the hazy moonlight, revealed a touch of tenderness. Xin Li half lifted her veil, her long, well-defined joints lifting the wine cup. She took a sip of wine, then pushed another white jade wine cup closer to Ro. "The wine isn't too strong, Roar, have a taste." Blushing is difficult to act, so the crew prepared not only real liquor, but also high-proof spirits. Lin Sierra doesn't usually drink much, and after only taking a small sip, she was immediately choked by the spiciness. However, before the director yelled cut, the crane camera next to her started filming her face. Lin Sierra didn't want to disrupt the schedule, so she had no choice but to continue acting. After a few sips of wine, her face flushed, and even the corners of her eyes were tinged with red. "Young Marquis, this wine is smooth and mellow on the palate, and very sweet." Ro leaned against the table and admired the moon with the young Marquis. The two of them drank a few more sips of wine together. Lin Sierra drank several cups, and before she knew it, her mind was somewhat muddled. As she listened to the man in front of her reciting his lines, she felt as if the words were all overlapping. As she looked at him, she felt that even the veil on his face seemed to become unreal. She narrowed her eyes, a voice inside her clamoring, as if telling her to quickly remove the veil, for what she longed to see lay beneath. Lin Sierra, feeling dizzy, reached out and tried to remove the veil. She staggered as she leaned against the counter, and the man helped her outstretched hand. She actually fell right into the man's arms. The breaths from her words caused Su Qing's veil to flutter up and down. Lin Sierra was clearly unable to keep up with her lines. Her alcohol-induced brain had made her forget where she was and forget that dozens of staff members and actors were watching. She even felt like she was in a dream. She had initially felt embarrassed about acting out such intimate scenes, but now she was clinging to the back of the man's neck with both hands. She found the man's voice pleasant and his fragrance, like a mountain spring, delightful. Her delicate nose brushed against the man's veil, the closest spot to her. She turned her neck to find the source of the stronger fragrance. Her nose brushed against the man's neck, and her fair neck seemed more beautiful than the moonlight, especially the delicate fragrance, which was even more intoxicating than the wine in her cup. The man before her seemed to be fatally attractive to her. She squinted, a blush of intoxication and passion lingering in her eyes. She pursed her lips, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a face half hidden beneath the veil. The dim lighting made it impossible for her to see the face clearly, but that only made it more mysterious and alluring. She wrapped her arms around the neck of the person in front of her, which was her only support, so she couldn't let go. Lin Sierra frowned, and wicked thoughts began to surface in her mind. She was thinking about how to see the face under the veil when a brilliant idea struck her. Lin Sierra stuck out her tongue and nibbled at the edge of the veil. Before she could even touch the veil in front of her, the person who had been sitting there suddenly turned his head, and through the thin veil, her lips met the man's. The two people, who had been drinking, breathed warmly through the small gaps in the blue gauze. The study was decorated in an antique style, with vermilion beams, black sandalwood tables and chairs, and pure white moonlight. Candlesticks were used for lighting the table, creating a dim and hazy atmosphere. Two people dressed in dark green gauze sat in the room, making for a beautiful and moving scene. The vivid and moving performance left the crew members completely stunned. "These two have changed the script again. Why doesn't the director yell cut?" Director Wang, who, sitting behind the camera monitor, was also feeling conflicted. He recalled what he had said when he had just impersonated Xiaoyu with Su Qing. "It's not like we're asking you to make an action movie." He felt as if his mouth had been given a magical power. If the situation wasn't controlled now, the TV series wouldn't pass censorship. Director Wang, whose face showed a mixture of emotions. He frowned and hesitated for a long time before calling cut. "Why do we say it? I couldn't bear to part with it. The scene of her holding the green veil in her mouth is quite beautiful, which suits the tastes of today's audience. And isn't this exactly the feeling my young master wants?" Just as the director was in a dilemma, producer Li Mei appeared behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered something to him. "Say cut right now." Wang, who stared at her intently and whispered, "Why?" "I think young Master Su was really enjoying himself," Li Mei pointed casually and lowered her voice a few decibels. "Lin Sierra has already started to peel off the young master's outer clothes. If we don't call cut soon, it will be hard to end this. Young Master Su could have any woman he wanted. Since he wanted to hide his identity to film a movie and play this Prince Exchange cat drama, he must have a reserved and introverted personality. How could the young master possibly stand under the gaze of so many people? Wang Hu nodded, agreeing with Li Mei's words. Although his young master seemed cunning, wouldn't it be better for him to take the lead role directly based on his status? Since he chose to remain coy, it must be because he was shy and reserved inside. He stood up, faced the two people who were filming, and shouted loudly. Cut. This one's approved. Chapter 106, Chills on the back. Even a few glasses of strong liquor can't make someone drunk instantly. Lin Shear wasn't actually drunk on the liquor, but on the pleasant scent of the man in front of her and the mystery beneath his blue veil. As Director Wang's voice rang out, it pulled Lin Shear back from her reverie. She rushed to get off the man, almost frantically trying to escape. Knowing that dozens of people had witnessed her actions, she blushed so deeply it seemed as if blood could drip from her face. How could she do such a thing? Fortunately, Director Wang walked by in time, defusing her embarrassment. This scene was filmed very well. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. Thank you, Director Wang, the two said. Lin Xier's face was flushed red, and she didn't hear what Director Wang was saying at all. She only saw a dark green brocade robe flash past her eyes, and the sweet fragrance, like a clear spring, wafted into her nose. The tall man in front of her lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear, "Not too close, not too far. Thanks for your hard work." Before she could answer, he walked out the door. Lin Shear stared blankly at his back, the back of his neck appearing even whiter against the dark brocade robe, as if still warm from her fingers. His back was ramrod straight, making him seem unapproachable, as if the intimacy they had just shared was all fake, all an act. Lin Shear smiled bitterly. Wasn't it just acting? She had gotten too caught up in the role. She truly didn't know why she felt so infatuated with the person in front of her. A handsome face was reflected in front of the dressing table. While two staff members were removing his makeup, Su Qing was playing a match 3 game. The gifted Su Qing had already reached more than 3,000 levels. He's currently playing an online match, and the game is in full swing. With only 10 seconds left, Su Qing's score is firmly ahead of his opponents. A sudden phone call made Su Qing frown slightly. He was in the middle of a competition that if it were someone else's call, Su Qing might have hung up, but since this call was from Lang Xing, it must be good news. As Su Qing waved to the makeup artist beside him, and after the two stepped aside, he answered the phone. Brother Xing? The person on the other end of the phone said, Lang Yanfeng has already taken care of it, and the people he brought with him have also been dealt with. As you said, I had someone create an AI video of Lang Yanfeng, having someone hold his phone and periodically send messages to the Lang family to let them know he's safe, making them believe he wants to live abroad. Thank you for your help, Brother Xing, Su Qing said. After hanging up the call, the phone screen returned to a colorful interface with cute bunnies and dogs, which looked quite heartwarming and seemed out of place with the content of his call. The call lasted exactly 10 seconds. Just as the online game on the phone ended, even though she gave her opponent a 10-second advantage, Su Qing still won. Just like Su Qing gave Lang Yanfeng a chance, but Lang Yanfeng still went down a dead end on his own. With Wolf's strength, there's no need to be so secretive about taking care of someone, and Su Qing isn't afraid that the Lang family will find out about this. He wasn't even afraid of being seen as ruthless. He couldn't accept that a ticking time bomb was still alive. Even though he was a womanizer and a playboy, he was also a thoughtful person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Lang Yannuan was very good to him. She was so innocent and cried so easily. Lang Yannuan and Lang Yanfeng had a good relationship. Now, because of the negative rumors about Lang Yanfeng, the Lang family was already making Lang Yannuan very busy. Su Qing couldn't bear to hear this bad news from Lang Yannuan. AI technology is quite mature now, let's delay the news of someone's death as long as possible. As Su Qing exited the game interface, opened Lang Yannuan's chat dialog box, and sent a message, Sister Xianwan, I'll help you resolve the negative news about your family. Thanks to Su Qing's efforts, Lang Yanfeng's infamous reputation was no longer circulating in the streets and alleys of Luochuan that very night. Instead of the negative news, there were the conveniences that the Lang family's medical practices brought to the public, and the kindness and compassion of the Lang family hospital towards its patients. The hotel where Su Qing was staying was not far from the dressing room, only about a 20-minute walk away. He wanted to clear his head, so he asked Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng to drive him home first. After removing her makeup and styling, Su Qing walked to the hotel alone. The two men had also worried about Su Qing's safety, but he felt that Zhang Qi and Huasheng were making a mountain out of a molehill. In broad daylight, in the dark, what bad people could there be? He's a man, why would he be afraid to walk alone at night? Could there really be a melodramatic storyline involving a strong male protagonist and a commoner? He didn't believe the original author could be so bored that he walked alone on a path, accompanied by streetlights, with a night breeze blowing, making him feel refreshed. At the same time, the wind sent chills down his spine. Su Qing cursed inwardly. Damn it, the reason was simple. Su Qing discovered that Zhang Qi and Huasheng's mouths seemed to be blessed, as a pair of footsteps followed him for a while, and he couldn't shake them off even after walking 2 roads. What are the people following him going to do? Are they going to rob him of his belongings, or them to take his body? He had reviewed the latest original text from the author before going downstairs. There was no danger at all. Oh, that's not right. Su Qing suddenly realized a crucial problem. The next few chapters in the original text didn't include his storyline at all. The original text described Lin Xie tossing and turning in bed, her heart fluttering for him. There's also the storyline where Li Tian suffers terribly while supervising the construction of an unfinished building in Luochuan. Damn it, they didn't even write about him. Su Qing pondered who his enemies were and who might want to harm him, but ultimately decided he shouldn't dwell on these reasons anymore, but rather, if you have any problems, contact the system. System, your host is about to die, come out now. A sobbing sound came from the other end. The person on the other end seemed to be still asleep. Host, are you alright? Wake up! Wake up! Your life is hanging by a thread, hee hee. Host, the system yawned slightly and chuckled. Host, you can buy a large stamina potion, then you can take on 10 at once. Do you think I look rich? Your store is rife with corruption. But the system didn't seem to be in a hurry, and slowly said something that shocked and left Su Qing speechless. Host, I can change the price. I'll sell it to you for 10,000 villain points. Hee hee. Goodness, why didn't you say so sooner? Stop talking nonsense and fix it now. But host, their restrictions aren't high, changing prices is troublesome. They have to offer some benefits. Okay, even a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Speak, Su Qing said coldly, frowning. I'm lusting after your body. Chapter 107. I'll protect you. Su Qing hadn't drunk any water, but was so shocked by the shameless words she uttered that she coughed twice. Before he could utter a single curse word, a pale blue display appeared out of thin air in front of Su Qing, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Below the photo was a line of small text. The photo is of me, hee hee. With his life hanging in the balance, how could such a small threat stop Su Qing from his path to survival? As the old saying goes, if you have green mountains, you will never run out of firewood. Su Qing sighed and forced a smile. You traveled thousands of miles, crossed crowds of people, and went through countless hardships in parallel worlds to become my system. A small request is not impossible, then no matter what happens, you're not allowed to back out. Keep your word, stop dawdling, or you'll die here. Su Qing said, hee hee. Host, just go and buy it. When Su Qing finished purchasing the stamina potion, she realized that the system had been smiling ambiguously and had no good intentions, because Su Qing noticed a small prompt on the interface when he made the purchase. Due to the host's villainous luck reaching 10,000 plus, the price of this item has been reduced to 10,000 villainous points. Damn it! That cunning system actually targeted the naive him, and at this critical moment in his life, they used those difficult conditions to force him to comply. It's outrageous. However, his back was getting colder and colder, and he didn't have time to argue with the system. Su Qing quickly used the stamina potion. In an instant, it felt as if a surge of heat was flowing through my body, circulating between my internal organs and coursing through my limbs and bones. With the added stamina from this stamina potion, Su Qing now has a full 170 stamina points. In an instant, he felt all the fatigue in his body disappear and he had inexhaustible strength. Su Qing smiled, her fists clenched. What was he going to do now? He wanted to see what would happen. Su Qing suddenly stopped in his tracks, but the person who had been following him at a leisurely pace suddenly stepped forward. As the person behind her got closer and closer, Su Qing turned around, raised her long leg high, stirring up dust, and kicked out with a side kick towards the person who was rapidly approaching from behind. The speed was so fast that the person behind him screamed in shock. Ah! A sharp scream rang out. In an instant, Su Qing stopped and, with the help of the dim streetlights, made out the person's appearance. A stunningly beautiful face, pale with fright, is framed by a super stylish black short leather wallet. Her eyelashes are furrowed, and fine beads of sweat dot her forehead. Her pearly teeth are tightly biting her tender red lips, and her reddish-brown hair reflects the luster of the streetlights. Lu Jie, Su Qing frowned and paused. Su Qing quickly lowered her foot, which had already hit Lu Jie's hair, and looked at her with a leisurely air. Lu Jie's chest heaved rapidly, she was clearly frightened. She gasped for breath a few times, then angrily punched Su Qing's arm a few times. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Lu Jie said reproachfully. Su Qing thought helplessly, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" He gave a wry smile. "Sister, can't you just call me that? You followed me for 2 blocks, and I got a little scared too. I wanted to call you, but I don't even know your name. I messaged you but you didn't reply, and you left so quickly." As Lu Jie spoke, she pounded his arm. Suddenly, she stopped talking and stared intently at the wrist that the man in front of her was holding, though he wasn't particularly strong, but she was so scared by him that her legs went weak, and she wasn't very strong, so couldn't she hit him a couple of times, but the man in front of her didn't seem to be in pain from the blows to his shoulder. Under the warm yellow streetlights, Lu Jie looked at his sunlit and handsome face, and his tall stature seemed to envelop her. He smiled brightly. "My name is Su Qing." Lu Jie felt her heart stop abruptly for a few seconds, as if it had been struck by something. She was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses and scolded Su Qing, "Just tell me your name. Why are you grabbing me like that? You scared me to death, and you're not happy even after I hit you a couple of times? I am your sugar daddy." Lu Jie almost blurted out the rest of her words without thinking, but thankfully she stopped herself in time. She had only meant to be kind to the man in front of her, as $1,000,000 was nothing to him. Saying something like that would be too hurtful. As she bit her lip, unable to figure out how to continue, she felt her wrist being gently massaged. The pressure was very light and comfortable. There was no one else on the path except the two of them, only the rustling of leaves. She heard a low, hoarse, and somewhat seductive voice speaking to her. "You're not very strong. It's okay if you hit me, I'm just worried about hurting your hand." The night was desolate, and the sky was pitch black, yet Lu Jie felt as if colorful, dazzling fireworks were blooming in the sky. Su Qing stopped him, not because she was upset that she had hit him too hard, but because she was worried about hurting her own hand. "I was worried about her hand hurting." As Lu Jie drifted off into a daze, a piece of good news came to Su Qing's mind. Ding! Lu Jie has been fooled by the host's sweet talk. Her favorability has increased by 5 points. Su Qing, sweet talk? Isn't this gentlemanly conduct? Lu Jie scolded him, "You're so glib." Su Qing smiled, "Yes, indeed. Haven't you tried it? You should know." Lu Jie was speechless for a moment after being choked by Su Qing's words. You, just kidding." Su Qing chuckled. Lu Jie glared at him and asked, "Why are you walking on the main road for so long? Why aren't you going home to sleep so late?" Su Qing chuckled softly, "I'll take a walk. 100 steps after a meal keeps you healthy and strong." Lu Jie looked him up and down, then frowned and asked, "Are you in a bad mood?" "Ha?" Su Qing was taken aback. "Is it that easy to tell?" Lu Jie glanced at him, intuition. Su Qing nodded, which was taken as her agreement. Lu Jie couldn't bear to see him looking so dejected, so she raised her hand and patted Su Qing's shoulder. All right, what's the big deal? Life is short. It's just one thing, what's there to be upset about? You have me now, don't you? Although I can't say I have absolute power. I'm doing all right. I'll protect you from now on." Lu Jie took Su Qing's wrist and led him along the path, talking as they walked. "Actually, I went to the set of your filming last night and saw the director talking to you, and then there's Lin Xier, who clearly has a fiancé but deliberately takes advantage of you. Oh well, it's a personal choice, everyone has their own way of living. Let's not talk about her anymore." Lu Jie sighed softly and continued, "But since you've already accepted this role, and I'm also staying on this set, it's not good to have a conflict with them. Once this drama is finished filming, don't take on any more roles on your own." "I'll think of something." Lu Jie's voice was cold and clear. She walked ahead of Su Qing and was half a head shorter than him, leaving Su Qing with only a slender back view. The streetlights behind them shone down, and Su Qing's shadow completely covered hers, but Lu Jie's words were filled with a strong sense of protectiveness. It seemed to make Su Qing feel, "I feel like I've stumbled into a female-dominated novel." Chapter 108, You'll Be Mine Tomorrow. When Su Qing read the synopsis, it wasn't like this at all. Shouldn't it be a fast-paced, brainless, melodramatic, and satisfying urban novel with a focus on showing off and slapping faces? If the original author wrote it like this, wouldn't they be criticized? However, Lu Jie gave Su Qing a different feeling than others. After all, the others had their own storylines and were entangled with Su Qing in terms of villainous fate. Lu Jie's scenes in the original novel are pitifully few, and she is also straightforward and sassy. Simply put, the kindest people are those who are worldly wise but not cynical. In this chaotic world, she has seen all sorts of monsters and complexities in the entertainment industry and aristocratic families, yet she can still understand and treat others kindly. As Su Qing pondered the philosophy of life, he felt his wrist being shaken. He looked down and met Lu Jie's eyes, who was frowning at him, her head tilted back, but her expression was firm. "Did you hear what I said?" "I'll think of something, don't be sad." Unbeknownst to them, the two had reached a small intersection, which was still sparsely populated. Su Qing nodded. "Okay, I understand. It's quite late." Lu Jie pointed to a spot ahead. "I parked my car over there. I'll take you back to the hotel where the film crew is staying." "It's so late, how long would it take you to walk back?" Su Qing glanced over her head and at the bright 5-star hotel sign on a tall building, guessing that she wouldn't be able to go back today. But he can't go back to the hotel where the crew is staying, otherwise he might run into Lin Seer. After much deliberation, Su Qing said with difficulty, "I don't stay at the hotel provided by the film crew, and stunt doubles don't stay with the film crew." Lu Jie looked at him questioningly. "Then where do you live?" Su Qing looked around. Besides the 5-star hotel, the closest place to her was a small inn with a red signboard. "Okay, that's it there." Su Qing pointed toward the destination. Lu Jie looked over and her eyes suddenly widened before she blurted out, "Is that a place for people to live?" "Jean Li didn't even arrange a good place for you to stay." Lu Jie's face contorted for a moment as she turned her back to Su Qing, her throat tightening as she quickly stopped. She was extremely embarrassed. How could she have said such hurtful things? "Sorry, I didn't say you weren't human." Lu Jie frowned as she glanced at Su Qing, only to find that he still had a handsome smile on his face, which made her heart melt even more. "It's okay, I know you didn't mean that," Su Qing said. "Okay." Lu Jie didn't want the two of them to keep apologizing. She took Su Qing's wrist and walked along the road, thinking about why Su Qing was reluctant to open a good hotel despite the large sum of money she had transferred to him. He eventually came to the conclusion that he wanted to save money. Maybe he's suffering some kind of hardship, parents are seriously ill, there are too many siblings in the family and no money? Lu Jie didn't want to pry into Su Qing's sore spot and ask him for his reasons. If he wanted to save it, she would let him. Lu Jie pulled him toward her car, saying as they walked, "Let me take you back to my hotel." Finally, Lu Jie drove Su Qing to another 5-star hotel. In the spacious lobby, Su Qing followed behind Lu Jie. He had assumed Lu Jie would take him directly to her room to demonstrate his status as her sugar daddy, but what he didn't expect was, the front desk manager flashed a standard 8-tooth smile at Lu Jie and said, "Hello, ma'am, what can I do for you?" Lu Jie thought for a moment and asked, "Do you still have any executive suites left on the 8th floor? We'll book one room. Some ladies." "Okay, let's open a room closest to 808. Lu Jie took out a black gold card from her wallet and handed it to the staff member. "Open it for a month first." "Okay, the executive suite is 2,800 yuan per night, and the total after the discount is 74,760 yuan. With the swiping sound of the card reader, the receipts and bills were printed out. The front desk manager handed the receipts and bank card to Lu Jie with both hands, saying, "Have a pleasant stay." The two took the elevator to the 8th floor and stood in front of room 806. Lu Jie handed the room card to Su Qing, saying, "You'll stay in this room." She pointed to the door of 808 and said, "I live diagonally across from you. Send me a WeChat message if you need anything." Looking at her serious expression and delicate face, Su Qing really wanted to pat her head, but, "It doesn't quite fit my current persona." He just smiled and said, "Okay, you should get some rest too." But as soon as Su Qing opened the door, Lu Jie stopped her. Su Qing thought that Lu Jie wanted to change her mind and wanted to exercise the power of the sugar daddy. The two stood at the door of their respective rooms, their eyes meeting, and remained silent for a long time. "What's wrong?" Su Qing asked. Lu Jie stood at the door of room 808, seemingly preoccupied with something, and said simply, "When is your next shoot?" Su Qing thought for a moment. "The day after tomorrow." Lu Jie raised an eyebrow, her deep eyelashes revealing a touch of sassiness, and her lips, painted with bright red lipstick, had a slightly alluring quality. She said jokingly, "Then you're mine tomorrow." Su Qing smiled and said, "Okay." The two returned to their respective rooms. The executive suite floor of the five-star hotel was not crowded with guests. The quiet corridor was adorned with several bright crystal chandeliers, and the entire corridor was completely silent, but, if you listen carefully, through the thick door of room 808, you could hear a rapid heartbeat. That's right. Lu Jie's composure was only a facade. In fact, her first reaction upon entering the hotel was to take Su Qing directly back to her room. She pressed her palm against the door, her chest heaving rapidly. She suppressed her true thoughts, not wanting Su Qing to think that she was the same kind of person as those who coveted him. Su Qing is such a sunny and cheerful boy. He just comes from a poor family. He is not inferior to others, and I don't want him to get hurt again. Lu Jie hoped he could be happier. This was her deepest thought, nothing more. The next day Lu Jie didn't have any scenes to film today, but she still woke up relatively early. A ray of sunlight shone on Lu Jie's cheek, and she pulled the blanket up over her face, clearly wanting to sleep a little longer, but she didn't stay in bed. Around 9 o'clock, she woke up, not by the bright sunshine. Instead, it's an alarm clock that keeps ringing under the pillow. Lu Jie frowned, propped her elbows on the bed, and got up wearily. She scratched her hair, squinted, glanced around, and pulled out her phone from under the pillow. Her fingers were still a bit clumsy from just waking up, so she lazily glanced at her contacts and found the phone number of a director she had worked with before. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Jie cleared her throat and dialed the number. It rang a few times before the other end answered. Lu Jie said politely, "Hello, Director Lee? This is Lu Jie." On the other end of the phone, someone said, "Oh, what's up? I remember you have a new movie going to start filming soon. Are you still short of male actors?" Lu Jie asked. Chapter 109, Guess Why I Bought You Clothes? Directors are all shrewd people. He immediately understood from Lu Jie's words that she wanted to put someone in his film. Director Lee had worked with Lu Jie before. He was affiliated with Dingfeng Media. It was no secret that Lu Jie had good relationships with the higher-ups at Dingfeng. He figured it would be good to do Lu Jie a favor and just give her a role. He was even thinking of getting Lu Jie a special appearance in his new drama. It was quite noisy on the other end of the phone, but Director Lee chuckled and said, "Of course we need some. Any good recommendations?" Lu Jie smiled, thinking that chatting with smart people meant you didn't need to waste words. "He's my cousin. He's pretty good in every way. He's studying acting. He doesn't need any big roles. He just needs to get some experience first." Okay, then let my cousin come to my film crew to get some experience. Lu Jie glanced at the ceiling, thinking to herself that Director Lee was really a cunning old fox. She followed her lead, saying whatever she said, without giving a precise answer about what kind of role she could give him. "Isn't this just about asking for favors?" But Lu Jie wasn't one to be trifled with either. She said bluntly, "Director Lee, you have a movie premiere in Longcheng today, right? My cousin and I happen to be in Longcheng. How about I bring some people to show you? Could you please help me determine if a career in the entertainment industry is suitable for me?" Director Lee stopped arguing and happily agreed, "Sure, it's perfect that Ms. Lu Jie is here to help out at my premiere. Director Lee is a great director, and I am very grateful for your guidance. You are too kind." Lu Jie and Director Lee each had their own agendas. Lu Jie wanted to take Su Qing to the premiere to make some connections. A premiere would be a great opportunity, as it would be full of stars, directors, producers, and investors. Director Lee also wanted to capitalize on Lu Jie's popularity at the premiere to promote his new movie. It was past midnight when he got back to the hotel yesterday. After washing up and playing on his phone, Su Qing dawdled until after 2 a.m. before finally going to sleep. He put his phone on silent because he was thinking of getting up in the afternoon, but now, the constant ringing of the doorbell and the landline phone call in the suite were waking Su Qing up again and again. The first thing Su Qing did was not to answer the phone or open the door, but to stare blankly at the ceiling. The crystal chandelier above her head was off, but it was made exceptionally dazzling by the light coming from outside the curtains. He groggily got up, his body no longer tired thanks to the system's stamina boost. He was simply exhausted. Su Qing didn't even need to think about who the landline phone call and the person knocking on the door could be. Who else could it be but Lu Jie, who lived diagonally across from him? Su Qing opened the door from the inside. He squinted slightly, brushed the hair that fell across his forehead, and gave a weak smile. "Good morning." Lu Jie wanted Su Qing to sleep a little longer, so she came to find Su Qing after washing up and getting ready. It was already 10:30 when she arrived, and now it's 11:00. But it took her a full half hour to wake Su Qing. Lu Jie crossed her arms, and her angry demeanor was genuine. She had gotten up early to plan Su Qing's networking and resource-finding endeavors, but the other woman had been sleeping the whole time. Anyone would be happy in that situation, but when she saw Su Qing, all the blame she was about to say was swallowed back. He had broad shoulders with firm and well-defined muscles. What one would expect was a flat and slender waist actually had 6 well-defined abdominal muscles, and 2 clear and smooth V-lines on both sides of his waist and abdomen. He wore a white hotel bath towel around his waist, and a few blue veins peeked out from the top edge of the towel, adding a touch of sexiness to his fair skin. After a long moment of stunned silence, Lu Jie's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly cried out, "Ah!" Then she quickly turned around and scolded the man behind her, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" She heard the man behind her chuckle, then a force gripped her wrist and pulled her into the room. "Sister, you've already spent the money, and if you can't even see 50% of it, don't you feel like you've lost out?" Su Qing's voice was already somewhat deep and hoarse, and it became even hoarser after she woke up, making it extremely alluring. Upon reflection, Lu Jie realized he was right. It did seem like she was indeed at a disadvantage. However, Lu Jie thought again that since she had paid for it, she should be the one to guide him, not let him lead her around. She can watch if she wants. She wasn't shy, she just simply didn't want to watch. "I just don't want to see it. I want to stand at the door. Why did you drag me in?" Lu Jie said coldly. Su Qing ignored what she said, walked over and closed the door tightly, then crossed her arms and smiled at her. "My sister's voice is too loud. I'm afraid it will attract the security guards and cause more negative news to spread." "Wouldn't that be bad?" The executive suite is quite spacious, measuring 70 to 80 square meters. Inside, there is a bedroom and a bathroom, while the outer area includes a dining room and an office area. Su Qing pointed towards the room and said, "I'm going to wash my face and clear my head. Sister, please sit down for a while." Looking at Su Qing's tall and straight back, Lu Jie swallowed twice, her throat. Dear, why did it look so easy? How do I make it? However, she also frowned as she looked at his tall and distinguished back. His posture and speech exuded nobility, and even when he said those amusing things, there was no hint of flattery or slickness. His demeanor was nothing like that of a poor student. Lu Jie felt that he should be a refined gentleman, a pampered young master from childhood. Sigh. Fate really is cruel. Su Qing took a quick shower, and came out with her hair half dry. Of course, she also put on her clothes. As everyone knows, Su Qing is not the kind of person who is cunning. He opened the door wearing only a bath towel, partly because he was lazy and partly because he didn't have any clean clothes to change into. Su Qing had no bad intentions of seducing his sister. Su Qing casually wiped her hair with a towel as she walked out of the bedroom. The first thing she saw was Lu Jie sitting at the dining table. Unlike yesterday's chic black leather jacket, today she wore a Chanel suit and black high heels, looking elegant and dignified. Looking in front of her, she saw a table laden with delicious food. That's quite thoughtful. He was hungry at the time. Lu Jie waved to Su Qing, "Come and have some breakfast." "Okay." Su Qing sat down opposite her. "Sister has such good living habits, you get up so early." Lu Jie stared at him intently for a few seconds. "Do you really think that way, ah?" Lu Jie chuckled, picked up a piece of custard bun with her chopsticks, and stuffed it into her mouth. "The filming schedule is irregular every day, my biological clock is completely messed up, and I'm exhausted." "Then, you got up so early?" Su Qing asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Lu Jie said while chewing her food, "Eat your breakfast first, and I'll take you to buy some clothes later." Su Qing responded with an "Thank you, sister," and then said nothing more. He focused on eating his breakfast. He was hungry. Lu Jie chuckled, "Aren't you going to ask me why I bought you these clothes?" Su Qing ate her porridge, looked up at her and said, "Look at my good figure." Cough cough, you. Lu Jie choked on her own breath. "All right, I won't let you guess anymore. I'll take you to a movie premiere later. There are plenty of directors, producers, and investors. Try to get to know some of them, they might find you some good resources." Ahem. Su Qing was leisurely sipping his porridge when he choked. Directors, producers, investors, who knows, some of them might recognize him. Chapter 110, Just Appendicitis I. Su Qing was so choked up that she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Lu Jie handed him a glass of water. "Why are you so surprised? Didn't we agree to help you?" Su Cheng took a few sips of water and asked, feigning curiosity. Who are the guests and director at the premiere, sister? He needs to know who they are so he can make a prior announcement, right? Lu Jie put something in her mouth and said, yes. Just as she opened her mouth, the phone on the table rang at an inopportune moment. Lu Jie made a shushing gesture to Su Cheng and answered the phone. Hey, Director Li. On the other end of the phone, it said, I've sent you the invitation. It starts at 3 p.m., good. After a while. Lu Jie hung up the phone, seemingly having forgotten about what had just happened. She glanced at her watch and said to Su Cheng, the premiere is about to start. Hurry up and eat a couple of bites, then I'll take you to buy clothes. Clothes make the man, and those people are the most snobbish. Custom-made suit shop. Su Cheng is tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and she looks even more striking in a suit. Just like right now, when Su Cheng opened the fitting room door and walked out, she was wearing a pure black suit with silver trim, looking both abstinent and noble. This gave the salespeople present, including Lu Jie, a real stunner. Su Cheng stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his sleeves, pondering two things. First, I wonder why I'm so good looking. Secondly, on the way there, Lu Jie gave him a lot of instructions on how to talk to the people he met, and that he should not be stingy with money and should spend it when necessary. She talked all the way and said everything she needed to say. Even though it was the premiere, who didn't tell Su Cheng, he lingered in the fitting room for most of the day, making phone calls to ask which directors surname Li were holding premieres today, and finally came to the conclusion that there are quite a few directors with the surname Li. Lu Jie held up several pairs of cufflinks and compared them with Su Cheng's, saying, take a look and see which pair looks better. Su Cheng glanced at the cufflinks in her hand and felt that this scene was familiar. His mother, and Xing Yun, had also made him choose them. Su Cheng wasn't interested in these accessories, and casually pointed to a pair with diamonds, saying, this pair, isn't it, sister? Okay, you have good taste. Su Cheng watched Lu Jie go to the cashier to pay the bill and sighed. In the eyes of those salespeople, they should be a wealthy, handsome, and beautiful couple, unattainable, but only Su Cheng knew his true identity at this moment. Miss Lu Jie's kept woman. Su Cheng frowned. He had to turn the situation around quickly, or he'd be exposed sooner or later. It was all the fault of the original author for giving him a difficult task. He decided to confess tomorrow. Why not today? Sigh. As we all know, it's really hard to feel happy when someone is kind to you without any ulterior motive. After shopping, the two went down the mall's elevator to the underground parking lot. In the elevator, Lu Jie helped Su Cheng straighten her clothes. Looking at Lu Jie's earnest expression through the reflective mirror of the elevator, he felt as if he were an artist being trained by Lu Jie. Su Cheng suddenly joked, sister, I feel you have the potential to be a manager. Lu Jie smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, once you become famous, I'll switch careers and become your agent, living off your profits. Su Cheng glanced down at her and chuckled. Lu Jie looked up at him in confusion. Don't you know that agents receive a cut of the artist's earnings? Su Cheng nodded obediently. Yes, I'll feed it all to my sister from now on, and make sure she's well fed. Lu Jie hadn't thought much of it at first, but looking at Su Cheng's innocent and naive face, she felt that he was harboring some bad intentions. It took her a while to finally realize what was going on. She shoved Su Cheng's arm hard. So young, the two walked several hundred meters along the parking lot and finally arrived at their destination. Lu Jie was driving a champagne-colored Panamera, which suited her temperament quite well. Su Cheng sat comfortably in the passenger seat. On the way to the mall, Lu Jie had asked him if he had a driver's license. He felt that Lu Jie might want to give him a car, but he said he didn't, and, that's true, he doesn't have it in this world, but he did have it in his previous life, though he doesn't know if it's usable, and most likely it isn't. However, aside from that, given Su Cheng's kind nature, his main concern was that he didn't want Miss Lu Jie to spend any more money. Lu Jie started the car and drove out of the underground parking lot, heading towards the Peak International Cinema where the premiere was being held. It's in the city center, so it'll probably be open for a while. Lu Jie thought for a moment about what else she should tell Su Cheng. After thinking it over, she realized she had already said everything. She glanced at Su Cheng and felt that he was quite good at talking and had a sweet tongue. However, as her gaze lingered on Su Cheng, she suddenly recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier that day when Su Cheng had just opened the door. Of course, this wasn't the color waste in Lu Jie's mind. Rather, it was because she noticed a rather long scar on Su Cheng's body. She had been thinking about taking Su Cheng to the premiere but hadn't had a chance to ask. She was also a little embarrassed to bring up Su Cheng's scar, but she really wanted to know. The mystery of things always makes us want to unveil its secrets. This is human curiosity. Lu Jie kept glancing at Su Qing instead of driving properly. Su Cheng noticed her intense gaze long ago. Yes, there's something on me. Lu Jie hesitated for a moment. No, I just remembered seeing you with a very long. Su Qing's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, her face showing utter bewilderment. Scar. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Scars? Actually, if someone asked Su Qing about the scars on his body, he would usually tell the truth. After all, women are soft-hearted, and it's good to gain some sympathy and goodwill. Lu Jie has been really good to him, so let's not make him sad about his past experiences. After all, he doesn't really care whether he's missing anything or not, especially on the road, with cars all around him. He was afraid that if he told Lu Jie the truth, he would be met with a sudden stop. Su Qing said calmly, I had a minor surgery. Lu Jie nodded. Oh, I see. What kind of surgery? Su Qing paused and said, appendicitis. The next second, Su Qing's body leaned forward quickly. Thankfully she was wearing a seatbelt. Su Qing frowned and leaned back in his chair. He wondered if he was really that soft-hearted. It was just appendicitis. Why did he have to stop so suddenly? He truly felt that his mouth had been blessed, or rather, blessed by a crow. However, when he looked ahead, he realized that it wasn't Lu Jie who was shocked by the news of appendicitis, but a red light. Phew, that startled me. Why did the light suddenly change? Su Qing said calmly, it's a problem with the lights. Lu Jie chuckled and picked up where she left off. I didn't expect the appendectomy incision to be so deep. Yes, the doctor's skills aren't very good. Chapter 111, Soothing. Young master, it took us over an hour to get to the Peak International Cinema, and an hour had already passed since the premiere, but there's no rush. The premiere has many parts. The speeches from the guests and the showing of some vignettes alone will take up 1 or 2 hours of the entire premiere. Lu Jie mainly wants to introduce Su Qing to some people, so she needs to be able to chat and introduce them to the people in the audience after all the parts of the premiere are over. In the underground parking lot of Peak International, Su Qing hesitated for a long time before getting out of the car. In the past, when Su Jinghua held his company's annual meeting, he would introduce Su Qing to everyone and give him some shares or something. So, if the premiere was held at Peak, it was highly likely that the director was from Peak, and someone might recognize him. This was a very risky move. Lu Jie opened the car door and got out, peering inside while holding onto the doorframe. Why aren't you getting out yet? Sister. He asked after a moment's thought, aren't you going to wear a mask? Why bring that? The premiere was cleared out today. You need an invitation to get in. Everyone there is in the industry, though there are a few lucky audience members. But if Lu Jie doesn't show up to support directly, how can she introduce resources to Su Qing? But she omitted what happened next and continued, it's okay, I don't have any scandals, I'm not afraid of being photographed. I told you you're my cousin, have you forgotten? Looking at Lu Jie's open and honest demeanor, Su Qing sighed inwardly. He was scared, he wanted to wear a mask, he hesitated before speaking, I'm a socially anxious person. Lu Jie glanced at him, then walked towards the passenger side without saying a word, opening the car door so that Su Qing had nowhere to hide. She smiled sweetly, as if sweet but dagger, and pulled Su Qing up. It's okay, I'm a total social phobia patient too, I don't even dare to talk to people. Su Qing muttered to herself, do you think I believe you? Do you look like it? Can you even believe what you're saying? Lu Jie grabbed his wrist and led him toward the elevator. Let's fight fire with fire. Only by facing our fears can we overcome them. Being as shy as you are in the entertainment industry won't work. Su Qing nodded, inwardly agreeing with Lu Jie's sharp eye. He was indeed extremely shy. Once they arrived at the large studio where the premiere was being held, Su Qing's anxiety gradually subsided. As she knew the general procedure for the premiere, the studio was dimly lit, and it was clear that the guests' speeches and introductions were over. Judging from the sounds coming from all around and the images on the big screen, it was time to play a movie. The front row was already full, so Su Qing and Lu Jie were guided by the receptionist at the door to sit in the last row. The movie playing on the screen was a romance film, the kind with a secret crush on campus. The tone and the accompanying music were very soothing, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. So Su Qing, who hadn't slept well to begin with, fell asleep sitting on the soft seat. The man, who was originally sitting upright in a suit, was now asleep leaning against the back of his chair. When Lu Jie saw him, her first reaction was to feel sorry for him. He must be very tired. Su Qing? Lu Jie called his name softly. Hello? Su Qing? This time the voice was a little louder. Lu Jie didn't actually want to wake Su Qing up, she just wanted to see if Su Qing was really asleep. A dim, yellowish light shone from the overhead projector, illuminating Su Qing's face both clearly and vaguely. Her head was tilted slightly back, revealing a high and well-defined nose bridge and thick, long eyelashes. She was incredibly beautiful. My neck swayed slightly, as if it were a little uncomfortable. Lu Jie's eyes darted around, and a little thought began to creep into her mind. She gently raised her hand, went around Su Qing's head, and helped her towards her shoulder. What she didn't know was that the beautiful peach blossom eyes that were resting on her shoulder, avoiding her gaze, opened briefly, then slowly closed again, and a bewitching smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Jie probably didn't even notice how sweetly she was smiling, especially since she thought the man hadn't noticed and even turned her head on her shoulder. Later, when he found a comfortable position, her smile became even sweeter. However, Lu Jie had a wicked thought. Once Su Qing woke up, she would definitely turn the tables on him. Lu Jie hadn't slept well either. She had been busy all morning and only slept for a few hours at night, so she was exhausted. In the dim and relaxing environment, she leaned back and unconsciously felt sleepy. She tilted her head and squinted at the black hair leaning against her shoulder. She must have caught it from this guy, but Lu Jie's previously drowsy eyes suddenly opened wide in an instant. She stared straight ahead, and her breathing almost stopped. She glanced down in the dim light and saw a heavy hand on her waist, gripping her abdomen tightly as if hugging a large pillow. The white fingers with distinct knuckles were still gripping her waist as if trying to get the pillow even closer. Although Lu Jie dressed like a mature and sophisticated woman and was carefree and easygoing about life, she had even taken the initiative to kiss Su Qing and hold his wrist, but she really had no resistance to this kind of embrace. A feeling of intimacy, like that of a lover, rushed straight to her heart. Lu Jie was even careful with her breathing, afraid that her uneven breathing would wake the person next to her and cause her to miss this feeling. Each seat in the screening room has a separate handle that can be opened. Lu Jie carefully pushed up the handle on her left to allow her arm to stretch out. She glanced at Su Qing's arm around her and gently placed her left hand on it. When the two people woke up in the back row, the movie in the theater had already ended, and the bright lights made the audience, who were used to the darkness, feel somewhat uncomfortable. The lucky moviegoers slowly left, completely unaware of the two people sitting in the last row. When Lu Jie woke up, she realized that her plan to turn the tables on Su Qing was no longer going to work. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Su Qing's clothes, and her posture was exactly the same as Su Qing's previous posture. "You're awake? Sister." Su Qing glanced at her, her eyes smiling. Lu Jie sat up groggily. My sister is sleeping soundly." Before that was... "You slept on top of me." Before they could finish speaking, a man walked towards them. He was pot-bellied and balding. The man with the bald patch in front of you, who's trying to comb his hair from all sides towards the center, is Director Liat. He said with a smile, "Teacher Lu Jie is here." It's not surprising that people in the entertainment industry like people who are scholarly and refined. Although Lu Jie doesn't like being called teacher, she's an actress, not a teacher, but she's gotten used to it. Lu Jie stood up and walked towards Director Li, her high heels clicking loudly. "Director Li, my cousin and I are late. We were afraid of delaying your schedule, so we sat in the back. The premiere was a great success, the movie was excellent, and I wish the new film great box office success." "Then I'll take your kind words, Ms. Lu Jie," Director Li said with a smile. Lu Jie is very beautiful and attractive, and is a popular young actress in the entertainment industry, but the tall and noble man standing next to her is also hard not to attract attention. Director Li's gaze fell on Su Qing beside her, and he looked her up and down. Lu Jie pointed to Su Qing and said, "This is my cousin." Director Li didn't notice what Lu Jie was saying afterward at all, because the handsome face in front of him looked more and more familiar. His expression was almost blank, and he almost blurted it out. Su, young master?" Chapter 112, the vest fell off as soon as Director Li said that. Su Qing was stunned. His jinx had really been recognized. Lu Jie was also confused, but her confusion stemmed from a different perspective than that of Su Qing and Director Li. Lu Jie frowned, her brows furrowed, as she pondered, young master, he must be one of the young masters from the club. People in the entertainment industry love going to those kinds of places to relax. Lu Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that Su Qing's club had such a small circle of customers that she would run into Director Lee. She paused slightly, unsure of what to say next or how to smooth things over with Director Lee. Another point is that she didn't want to put Su Qing in a difficult position. She lowered her eyes and closed them, then quickly came up with a plan and said earnestly to Director Lee, "Director Lee, my cousin may have had a bad experience. But he's changed for the better now, so please stop calling him that. He's no longer a young master. He's now fully focused on the entertainment industry. Just treat him like a complete stranger." Su Qing was completely bewildered, utterly dumbfounded, seeing Lu Jie's flushed cheeks and embarrassed expression, and considering his current image in Lu Jie's mind, Su Qing immediately realized what was going on. That he's no longer a young master, not the young master of the eldest son, but the damn young master of the White Horse. Fortunately, although his identity was lowered by tens of thousands of levels, he was lucky that his disguise was not exposed. Su Qing remained calm, took a step back, and gestured for the dumbfounded Director Lee to be quiet. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits, and a hint of coldness appeared in her obsidian-like eyes, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Director Lee, being a shrewd person, immediately realized that Lu Jie's relationship with the higher-ups was that of Su Qing's cousin and a relative of the Su family. No wonder the resources from the top were being allocated to her. Lu Jie thought he didn't know young Master Su's identity. Young Master Su also wanted to hide his identity to develop in the entertainment industry. Isn't this just a typical scenario where a rich kid pretends to be a hard-working newcomer and gradually climbs the ladder? When it came time to receive the award, he added, "I worked hard to start from scratch and didn't rely on my family background at all." Director Lee smiled inwardly. If he really wanted to be a newcomer, why would he come here? I've finally been assigned this task. Director Lee spent a long time sorting out this logical relationship before finally figuring it out. He spoke politely to the two of them. I know, newbie. I'm not satisfied with the male lead in my next film, so let young Master Su, let your younger brother play the role." Lu Jie was taken aback. The male lead? Didn't you say before that the male lead had already been decided? My brother is a newcomer and can't handle such an important role. Director Lee, you don't need to give him such a significant role just because of me. Your younger brother is handsome and has a great appearance. He seems very talented and good-looking. He's a perfect match, absolutely perfect. Aristocratic families love to play tricks. Would he really give Su Qing a minor role? This is his boss. After all, the young master wants to do cosplay. But does he not know? Director Lee and Lu Jie and Su Qing were praising his new film to Su Qing, saying it was perfect for her and showering her with compliments. The premiere was almost over, and the three of them walked towards the door chatting. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, so they made no sound when they walked. Su Qing and Lu Jie didn't say much. They mainly listened to Director Lee's ramblings. Lu Jie also felt something was off. When did Director Lee become so enthusiastic? It wasn't until the three of them reached the entrance of the theater and bumped into the guests sitting in the first row that Su Qing looked at the woman dressed in a noble and elegant cheongsam. He knew that his secret identity was probably doomed. Today. What's his mom doing here? He quickly turned his back to Qingyun and silently prayed, "You can't see me, you can't see me. As long as I hide fast enough, you won't be able to find me." As it turned out, Qingyun did not see him, but his mother did see Lu Jie. Xiao Jie? And Qingyun stood up and walked towards the two of them with a gentle smile, followed by two bodyguards. Anton. Lu Jie greeted Qingyun with delight and a sweet smile. Lu Jie's family and the Su family have a good relationship, so she naturally knows Qingyun as well. Qingyun saw Lu Jie with a male companion and asked with concern, "Xiao Jie has a boyfriend? Whose child is this?" "Anton, that's my cousin." Lu Jie wasn't finished after saying that. She was still thinking of introducing more resources to Su Qing. Why bother looking for Director Lee when Su Qing could meet Qingyun? With Su Qing's qualifications, Qingyun should be able to take a liking to her. So she turned around and called out to Su Qing, who was about to leave. "Su Qing, why are you in such a hurry to go out? Come back and chat for a while." Qingyun, your cousin and my son share the same name. However, the more Qingyun looked at the young man's back as he walked out the door, the more familiar he seemed, and his physique was exactly like her son's. Su Qing was about to step out with his second foot when he was called back. Before turning around, he looked utterly dejected. However, though he may be cowardly, his spirit remains strong. Qingyun just smiled and didn't say anything. cousin. She didn't know what kind of funny tricks these two young people were playing, but she knew that Su Qing's expression definitely indicated she didn't want to be recognized, therefore, she is not prepared to expose it, but Qingyun thought this way. But the bodyguards behind her didn't know that they were all from the Su family and naturally knew Su Qing. Two bodyguards in smart suits standing behind Qingyun nodded to Su Qing as she approached. Greetings, young Master Su. Lu Jie was completely bewildered once again. How did even the bodyguards know that Su Qing was the young master? But looking at their respectful attitude, something's not right. She suddenly realized that the Su family. Su Qing, young master Suda. It seems it's not what I thought at all. Seeing Lu Jie's overthinking state, Su Qing decided to stop hiding it. He figured he could keep it a secret forever. He was fed up with giving up. Su Qing took the initiative to break free of her cooped-up canary coat. He curled the corners of his lips into an awkward smile. Mom, you're here too. What a coincidence. Seeing Su Qing say it herself, Lu Jie's face showed a mixture of emotions. He was lying to himself. Although she has a free and easy personality and has seen all kinds of people in the entertainment industry, she is still a young woman in her early 20s. She was deceived by a man she had feelings for. The movie in the screening room had long since ended. The big screen was completely black, and the audience and guests had all left. The entire quiet screening room was now empty except for a few people. There was a feeling of being suddenly frozen in time. At this moment, all of Lu Jie's worries were written on her face, and she stared intently at Su Qing with a look that said, "You lied to me." Su Qing frowned, giving Lu Jie a look that said, "I can explain." The two seemed to be exchanging 1,000 unspoken words in their gaze, and Qingyun, standing to the side, naturally noticed the tension between them. Qingyun, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, took a few steps closer to the two and teased Lu Jie. "Xiao Jie, how did Qinger become your cousin?" This is absolutely not about exposing Su Qing's shortcomings. To solve a problem, you must first articulate the problem. As expected, with elders present, Lu Jie couldn't suppress her doubts any longer. Su Qing had lied to her, and she wanted to seek justice from Anton. Lu Jie pointed at Su Qing and said to Qingyun, "Anton, Su Qing lied to me. He said he would do that kind of special services." Chapter 113, Abide by the Promise. Lu Jie paused when she said those words, feeling a little ashamed and embarrassed, but she had been deceived by Su Qing, so she couldn't help but tell the truth. Su Qing, I clearly said I wasn't. Wasn't it you who forced this identity on me in the first place? And Qingyun covered her face and laughed, her curved eyelashes full of laughter. Glancing at Su Qing, the two bodyguards behind him were also trying not to laugh. The small and helpless director Li stood at the entrance of the screening room, peering inside with one eye out of the corner of his eye. What program was it? Su Qing scratched her forehead, looking embarrassed. I also. She didn't say it herself, it was clearly something you made up, sister. Qingyun glanced at Su Qing, who was stammering, and seemed to understand his behavior. She wondered why her son had suddenly become so active. He had never known how to interact with girls before, let alone create a fake identity to deceive people. Although deceiving people is not good, and Qingyun was still happy that her son had become more cheerful. Qingyun raised her hand, interrupting Su Qing. "Qinger, look how you've made Xiao Jie angry with your joke. Wasn't the drama Imperial Power that Xiao Jie is currently starring in the one you invested in? I asked you to come visit the set and get to know Xiao Jie. Why did you use this method to get to know her?" The actress who won the Best Actress award spoke very softly, yet with a firm and resounding voice. Lu Jie and Su Qing both stared at Qingyun. Seeing Lu Jie's expression shift from anger to suspicion, Su Qing couldn't help but recall a novel he had written in elementary school. My good mother. Su Qing cleared her throat, her upright posture exuding a warm and noble air. "Yes, Mom. I visited Lu Jie on set that day and made a little joke with her. Maybe the joke went a bit too far." Lu Jie looked at him, her eyelashes furrowing slightly. "You knew me before?" Su Qing nodded and whispered, Seeing that Lu Jie's mood had improved, and Qingyun waved to the two younger people. "Qinger, although you are a few years younger than Xiao Jie, you can't take advantage of your age to tease her. You should apologize to Xiao Jie properly. I'll be leaving now. You two get along well." A director Li, who was standing at the door, waited for Qingyun to leave before rushing into the theater. He was unsure whether he should continue the conversation about introducing the film to Su Qing, which the three of them had been discussing earlier. The situation had changed too quickly, and he was having trouble keeping up. "Young Master Su, Ms. Lu Jie, are there any more scenes planned?" Lu Jie glared at Su Qing. "No need to trouble Director Li, I feel he doesn't need it. Lu Jie was still angry. She ignored Su Ching and walked all the way to the underground parking lot. Although she knew Su Ching had been following her the whole time, she didn't want to say a word to him at first. Regardless of whether Su Ching was joking with her or not, she was still lying to her. Secondly, she helped Su Ching with all sorts of things, and the resources she found were all from Su Ching's family. The money she spent was just a drop in the ocean for them, and Su Ching just watched. It was so embarrassing, she didn't move back, but when she got into the driver's seat and closed the door, she heard two doors closing. Lu Jie turned to the side, frowning and glaring at Su Ching. "Why are you still getting in the car with me?" Su Ching gave an awkward smile, her expression very obedient and somewhat apologetic. "Sister, there's no car, young Master Su, eldest young Master Su. Just call your driver and have him pick you up. Oh right, I remember now. So that Maybach you were in before wasn't arranged by Jean Lee at all, it was your car, wasn't it?" Lu Jie sighed, didn't start the car, and stared straight at Su Ching with her arms crossed. Su Ching blinked. How could she explain this? "Sister, actually, when we were in the dressing room that day, I didn't say I did that kind of thing at all." "You're clearly mistaken." But before Su Ching could speak, Lu Jie glanced at him up and down, suddenly remembering what happened in the dressing room. She shrugged and walked away from the man who was explaining to her. "Give me back the money, and also the clothes I bought for you, give them back to me together." Su Ching licked her lips and chuckled. Oh, sister, don't be angry with me. I already knew you were on set. I was about to tell you when you came to the dressing room to find me, but..." As she spoke, she took out her phone to send a message to the finance department. "But what? If they're willing to listen to explanations, things will be much easier." Su Ching blinked, her deep, husky voice incredibly gentle. "But my sister is so good to me. You must have heard of me, right? I'm a loner and don't have many friends, so there's no one like my sister who's kind to me without knowing my background. So I'm a little reluctant, but I really didn't mean to lie to you. Our families know each other, and if I lied to you, I'd be found out sooner or later. I was planning to tell you tomorrow." "Oh, do you think I believe you?" As Lu Jie was speaking, her phone suddenly rang. It was a text message, a bank transfer record. Her eyes widened suddenly as she counted the zeros on it. 131 million. Lu Jie raised her phone and waved it at Su Ching, then smiled in surprise. "You have too much money to burn, huh? It's a lucky number, but this amount of money is definitely not comparable to the care Sister Lu Jie has given me these past 2 days. Sister, please consider this a small red envelope." Lu Jie wouldn't be appeased instantly by this small amount of money, but upon closer reflection, she realized that Su Ching had never actually told her that he did that kind of work, so it seemed that she had indeed misunderstood. Lu Jie glanced at him. Su Ching leaned back in the leather seat, revealing the curve of his neck, white and precious, his Adam's apple slowly bobbing. Sigh. "He's so handsome, it's impossible to get angry looking at his face. Furthermore, he did not downplay his mistakes because of his high status, and he spent so much money to get me to forgive him, which in itself is a matter of sincerity." As Lu Jie thought about it, she wasn't so angry anymore. However, a thought popped into her mind. Su Ching's conditions are actually very good, and she felt relieved that he didn't have to live the kind of life that made her feel sorry for him. However, she still pressed the steering wheel impatiently and said to Su Ching, "All right, it's not worth getting angry with you. You don't need to apologize to me anymore. You weren't this talkative when you were pretending to be a gigolo. Now that everyone knows you're a young master, do you need to act all humble and subservient to me? You can go now. I'll call the bank in a bit and return the money to you. You don't need to pay me back. From now on, we'll go our separate ways." Su Ching glanced at her expression and noticed her fingers rubbing the steering wheel. She seemed quite nervous and probably didn't want him to leave. Maybe this is what girls often say, no means yes? Su Ching smiled warmly and gently. "No, sister, I belong to you today. You said we have to keep our promise." Chapter 114, Eating. We must keep our promise. Lu Jie frowned as she thought about those words. Looking down, he saw Su Ching's clear fingers tugging at his clothes. A cool, clear female voice came from inside the quiet car, tinged with suspicion. "No, I paid for it before. I said you belong to me today. You should keep your promise. How did it come to this? We have to keep our promise." Lu Jie scolded him. Su Ching's affectionate eyes narrowed slightly. Slip of the tongue. Sister is right. I have to keep my promise. I belong to you. I'm really fed up with you. Lu Jie scolded him, but she didn't make him get out of the car, which meant she had forgiven him for the most part. The car headed towards the launching film and television base. Are you hungry? Su Qing asked. A little. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Neither of them has any filming assignments today, so they're enjoying some free time. They're discussing what to eat later. Lu Jie is not one to take things too seriously or be pretentious, so she didn't make things difficult for Su Qing or make her lose her temper with him. After Su Qing's disguise was revealed, he felt much better. He was finally free from the burden of a secret, and the feeling was so relaxing. The only way to describe his mood at this moment was with 4 words: open and honest. Su Qing was unfamiliar with Longchang, so Lu Jie ultimately chose the location. The hot pot restaurant is on the 5th floor of a shopping mall. Going up the elevator and stepping out, the entire area's decor gives off a secluded, idyllic vibe. The most eye-catching feature is the artificial fountain in the very center. This shop has no storefront, no sign, and is over 1,000 square meters. Looking up, I saw the store name was on the ceiling. The 4 large characters, Tianfu Hot Pot, are deeply embedded in the ceiling, made of a material resembling granite. This restaurant truly has a unique style. The restaurant is quite large, but there are very few people. Steam is rising from the partition tables. There were only 4 or 5 tables in sight. The business didn't look very good. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam, who was about 60 to 70% attractive, led the 2 to their table. She walked with a swaying gait, and Su Qing felt like her pelvis was about to fly off. After walking for quite a while, the woman in the cheongsam led the 2 to a seat by the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking down, skyscrapers and bustling traffic are all visible. Not far away, there is a large park with a giant Ferris wheel on its side, illuminated by colorful lights. When Su Qing looked at the menu, she suddenly realized that the reason why the restaurant was so deserted was because the prices were too high. As Su Qing inwardly condemned the exorbitant price of 188 yuan for a glass of watermelon juice, feeling it was tantamount to ripping people off, the system's voice appeared at just the right moment. Host, you're now a rich kid who can buy things. Without even looking at the price, Su Qing chuckled. Your Su Chang was a rich kid before you came here. The hot pot restaurant served the food very quickly. In no time, all the dishes they ordered were served. To look good on camera, Lu Jie has to maintain her figure, especially her face. So when she eats clear broth hot pot, she has to rinse it with water again. The dipping sauce is just a simple vinegar sauce, which can be described as tasteless. Su Qing loves spicy food, so the spicy hot pot is his. Lu Jie held a piece of hand-cut beef in her chopsticks. She looked at the tasteless slices of meat she was eating, then glanced at the spicy tripe in Su Qing's bowl. I really envy you. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Envious of me? Envious of what? My good looks? Lu Jie rolled her eyes at him. I envy you for being able to eat whatever you want and not gain weight. It's alright, but I still need to exercise. Lu Jie doesn't have a big appetite, and she can't eat more than a few bites while controlling her figure. She leaned back in the wooden chair and played on her phone, preparing to look up Su Qing's information on it. Suddenly, an arm reached out in front of her. Lu Jie looked up and saw that Su Qing had stood up. She pretended to move, quickly turned her phone screen towards her, and hid it behind her back. Lu Jie was quite surprised by Su Qing's sudden action. She asked, What are you doing? She looked at the chopsticks Su Qing extended, which had a slice of tender meat on them, coated with a layer of chili oil, and looked incredibly delicious. Thick smoke billowed from the hot pot, obscuring Su Qing's face. His voice, too, seemed shrouded in mist to Lu Jie's ears, deep and husky with a hint of seduction. Eat more, you're not fat. Su Qing stretched her chopsticks toward Lu Jie, and the 2 of them were stuck there. Both the food and Su Qing were very attractive, and Lu Jie didn't know what to do. Then Su Qing said, Use serving chopsticks, so you can eat without worry. Lu Jie parted her lips slightly. I wasn't thinking about the chopsticks. As she opened her mouth, Su Qing smoothly and gently placed a piece of succulent meat into it. Eat something. If you don't eat good food, life is meaningless. Ding. Host's flattering words have pleased Lu Jie greatly. Favorability increased by 5 points. Su Qing was eating meat when she suddenly heard this. Ah, no, how did I use clever words in a cold tone? That's true, huh? But before Su Qing could reply to the system again, Lu Jie coughed as if she had choked on something, but unlike a normal person who had choked, Her eyes were filled with surprise and fear, as if she had seen something terrifying. Su Qing handed her a glass of water. Drink some water. It's not my fault. So you can't eat spicy food. Lu Jie didn't drink the water, nor did she respond to Su Qing's apology. Instead, she turned her phone screen towards him. Cough. That scar on your body isn't from appendicitis, is it? The phone screen displayed the entertainment news section, which clearly summarized Su Qing's life experiences, and also included a photo of Su Qing during that media interview. Su Qing frowned awkwardly. Yes, that's not true. I did lie to you about that. I'm sorry, Lu Jie. Lu Jie stared straight at him, always assuming that everyone in front of her called her sister, so this sudden mention of her full name was truly frightening. This must be something Su Qing values highly, right? Moreover, Lu Jie realized that Su Qing had teased her and hidden his identity from her before, but when she asked Su Qing about this matter, Su Qing kept it to himself. He could talk about things in interviews, but he kept it from her. She wondered if it was possible that Su Qing was afraid of hurting her feelings. That must be it. No, why are you apologizing to me? I was the one who talked too much and reopened old wounds. I'm sorry. Lu Jie quickly waved her hand, her face showing a mixture of panic and embarrassment. Her usually sharp voice was now tinged with awkwardness. The hot pot restaurant was already hot, and Lu Jie had just been frightened, so a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead without her realizing it. She ran her fingers through her hair. There were few people in the shop to begin with, and the two of them were both silent, with only the buzzing of pots on the table to be heard. The hot pot restaurant tables were made of wood. She gripped the bottom of the table with her rounded fingertips and stammered as she spoke. Well, it's nothing really, actually. She looked up and said to Su Qing earnestly, actually, scientific evidence has shown that it doesn't really affect life that much. There's absolutely no problem, and we'll definitely get a kidney. Lu Jie also studied acting, and voice, stage presence, and expression are her basic skills. She speaks with particularly accurate pronunciation, and she emphasizes degree words with extra emphasis. Absolutely not, definitely. Su Qing smiled brightly, her smile radiant through the misty heat and warm sunlight. Yes, it doesn't matter. I'm fine, sister. You don't need to try to comfort me. Let's eat. The food at their restaurant is quite good. Well, let me try your taste. Lu Jie thought of changing the subject and half stood up to pick a few pieces of vegetables from Su Qing's hot pot. She frowned at the sight of the red oil on top, but without hesitation, she ate it. Spicy hot pot is still the best. Eating salads and soups without salt or oil every day to diet is so boring. Lu Jie has a small, delicate face, but her eyes are large and deep, and her features are three-dimensional and mature. However, at this moment, her eyes are crinkled with laughter, which shows the charm that someone her age should have. Su Qing held the handle of the pot and gave her half of the spicy broth. Eat more. But if you don't eat spicy food often, it's easy to get an upset stomach if you just dip it in the broth. Just get a little flavor from it. Chapter 115, Coco Barrett's 10:30 p.m. now. For people who enjoy nightlife, this is when their exciting lives are just beginning. Inside Coco Bar, loud drum beats, a boisterous crowd, alluring and sexy women, and young, wild men even sitting in the corner. The air was filled with the clinking of glasses and uncontrollable howling laughter. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and alcohol. Coco is the largest bar in Longcheng, and it has only been open for a short time. Two beautiful women were jumping around on the DJ stage at the highest point, energetically creating a lively atmosphere. Below the DJ booth was a huge dance floor where all sorts of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing wildly. Their fair skin was eye-catching in the swaying lights, and their long hair swayed back and forth. Multicolored spotlights shone on the crowd above their heads, creating a chaotic scene. On a champagne-colored card table, several men and women were drinking and playing dice. One of the girls, with her long, wavy hair, crossed her legs and looked at her phone, not joining in the fun. The short-haired girl sitting next to her shook the dice and asked, "Shi Xiao, you skipped this game, why aren't you playing with us? Are you avoiding drinking?" Shi Xiao frowned, leaned closer to her, and raised her voice. "What did you say?" Zhang Meng whispered in her ear and repeated what she had just said. Shi Xiao pouted and whispered in Zhang Meng's ear, "I'm leaving tomorrow. Lu Jie said she'd come today, but she hasn't replied to any of my messages." Zhang Meng thought for a moment, are they filming a night scene? I asked her yesterday, and she said she doesn't have any scenes today. Xia pouted, picked up her phone and rushed outside, saying to Zhang Meng as she walked, "You guys play first, I'm going to call Lu Jie." At the other end, Lu Jie was talking to Su Qing at the entrance of room 808 of the 5-star hotel. "Do you have a role tomorrow?" Lu Jie asked. Su Qing was swiping the room key when she paused, turned around, and said, "Yes, there's one in the evening." "Okay, then you should get some rest early." Before Lu Jie could finish speaking, her phone rang. She was taken aback. Who would call her in the middle of the night? However, a call at this hour must be urgent. When Lu Jie took out her phone, she remembered that her best friend from her dorm was going abroad after graduating from college and had organized a get-together today. Lu Jie answered the phone, holding it far away, knowing that Xia would yell and scream. Sure enough, a cacophony of noise came from the other end of the phone, accompanied by a shrill female voice. "Lu Jie. My flight is tomorrow night. You promised I'd come for drinks tonight." Lu Jie took a breath and spoke softly into the phone. Go right away. I'll definitely go. Wait for me a moment. I'm only about half an hour away from Coco, it'll be quick, you guys go first. On Xiao's end, it said, half an hour is more like it. If you're late, you'll have to drink a penalty shot. If you're even a minute late, you'll have to drink a penalty shot. Lu Jie smiled and said, "Okay, I understand." Xia chuckled and said, "You'd better bring a male companion." All of them brought their boyfriends. Lu Jie glanced at Su Qing secretly, then looked back at the ground and whispered, "You don't have any, so let's pool our money." On Xiao's end, ahem, I have a senior in college. He's also going to the US for graduate studies, ha ha. I feel like I'm going to succeed. My long and painful unrequited love is finally coming to an end. Anyway, there are 6 of us in total. You'll be all alone by then, so you'll have to figure things out yourself. Xiao's voice suddenly softened, and her previously irritable tone gradually became gentle. I'm not talking to you anymore. I saw my senior at the door. Come over here quickly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jie saw that Su Qing hadn't come into the house yet, so she waved her phone at him and gave him an embarrassed smile. I have a meeting to attend. You should get some rest. Su Qing smiled and pointed to herself. Do you want me to come with you? Lu Jie waved her hand. Did you hear everything? She was just joking. No need, you need to get some rest. Drinking is bad for your health. Lu Jie pursed her lips, suddenly frozen in place, the words she hadn't finished saying stuck in her throat. She watched as Su Qing swiped her card to open the door and was about to walk inside. They left way too abruptly, didn't they? You should give it a push. Although Lu Jie really wanted Su Qing to rest well, she also hoped that he could try to persuade her to stay a little longer, but the next second, Su Qing turned around as she wished, one hand on the door panel, and smiled at her. Your friend's voice is too loud, it's hard to hear. I can't sleep right now, so going to a bar for a while sounds nice. Sister, why don't you go back to your room and touch up your makeup? I'm going to change, I can't go out in a suit. Message me when you're done. After casually touching up her makeup, Lu Jie sent a message to Su Qing, saying that half an hour was not enough to get from Longqing Film and Television base to Coco. Su Qing didn't wait for her at the door. The message said she went to the sofa by the elevator to wait for her. Lu Jie walked from the corridor all the way to the elevator on the 8th floor. The first thing you see is Su Qing, who is tall and has long legs, leaning lazily against a gray-blue sofa. A pair of white Alexander McQueen sneakers, paired with SLP ripped jeans and a leather jacket from the same brand, over which she wore a white t-shirt. The hotel floor was covered with soft mats, and Lu Jie's footsteps were barely audible. It was obvious that Su Qing hadn't noticed that Lu Jie had come out. She was playing with her phone with her well-defined fingers, looking both casual and cool. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he were solving some difficult problem. Lu Jie stood not too far from him, with a large full-length mirror on the wall next to her. She looked herself up and down in the mirror of Mike's sneakers, SLP wallet. She and Su Qing are wearing the same outfit. It's not that they're completely unrelated, but rather that they're exactly the same. Su Qing suddenly smiled, put down her phone and looked towards Lu Jie. Sister, you're here. What a coincidence, we're wearing the same outfit. Lu Jie chuckled. Yes, what a coincidence. Shall I go change my clothes? Su Qing stood up, raised an eyebrow, and said, Does my sister mind wearing the same clothes as me? That's not the case. Su Qing walked towards her, took her wrist, and led her to the elevator. She pressed the elevator button and smiled. That's settled then, this outfit is perfect for a nightclub. Chapter 116, Li Tian, covered in dust after entering the elevator, Lu Jie saw Su Qing press the button for the first floor. She corrected, I parked my car in the basement. Su Qing looked at her and said, you can't drive if we go drinking, so I had my assistant bring the car over. It's downstairs. Lu Jie smiled and hummed in agreement. Su Qing was quite thoughtful, however. She was also wondering if Su Qing was upset about something while sitting on the sofa. The thought of his tightly furrowed brows brought up the idea of trying to figure out what was on Su Qing's mind. Could it be that she doesn't want to go with me but is too embarrassed to say it outright? Lu Jie asked crisply, what happened to you just now? Is something bothering you? Su Qing raised an eyebrow at her in confusion. What? I just came out and saw you sitting on the sofa looking worried, playing on your phone, Lu Jie said. Ah, it's nothing serious. Su Qing quickly shook her head. Lu Jie frowned, lowered her voice, and said with a hint of pampering, tell me about it. You really want to know? Su Qing gave an awkward smile. I'm a little embarrassed to say, didn't you say you belonged to me today? Then shouldn't your worries also belong to me? Lu Jie's argument was perfectly reasonable. Su Qing chuckled and said, I haven't passed the latest level of Candy Crush. Lu Jie, the air between the two of them seemed to freeze, and the elevator suddenly fell silent. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and the two people walked towards the Maybach. Waiting at the door, Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi were standing on either side of the back seat, helping the two open the car doors. Young Master Su, Miss Lu. Su Cheng and Lu Jie nodded to the two of them. However, Su Cheng stood at the car door without rushing in, and whispered in Hua Sheng's ear. Have you two finished the tasks I assigned you? Hua Sheng nodded and whispered, it's done. I've already told Li Tian. Okay. Su Qing said and got into the car. Cocoa Bar isn't very close to their hotel, it's faster to get there by highway. After the car had been driving for a while, the two people in the back seat barely spoke, creating an awkward silence. He especially noticed Lu Jie sitting next to him, glancing at her phone every now and then quickly putting it down. As Su Qing thought to herself, perhaps it's because Zhang Qi and Hua Sheng are sitting in the front. After all, when it was just him and Lu Jie was quite good at keeping him chatting. The Maybach they were in had been specially modified. There was a button next to the back seat handle, which Su Qing pressed. In an instant, a partition appeared between the front and back seats, completely separating the two areas. Lu Jie stared wide-eyed at the dartboard in front of her, looking at Su Qing in surprise. What's going on? Su Qing whispered, I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable with strangers around. It'll probably take another 20 minutes or so to get to Coco. You've thought of that quite thoroughly. Su Qing was a little tired. He leaned his head back, crossed his long legs lazily, and started a conversation with Lu Jie. Sister, I remember you said you were a junior in college, right? Yes, junior year. With the partition in place, Lu Jie felt much more at ease. She leaned back and looked at Su Qing with her head turned to the side. She didn't wear heavy makeup, but the few small glitter dots at the corners of her eyes, reflecting the light in various colors, looked quite pretty. A hint of doubt appeared in Su Qing's eyes. Then your roommate graduated, and you lived together in different years? Lu Jie waved her hand and smiled. I was filming, and I was too busy last year to go back to school. So, since I couldn't get enough credits to continue attending classes, I simply took a year off to focus on filming. I need to study hard this year. Although the acting department allows students to take some leave to go out and film, the absence rate cannot be too high. So all my films this year are scheduled to be filmed in Longxing. By adjusting my schedule, I can still go back to school and attend classes. Su Qing nodded. Running between those two places must be tiring, right? Of course I'm tired, but it's very fulfilling and interesting. I like a fulfilling life. Su Qing smiled lightly, looked at her, and nodded in response. He glanced at the original text in his mind again, and his smile deepened. Something interesting was about to begin. There haven't been any recent moments of direct conflict between Su Qing and Li Tian, and there's no plot involving Su Qing that could be altered in the original text. So Su Qing thought of an old saying, if there are no difficulties, create them, and then overcome them. In short, I'll annoy Li Tian and gain some experience points. A few hours earlier in Los Angeles, the sky was overcast and gray, and night was about to fall. At the intersection of Los Angeles Avenue and Changha Road in the city center, pedestrians held up their umbrellas one by one, and the strong wind almost broke the ribs of their umbrellas. Several pedestrians were grumbling and complaining about the weather. At the intersection, there is a large area of unfinished buildings, dusty and battered by wind and rain. The reinforced concrete window frame was not sealed, and a handsome, tall man stood in front of the window, wearing a simple gray sweatshirt and jeans, enjoying the cool breeze, and wearing a safety helmet. The wind and rain covered the man's face with a thin layer of dust. The cement ground was covered with construction materials and surveying tools, and the reinforced concrete was exposed. Tianjang led a group of people in the construction, working overtime, but things didn't go as planned. In Los Angeles, where it's summer all year round, strong winds have been howling for the past few days, trapping Li Tian and a group of construction workers in the dilapidated, unfinished building. Li Tian watched as the construction worker, who had just been hoisted up by the rope, was being pulled upwards with difficulty. He also walked over to that side, stood behind the person, and pulled the rope to drag the person inside. His strength far surpassed that of the men pulling the rope combined. The veins on Li Tian's arms were bulging, and the muscles in his strong arms were working hard. The workers, who were almost blown off by the strong wind, were pulled up by their concerted efforts. The man's legs went weak, and he squatted on the ground shouting, "I quit! I quit! This place is like a ghost town. I'm not going to earn this money." Li Tian took a deep breath, his heart pounding. Li Sheng had recovered, and this unfinished building was his last hope for turning things around in the Li family. If someone had really died just now, then this land would be unusable. A plot of land acquired at a hefty price can become an abandoned building in no time. Seeing the fear on the faces of the people around him, who seemed to want to quit, Li Tian reassured them. "We'll talk about whether we do it or not later. The wind is unusually strong today, so let's be careful. Stand in the middle and crouch by the wall." Finding Li Tian's words reasonable, everyone moved towards the center. Li Tian lit a cigarette, squatted down by the wall, no longer caring about whether the wall was dirty or not, and looked at the construction team leader standing to the side. "Team leader Gu, what's wrong with the weather in Los Angeles these past few days? Why is it always either windy or raining heavily?" Team leader Gu was wearing khaki overalls and was of medium build. He straightened his safety helmet and walked towards Li Tian along the wall. His eyes flickered, and he explained to Li Tian, "Young Master Li, this is just how it is in Los Angeles this time of year. It will be fine in a few days. The previous developer also started construction this season, but they didn't survive and ran away. We lost a lot of money." Chapter 117, How can a scam be a mix of truth and falsehood? Looking at the fierce wind outside, Li Tian frowned. "Is there any solution? We can only resume work when the weather gets better, otherwise there's a high risk of worker safety issues," and team leader Gu lowered his eyes, knowing that Li Tian probably wouldn't want to hear what he was about to say. "Young Master Li, your idea of building directly on this unfinished site now seems unfeasible." Li Tian's eyes showed doubt. "Didn't you say it was okay before?" Team leader Gu gave an awkward smile. "When we first received the assignment to develop this unfinished building project, the initial survey did confirm that construction could proceed on the foundation. However, based on the construction work and building inspections over the past few days, it has been determined that conventional methods such as sandblasting and chemical rust prevention are no longer effective for the severely corroded steel bars that have been exposed to the elements for extended periods." Li Tian studied business English, and he knew very little about construction. Although Li Jingfeng had given him a few practice projects, Li Jingfeng had previously valued him highly and arranged good teams for him. But what about this time? The people assigned to his construction, project, and cost departments this time were simply there to cause him trouble. They quit at the slightest provocation, and then there's team leader Gu in front of him, looking all considerate of him. But when Li Tian said he wouldn't damage the main structure and would only rebuild a hot spring pool next to it, team leader Gu had readily agreed. They said the foundation was fine and the entire building could be reinforced. So how come the foundation was blown apart by today's strong winds? Seeing that Li Tian hadn't replied for a while, team leader Gu looked at him with a guilty expression. "Young Master Li, the previous internal problems didn't come to light because construction hadn't started. Actually, it's fine to continue building according to the current framework. However, there may be some hidden security issues, and you can choose not to demolish the original building. The process involves reinforcing with steel bars, positioning, drilling, cleaning, rust removal from the steel bars, preparation of adhesive, installation of the reinforcing bars, and curing. To maximize its lifespan. People who can become department team leaders at Longting are all seasoned veterans in the real estate industry. He speaks fluently and seems to be very responsible. but if you look closely at the ambiguous words he uses, you'll see that he is very thorough. Construction can continue, but there are potential risks. It can also be left as is, extend its lifespan as much as possible. Lee Tian was in full charge of this construction and development project. Team leader Gu's words were quite thorough, and the final decision rested with Lee Tian. If there's even the slightest problem with this building, Li Jingfeng will definitely cause him trouble, and might even kick him out of his home. Lee Tian looked at him and said, "Then, Team leader Gu, what do you think is the most appropriate way to handle this?" "Young Master Li, we can repair the lower floors and rebuild the upper floors." Team leader Gu paused for a moment and then continued, "Young Master Li, let me design a few plans for you. I don't have a computer with me right now, so I'll work on a few versions tonight." Li Tian frowned. "Okay." 2 hours passed, the strong winds finally subsided, and the entire unfinished building returned to calm. Li Tian returned to the Li family's apartment in Los Angeles. He needed to rest there for 2 days while waiting for team leader Gu's construction plan. Li Tian frowned. He felt that his life had been very smooth for the first 20 years of his life. How could so many changes have suddenly occurred in his life? First, his fiancée Lin Sierra was kidnapped, and he couldn't find out who was behind it. Then, the Lin family postponed the wedding date, and his fiancée was getting so close to Su Qing. How could Li Sheng recover from his illness at such a critical juncture? Like a snowball rolling downhill, it shattered everything that Li Tian had painstakingly built up over the years. What pained Li Tian the most was not just that, but that Lin Sierra went to Longqing to film a movie after he left, and he knew that. But he pretended not to know. He installed a phone tracking device on Lin Sierra's phone. Actually, after Lin Sierra was kidnapped, firstly, he was afraid that Lin Sierra would be in danger again, and secondly, he wanted to be wary of Su Qing. To Li Tian's surprise, Lin Sierra lied to him and never told him about going to Longqing to film a movie. At first, he thought the best of it, assuming Lin Sierra was simply going to Longqing to film a movie. But when Washeng sent him the news today, he learned that Su Qing had also gone to Longqing, and not only that, but he had also impersonated the male lead and filmed a movie with Lin Sierra. Li Tianjin wanted to go to Longqing immediately and strangle Su Qing and Lin Sierra together, but Li Tian sat on the brown soft couch at the foot of the bed, leaning back weakly. What can he do? What should he do? Li Jingfeng arranged for him to stay in Luoxi, so he couldn't get away at all. Besides, even if he could get away, what could he do? He couldn't do anything in Longqing anyway. Lin Sierra was deliberately hiding it from him. He was no longer sure that Lin Sierra couldn't live without him. Not if I go to Longqing and confront Lin Sierra and Su Qing, and anger Lin Sierra, the engagement banquet might have to be cancelled. Li Tian smiled bitterly. How did everything turn out like this? God is unfair. Why am I an adopted child? Why was I born with nothing? He wanted to try his best to move up, but he faced many obstacles. Why should he? At the same time, Lin Sierra called, or rather, returned his call. Li Tian sat up, concealing his emotions, and heard a heavy breathing sound on the other end of the phone. Li Tian was stunned. What was she doing? Li Tian asked in a steady voice. What are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? Just now. Brother Li Tian, actually, I came to Longqing to film a movie. I was just filming on set. Su Qing said she'd introduce me to a film, right? I happened to be free these past few days, so I came here, thinking I'd get some experience. Li Tian was slightly taken aback. He had actually told him. Was that Su Qing you were filming with? The voice on the other end of the phone was frank and open. He's not here. He just introduced me to this place. Li Tian, they're still lying to me. This time it's a mix of truth and lies. After a long silence from Li Tian, Lin Sierra whispered, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Are you angry with me? I'm sorry. What could Li Tian do after hearing what Lin Sierra said? Reprimand her. Lin Sierra was his last lifeline. Chapter 118, That Secret. Li Tian gripped his phone tightly, the force he deliberately restrained almost crushing it. He clenched his back teeth, but his tone was calm and caring. I'm a bit worried about your safety. It's good to film some movies and get some exercise during the holiday. Lin Sierra asked, How are you doing over there? Is the construction going smoothly? Well, things aren't going well. The weather in Los Angeles is terrible, so we can't get any work done these days. Didn't I tell you before that my older brother is better now? That's good news. But, Seal, you know I'm with the Li family, let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. Seal, did anything interesting happen on set? Tell me about it. Lin Sier's reply was quite to Li Tian's liking. Brother Li Tian, I don't want to see you suffer. Just wait until we get engaged, then your father won't suppress you anymore. A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Tian's lips. These were exactly the words he had been waiting for. The two chatted for a while longer. After ending the call, Li Tian quickly sent a message to Wu Shang, asking where Su Qing was. He received a reply shortly afterward. Su Qing is on her way to Coco Bar in Longcheng. Li Tian licked his lips and thought of someone who could be considered a host in Longcheng. When he was working on the Li family real estate project in Longcheng, he had recruited investors, and in the end, he chose Lu Mang. There is no other reason. Luochuan has 5 major families, and Longcheng naturally has its own local powerful and influential families. Li Tian naturally wanted to befriend Lu Mang, who came from a wealthy and powerful family. He used the Li family's assets to build his own network of connections. Li Tian thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had accumulated a lot of connections before, otherwise he would have nothing after his older brother took over. He made a phone call. Hey, Brother Lu, this is Li Tian. Lu Mang, on the other end of the phone, said, Hey, Li Tian, what made you think of calling me? Missed me? Li Tianqing cleared his throat. Ahem, there's something I'd like to ask Brother Lu for help with. Don't be so formal, just tell me what's up. Li Tian said, There's someone in Longcheng. We have a bit of a grudge, and I'd like to ask Brother Lu to help teach him a lesson. Lu Mang readily agreed, no problem. If you need anything in Longcheng, just say the word. No matter who he is, he'll have to behave himself when he gets to Longcheng. Li Tian curled his lip. This idle rich kid has quite the big mouth, but this kind of person is perfect for being used as a pawn. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lu. Lu Mang said, It's nothing. What's his name? Where is he now? Li Tian said, Call Su Cheng. I'm about to go to Coco Bar. I'll send you the photos after I hang up. Lu Mang hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone. Su Qing, the one from the Su family in Luochuan? Li Tian frowned and said, If Brother Lu finds this difficult, then, before he could even utter the word forget it, Lu Mang burst into laughter several times. I wondered who it was. Su Qing has come to Longcheng. He looks like a pretty boy. I'd want to sleep with him even if you didn't say so. Li Tian chuckled, That's perfect then. Lu Mang seemed indignant and complained, That idiot seduced the woman I like. Li Tian, events always repeat themselves in surprising ways. Li Tian, that guy, he just likes to flirt with other people. Before Li Tian could finish speaking, Lu Mang interrupted him again, saying something that shocked everyone. I've been chasing this girl for days, buying her bags and watches, and she keeps telling me she won't marry anyone but Su Qing. Damn it. The key is that I saw the photos on an entertainment news website. They're disgusting. That idiot. Lu Mang pondered for a moment. Hey, Coco Bar is perfect. I can take a girl there to see how I fuck Su Qing. He might be a decent person in Luochuan, but he's nothing in Longcheng. I'll definitely get you back on your feet. After the two hung up the phone, Li Tian felt vaguely uncomfortable and a little dry-heavy. Lu Mang is such a show-off, he just keeps going on and on. After arranging everything, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Su Cheng brought bodyguards, Longcheng was not like Luochuan. Lu Mang usually had elites among his subordinates. Aside from being a bit pretentious, Lu Mang is quite capable. Even if he can't cripple Su Cheng, it would be good if he could humiliate her. Li Tian looked at his phone with the black card inside, gently opened the card slot, took out the thin SIM card, and gently squeezed the small SIM card in half with his fingers. He licked his lips. Ha, who would know it was me? Meanwhile, in Luochuan, the Li family, Li Shang was resting on the jade bed, his handsome face lacking expression. He answered a phone call, a smile flickering across his lips. Hey, Team Leader Gu, how's it going? We've already told Li Tian about the building's instability and the need to rebuild the foundation. He's waiting for our new plan. Li Sheng smiled faintly and tapped his fingers together. How is he? Is he angry? Li Tian's face is just like the weather in Los Angeles. Li Sheng glanced at the ceiling and pondered, Let's formulate the new plan for him like this: rebuild the high-rise buildings and reinforce the low-rise buildings. Then I led Li Tian to supervise the construction of the low-rise building. Do you understand what I mean? Team Leader Gu said. Understood, young Master Li. Alright, report back to Longting headquarters that Li Tian's plan is not going well and needs to be revised. Okay, Mr. Li. Li Sheng lowered his eyes and leaned against the cushion, a cold smile playing on his lips. My dear little brother, you want too much. I'll help you get laid to rest sooner, cough cough. The Maybach was speeding along the main road of Dragon City. After spending the past few days with Lu Jie, Su Qing discovered that although Lu Jie appeared aloof on the surface, she was actually quite talkative, and the two chatted quite a bit along the way. Lu Jie also introduced Su Qing to Qi Xiao, the protagonist of the drinking party, and Jiang Yi, Qi Xiao's senior. Lu Jie was a very good storyteller and described Qi Xiao's unrequited love story vividly. In Su Qing's opinion, Qi Xiao was simply a hopelessly romantic person. However, that's not entirely true. Jiang Yi came to drink with Qi Xiao, so they must have already gotten together. Lu Jie continued. Qi Xiao would wait every day at the school's small supermarket to brush past Jiang Yi, while Jiang Yi, thinking of her best friend's unrequited love story, Lu Jie couldn't help but feel a surge of joy on her face. Perhaps this was the power of empathy. It could also be gossip. Su Qing doesn't like empathizing with other people's unrequited love stories, but Lu Jie's foreshadowing clearly indicates that she wants Su Qing to interact with her. He smiled and looked at Lu Jie, taking over what Lu Jie had said. And then? Jiang Yi also looked at her, and the two hit it off. Lu Jie tapped her finger on the leather seat as she pondered. Then, Jiang Yi just walked past her, but it wasn't like they had no contact at all. Jiang Yi and she bought the same brand of bottled milk. They walked side by side, one to the left and one to the right, both wearing school uniforms and holding the same brand of milk. Su Qing, therefore, it's confirmed that he's love-struck. Lu Jie sensed the awkward silence and explained to Su Qing. The essence of unrequited love lies in this: secretly watching him, smelling his pleasant perfume when you brush past him, and secretly buying snacks to give to him through someone else. That kind of secretive. Su Qing, have you grasped it yet? Su Qing nodded as if she was thinking, and said seriously, I understand now. It's absolutely moving and inspiring. Chapter 119, Arrival at Kaokyo. Lu Jie glanced at Su Qing, whose feigned seriousness made her want to punch him on the arm. Ill. Su Qing exclaimed ouch, and pretended to dart her body toward her car door. I listened carefully. So what's the status of those two now? Did they get married? Not yet, but they will both be going to the same university for graduate studies this year, and I feel it's likely to happen. Su Qing asked in confusion. Senior? Studying for a master's degree with Qi Xiao? Oh, we're in the same grade, but Qi Xiao reads campus romance novels and wants to call Jiang Yi senior. They never spoke to each other in high school. When they went to Longda University for freshman orientation, Qi Xiao went to talk to Jiang Yi and directly called him senior, pretending she didn't know him. I see. Your best friend has liked him for 7 years. Yes, it's not easy. Lu Ji shook her head. The two chatted for a while, and before they knew it, they arrived at Coco, where a large screen at the entrance was flashing dynamic lights. Two greeters stood beside a wide bronze gate, and many guests went in and out. The parking lot in front of the gate was full of luxury cars, but Su Qing wasn't paying attention to any of that at the moment. What she was really focused on was, according to the author's original text, Li Tian has found a good helper, Lu Mang, who will arrive at the battlefield in half an hour. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the plot unfold. Why did Li Tian hire such a brainless, spoiled brat? In the original storyline, Lu Mang's method of suppressing Su Qing was before Su Qing could finish thinking about the plot, Lu Jie opened the car door from the outside. She held onto the doorframe with one hand, and a breeze blew her hair around her temples. The black leather wallet she wore reflected the light, making her look both beautiful and cool. Why aren't you coming down yet? Lu Jie asked. I'm coming down now. Su Qing turned her body toward the car door, stepped out, and her two white shoes, one big and one small, were very close together. The bar's entrance hall has several sofa areas and a drinks area for people to relax. It's relatively quiet compared to the main area, and some customers who prefer a quieter atmosphere will sit in the hall to drink. As soon as Su Qing and Lu Jie entered the hall, a marketing manager wearing a suit jacket and pencil skirt greeted them with a standard 8-tooth smile and said politely, "Do you two have a reservation?" Lu Jie responded, "A 08. The marketing manager gestured for them to enter, and led the two inside. Upon entering the venue, the air was filled with the smells of Cigarettes and alcohol. The lights were dazzling and varied, with pale purple light sweeping across people. The area just inside the entrance is the low-cost zone, which mixes some individual tables and half-card tables. The already narrow aisle was now packed with people, and many customers standing by the tables were swaying and fidgeting, making the scene even more crowded. Fortunately, Su Ching was tall, and his head seemed to peek out from the crowd, giving him a commanding view of the surrounding mountains. The marketing manager walked in front, followed by Lu Jia, with Su Ching following behind them. Su Ching, who was walking with her back straight, suddenly felt a force on her wrist. Looking down at the hand that was holding her, she saw a black leather sleeve. Lu Jia didn't turn her head, but her voice was loud enough for Su Ching to hear. "You've never been here before, don't get lost." Su Ching smiled and noticed that Lu Jia seemed to like holding his hand like this, so he slid his hand up and took Lu Jia's hand in his. The temperature inside the bar was very high, and Lu Jia's hands were noticeably warmer than the room. Her fingers, which had been gripping Su Ching tightly, were now loose and dazed. Just as the two reached the A08 card holder, there was a step. As Su Ching lowered her eyes to look at the step, a sharp female voice rang out. Qi Zhao's eyes widened, and she quickly put her legs down and stood up. "Holy crap, Lu Jia, you have a boyfriend and you didn't even tell us." Qi Zhao sat on the far right of the cardboard sofa seat, rushed towards Lu Jia in 2 steps, grabbed Lu Jia's arms and shook them from side to side, scolding her. "You and I aren't on good terms anymore. You got a boyfriend but didn't tell me." To the left of the cardholder's sofa sat 2 other couples. The women were Lu Jia's other 2 roommates. One had short hair and a round face, and the other had long, straight black hair. They were also cheering along with Qi Zhao. Lu Jia's fair face was illuminated by the pale purple light overhead. Her cheeks flushed, and she felt very embarrassed by her friend's teasing. She said to Qi Zhao, "No, no." Qi Zhao scanned Lu Jia's clothes from head to toe, and then casually glanced at Su Ching a few times before saying to Lu Jia, "You two are dressed like identical twins, and you still told me you two aren't related." Lu Jia wasn't sure if Su Ching had heard her. It was true that she had feelings for Su Ching, but she couldn't very well say that he was her boyfriend in front of Su Ching. If Su Ching denied it, she would really lose face. She waved her hand and said, "No, it's just a coincidence." Lu Jia had many suitors at school, but she always coldly and decisively rejected them. To put it simply, she was cold and indifferent. So, her current flustered explanation only made Qi Zhao feel that she was trying to win her over. Qi Zhao decisively grabbed Lu Jia's arm, wanting to take her to a quiet place to gossip, since the bar was too noisy and they couldn't hear anything. Lu Jia couldn't persuade Qi Zhao, so she looked at Su Ching and gestured with her chin towards the sofa. "Have your girlfriend come with me to the restroom. You can sit down for a while, don't be shy." Qi Zhao has a standard appearance and figure, but she gives off a very energetic and impulsive vibe. Su Ching nodded, not wanting to keep her 2 best friends from chatting, and sat down on a single sofa nearby. The pure black chair reflected the purple light shining from all around, and one beam hit Su Ching's face, making her originally fair skin appear even more noble. Although she was not dressed formally, she looked very dashing and unrestrained. The counter in front of me was filled with a dazzling array of various beers and spirits. Everyone else in the booth knew her, and fearing that Su Ching might be bored, they greeted her one after another. As everyone knows, Su Ching is extremely shy. He smiled faintly, nodded to everyone, and then looked at his phone without saying a word. The reason was simple. He was going through the plot. Lu Mang will arrive at the bar in half an hour, bringing his beloved goddess with him. Lu Mang's plan to embarrass Su Ching was to pay for everyone's expenses. Chapter 120, a winning-win situation. Coco Bar is huge, and it's currently at its busiest time. The bill for the whole bar is at least tens of millions. Lu Mang really knows how to spend money. Original text. The following plot is that after Lu Mang spent all his money, he became the focus of the entire event. The goddess in his arms saw how powerful his money was and got together with him. How could the kind-hearted Su Ching bear to let the poor woman fall into the clutches of a tiger? Su Ching had already figured out how to change this plot. He would buy out the entire bill, since he had more money than he could ever spend. But what made Su Ching hesitate was that doing it this way was a bit old-fashioned. Moreover, Lu Jia treated him well, and he didn't want to stand out too much at Lu Jia's friends. Gathering while thinking. A clear male voice came to Su Ching's ear. Su Ching turned her head and saw that the man sitting on the far right of the sofa was handsome and clean-cut. He was wearing a white shirt, silver-rimmed glasses, and was polite and refined. He was holding a wine glass and extending it towards Su Ching. "It's so boring being alone, come and have a drink." Su Qing raised her eyelashes slightly, her sixth sense telling her that the person in front of her was Jiang Yi. To be precise, it was the eye of insight that told him. Name: Jiang Yi. Age: 22. Height: 181 cm. Identity: second son of the Jiang family in Longcheng. Character analysis, experience, and key points summary. Jiang Yi had a crush on Qishao for many years but was too afraid to confess. Today, he originally planned to confess in front of Qishao's friends, but Lu Mang's grand entrance made him too embarrassed to proceed, so he put the confession on hold. During the years they studied together for their master's degree, Jiang Yi focused on his studies, and in the end, his relationship with Qishao ended without a trace and they drifted apart. Second, although he is the son of a prominent family, Jiang Yi disobeyed his family and chose to study law, and wanted to study for a master's degree abroad. The Jiang family's resources were all allocated to his eldest brother. Third, Jiang Yi is exceptionally capable in his profession. After graduation, his reputation will resound throughout the United States. His nickname is Outlaw Madman. Fourth, he helped Su Cheng. Su Qing was taken aback by the pale blue display screen in front of him. He had only wanted to see if it was Jiang Yi, so why was he given such a detailed analysis? Ahem, host, your villain points have reached the level required to upgrade the Eye of Insight panel. It has now been upgraded to Insightful Eye Advanced. You can take it back if you don't want it. Hey, you little rascal, why didn't you tell me sooner? You scared me half to death. Although the upgraded interface caught Su Qing off guard, the optimized Eye of Insight could see more content, not only what it had just shown, but also a scroll wheel at the bottom of the interface. Su Qing did a rough calculation and even provided information on where Jiang Yi would be buried. As we all know, novels are written in chapters and according to the plot, so there are many incomplete things in the original text by author Go. Now that Su Qing has the powerful tool of advanced insight, her prophetic abilities have been further enhanced. Su Qing raised her wineglass and clinked it with Jiang Yi's. The murky liquor slowly entered her throat, and the spicy sensation gave Su Qing a sudden flash of inspiration. Lu Mang and Jiang Yi have a perfect solution, don't they? Lu Mang's appearance prevented Jiang Yi and Qishao from getting together, and he even helped me later. So, giving Jiang Yi this chance to show off is a good idea. It's a favor to him. Su Qing placed the wineglass back on the table, the hazy light shining on his face, making him look somewhat mysterious. He propped himself up on his forearms against his legs and glanced at Jiang Yi. You must be Qishao's senior, right? Jiang Yi nodded, moved forward a little closer to Su Qing, and smiled shyly. Qishao is just talking nonsense, we're in the same grade. Yes, I know. Lu Jie told me a story about your tumultuous love affair with Qishao. Jiang Yi was stunned, his lips forming an O shape. We're not that kind of relationship. Su Qing smiled slightly and said bluntly, Qishao has liked you for years, and you didn't know? She likes me? Jiang Yi pointed to himself. Su Qing frowned. What an oblivious, clueless man. Seeing Jiang Yi's stunned yet somewhat surprised expression, Su Qing was certain that he was a clueless straight man experiencing his first crush. Su Qing patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Do it sooner rather than later. The longer it drags on, the more unpredictable things will become. Jiang Yi adjusted his glasses, his eyelashes furrowing behind the lenses. He wondered how Su Qing knew so much, and why she was telling him so much. He had initially thought the man in front of him was socially awkward, but what he said was quite nice. Wow, socially awkward people can turn into socially awkward people in no time. Jiang Yi nodded. I'm ready. Before Jiang Yi could finish speaking, the bar manager walked over to the two of them and said, Excuse me. The bar was too noisy, and Su Qing couldn't hear what Jiang Yi and the marketing manager were saying so close together. After the marketing manager left, Su Qing made an excuse to go to the restroom and left. Following the marketing manager, we arrived backstage. It was much quieter and less crowded than the main area. Hello, Su Qing called out to her. Sir, is there anything you need? Su Qing rummaged through his pockets, pulled out a black card, and handed it to the female saleswoman in front of him. The woman looked bewildered and didn't dare to take it. Sir, what is this? What did he just ask you to do? Young Master Jiang asked me to call some champagne girls to hold up signs and serve wine to warm up the atmosphere. Su Qing smiled. Perhaps it was because they were from the same large family that they paid too much attention to appearances. In Su Qing's opinion, Jiang Yi didn't need to care about the pomp and circumstance. Why bother with those useless things? He could just say it directly. Su Qing looked at the bewildered account manager in front of her and handed her the black card. I've covered all the drinks at the venue. I'll put it under Jiang Yi's name. Do you understand what to do? The woman was wearing heavy makeup, with long, curled eyelashes that almost reached her upper eyelids after hearing what Su Qing said. I understand. Su Qing raised his arm and glanced at his watch. He calculated the time when Lu Mang would arrive. He didn't want to make things happen too early. 25 minutes from now. Make sure you're on time. Okay. But, Su Qing whispered something to her and then went back. The woman was stunned as she stared at Su Qing's tall and handsome back. She had never seen this young master in Longcheng, but the fact that he had given her this black card meant that his identity must be extraordinary. Normally, people like to be in the limelight, so why would this man be willing to stand out for others? When Su Qing returned to her seat, Lu Jie and Qi Xiao had already returned. What are you doing? Lu Jie asked, looking up. As Su Qing sat down next to her. Restroom. Lu Jie suddenly leaned close to Su Qing and teased him in the ear. Did you go flirting with girls? You've been gone for quite a while. The warm scent of alcohol wafted past Su Qing's ear. Really going to the toilet? The two were already very close, and when he turned his head towards Lu Jie, they were even closer, practically sharing the same air. The spotlights rotating on the wall shone directly on Lu Jie's face. She blinked, and a soft red mist settled at the corner of her eye. Because the light was so close, she subconsciously leaned back. Why are you suddenly so close? You startled me. Su Qing sniffed. You've been drinking. Yeah, how can you come to a bar and not drink? Lu Jie pouted. Su Qing laughed and said, aren't you going to maintain your figure anymore? I'll definitely do it next time. I'm happy today. Lu Jie smiled, leaned over and shook the dice cup on the table. Su Qing, let's play a game of bragging. Chapter 121, Lu Mang is defeated. Such a pure and kind-hearted girl like Su Qing might be visiting a bar for the first time. How could she possibly know how to play dice? What a load of rubbish. Such a frivolous name. Lu Jie leaned down and beckoned to Su Qing. Come on, wanna play? Su Qing leaned forward. Let's play. Lu Jie looked incredibly cute after drinking. Actually, she had a good alcohol tolerance, but Qi Xiao had just forced her to drink several glasses of foreign liquor, and she was a little tipsy. She even felt like she was seeing double when she looked at Su Qing. She held up 3 fingers and waved them, 3 threes. Su Qing slowly called out, 3 fours. Time flies, and the two played many rounds, basically ending in a draw. They were drinking beer while playing dice, and Lu Jie had just drunk beer as well, so she was quite drunk from both kinds of alcohol. However, Lu Jie had a good alcohol tolerance. She was only slightly dizzy, not drunk. But when her increasingly hazy gaze swept over Su Qing, she suddenly remembered that Su Qing's health was not good. Su Qing had lost the last round of dice and was drinking when Lu Jie reached out and pressed his hand down, saying, "No, you shouldn't drink anymore." Su Qing chuckled, "No, a bet's a bet." Lu Jie didn't stop him. She stared at him blankly, her fair neck flashing in the pale purple light, her Adam's apple bobbing up and down. She watched as a drop of wine flowed down the corner of his lips. Seeing Su Qing sip that drop of wine, she seemed to want to take a bite. Lu Jie shook her head in embarrassment at her own thoughts. She thought to herself that even if Su Qing called 477s later, he wouldn't open the dice cup. At 12:30 in the morning, a Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the cocoa bar, followed by 2 bright yellow Hummers. Making quite a grand entrance, the valet stepped forward to greet him. "Young Master Lu, you've arrived." Given Lu Mang's height of 1.7 meters and weight of 200 kilograms, the ground trembled as soon as he got out of the car. He cleared his throat, took out 200 yuan from the bag tucked under his arm, and handed it to the parking attendant. The valet hesitated, seemingly wanting to decline, but before he could utter a single word, Lu Mang loosened his grip and tossed the money to the ground. He strode forward, accompanied by a woman of average looks who wore heavy makeup. Her plump figure distorted the Versace logo on her body. He was followed by 8 or 9 bodyguards in black suits. The group of people looked lazy and relaxed, like the players of the Chinese national football team. Some of them looked so well fed that the buttons on their shirts inside their suits were about to pop open. It seems that Lu Mang treated them well. A bodyguard who happened to be passing by glanced at the money that hadn't been picked up yet, curled his lip, and said in an extremely pretentious manner, "Take it." Lu Mang and Xia Lingling walked towards the hall. Lu Mang reached out and tried to put his arm around Xia Lingling's shoulder, but Xia Lingling glared at him and said, "Don't touch me." "Lingling, You've already come out with me, so how about I give you a little something? My underlings are watching. After he finished speaking, he reached out his hand again. The woman was wearing a small green strapless top with ruffles. Her shoulder was touched by his short, thick hand, and it looked as if it had been stained with something dirty. Her expression twisted. If you keep doing this, I'm leaving. Didn't we agree to start as friends? Lu Meng glanced at the LV bag she was holding. She had already put the bag away, and he couldn't even touch it. Xia Lingling also noticed his gaze lingering on the bag. She sighed. This simp was old and ugly. Although his family was well off, he was incredibly stingy. He had only given her a few bags and watches when he was poor. He had no chance of touching her. However, Xia Lingling knew that she was indebted to Lu Meng, so she held his hand briefly and then immediately let go, saying, "He's just shy, why are you in such a hurry?" The group entered the hall, where Lu Meng was waiting for the marketing manager to pick him up. A bodyguard behind him, who was picking his teeth with a toothpick, whispered to the person next to him, "Young Master Lu, why is he acting like a lapdog?" "TSK, what do you know? One-on-one licking is called a licking dog, licking one-to-many is called a licking king. Our young Master Lu is the king of kings." The man moved the toothpick to another tooth gap and inserted it. Our young Master Lu excels at everything he does. The person next to him tugged at his sleeve. "Stop talking, let's go." Lu Meng was a regular at Cocoa Bar. In his own words, this was his territory, which made perfect sense. The marketing manager led him directly through the VIP channel. Lu Meng enjoys the feeling of being on top of the world, so he usually likes to sit in a booth on the second floor near the railing. It's a deluxe booth facing the DJ booth and can accommodate more than 20 people at the same time. Arrived on the second floor, Lu Meng waved his chubby hand and sat down in the middle of the booth. The table was covered with Shenlong sets, and there were countless bottles of foreign liquor in several gleaming glass cabinets in front of him. Although Xia Lingling disliked Lu Meng, she had to admit that Lu Meng's wealth was indeed extraordinary. Lu Meng chuckled slyly, tentatively reaching around Xia Lingling's shoulder to pull her into his arms. Sure enough, the woman in his arms didn't struggle to break free. Lu Meng suddenly felt like reciting a poem, and the poem would be titled, "My Dear Father." Lu Meng chuckled, beckoned the marketing manager over with his finger, and took a card out of his handbag. "Young Master Lu, what would you like to add?" the marketing manager asked respectfully, bowing slightly. He cleared his throat. "Today, all." Before Lu Meng could finish speaking, the lights in the entire Cocoa Bar suddenly went out, and the music became much quieter. Only the DJ booth and Su Qing's booth were illuminated by a bright light. All that could be heard was the MC on the DJ booth shouting loudly in a rough voice. "Tonight's entire bill will be paid by young Master Jiang." Young Master Jiang wanted to say one thing to the girl he loved: "I've liked you for a long time." At this moment, Jiang Yi's table became the focus of the entire room, and thunderous applause resounded throughout the scene. Lu Meng's eyes widened in shock. He quickly walked to the railing, grabbed it with both hands, and looked down. As members of the same prominent family in Longcheng, Lu Meng naturally knew who Jiang Yi was. However, Jiang Yi had never been favored in the Jiang family, so why would he put on such a grand show to pursue a girl today? As luck would have it, he said it just a second before I was about to pay the bill, stealing my thunder. Although the flash of the camera landed on Jiang Yi's head, what attracted more attention was not Jiang Yi himself. A man with his legs crossed, wearing a black leather jacket, was leaning back on the sofa, clapping his hands. As the man turned his head, he met Lu Meng's eyes. The man's smile wasn't forced, his handsome face even gave off a rather tender feeling. But as Lu Meng stared at the man for a long time, a chill ran through him. The person in front of me is none other than Su Qing. Chapter 122, Lu Meng's defense breaks. This generous act of paying for everyone's expenses naturally attracted Xia Lingling's attention, and she looked down from the railing a meter away from Lu Meng. Xia Lingling loved money, but the man illuminated by the beam of light did not attract her attention at all. What stunned her was the handsome man who was looking in her direction. So handsome, he's so handsome. Xia Lingling subconsciously thought that she was even more beautiful than in the photos and videos, more beautiful than the one she longed for. Her eyes suddenly widened. Wasn't this Su Qing? Upon noticing Xia Lingling's unwavering gaze, Lu Meng gritted his teeth. Originally, he wanted to show off his power and intimidate Su Qing to impress the goddess, but, fortunately, it wasn't Su Qing who was showing off. It's actually not so bad that the second son of the Jiang family beat her to it. As Lu Meng was thinking, he turned his head and saw that Xia Lingling had actually run downstairs without a care in the world. Lu Meng stared intently at her, watching the Green ruffles of her dress sway as they moved. Running so fast. Are you rushing to be reincarnated? He slammed his hand into the railing. Su Qing, Jiang Yi, neither of you will get away with this. In contrast to Lu Mang's irritability, Su Qing, sitting on the sofa on the first floor, was clearly in a good mood because a beautiful voice appeared in his mind. The host has successfully defeated Lu Mang and successfully changed the fate of Jiang Yi and Qi Zhao's relationship. Villain's luck increases by 1,000. The host has successfully defeated Lu Mang and successfully changed the fate of Jiang Yi and Qi Zhao's relationship. Villain points increased by 1,000. Su Qing smiled, thinking that the money was well spent. As he reaped considerable rewards, Jiang Yi, who was standing to the side, was already quite bewildered, but before he could call the account manager over to ask why the champagne baby he ordered as a warm-up had suddenly become the hottest item for the entire audience, he was already in a state of shock. Qi Xiao, who was standing beside him in utter surprise, had already rushed to hug him with tears in her eyes. I've liked you for 7 years. Amidst the cheers and jeers of the crowd, Qi Xiao tightly hugged Jiang Yi's neck. She had always believed that Jiang Yi's feelings for her were only those of a classmate, because Jiang Yi always acted indifferent and polite to everyone. She felt that it was impossible for Jiang Yi to like her. Jiang Yi is a top student in the law department. He was recommended to the United States by Longcheng University and is seen as a prodigy by everyone. Even though he is not favored in the Jiang family, he is still the young master of the Jiang family. How could he like such an ordinary girl? She really didn't expect that Jiang Yi would confess his love to her in such a place, in such a setting, in front of her best friends, and in front of the entire bar. Let the fact that everyone likes her become common knowledge. Qi Xiao had never been in a relationship before. The only person she had ever liked was Jiang Yi. She sat up halfway, excitedly cupped Jiang Yi's cheeks, and kissed him deeply. Wow, wow. Lovers are devoted to each other. A constant chorus of cheers and jeers filled the air, but Lu Jie, who had witnessed everything, turned her head away somewhat embarrassed as she watched the two kissing deeply. She and Su Qing sat on the same sofa, which was actually a single sofa. Fortunately, the single sofas at Coco Bar were quite spacious, so she and Su Qing weren't pressed too close together. But how spacious can a single sofa be? As soon as Lu Jie turned her head, she met Su Qing's smooth jawline and her beautifully shaped, fair neck. Lu Jie's throat was watering. Having just witnessed a passionate kiss, and now with the alcohol taking effect, she really wanted to go up and kiss Su Qing. She had kissed Su Cheng before, but it was a hasty kiss. Their soft lips merely touched. It wasn't a real kiss at all. Lu Jie's fiery gaze fell on Su Qing's face, making it hard for anyone not to notice. He glanced down at Lu Jie. Her thoughts, so easily discernible from her eyes and her face flushed red from the alcohol, were truly captivating. As Su Qing sighed silently to herself, "Why, someone's been tempting me again." However, it wouldn't do to have a skill and not use it, so Su Qing decisively used her mind to open the upgraded Eye of Insight. As Su Qing glanced at the key points, the pale blue display screen read, Lu Jie is thinking, the host's lips are crystal clear, they must be very kissable. As expected, Su Cheng understood. He smiled faintly and said softly, "It's okay, sister, kiss me if you want." These words made Lu Jie's head explode like fireworks, and she even blocked out the loud cheers around her. A soft white light shone behind her, and she felt as if the whole world consisted only of her and Su Qing. That alluring voice almost made her want to devour Su Cheng whole. Does she want a kiss? Since Su Qing has already said so, why not? But they're not boyfriend and girlfriend. It's not like we haven't kissed before, so what? Wouldn't that seem inappropriate? Whatever, I've already given up. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts raced through Lu Jie's mind, but she still followed her heart and wrapped her arms around Su Qing's neck, pressing his head down towards her. Their lips were pressed tightly together, and the wine flowing between their breaths was the best aphrodisiac. Wow! Are you here to torture single people today? Both couples are so good-looking. Before the music started playing, Su Qing's card pack became the focus of attention, and cheers and jeers echoed throughout the venue. However, in contrast, one woman's feelings were not so good. Xia Lingling had just run downstairs when she saw this scene. Her eyes were empty, and she stared blankly at the two couples kissing in front of her. Suddenly, her fingers loosened, and the phone fell to the ground, its screen breaking. The sound of it shattering was very faint, and someone even squeezed forward, trying to see what was happening at Su Qing's table, and then inadvertently kicked the phone again. But Xia Lingling didn't notice at all. She stared blankly at the thought. Jiang Yi, who had the financial means to book the entire venue, and Su Qing, who was handsome and mysterious, were both in front of her. Neither of them belonged to her. What was truly hers? Only that ugly fat guy, Lu Mang. Not only, there's only one ugly fat guy. Lu Mang was a womanizer, ugly and vulgar, stingy and pretentious. There was nothing about him that was pleasing to the eye, but she suddenly lowered her head, thinking dejectedly that now that she had rushed downstairs like this, even if Lu Mang looked like an ugly turtle, he would never come looking for her again. And it's easy for them to ask for the things they were given back. Her attempt to steal a chicken backfired, making her increasingly frustrated. Suddenly, two bodyguards in black suits walked towards her. Sister Lingling, young Master Lu asked us to pick you up. He's worried you might get lost. There's also a restroom on the second floor. Xia Lingling blinked, stunned by the excuse Lu Mang had given her. What she had just thought was impossible, as expected. A simp is a simp. Xia Lingling has a very clear understanding of herself. She either swoons for a rich, handsome man or, as a second choice, is simply a gold digger. Lu Mang, on the other hand, goes to such lengths to fawn over her. He's practically a sycophant. At this moment, Lu Mang was clinging to the railing on the second floor and looking down, watching Xia Lingling follow him back up to the second floor. Oh, the smile that curled at the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of coldness, and even the creases between the fat bulges on his face showed a trace of unpredictability. He has neither money nor status, and he can have any kind of woman he wants. He dislikes things he can't have and treats what he can't have as a treasure. He found Xia Lingling disgusting, so he planned to get his hands on her first, then cruelly dump her, and then take some photos of her. This will make the woman, who is currently in a daze, the target of everyone's anger in the eyes of the entire Dragon City. However, before that, he planned to let Xia Lingling see the miserable state of Su Qing, Zhang Yi, and the others. The pattern on the front of the clothes was twisted and deformed so much that it was no longer recognizable as it was before, and Lu Mang was completely enraged. Chapter 123. Your bodyguard is standing so far away. After a while, the bar started playing upbeat music again. The colorful, hazy lights fell on people's heads again. Su Qing's table started playing multiplayer games, having a great time with the drinking punishments. As everyone knows, Lu Jia has given up. Anyway, her mind has been clouded by alcohol, and the lights above her head make her even more dizzy. She mentally cheered herself on for her incredibly embarrassing behavior. That's just what a bar is like. Anyway, she hasn't kissed anyone else, so Su Qing isn't at a loss. She's not bad herself. From Su Qing got a great deal. Anyway, he was the one who asked me to kiss him first. Anyway, he belongs to me today. Anyway, as Lu Jia thought about it, her head drooped lower and lower. Aha! What did I just do? I kissed Su Qing in front of hundreds of people, and it wasn't just a quick peck. Suddenly, she felt a warm, soft touch on the back of her head. She turned her head and met Su Qing's warm smile. The smile was so gentle that it seemed to have a magical power that dispelled the irritability in her heart and boosted her morale. Drink less, your sister has had too much to drink. Lu Jia looked him up and down, her eyes somewhat unfocused, and smiled casually. It's nothing, sister, you can hold your liquor well. Today you belong to me. After saying that, he stretched out his arm and flicked Su Qing's chin with his finger. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, not expecting Lu Jia to change so quickly, but that's not what she was thinking just now. A teasing voice slowly drifted out, but sister, it's past midnight, it's the next day now. Su Qing picked up two fingers and waved them lazily in front of Lu Jia. Lu Jia frowned, unsure of what to say, but she felt that Su Qing was probably teasing her, and she wanted to find something to say back at Su Qing. As the two looked at each other, someone suddenly patted Su Qing on the shoulder. Hello, the total bill is 15 million. Please keep your card safe. The person who arrived was the account manager whom Su Qing had just instructed to pay the bill. He glanced around and quickly gestured for silence. He quickly took the card back, looking rather unhappy. He had clearly told them not to reveal that he had paid the bill, yet they had come looking for him directly. Oh well, it's so noisy in the bar anyway, no one should hear it. Su Qing is in a good mood today, and he doesn't want to argue with a woman anyway. He politely replied, thank you. As soon as he turned back, Lu Jia's expression made him completely contradict his earlier thoughts. Did you pay for the whole meal? Su Qing smiled awkwardly and gestured to Lu Jia to be quiet, indicating that she should keep quiet. Lu Jia moved forward a little, and the two of them got even closer to the already cramped single sofas, making them look like they were embracing two outsiders. She whispered in Su Qing's ear. Why? Do you know Zhang Yi? Why are you helping him? Lu Jia had hesitated before. Even if Zhang Yi liked Shishao and wanted to make a good confession scene, Zhang Yi was not favored in the Zhang family at all, and even the money for his study abroad was paid for with his scholarship. If Zhang Yi didn't bear the Zhang family name, everyone would have thought he was a poor college student. Su Qing whispered in her ear, when you and Qishao went out to talk about me, I chatted with Jiang Yi for a while. He was also planning to give Qishao a surprise. But I thought I'd help him, and make it even better. Lu Jia asked in surprise, but why? He has nothing to do with you. It's over 10 million yuan, are you just going to throw it away like that? Su Qing smiled, put her arm around Lu Jia's shoulder, and whispered, seeing lovers so devoted to each other, isn't that a blessing in itself? Besides, that's your friend, that's my friend too. Lu Jia smiled, but then felt that Su Qing thought it was not worth it for her to spend so much money on someone else. No, I have to remind Jiang Yi. He owes you a huge favor. No, it's okay. Everyone's happy, and besides, he'll help me in the future. Su Qing raised her hand and stroked Lu Jia's hair. Sweetie, let's not stop others from shining. Su Qing doesn't do unprofitable deals, but he's not the kind of person who wants all the benefits. Trying to take all the advantages for one person is too impulsive. Since Jiang Yi will have opportunities to help him in the future, he's one of his own. He's always been very generous to his own people. Before we knew it, we were already at the bar at 1:30 a.m., and many of the guests were dancing wildly in front of the stage, looking dizzy. The gathering at Su Qing's table also ended. The other two couples drank too much and couldn't hold their liquor, so they left the bar first. At the door, Su Qing, Lu Jia, Jiang Yi, and Qishao were discussing where to eat. Next, the handsome man and beautiful woman stood out, attracting the attention of many people who had just left the bar. Let's eat some spicy crayfish, Qishao said. No, it's too spicy for my stomach. Jiang Yi tugged at her arm. I'm leaving tomorrow. I don't know if there will be such delicious crayfish abroad. Please let me have one last bite, please. Lu Jia joked from the side, yeah, one last bite won't make your stomach hurt. I want to eat some too. Qishao looked at her like-minded best friend, raised her hand and gave a high five, well done. Su Qing smiled and whispered to Lu Jia, aren't you going to manage your figure anymore? You still have filming tomorrow. Cough cough, I don't want to eat, I just want to look. The four of them chose a crayfish shop, a small, unassuming eatery, but it was said to have very authentic flavors. The shop wasn't far from Coco Bar, so the four of them didn't drive and went straight there. They also took a shortcut, walking out along the path that led out of the iron fence surrounding Coco. Walking on the dilapidated path, dust flew everywhere. The group of people were chatting and laughing, and they had all drunk quite a bit. They didn't look like scions of noble families at all, they were just a group of ordinary, vibrant young people. Su Qing had a good alcohol tolerance, so he was much more sober than the other three. He sensed footsteps behind him, neither too loud nor too soft. The four of them took a shortcut, to a very remote place, and it was rare for anyone to travel the same route with them, but after glancing at the author's original text, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Things weren't that simple. Su Qing, what's wrong? Lu Jia took a few steps and noticed that Su Qing had stopped. She turned around and her eyes widened instantly because there were 8 or 9 people behind her, all of them large and imposing. Under the dim streetlights, the faces of the group were obscured, making them appear somewhat terrifying and grotesque. However, Lu Jia quickly recovered and said, Su Qing, your bodyguards are following us from a great distance. That isn't my bodyguard. I only brought 2 people with me today, have you forgotten, sister? The 2 people Su Qing brought to the bar are still sitting in their car outside the bar. Chapter 124. Are you still afraid of me alone? Lu Jia squeezed her eyes shut, shook herself, and stared blankly at the 8 or 9 people not far behind Su Qing. Logically speaking, it's not unusual for a road to have a few more pedestrians, but when Lu Jia looked closely, she noticed that the group was carrying weapons, with long steel baseball bats dragging on the ground, and a slight sizzling sound slowly drifting towards them. Jiang Yi and Qishao were walking ahead when they noticed that Lu Jia and Su Qing were gone, so they turned around to look back. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Why is there such a large commotion on this usually deserted path? Lu Jia tugged at Su Qing's arm and whispered. What are you waiting for? He's obviously not a good person. Su Qing thought to herself, why should I run? It's good to test my fighting power against these small fry. He held Lu Jia tightly behind him, saying, they outnumber us, so they can't escape. Let's see what they're up to. How could Su Ching, with her prophetic abilities, be afraid of them? Although he had just glanced at it, the author's original text, although he did not write the plot of Lu Mang catching up with them, because the author of the novel, experienced writer's block, the story ended abruptly with the chapter featuring the 4 characters walking down a side path. Oh shit, Kate writes excellent articles. But those 8 or 9 bloated bodyguards, aren't they Lu Mang's gang? Su Ching's current combat strength has reached 170. Even if Li Tian came, he would not be his match, let alone this group of untrained and overweight men. Apart from Su Ching, the other 3 people seemed a little nervous at this moment. Suddenly, a man's scream rang out, and a fat, big-eared bodyguard stumbled forward. The reason was simple: the man behind him kicked him. The man kicked her, leaving her completely bewildered. Wait, what are you guys showing off for? Lu Mang squinted, looking speechless. He glanced at his subordinates and tightened his arm around the woman in his arms. The woman looked nervous. She had just heard Lu Mang say he would take her to see a play, but she didn't think much of it. Little did she know that she would be shown such a play. She was so scared that she almost cried. The man who had been kicked felt bitter, but the Lu family had given him too much, so he had no choice but to obey. They quickened their pace and hurried towards Su Ching and her group opposite them. On a dark and windy night, the leaves rustled softly, and the old, dilapidated streetlights emitted a barely perceptible crackling sound. 8 or 9 steel baseball bats scraped against the ground, the sound growing increasingly piercing, making even the bulky figures appear somewhat spirited. To everyone's surprise, the man in front of them, dressed in a black leather jacket and standing upright, showed no fear whatsoever. He stood there, his not-so-robust body giving off a contradictory feeling that he could hold up the sky even if it collapsed. With his head held high, the wind blew through the hair at his temples, and his eyes, beneath his sword-like eyebrows, shimmered with an unfathomable depth, even containing a hint of affection. Oh shit, the leader was disgusted by his own thoughts. Pa! He spat a large wad of phlegm on the ground, then his eyes flashed with a fierce look, his lips twitched, and he rushed towards the man in front of him. As the leader ran past quickly, the 7 people behind him also rushed over. Su Ching's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if she were looking at a group of ants. Lu Jia, who was behind him, tugged at his sleeve. Su Ching, let's run. Lu Jia's hands were visibly trembling. Although she was a cool and carefree girl, she had never learned martial arts. With so many people around, she couldn't think of any other way to escape except to run. Zhang Yi's expression was solemn. He seemed to have figured out who the last man standing there was. Although the relationship between the Zhang family and the Lu family was not good, it shouldn't have come to this point, especially when he saw his girlfriend trembling with fear nestled in his arms. He quickly thought of a way to deal with her. He shouted, Lu Mang. The Zhang and Lu families have always kept to themselves. What are you trying to do? Lu Mang walked forward with the girl in his arms, saying, What are you doing? I'm going to do you, I'm going to do all of you idiots. At this time, Su Ching suddenly stretched out her hand and made a stop gesture. His voice was deep, and even when facing a crisis, he seemed somewhat nonchalant. We need to know why they're attacking us. Do they want our money? Our lives? Our lives? Shouldn't we at least die knowing why? Hearing his words, which sounded somewhat pleading, Lu Mang smiled sarcastically. The reason? I'll give you a reason, to show you're all big idiots. Lu Mang was really out of his mind today. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have shown up, or rather, he shouldn't have used those 2 sentences to curse, but being attacked by 2 people at once disgusted him to death. He was a little out of control. Lu Mang's thick lips split into a smile, and he tightened his grip on the woman next to him, holding her tightly. But, as long as it's done without anyone noticing, then Lu Mang shouted at his men, Go on. There are no security cameras here, beat them to death, men and women alike, you bunch of bastards. Su Ching chuckled lightly, Oh, without surveillance cameras, you can beat someone to death without anyone noticing? These words seemed to be spoken on his behalf. Before Lu Mang's men could make a move, Su Ching quickly took a step forward and kicked out hard. He was tall and had a long leg, so his kick landed on the front teeth of the bodyguard leading the man in front of him. As he pulled his leg back, the man's front teeth fell out one by one, and his face was covered in blood and dirt from his shoes. The person fell to the ground in response. Su Ching's speed was too fast, like a gust of wind. The person who was kicked was also dumbfounded. The wound from the force that had just caused the tooth to fall out was actually not painful, just numb. When he wiped his mouth with his hand and saw the bloody scene, he realized that his front tooth had been kicked and broken, and the back of his head is sticky now. It's obvious that the big glob of phlegm he just spat out is pressed right under his hair. Su Qing walked steadily, clapped his hands, and thought to himself that this group of people had arrived at just the right time. I just got some combat points yesterday and haven't had a chance to use them yet. I was itching to do something, and it just so happened that they sent this group of people over. Unfortunately, he had held back, using only 30% of his strength. Everyone knows Su Qing is kind-hearted, and he could never do something like killing someone with his own hands. Even so, the person was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up. It's estimated that in addition to external injuries, internal injuries were also inevitable. Sure enough, the hundreds of points of combat power boosted by the system have resulted in a qualitative leap. Su Qing's gaze remained unchanged, devoid of intense killing intent. Her half-closed eyelashes even held a hint of affection. But you can tell how decisive and forceful he was by looking at the person lying at his feet. He raised his hand and beckoned to the group of panicked bodyguards opposite him, saying sarcastically, "You guys were raised by that good-for-nothing, and you've become so stupid. Do you think I can take on all 7 of you by myself?" Chapter 125. Everyone makes mistakes. The man's advice is quite reasonable. The 2 men on the left went crazy and quickly raised their steel baseball bats, smashing them at Su Qing. Su Qing turned around and dodged, causing one of them to miss. He then twisted the man's wrist. Su Qing twisted her wrist, causing it to sink, and quickly stopped the baseball bat from falling. He weighed the stick in his hand. Not bad. If he used his full strength, he estimated that his opponent's brains would be splattered out. Watch out, Su Qing. Lu Jie's sharp, throat-piercing voice rang out. The person also ran towards Su Qing, seemingly wanting to help Su Qing block the attack. Just as Su Qing was thinking, a stick came crashing down on his head, which was really meant to kill him. His movements were naturally faster than Lu Jie's. He raised his baseball bat to block the attack, and the impact of gravity caused the bat to fall from the man's hand. He then swung the baseball bat hard at the man's shoulder. The person in front of me plummeted downwards due to gravity. The sound of their knees hitting the ground was deafening and sent chills down my spine. Su Qing bent down, picked up the baseball bat from her hands, and threw it at Zhang Yi, who was on the phone preparing to call for help. Zhang Yi was startled when he saw the stick in front of him, and staggered as he caught it. Zhang Yi has been well-read since childhood and can be considered an excellent student. He is currently a top student in the law department and really dislikes solving problems with violence. The current approach is clearly using evil to combat evil, but we can't let our partner go alone, can we? Moreover, with the alcohol taking effect, it felt like a hot current was rushing through his blood. Zhang Yi pushed up his glasses, grabbed a baseball bat with both hands, and ran towards the crowd. Qi Xiao was crying uncontrollably in the back, her eyes swollen like big red dates. Just then, Lu Jie, who had just found 2 red bricks on the side, walked over to Qi Xiao. Her black leather jacket was open, and her slender white legs walked with a graceful and spirited gait. She handed a brick to Qi Xiao. "Stop crying, take this, smash as many as you can, those 2 can't take on 7. Although Lu Jie had never studied martial arts or taekwondo, she had studied dance and had excellent physical strength and coordination. She ran 2 quick steps and smashed straight into the back of the head of someone who was about to ambush Su Qing. Even though she was a woman, she showed remarkable explosive power when faced with danger. As blood kept flowing from the back of the man's head, the man's eyes were bloodshot as he raised the stick, ready to change his target and smash it on Lu Jie's head. Lu Jie was startled by the gleam on the steel baseball bat and quickly closed her eyes. Fortunately, Su Qing noticed in time and kicked the man in the back of the knee with considerable force. The man suddenly knelt on the ground, and it seemed that his leg bone was beyond saving. With a creaking sound, it was extremely terrifying. Su Qing smiled at Lu Jie and gave her a thumbs up with her free hand. "Well done." Su Qing turned back and looked at the few remaining opponents in front of him. He sighed deeply, feeling that he was getting tired of putting on a show. He shook his right wrist. Although he was very strong now, fighting all the time was tiring. As Su Qing was complaining, 2 men rushed towards them, with synchronized steps and carrying 2 batons. They swung them and joined the fight. How could Lu Mang's bunch of useless bodyguards possibly compare to top-tier mercenaries who have undergone meticulous training? With everyone working together, the chaotic battle ended in just a few minutes. The people lying haphazardly on the ground all had faces contorted in agony, their features practically frozen in place. A quick glance revealed that there was probably nothing good about his body. Su Qing was so caught up in the moment that he overlooked something. Now, looking around, he couldn't find Lu Mang anywhere. "Where's Lu Mang? Have you seen him?" Su Qing asked the people behind her, and was annoyed to see them shaking their heads. That Lu Mang is utterly despicable. he actually managed to get away, Zhang Yi gasped for breath, his shirt wrinkled and disheveled, looking both refined and disheveled. He took out his phone, and a video appeared in front of Su Qing. I just recorded a video as evidence. He can't escape. I will ask my dad to intervene, and I will sue him so badly that he'll never leave prison for the rest of his life. Thank you then, Su Qing said politely. Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, wondering why he was being thanked. He felt guilty. Lu Mang is definitely after me. He didn't even know you when you first came to Longcheng. It must be because of me that you were affected. The relationships between the families in Longcheng are only so. Su Qing smiled. It was clearly Zhang Yi who was implicated by him, so why was he taking the blame? Su Qing looked at the video and said seriously. The fight just started, and I was the one who had the upper hand, so it didn't seem quite right. Even if it's eventually discovered that the people on the ground were acting on Lu Mang's orders, it would still just be a group fight. Zhang Yi pulled back the fast-forward bar and pointed to the very beginning of the scene. I didn't film when you first made the first move, the filming only started when the two of them started attacking you. The people lying on the ground were not in the frame, they outnumbered us and were armed, so our actions were simply self-defense. Su Qing smiled. He really is a lawless madman. Is such behavior enough to warrant Lu Mang being imprisoned for life? Su Qing asked. He won't be locked up for life. Zhang Yi shook his head, pushed up his glasses, and said mysteriously, it's just that everyone makes mistakes. Lu Mang made more than one mistake. Su Qing nodded. What if I want to eradicate the Lu family completely? Zhang Yi pursed his lips and smiled faintly. It's not difficult. Families also make mistakes, and they make big mistakes. As long as you are determined to investigate, you can destroy them completely. Su Qing said, okay, if needed, the Su family will step in. Contact me then. Then you can count us as one of the Lu family, Lu Jie said. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi stayed behind to clean up the mess. The four of them arrived at their intended destination. They were already quite drunk when they got into a fight on the street, and the group was all fired up. Su Qing and Zhang Yi sat facing each other, having already exchanged contact information. When he first saw Lu Mang, he had already used his eye of insight to see through Lu Mang's past, and Su Qing had uncovered many of the Lu family's secrets. He quickly compiled a few messages and sent them to Zhang Yi. Look, I just investigated Lu Mang's family situation. See if it will be helpful in dealing with him. It took less than 20 minutes from the scene of the fight to sitting in the crayfish restaurant. Zhang Yi didn't have much hope for what Su Qing had brought out. They were brothers who had gone through thick and thin together, and he didn't want to show any distrust towards Su Qing. Zhang Yi pushed up his glasses and looked intently at the contents. Food processing plants under the Lu family's control have food safety issues. At the XXXX factory, several people have suffered food poisoning, but the Lu family has managed to cover it up. Hospitals under the Lu family's umbrella have opaque pricing practices and are known for overcharging and aggressive sales tactics. Chapter 126, The Little Fly Restaurant. On date, Lu Mang caused a fatal accident while driving under the influence of alcohol, resulting in a person suffering hemiplegia. He fled the scene, but his second uncle, who held a high-ranking official position, covered the matter up. The injured person received no compensation and lived a life of misery with nowhere to turn for help. Injured person's contact number, address XXXX. Lu Manqiang committed XXXXX and destroyed all surveillance equipment along the route. The Lu family's several underground gambling operations are suspected of money laundering. The document meticulously details numerous scandals involving the Lu family, including their abuse of power, violations of the law, and other heinous acts. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. He really didn't expect Su Qing to be able to find such detailed information in such a short time. Zhang Yi never imagined that the Lu family, a prestigious and powerful clan, would be so greedy at the Lu family's actions. Each and every one of them are simply unforgivable. Only by making good use of these things can the Lu family never recover. Zhang Yi looked up at Su Qing seriously. Does everything in the document have a source and basis? Su Qing saw the hesitation and doubt in Zhang Yi's eyes. A few words and a few sentences of charges written in black and white were not enough to be used as evidence in court, not to mention the tainted evidence of a large family's misconduct that was produced in just 20 minutes, which is even less convincing. Su Qing's tone was indifferent, yet her words were firm. No, you'll have to trouble yourself to check these specific materials, including the injured person and the specific time and address, all of which are clearly marked. I don't know much about Longcheng, and I don't have any connections here, so it's difficult for me to deal with the Lu family, but I vouch for these things with the Su family's guarantee. They are all genuine." Even the usually mature and composed Jiang Yi was taken aback by Su Qing's words. The fact that Su Qing used the Su family, one of the most prominent families in Luochuan, as a guarantee left Jiang Yi with no further doubts. Compared to his lack of favor in the Jiang family, the resources and abilities that Su Qing, as the only son, could obtain in the Su family were beyond anyone's imagination. Thinking about this, it's not surprising that Su Qing obtained all this in such a short time. As Su Qing said, the document contains several details, including the names of the victims and their contact information. Jiang Yi raised his wine glass and toasted Su Qing. "You flatter me, brother Su. This was originally my business, and Lu Mang was targeting me. You've already done me a great favor by helping me investigate these matters. This cup is for you." With that, he drank it all in one gulp. Su Qing smiled faintly. Why did Jiang Yi still think that he had offended Lu Mang? But it was fine for him to misunderstand. According to the Eye of Insight, Jiang Yi is also a vengeful person, not at all like his seemingly refined and gentle appearance. Letting him deal with the Lu family is a testament to his expertise. Su Qing picked up her wine glass and slowly drank it down. "No need to be so polite, it's my pleasure. Make way, make way. Be careful not to get splashed." An older woman carrying 2 plates of crayfish walked towards them. The small, unassuming restaurant is just a simple white-walled space with a few menus. The entire place is only about 80 square meters, and it's actually 2 small rooms put together. The prices are very reasonable. Su Qing and her group sat in the innermost secluded corner. An older woman staggered past several tables before finally reaching them. The woman placed the food on the table: 1 plate of spicy food, 1 plate of garlic, 1 serving of chicken feet, 1 serving of smashed cucumber. "Please enjoy your meal. Call me if you need anything." The middle-aged woman had her hair styled in small, curly waves, which were covered by a dark blue scarf. She smiled warmly. "The meal is ready. Just call me if you need anything." "Okay, thank you." Lu Jie and Qi Xiao sat on the outside, helping the older woman carry the things downstairs. Lu Jie and Qi Xiao ate and chatted about gossip and everyday things, and Lu Jie also inquired about Qi Xiao's life after going abroad. Su Qing and Jiang Yi didn't seem very hungry. They drank and chatted about Lu Mang and Longchang. "Su Qing, have something to eat." Lu Jie placed a peeled crayfish on Su Qing's plate. "Thank you, sister." Qi Xiao and Lu Jie acted in unison, and also peeled a piece for Jiang Yi. The 4 of them were thrilled by what they had experienced today. No one was sleepy, and they were having a great time, drinking and chatting. "I didn't leave the crayfish restaurant until after 4 a.m. when they went out. Wei Sheng and Zhang Qi had already parked their car at the door and were waiting. Qi Xiao is leaving tomorrow." Lu Jie and Qi Xiao, the 2 sisters, reminisced about the past and drank quite a bit. Su Qing put her arm around her and shoved her into the car. Qi Xiao leaned against Jiang Yi's arm, half asleep, and waved reluctantly toward Su Qing. "Take good care of her." "Okay, I'll take good care of her. You 2 should get some rest too. Don't you have to catch a flight tomorrow?" Jiang Yi also felt a little dizzy. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Well, let's go back and rest early." Lu Jie really does get restless when she's drunk. Su Qing discovered this from the back seat. The tailgate that Su Qing had lowered earlier had not been raised. The street scene outside was dark, and the only light inside the car came from the starry sky ceiling. Lu Jie leaned back in her seat, but still sat there obediently. She raised her slender fingers and restlessly cupped Su Qing's face, swaying it left and right. "You're so beautiful. You're pretty too. Stop praising me, or you'll get arrogant." He reached out and ruffled Lu Jie's hair. She gently rubbed Su Qing's cheek with her fingertip and chuckled. "Well, it's not a bad thing to be a little conceited." Su Qing looked at her, whose eyes were almost closed, and patted her thigh. "Take a nap, it'll be another half hour before we get there. You look so sleepy you can barely keep your eyes open." Lu Jie didn't stand on ceremony with him. She turned her body and lay down, rubbing against him to find a comfortable position. Lu Jie sobbed softly, "Dad." "Ha?" Su Qing's expression froze. She liked this kind of thing? Yes, that makes sense in theory. A person's outward personality and behavior are one form, but deep down, they may have a contrasting side. Perhaps they desire a richer life to satisfy their inner world. So, why not? He's so young, how could he possibly accept being called Dad? "Dad, please don't argue with Mom." Su Qing twitched the corner of her mouth and muttered softly, "So it was just sleep talking." A strong exterior hides a soft heart. This phrase best describes Lu Jie as Su Qing gently stroked her hair, thinking that a sleeping person wouldn't be able to tell who was comforting them, and said tenderly, "Sweetie, Daddy won't argue with Mommy anymore." Lu Jie replied softly. Chapter 127, Sleeping the elevator on the 8th floor of a 5-star hotel not far from Longqing Film and Television based. Su Qing and Lu Jie walked out. Lu Jie walked unsteadily on the soft mat, insisting that she wasn't drunk, but in reality, she was seeing double. Looking at Lu Jie's drunken state, Su Qing noticed that even when she was drunk, she still had a strong will. We arrived at the door of room 808. Su Qing held her arm and asked, "Do you remember which room you stayed in?" Lu Jie thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Okay, sweetie, I'll find your room key and take you back to sleep." Su Qing rummaged through Lu Jie's small bag and found the room key in a hidden compartment. Lu Jie's room has the same layout as his room. Su Qing led her inside and had her sit on the bed in the bedroom for a while. Then she went to the bathroom, found a washcloth, wet it, and used it to wipe Lu Jie's face. Su Qing squatted down in front of her and gently wiped her face. "How's Daddy?" Su Qing teased. Lu Jie shook her head twice abruptly, and a small, dim light was turned on in the bedroom, casting a flickering light on Su Qing's face. She rubbed her eyes, seemingly not quite realizing what Su Qing had just said to tease her, and then, a beat late, blurted out a word. "Su Qing?" Su Qing smiled. "Ah, you recognize me this time?" "Yes, of course I remember. Do I take care of you?" "Well, I've already paid you. You're here to serve me, real money, so you've come to keep me company." Lu Jie looked down at Su Qing, then nodded, as if acknowledging that she had good taste. How can this be intermittent memory? Before long, Su Qing had finished wiping Lu Jie's face. He stood up, pointed to the door, and said, "I'm going back now. You lie down and go to sleep quietly. Call me if you need anything." He turned and left. How could the kind and innocent Su Qing take advantage of someone in distress? Would he stay when a frail woman was drunk? He definitely won't. Then Su Qing was slapped in the face by her own thoughts that he shouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state, but a drunk person might be tempted by his body. Just as he turned to leave, he was pulled hard by a strong little hand. Everyone knew that Su Qing was delicate in health, and he was caught off guard when he was pulled onto the bed. The two lay half reclined, gazing into each other's eyes. Lu Jie's large, bright eyes were fixed on him. She licked her rosy lips. "You said it was mine today." Su Qing's waist was wrapped around her arm, and his hand was on it. He wanted Lu Jie to sleep peacefully by herself, but he was afraid of hurting her if he used too much force, but he also couldn't remove her hand. Su Qing struggled to break free, saying, "You've had too much to drink, Lu." Before he could finish speaking, her soft, warm lips pressed against his, a kiss so tight it left him breathless. The woman in his arms was incredibly passionate. The alcohol amplified their emotions. She raised her arm and rubbed the back of Su Qing's head. The awkward kiss was haphazard, yet exceptionally sincere. Su Qing's throat tightened, and she instinctively accepted the passionate kiss. Before they knew it, the two of them had groped their way from the foot of the bed to the center. Lu Jie's hands were unusually restless. She grabbed Su Qing's clothes and tried to pull them down, but she was in a daze and fell asleep halfway through. Actually, Su Qing was also dizzy. He had a good alcohol tolerance, but he wasn't invincible. After drinking at Cocoa Bar, he went to a crayfish restaurant for another round. He had also drunk a bit too much, but he wasn't as incoherent as Lu Jie. Therefore, those who are clear-headed should always consider the perspectives of those who are not. Su Qing propped herself up on her arm and looked deeply at Lu Jie. The warm yellow light from the room shone on her cheeks, making her small face look very gentle. She lay there, and although her figure, maintained by long-term dieting, was beautiful, it was also very weak. This seemingly weak and small person, yet wanting to protect him, introduce him to potential partners, and help him avoid the hardship of earning money, genuinely moved Su Qing, even though it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, when they were fighting, Lu Jie rushed over for him without hesitation. Despite her strong personality, she would say things that young girls would say when she was drunk. A girl like this deserves to be treated well, not misbehaved while drunk. Su Qing lowered her wrist and rubbed the back of her head. "Sister, get some rest. I'm leaving now." But Su Qing's hand didn't come back in the end. Lu Jie grabbed it suddenly, and Su Qing could be heard sobbing softly, with a hint of crying in her voice. "Su Qing, can't you stay? You could stay with me." Lu Jie's eyes were narrowed to slits, making her look somewhat dazed, But even the gaze revealed through those slits made Su Qing feel that she was incredibly resolute. Moreover, the hand holding Su Qing had less strength due to drowsiness, but it was still the strongest Lu Jie could muster. She really didn't want him to leave. Even just being able to feel Su Qing's breathing was enough. Su Qing couldn't resist her, so she tugged at the corners of her mouth with a hint of doting. Okay, I'll keep you company. On a white bed, the two of them each occupied one side. Lu Jie held his hand the whole time, as if afraid he would run away, but she was much more obedient than before, as if she had used up all her strength, and just quietly held his hand, her fingertips swirling with warmth. The two of them, dressed neatly, fell asleep just like that. The next afternoon, the scorching sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the hotel curtains, falling on Lu Jie's face. She rubbed her eyes, shook herself to clear her head, and then paused for a moment. What she could see was a large white bulge, completely covered. Lu Jie wasn't stupid. Of course she knew there was someone next to her, and it was most likely Su Qing. Her heart suddenly raced, and she quickly looked herself over. All neat and tidy. She first breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed again. She was actually glad that Su Qing was a gentleman, someone she respected, and someone with good character. She was a little disappointed because, why didn't Su Qing be with her? Lu Jie twirled her fingers and lifted a corner of the blanket covering the person next to her head. The man inside looked to be sleeping soundly, his handsome face with clear and smooth jawline. He frowned slightly when she lifted the blanket, and his even breathing touched her hand. The man's lips were half open, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his voice was somewhat hoarse from just waking up. She heard a deep voice coming from Su Qing's mouth. "Sister, I don't want to leave, it's too bright in my eyes, please cover it up for me." Lu Jie's fingers trembled and she loosened the blanket. Her words, "I won't leave," completely brought back Lu Jie's memories of yesterday. The entertainment industry inevitably involves a lot of socializing and networking, so Lu Jie certainly doesn't need to compete for roles with investors or directors. However, many large-scale social engagements are hard to avoid, so she has a good alcohol tolerance and rarely blacks out, even when she drinks too much. But now, how she wished she could black out after drinking, fall into a deep sleep after just one sip, and forget what happened in the early hours of the morning. That's too deadly. What did she do? She first told Su Qing about giving him money, and then asked Su Qing to accompany her. Su Qing wanted to go back to rest, but she suddenly pulled her onto the bed and forcibly kissed her. Chapter 128. Sooner or later, people who have just woken up are a little dazed. At this moment, Lu Jie was supporting herself on the bed with both hands, her mind a complete mess from shock. She brought a glass of lemon water to the bedside table and gulped down several mouthfuls to wake herself up. A sigh. Lu Jie never imagined that she would do something like this in her lifetime. She ran her fingers through her slightly disheveled hair and glanced at Su Qing's location. He didn't seem angry. Lu Jie was also quite willing to take responsibility for him. Lu Jie's reverie was finally interrupted by a phone call. She picked up her phone and saw that it was her assistant. At first, she didn't think anything of it, but when she looked at the time, Lu Jie realized that she had a scene to film today, and it wasn't at the Longqing Film and Television Base, but in a far-off place in the suburbs. She got out of bed and went to the living room before answering the phone. "Hello." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Lu Jie quickly took the phone away from her ear. The wailing and howling on the other end startled her. A panicked female voice rang out. "Sister Lu Jie, the nanny van has been waiting downstairs for 3 hours. Everyone on set is waiting for you. Right away, I'll be downstairs right away." Lu Jie hung up the phone after saying that, quickly washed her face, grabbed a travel bag containing clothes and cosmetics, and prepared to leave. But before leaving, she stood at the bedroom door and took one last, deep look at Su Qing, as if she were a little reluctant to part with him. Lu Jie hurriedly walked to the door, took a step, and got into the nanny van. The assistant, with her hair in a small bun, said anxiously, "Sister Lu Jie, the production team has been calling my phone non-stop." Lu Jie reassured them, it's nothing. They should be able to film other people's scenes first. I'll go and apologize to the crew. You can contact that private dessert shop I frequent and pack 100 desserts to send to the crew. Okay. The assistant moved closer to Lu Jie and sniffed her. "Sis, you smell strongly of alcohol." Lu Jie rubbed her head, which still ached a little. She leaned back on the chair, saying, "I was drinking yesterday. Could you get me a bottle of water? My head hurts." Around 7 p.m., a gentle breeze was blowing, and night was gradually falling. Room 808 of the five-star hotel was completely dark. The man, who had been huddled under the covers, finally woke up. He reached out and pulled the blanket off himself, then rubbed his eyes. The woman beside him is no longer there. According to the original text, Lu Jie went to the suburbs to film today and probably left a long time ago. Lu Jie really kept him up all night. It wasn't that he was being difficult, it's just that Lu Jie was clearly not a very good sleeper. One minute she wanted to be hugged, the next she wanted to hold his hand while sleeping, and then she would try to take the blanket from him. Su Qing felt that she only truly started sleeping in the morning. Su Qing loves to sleep. Sleep is like a second life for him. Actually, he wanted to sleep a little longer, but when he looked at his phone, the director had already called him. He had a scene to film today, however, time is not tight. This scene is a night shoot, and filming will not begin until midnight. Su Qing sat up slightly and picked up the landline next to her to make a call to the hotel reception. Could you deliver a creamy mushroom pasta dish and a soup to me? Su Qing felt a little tired after waking up, so she changed her mind and said, never mind, I don't need the soup. Just have a cup of red dates and black goji berries instead. On the other end of the phone, someone said, okay, sir. Young people don't know the value of health, but when they get old they have to drink kidney tonics. Su Qing felt that if she kept staying up late every day, her health would really deteriorate day by day. Inside the restroom, the water from the shower head gushed out as Su Qing lazily took a hot shower. Glistening water droplets fell onto his collarbone, revealing his fair skin. Host has a great figure. Slurp, Su Qing smacked her lips. Do you even need to tell me that? That's really great. The sound of running water stopped abruptly, and Su Qing slowly and methodically dried herself with a bath towel. You have a great figure, but look at my physical condition. I'm only 19, not 91. Host, your current combat strength is 20 points higher than Li Tian's. I'm not talking about fighting skills. Su Qing pouted and touched the hideous scar on his body. When will you arrange for my precious kidney to come to me? It's not uncomfortable, but it feels pretty strange. Early or late, what's the meaning? The system chuckled, I'll give it to you sooner or later. Don't rush, beauty in imperfection is true beauty. Look at those who time traveled to become eunuchs, aren't they living just fine? TSK. Can't you find some decent people to compare yourself to? Su Qing stopped arguing with her, put on a bathrobe and headed to the living room, unaware that the system was still busy talking in his mind. Host, what about what you promised me? Oof. Have you forgotten, or are you simply backing out? Su Qing smiled, her pleasant voice carrying a hint of laziness. It doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later. What's the meaning? Su Qing mimicked her, I'll give it to you sooner or later, don't rush it. What you can't have is always the best. Oomph. You, Su Qing sat down at the dining table. The chef at the five-star hotel was quite good. The creamy pasta looked delicious, and the black goji berry water next to it had an enticing purple color. Su Qing took a sip and frowned. It had absolutely no flavor, even worse than the tasteless chicken soup she had before. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi were instructed by Su Qing to go to his original hotel to get clothes. The makeup artist was also waiting nearby, ready to do Su Qing's makeup and hair at any time. Hua Sheng took 2 steps forward and stood beside Su Qing, saying, Young master, the matter you entrusted to me has been completed. Su Qing looked up at him, raising an eyebrow. How is Lu Mang? Lu Mang is currently in the hospital and is not in life-threatening condition, but he has a few broken ribs. Not bad. Su Qing picked up a piece of pasta and took a bite. The aroma of cream filled his mouth, which put him in a good mood. As we all know, given Su Qing's personality, would she let Lu Mang off so easily? Of course, the original text wouldn't give a minor character like Lu Mang much screen time. So that's what Su Qing saw with her advanced insight. This is a really good thing. The advanced eye of insight can see a wide and complex range of things, even the most minute details of a person's thoughts. Therefore, Su Qing clearly knew Lu Mang's escape route. There happened to be a route without surveillance cameras, and Su Qing remembered that Lu Mang had reminded him of this last night. On their way to the crayfish restaurant after the 4 of them finished fighting, Su Qing sent Hua Sheng a message. He instructed Hua Sheng to intercept Lu Mang on a side path, telling him not to harm anyone, to cause pain but not death. Simply put, it's worse than death. Su Qing was quite satisfied with the result of the broken ribs. Although Zhang Yi has the potential to be a lawless outlaw, Su Qing believes he has the ability to completely destroy the Lu family, but is it really satisfying to just let that idiot Lu Mang go to jail? Su Qing shook her head. Such a simple result wasn't very good. Chapter 129 of the Executive Suite, which originally contained desks and chairs, has now been transformed into a dressing room by makeup artists who have set up lighting, various cosmetics, and costumes. The makeup artist did a very meticulous job with the styling, taking a full 2 hours to finish. The makeup artist helped Su Ching adjust his long bangs. Young master, are you satisfied with your current makeup and hair? Su Chang nodded and looked at herself in the mirror. Not bad. 2 hours ago, at a filming location in the Longqing film and television base, a refined and beautiful woman sat under the red doorframe beneath the glazed tiles, her hair styled in a simple ancient bun, dressed in green brocade, her face etched with weariness. Lin Xier had just finished filming a scene with Xiaoyu. Her scenes were over, and Xiaoyu was filming several close-up shots of himself inside the house. Lin Xier cupped her face in her hands. This scene was supposed to be a moment where the relationship between Ying Rou and Xinli was developing, but she walked through the crowd and looked at Xiaoyu, who was reciting his lines, but something felt so wrong to Lin Xier. She tried very hard to get into character, but she treated Xiaoyu like a stranger. At this moment, she raised her hand, partially obscuring Xiaoyu's face from a distance. He had beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, a similar figure, and a clear, pleasant voice, but Lin Xier's mind kept replaying the image of the masked man who held her in his arms, wearing a thin veil. A rough voice came from behind Lin Xier, interrupting her thoughts. This scene is over. The next scene will be at the entrance of the Marquis's mansion, followed by the wedding night in Feng Lujian. Everyone, please go to the dressing room to change your makeup and hair, and go over the script. 12 o'clock late at night, the horizon was shrouded in darkness, and bright red lanterns hung high at the entrance of the prince's mansion, as if igniting the entire street. First came soft chanting that filled the sky, followed by the joyous and boisterous sound of Suona horns, which seemed out of place in the night. Lin Xier sat in a sedan chair carried by 4 men, flipping through the script. She was wearing a bright red brocade wedding dress with peony embroidery outlined in gold thread. The sedan chair she was riding in was moving forward, and the swaying of the chair brought her thoughts to a jumble. She thought to herself that the character she portrayed, Ying Rou, was truly a tragic figure. She and the young Marquis were in love, but their relationship was not recognized by the old Marquis and his wife. In the end, she was forced to marry him on their wedding night. No wonder Ying Rou ended up with such a miserable fate. Looking out at the night through the crack in the sedan chair window, Lin Xier tried to sympathize with Ying Rou, a character who didn't exist. Thinking about it, his life has been full of twists and turns. Sensing the sedan chair stop, Lin Xier realized she had arrived at her destination and hurriedly stuffed the script in her hand into a box. When the red curtain outside the sedan chair was opened, Lin Xier suddenly froze. She wasn't wearing a red veil, but rather a red beaded veil covering her face. The gap in the middle was quite wide. It was just an ornament, so she could see everything clearly in front of her. Accompanied by the knight and red lanterns, the man rode a tall horse, wearing a crimson brocade robe with black trim and gold embroidery, embroidered with elegant openwork patterns, and a gold-trimmed jade belt around his waist. A light, dark red veil draped over the lower half of his face, and his long sideburns swayed in the wind, highlighting his natural nobility. A pair of carefree and beautiful peach blossom eyes were looking directly at her. I've come to marry you. A clear voice rang out, as if it were wrapped around Lin Xier's ear, making her heart race. She paused, watching the man leap from his horse and gracefully approach her. Why did that feeling arise in my heart again? That tender, lingering feeling, that desire to devour the man in front of me, it was simply irresistible. How is that possible? She had just acted in a scene with Xiaoyu, but at the time, Xiaoyu looked like a complete stranger to her. Just 2 hours later, and only after changing her clothes, I've come to marry you. It was just a line of dialogue, but it made her feel like this wasn't just a play. She felt as if she were the man's wife right in front of her. Before she could stop her from thinking wildly, the clear, clean hand in front of her pulled her back to her senses. The camera shone directly on her face. She took the man's hand, stood up, and pursed her lips, making it impossible to tell whether she was feigning shyness or genuinely shy. The group entered the palace in a grand procession. We arrived at the brightly lit and exquisite hall. In the very center of the hall was a tea table, with the old Marquis and his wife seated on 2 sandalwood chairs on either side. With a wave of her red cloud-like sleeve, Madame Shen signaled the start of the wedding ceremony. There stood a tall and beautiful newlywed couple. After bowing to heaven and earth, the bride and groom bowed together towards the vast darkness outside the hall, their smooth foreheads drooping down, their devotion and sincerity evident. The lamplight on the red candlestick flickered. The red beaded curtain made a clinking sound. Unfortunately, Lin Xier was too engrossed in her role, her eyes lowered, and her wedding ceremony too devout. Little did she know that as her veil fluttered down slightly, she could see the true face of the person she longed for with just a glance. After bowing to their parents for the second time, the two men turned and bowed to the old Marquis and his wife with her silken robes flowing down. Lynn Sierra bowed deeply, completely absorbed in her role, as if she were truly getting married. When it came to the couple's mutual bow, they faced each other, gently lifted their robes, bowed, and kowtowed. Countless gold foil fragments fell from above, shimmering in the dim candlelight, and a dazzling golden light fell on their hair buns. The wedding ceremony is complete, and the newlyweds are escorted to their bridal chamber. As a loud voice rang out, enthusiastic applause erupted from all around. A row of roses was arranged inside Feng Liujian, and the newlyweds walked through the flowers to enter the room. The interior was dimly lit. Behind the purple jade and coral screen stood a four-poster rosewood canopy bed with carved cloud patterns. Two red curtains were tied at one end of the bed, and dragon and phoenix quilts and mandarin duck pillows were laid on the bed. The man was tall and slender. He watched as his bride took his hand and helped him sit down on the edge of the bed. Ing Ro sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "It hurts." She sat up and flipped the blanket over. Underneath were dried fruits such as peanuts, longans, lotus seeds, chestnuts, and dates. The red veil beside him billowed slightly, and he joked, "It symbolizes that we, as husband and wife, will have many children and much happiness. Rower will have to endure some hardship." Lin Sierra's face flushed instantly. Luckily, the beaded curtain was also red, and the candlelight cast red marks on her face. Otherwise, everyone present would have known that she blushed because of something the man said. Chapter 130, progressing step by step. A clear, teasing voice slowly entered her ears, and Lin Sierra momentarily forgot to say her lines. After a long pause, she quickly replied, "Young Lord Marquis, please don't tease this humble servant." Lin Sierra curled her fingers around a corner of her bright red dress, the force causing her knuckles to turn white. The man raised his finger and pulled the beaded curtain over her head to one side. Without the red beaded curtain to conceal her face, her blushing cheeks were on full display. Ing Ro shyly took a step back, her slender waist bumping against the pillar, leaving her nowhere to hide. The man's long, slender fingers lifted her head high as she lowered it. There were only a few small candles in the whole room. Lin Sierra's eyelashes were reflected on her lower eyelids. She met the man's eyes, and the closer they got, the more shy she became. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, her red veil rising and falling with her breath. "Rower is so beautiful." After he finished speaking, he leaned forward, preparing to kiss the bride in front of him through the veil. No, saying kiss isn't quite accurate. Their lips were just millimeters apart, separated by a veil, yet their lingering breaths seemed to emanate from it. Lin Sierra could almost feel the man's body temperature through the veil. At this moment, apart from Lin Sierra's chin being lifted by the man, there was no intimate contact between them. There was a gap between their lips, at most a friction through the veil, as the camera found the right angle to film. That's how it was written in the script. The man didn't do anything wrong. It was a scene where they were just using a camera trick to kiss. Lin Sierra was wide-eyed as she portrayed the helplessness of a newlywed woman kissing her lover. However, the camera angles were used to make it seem as if the two had no physical contact, and her bewilderment was merely an act without any real emotional expression. For some reason, Lin Sierra couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The man in front of her had an invisible attraction to her, deeply tugging at her heartstrings. To her surprise, her disappointment was about to take a turn for the better, and that turn was a criticism. Crack! 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 A furious male voice rang out. Director Wang, who held a script folded into a cylinder in his hand and slammed it on the table, making a crisp sound. At the moment Wang who uttered his voice, all the staff present were jolted awake. The junior screenwriter standing nearby trembled slightly. What's gotten into Director Wang this time? Isn't this scene supposed to be like this? The person next to him whispered in response, Director Wang has such a bad temper. I think there's nothing wrong with this scene. The actors followed the script perfectly. Shoo, keep your voices down, or Director Wang will hear us and yell at us. After Director Wang finished speaking, the room fell silent. No one dared to provoke the director's anger. After the lighting technician turned off the fill light panel, the entire room became several degrees darker. The candlelight cast a dim glow on Lin Sierra and Su Qing's faces. Director Wang walked over to the two men with some impatience. The script slammed into the bedposts where the two were lying, making a loud noise. The force was so great that the bed frame began to shake. Although this scene was performed according to the script, the two of you did not act well. It's just acting, there's no emotion in it. Director Wang looked at Lin Sierra and continued, Lin Sierra, you didn't portray any panic or helplessness at all when you were kissed. You just stared blankly. I didn't see anything in your eyes. Imperial Power is a drama aimed at women, and the audience is all women. What do they like to watch the most? They will imagine you as the person they love, facing a prince of vastly different social status who is in love with and married to the man you love. What would you do? However, your earlier shy scenes were alright, but your later eye acting wasn't good. Lin Sierra lowered her eyes, her ears turning so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She's just acting, blushing? That's not acting at all. Who can detect that she's blushing? Why does Director Wang always choose to praise things that make her feel embarrassed? However, the situation described by Director Wang does exist. Although people might mistake it for a kissing scene, the kissing scene in this shoot was merely a face-to-face gaze through a veil, and she simply couldn't portray that kind of emotion. She hated Director Wang's way of speaking. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she had never been treated with such humiliation, as if she were being scolded to her nose. However, as an actress, she had indeed fallen short. Director Wang was an experienced director, and she felt that her skills had improved a lot in the previous few scenes thanks to his guidance. Lin Sierra nodded, the beaded curtain on her head making a crisp sound as she humbly sought guidance. I'm sorry, Director Wang, I've wasted everyone's time. Let's do another take. I'll definitely act well. Director Wang cleared his throat, his main point was about to begin. He gestured towards the bunk bed. I just reviewed your overall performance, and it's not entirely the third female lead's fault. The script for this scene was poorly written, the screenwriter behind him? Wasn't this the decision you made, director? Director Wang pointed to the mandarin duck pillows behind Su Qing. How about this scene? Xia you sit inside, and then Lin Sierra, playing Ying Ro, will take the initiative to kiss you, without the red veil. The visual effect isn't good with it in between, so, Director Wang lifted a corner of the red veil covering Su Qing's face, tilting his head as if demonstrating to Lin Sierra, when the time comes, you'll put your face under the red veil, then prop yourself up on the bed with your hands, showing your affection for the young marquis. Before leaving, Director Wang secretly gave Su Qing a wink. Then he went to the table and blew out the 2 candles. Director Wang sat back down on the monitor. Scene 59, Shot 2. After the two of them acted for a while, another angry voice came on stage. Cut. That's not right. Lin Sierra, your eyes are off. Let's do another take. Scene 59, Shot 3. Lin Sierra became increasingly anxious as she acted, her entire body half suspended, leaning against the man in front of her. Her hands, which were braced on the bed, were trembling. Her eyelashes were furrowed as she struggled to act, and suddenly she lost her balance and fell onto the man. Too soft, bright red robes were clad together. Director Wang's voice rang out again, crack. 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 What are you two doing? Su Qing leaned against the four-poster bed, helping Lin Sierra to her feet with one hand, while giving Director Wang a look that said, "You've overdone your acting. Well, you two take a break and go over your lines. We'll take a 10-minute break before we come back to filming." Su Qing helped her up. Lin Sierra's brows were furrowed, but she didn't seem angry or complaining. The man's strong voice had saved her, and she also felt that she wasn't in a good state. As Su Qing helped her up, her calm voice slowly saying, "Director Wang was too hasty just now, and I wasn't really in the right state of mind. Let's sort out our emotional relationships." Lin Sierra was stunned. This was the first time she could remember the man speaking to her outside of filming. His voice was like a clear spring, soothing her agitated emotions silently. "Okay, thank you." Chapter 131, where the heart leads. Su Qing smiled and thought to herself, "Don't be so polite, sister. After all, it's me who caused all these script revisions and rejections." He spoke gently and persuasively. This scene depicts the two people finally getting together after overcoming countless hardships. Ying Ro and the young marquis had no one's blessing, but they married in the night and finally came together. What should Ying Ro's performance be like? Lin Sierra was startled. The person in front of her was guiding her into the role. She thought for a moment and said, "It should be a feeling of happiness, joy, caution, and a mix of loss and confusion, wondering what the future holds for the two of them. Yes, that's the kind of relationship we have. Sister, you're just too tired. Take a rest for a while and you'll feel better." Let's get back to work and keep going. After saying this, Su-ching got up from the bed, stretched her muscles, and left Lin Xier alone on the bunk bed to comprehend the secrets of acting. Su-ching smiled, not wanting Lin Xier to know his identity too soon. It was more interesting to reveal the secret slowly. A simple sister would surely stir up a ripple in her heart, wouldn't it? Anyway, what he saw in Lin Xier's eyes with his insightful eyes was that her emotions included something else. She was becoming increasingly attracted to him, although there was a veil between them. And although Lin Xier thought the person she was filming with was actor Xiaoyu, Lin Xier was attracted to him not because of Xiaoyu, but because of the favorability they had received from the system. Therefore, Lin Xier's thoughts will only increasingly revolve around Su-ching. As Su-ching had expected, Lin Xier stared blankly at his receding figure behind her. Sister, she thought about what the man had just said. His voice was clear and refreshing, like a spring, but it always reminded Lin Xier of a low, husky voice. She felt that the two completely different timbres had surprisingly overlapped. That person was Su-ching, but the person in front of me is clearly Xiaoyu, the male lead of Imperial Power, and the two are quite different. Lin Xier shook her head. For some reason, thinking of Su-ching reminded her of what she had just said, a mixture of joy, happiness, caution, confusion, and helplessness, wondering what the future held for the two of them. It's clearly a love triangle between characters in a play, but every single word she says seems to perfectly match her feelings for Su-ching. On the other side, Su-ching, dressed in her wedding gown and walking gracefully, found Director Wang at the door. Su-ching looked at the crew members standing around her and politely said to Director Wang, "Director Wang, I have something I'd like to ask you about this scene." Director Wang nodded, displaying the aura of a hot-tempered director in front of everyone, and said, "Come with me." As soon as the two arrived at the temporary rest area set up by the film crew, Director Wang's expression changed immediately. His gentle features made his eyes, which had previously looked like they had hyperthyroidism, appear much more subdued. He bowed slightly to Su-ching, who was resting on the sofa, and asked, "Young Master Su, is there anything you need?" Su-ching crossed her legs and casually tapped the sofa cushion with her finger. "Director Wang, the plan I mentioned before doesn't need to be implemented." Director Wang was a little confused. Su-ching had told him quite a few plans before, and he didn't understand which one his young master was referring to now. The message the young master sent him today was to gradually revise the scene where he kisses Lin Xier through a veil using a camera trick. Regardless of whether Lin Xier's acting was right or wrong, they would ultimately say that her acting was inadequate, and the repeated criticisms broke her down. Finally, with a plausible explanation, they had Lin Xier and their young master stage a real kiss. "What exactly needs to be changed?" Director Wang asked nervously. "Young master, what do you mean?" Su-ching smiled, casually lit a cigarette, and as wisps of smoke floated in the air, he exhaled heavily and said mysteriously, "No need to change the script, we'll just film it the way it was supposed to be." The reason was simple. Su-ching knew from his eye of insight that Lin Xier's feelings for him had reached a high point, and at this moment his heart was in turmoil like a roller coaster. So why rely on external forces? To achieve her goals quickly, Su-ching prefers to win people's hearts. Wouldn't it be better to make Lin Xier's heart follow her? Su-ching walked through Feng Lujian, sat on the bed and adjusted his position. A staff member ran over to straighten his clothes. Scene 59, Shot 5. Action. With a loud voice, a man and a woman on the bunk bed embraced each other by the bedside. "It is my blessing to marry the young Marquis. Roar is willing to serve the young Marquis wholeheartedly." After finishing her lines, Lin Xier slowly raised her hand towards the red veil in front of her, gently parted the veil and peeked out. She really wanted to see what was inside the veil, but the faint candlelight made Lin Xier's vision blurry. Moreover, her scene required her to look into the young Marquis's eyes while kissing him, so she could only use her peripheral vision to explore the secrets behind the man's veil, a wisp of red gauze making the man's skin appear rosy. The most vibrant color was on the lips, which looked as if they had been licked because they were dry, with a few glistening drops of moisture on them. Lin Xier's throat felt dry, and a faint smell of tobacco lingered in her nostrils, like a natural aphrodisiac. "Roar!" Lin Xier's eyes widened in surprise. She suddenly felt that the voice of the person in front of her had become hoarse, and that Roar had practically become sheer. She felt the hand that had been resting on her waist suddenly pull her forward with a bit of force. She listened to the man's words whispering in her ear amidst the chaos and fleeting years. "My only wish is to be with you, to give you everything." Su-ching's words were lines from a script, but he paused halfway through them as a soft touch covered his lips. What was supposed to be a kiss, a mere pretense between two people, suddenly became a reality. He never expected that Lin Sierre's heart's desire would come so quickly. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, and then a piece of good news came to her mind. Ding! Lin Sierre's favorability has increased by 5 points. The host's favorability with Lin Sierre has reached 85 points. Lin Sierre slightly narrowed her eyelashes, her eyes tinged with a tender red by the candlelight, and she kissed the person in front of her earnestly. The bustling world amidst chaos is like the entire film crew on set. The fleeting years are like these ephemeral moments. My only wish is for you. Whether Lin Sierre was empathizing with the character or attracted to the person in front of her, this was what she wanted to do at that moment. She didn't consider the consequences at all, and her heart was pounding uncontrollably. However, she felt her wedding dress being fastened tightly at the waist, which seemed to ease some of her anxiety. The sound recorder on set even captured their beautiful voices. The entire crew realized that the two had taken their on-screen chemistry too seriously during this scene. It was the actress who took the initiative. This scene was something that no one had ever heard of or seen before. The crew members nearby were discussing in hushed tones. Our third female lead is just two, TSK. I've never seen her and Xiaoyu interact much before. They never even exchange a word on set except when they're acting. But today, wasn't she the same way last time? Have you forgotten that scene in the study? Hey, boys need to protect themselves too. Chapter 132, An unexpected wound. History always repeats itself. Producer Lee, watching the tender and enchanting scene on the monitor, couldn't help but say to Director Wang Hu, "Director Wang, call a stop immediately." Director Wang Hu raised an eyebrow in confusion and whispered, "It's all behind a veil, and the camera isn't even pointing at us. It's not very explicit. Isn't that what the young master likes?" Li Mei whispered, "Look where Lin Sierre's hands are reaching. If this continues, it won't pass the censorship." Director Wang Hu hadn't paid close attention to those subtle actions beforehand. If Li Mei hadn't reminded him, the situation would have been difficult to control. Past. This one is past. The two actors will take a break. The next scene is Ying Ro's suicide. As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, the previously silent film set suddenly became noisy. The lighting technician turned off the lights, and the sound engineer took away the microphone. The sudden loss of light from above startled Lin Sierre. She quickly turned around, and the bed swayed twice under her weight before she fell onto the hard bed frame. An unexpected success. The violent shaking caused the bright red curtains on both sides of the canopy bed to scatter, cleverly separating the two people inside the bed from the crew members outside. After the film crew removed their lighting equipment, only a faint candlelight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto the two of them, creating a hazy, moonlit atmosphere. Lin Sierre could only vaguely see the man's figure in front of her. The curtains that rose and fell with his unsteady breathing made it clear at a glance what the man had just done. Lin Sierre felt a sharp pain from the red dates and red beans beneath her, and her face was so embarrassed it looked like it was about to bleed. The cool beaded curtain hitting her face cooled her down a few degrees. Clutching the corner of her bright red brocade dress, facing the space where the two of them were alone, she didn't know what to say to ease the atmosphere or to explain the outrageous thing she had just done because she couldn't control herself. She did know that the angle they used during filming was unusual, and the crew members present probably didn't notice. The only person who knew about it and experienced it was the man who was with her in the dim light. Lin Sierre bit her lip tightly, the corners of her moist lips still seeming to retain the warmth of the man in front of her. Her heart was pounding so hard she could barely speak a coherent sentence. I'm sorry, in a daze." Lin Sierre only felt a dark shadow pressing down on her, and a hand patting her arm. "Sister, don't blame yourself. Actors have to get into character. When you're completely immersed in a role, this kind of thing can easily happen. Actually, I was also quite." Su Qing paused, turned around, lifted one side of the curtain, got out of bed, and smiled lightly at Lin Sierre. "Don't worry about it. The next scene is yours. If you keep thinking about these things, you won't be able to get into character." Inside a traditional Chinese-style filming location, Lin Sierre, dressed in a wrinkled, tattered white undergarment stained with dust, stood on a small stool under the roof beam. Her hair was tangled in a messy bun, and a white silk ribbon hung from the beam. A layer of mud floated on her delicate fingers. He looked like he had been abused and hurt. That's right, this scene depicts Lin Sierre being kidnapped and raped by the 8th prince, where she is heartbroken and ashamed to face the young Marquis again. and then commit suicide, but the man's words on the bed just now seemed to have cast a spell on Lynn Shear. She felt as if she had been given a poison talisman, because as she filmed the next scene, her mind became increasingly chaotic. At 2:30 a.m., the crew was waiting for her to finish filming, and they had already wrapped up. But she had to do several takes, unable to get into character. She couldn't portray the overwhelming grief and despair after being assaulted. Her mind was filled with the words the man had only half spoken. This kind of thing can easily happen when you get into character, actually. I was pretty much like that just now too. He was also quite, well, how was it? Moved by emotions, joy, too immersed in the role. Lynn Shear rested her chin on the white silk, her toes touching the small wooden stool, silently thinking to herself, feeling extremely ashamed. She clearly had a fiancé. She and Lee Tion grew up together, and Lee Tion took great care of her. From a young age, she secretly vowed that she would marry no one but Lee Tion and become his true family, so that he, as her adopted son, would no longer be alone and helpless. But it wasn't until a rude male voice rang out that her chaotic thoughts were interrupted. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of hands slapping the table echoed repeatedly. Lynn Shear, I didn't see the grief or the helplessness of being about to be separated from the young Marquis by death in this scene. Lynn Shear's state of mind at this moment was extremely complicated, with many thoughts mixed together. When she looked up, she realized that the man who had been disturbing her thoughts was still dressed in a very elegant red wedding gown, his tall and handsome figure framed by his arms, standing beside Director Wang, intently watching her. Director Wang's voice did not stop. He even pointed to the man next to him. Lynn Shear, think about it, put yourself in Ing Ro's shoes. You're about to be separated from young Master Shinli forever. How will you feel? The audience will see things from your perspective. Imagine it. Let's reshoot it. Director Wang's voice trailed off suddenly. The voices of his staff became noisy. Teacher Xiaoyu, are you all right? I didn't mean to. The junior makeup artist on set stared wide-eyed at the wound on Su Qing's hand, her heart skipping a beat just now. When she walked past Su Qing, the makeup case she was carrying was made of metal. She didn't expect that the man's hand, which was originally in front of him, would be put down directly and make intimate contact with her makeup case. A deep red cut instantly appeared on the back of his fair hand. Su Qing frowned, raised her hand to look at it, and thankfully the wound was just long and not deep. His face was covered by a red veil, and only his eyes could be seen. The woman looked at his deeply furrowed brows and knew something was wrong. She was an intern, and she had cut the male lead's hand. She probably wouldn't be able to stay on the set anymore. She saw the man's brows slowly relax, and he said with a smile in his eyes, "It's nothing." The young makeup artist was stunned. The deep, moving, and gentle tone of her voice didn't seem fake. There was not a trace of impatience. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement. Su Qing, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. He glanced at Lynn Shear. Their eyes met for a moment, and then he turned and left. As a true man, Su Qing would never scold someone for a small cut. A man getting hurt is no big deal. In the night. Su Qing walked towards the Maybach waiting at the door. Originally, he just wanted to linger in front of Lynn Shear for a while longer and use his psychological tactics step by step. However, looking at the wound before him, he smiled. This scar wasn't entirely useless, was it? Su Qing sent a message to Xiaoyu as soon as she got on the bus. Su Qing, come to my hotel room 808. Xiaoyu, young Master Su, when shall I go over? Su Qing, now, immediately, right away. Xiaoyu, yes, young Master Su. Chapter 133, Big and Small Things. Xiaoyu lay on the hotel bed, preparing to sleep, her eyes vacant. A flicker of surprise, confusion, and bewilderment crossed his eyes. This is his current state. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was 3 a.m. Xiaoyu twitched the corner of his mouth. What did the young master want with him calling him to the hotel room at this hour? There can only be two possibilities for summoning him so hastily. At first, he was incompetent and offended the young master in some way. If he thought about it carefully and realized that it was impossible, he acted carefully and did everything that young Master Su asked him to do without any deviation. He didn't even say a word to Lynn Shear off stage. The second possibility is, no way. Help! Could this be some kind of unspoken rule? He scratched his disheveled hair, his handsome face showing utter confusion, and muttered to himself. It's over, we're useless. The sexual orientation of people in the industry is indeed hard to fathom, but he never imagined that after becoming a popular celebrity, he would have this day. If he were an ordinary small investor or director, he would definitely have cursed back, but the person on the other side is the sole heir to peak media, which controls the lifeline of the entertainment industry. He doesn't have a powerful backer. If he's forced to rely on them, he'll have no choice but to. What can he blame? He's a perfectly good straight man, just a little handsome. No wonder young Master Su decided to cast me as the male lead after seeing my photo, and no wonder he didn't let me participate in those intimate scenes. I should have realized it sooner. The rumored young master of the Su family is celibate, but he might actually have homosexual tendencies. Xiaoyu dared not think too much about it and could only resign himself to fate. Besides, young Master Su was quite good-looking, so this wasn't too bad a loss. This was the only way that this staunchly straight man could console himself faced with the evil forces of capital. Why, Su Qing called him over in the middle of the night, and no matter what the reason was, he didn't dare to disturb the other members of the crew. He took a quick shower, changed into clean sportswear, put on a baseball cap and mask, and then went out to hail a taxi to his destination. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Xiaoyu stood at the door of room 808 and knocked on the door panel. Xiaoyu's anxious heart relaxed the moment she opened the door. He was greeted by two bodyguards in black suits, their arms crossed in front of them, who nodded at him expressionlessly. There were quite a few people standing in the spacious executive suite. A man sat in front of a mirror, surrounded by several makeup artists. The face reflected in the mirror, surrounded by light bulbs, was casually handsome. Young Master Su, I'm here. What can I do for you? Xiaoyu cautiously stepped forward. As the last two hairpieces at Su Qingfa's temples were removed, he scratched his hair back and glanced at Xiaoyu. You're here. Have a seat. He said a polite greeting to Xiaoyu, then turned to the makeup artists beside him and said, Thank you for your hard work. You should all go home and get some rest. Overtime pay will be doubled, and the finance department will send you bonuses tomorrow. The young ladies beamed with joy. Thank you, young master. Su Qing smiled warmly at the group. He had always treated his subordinates well. Su Qing got up and headed towards the suite's bathroom, saying to Xiaoyu as she went, My hair is sticking on so uncomfortably with the hairspray on. I'm going to wash my hair first. Wait for me for a little while. After everyone in the suite left, Su Qing went to the restroom, and the entire executive suite became extremely quiet. It was pitch black outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and Xiaoyu's heart started to pound again. He gasped for breath and desperately wanted to take some nitroglycerin pills. What was the purpose of young Master Su calling him over at 3 a.m? Could it really be as he thinks? No, young Master is just going to get his hair washed. That wig he wore for the period drama shoot was really uncomfortable. Splash splash splash, a loud shower head blared from inside the suite. Xiaoyu, why are you taking a shower? At that moment, Su Qing, who was in the bathroom, sneezed twice violently, water dripping onto him. He had only planned to wash his hair, but, damn it, the clothes the crew wore were inhuman. They smelled like they'd been dug out of a graveyard. Men usually shower quickly, and Su Qing finished in no time. Besides, there was a man waiting for him outside with business to discuss, so he casually put on a black long t-shirt and sweatpants and went out. He casually wiped the water stains from his hair and sat down on the champagne-colored armchair next to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's actions were very strange. As soon as he sat down, Xiaoyu hurriedly put away his phone. Su Qing glanced at Xiaoyu and couldn't help but wonder if Xiaoyu was a spy sent by someone to pass on messages. Su Qing had never paid attention to Xiaoyu's movements before, since Xiaoyu was a minor character who had no role in the original novel. However, now that he had the advanced eye of insight, he could understand a person in just a few seconds. He wanted to see what Xiaoyu was hiding. A pale blue screen appeared in front of Su Qing's eyes. When Su Qing learned what Xiaoyu was looking up on his phone, she was speechless. Baidu, if your boss calls you into their room at 3 a.m. and then goes to take a shower, what does that mean? Baidu's answer, undoubtedly, it's a matter of unspoken rules. Su Qing pursed her lips and glanced at Xiaoyu, who looked completely bewildered. This guy has quite the wild imagination. He had no penchant for scaring or flirting with men, and spoke frankly and directly. Sorry to keep you waiting. I have 2 things to discuss with you today. The first is the rap party tomorrow. Su Qing raised her hand and extended her left hand to Xiaoyu. Take a look at the location of my wound first. Young master, you're injured. Are you all right? Let me find some medicine for you. Xiaoyu had just done a quick search on Baidu, and he had to admit that people on the internet were really irresponsible. He searched 13 times and all the answers online were the same, unspoken rules, so, with a death wish, he grabbed Su Qing's outstretched hand. The 2 men's hands looked quite alike, which was why Su Qing had initially decided on Xiaoyu for the male lead. But Su Qing never expected that this guy's mind would be filled with, Su Qing, what kind of character design did the author come up with? Holy crap! Someone, please save me. Su Qing quickly pulled her hand back, pointed to the location of her wound, and said to Xiaoyu, the wound isn't important. What I need you to do is remember the location of this scar. Lin Xier will be there tomorrow when the crew takes photos at the wrap party. Greet her and show her your left hand. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Young master, you want to? Su Qing nodded. Yes, just like you think. I want her to discover that the person she's acting opposite isn't you. Should we just say it's you, young master? Su Qing leaned back against the sofa cushions and said casually, no need. If she asks you, just say you're a stunt double. No need to explain further. If she asks who your stunt double is, just say you don't know. Do you understand what I mean? That's real experience. Xiaoyu was completely relieved. Young master, is there one more thing you need to tell me? Su Qing dried her hair, raised her phone, and lightly touched the screen with her finger, speaking softly. The second thing can hardly be called a thing. You did a great job, and your acting was excellent too. I've transferred a red envelope to you, thank you for your hard work. There might be a delay in the bank transfer, so you'll probably receive it a little later. Thank you, young master Su. Su Qing smiled and said, don't be shy, go back and rest. Just do what I asked you to do for the wrap party. Xiaoyu was slightly surprised by the easy ending, but he was stunned when he went downstairs to hail a taxi and saw the bank's confirmation message. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 zeros, 10 million. Young Master Su considers this a trivial matter? Chapter 134. Could it be him? The next afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. The crew of the Imperial Power set up a backdrop for photos during the wrap-up event in a traditional style setting. The red bricks and gray tiles clash with the modern backdrop, because the main actors haven't finished filming yet. This wrap party for some of the actors was held on short notice at Su Qing's instruction, so it was a small-scale event and just a formality. Several round dining tables covered with large red cloths were placed in the center of the venue, on which were placed all kinds of delicious dishes. Assistant Director Lu waved to the actors who were eating, come on, everyone, come up and take a group photo. 2 red banners hung on a huge backdrop, with several large characters written on them, the wrap party for the filming of Royal Power. Lin Xier stood up from the dinner table. She was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, not intending to steal the spotlight in the wrap party photos. Her makeup was also light. She walked towards the newly set up platform. There were many veteran actors present, and she consciously moved to the side. However, even though she had deliberately concealed her beauty, she still stood out on the field, and the assistant director noticed Lin Xier standing in the corner at a glance. He walked over and pointed to the most central spot for Lin Xier, stand in the middle. There are quite a few reporters here. What a great opportunity to get some exposure. No need, Director Lu. Lin Xier glanced at the center and frowned. One of the reasons she didn't move to the center was that she didn't want to steal the spotlight. Furthermore, Xiaoyu was standing right in the middle. She was already embarrassed when Xiaoyu was wearing a veil yesterday after what she did, but now Xiaoyu was standing there completely uncovered. It would be too much for her to go over there, but when Lin Xier glanced at Xiaoyu, she felt that the budding, conflicted love in her heart had completely vanished, replaced by a feeling of simply meeting a colleague. Even so, she didn't want to have anything to do with Xiaoyu anymore. Director Lu advised, go ahead, go ahead. You'll be playing the lead role in the middle scenes, so what's there to be embarrassed about? Being as shy as you won't work in the entertainment industry. Lin Xier awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Director Lu, it's fine for me to stand here. Director Lu was a kind-hearted man and stood beside her, waiting for her to move to the center. In the end, Lin Xier walked to the center with a gloomy expression. Coincidentally, as soon as she walked to the middle, Xiaoyu started talking to her. A refreshing voice rang out, good morning. Lin Xier lowered her eyes, staring at the ground instead of looking at him, and said, good afternoon. After a few awkward words, Lin Xier couldn't help but feel that the man next to her was becoming increasingly nauseating, as if he had developed ADHD, with his arms and hands always unconsciously leaning towards her. This forced Lin Xier to dodge to the side. The cameras clicked away under the shooting platform. After a while, the director's impassioned perfect ending brought the filming to a close. Perhaps it was because director Wang, whose voice was so infectious, that Lin Xier was somewhat moved by the experience and lessons she had learned during the filming on set. After putting my heart into portraying a character in a work, amidst the lively atmosphere of the film crew and with the director's criticism and corrections, my acting skills were indeed much more meaningful than what I learned from textbooks in school. As the actors stepped off the stage and left, only Lynn Sierra and a few other actors remained on the filming set. Suddenly, a clear, cheerful voice came from below. Lynn Sierra, bye-bye. She frowned as she looked at the man in front of her, feeling that his words were very stiff. The meal wasn't even finished yet, so why did he have to say goodbye to her? The warm, gentle sunlight shone brightly on Xiaoyu's fair hands. Lin Xier suddenly remembered something. During filming last night, she clearly remembers, Xiaoyu was standing next to the camera wearing a veil. Her hand was scratched by a makeup box. The young makeup artist who hurt Xiaoyu was terrified and screamed, drawing the attention of almost everyone on set. Lin Xier clearly saw a very long wound on Xiaoyu's hand. How could a bloody wound heal overnight? The shooting platform wasn't high, and Lin Xier easily stepped down. Only one thought echoed in her mind: the veiled man was not Xiaoyu at all. Only when she saw him did he exert an invisible pull on her, drawing her closer to him as if her heart were about to break, and giving her an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. Another small detail is that the few times that person spoke to me, they always added sister to the title. Xiaoyu has been calling himself by his full name all day. The veiled man's figure was not easily discernible due to the ancient costume covering him, but his stature and the way he called out sister were still noticeable. This inevitably reminded Lin Xier of Su Qing. Could it be him? What weighed heavily on her heart was the man who had once haunted her dreams. She stood blankly in front of Xiaoyu, glancing at the hand that Xiaoyu had already put down. She hesitated for a long time, unsure how to ask, before finally giving a leading answer. Your hand is healed? She frowned, her heart suddenly racing. The answer to this question was crucial. Xiaoyu tilted his head slightly, looking completely bewildered. He waved his hand at Lin Xier. My hand is fine, I'm okay. Lin Xier's throat felt like it was being choked. Didn't you yesterday? You got scratched by a makeup box after filming last night. I didn't come to the set yesterday. Lin Xier's heart skipped a beat, and her brows furrowed. Then, who was the person I was acting opposite? Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had repeatedly reminded Lin Xier on the platform, but Lin Xier just wouldn't look in her direction. If Lin Xier had reacted any slower, Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to explain herself to young Master Su. Xiaoyu smiled faintly. A stunt double? I have more female fans, so it's not suitable for me to play that kind of role. Xiaoyu had said everything he needed to say. People in the entertainment industry are all shrewd, and he knew that saying too much would lead to mistakes. So, without waiting for Lin Xier to ask any more questions, he waved to her and left. Only her slender, tall figure remained before Lin Xier's eyes, her achievements and fame hidden deep within. Lin Xier stood there, stunned, her intuition telling her that the person was Su Qing. But why did he keep this from me? And why was his voice so different? Su Qing recently messaged her, asking how things were going on set. She retorted, he clearly said he was in Luochuan. Lin Xier's mind was in turmoil with doubts, and her fingers trembled slightly as she immediately sent a message to Su Qing. Are you in Dragon City? The person on the other end of the phone replied quickly. How did you know, sister? I just arrived in Longqing today to accompany my mom to a movie premiere. What time do I finish work? I'm going to visit you on set. Cat heart emoji. Lin Xier's fingers trembled slightly. Su Qing's reply was too calm and too quick, and he had no reason to lie to her. Lin Xier, I've finished filming. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner later. I should be done around 8 or 9 p.m. Are you free then? She believed Su Qing had no reason to lie to her. So, who was the person from yesterday? Behind the filming platform, there was a lot of noise, and a group of staff members were cleaning up the scene. Lin Xier. The voice of Director Liu, with his simple and honest manner, came through the crowd. He stepped across the cobblestone path and quickly walked towards Lin Xier. Director Liu glanced at his watch. You can skip the meal here. Pack up and head to Minghu Hotel for dinner at 5. I'll introduce you to some investors and producers, they have new shows coming out. I have something to do tonight. Director Liu clicked his tongue. What important thing could you possibly want? You wouldn't want such a good opportunity, would you? Besides, it's still a long way from night. This is something I, Brother Liu, worked really hard to get for you. Director Liu's earnest persuasion finally convinced Lin Xier. Director Liu had always treated her well, And Lin Xier knew that it must have been Su Qing's instruction that made director Lu take extra care of her. Perhaps introducing investors and producers was also Su Qing's arrangement? Chapter 135, Minghu Hotel. Minghu Hotel is located within the Longqing Film and Television Base. It is luxuriously decorated and grand. The 2 floors downstairs are the dining area, and the 8 floors upstairs are the hotel. At this moment, a waiter was pouring tea for the VIPs in a private room on the 2nd floor. The dishes on the large round table, a blend of regional flavors, were steaming hot. A group of people sat around the table, including 3 or 5 slender women, next to whom sat middle-aged men who seemed out of place. 7 or 8 men, dressed in well-fitting suits, sat languidly, creating a scene of debauchery. At first glance, you might mistake them for capitalists, but they are just a bunch of extras. Director Wang stood up from the center and said to the waiter who was pouring water, "Go out first, we can do it ourselves." After the waiter left, Director Wang explained the tasks they needed to complete that day. He pointed to the 2 men on his left and said, "You 2 shouldn't sit together. Leave the middle seat open. A girl will be coming over in a bit, and she'll sit between you 2. Your task for the 2 of you today is to seduce her as much as you can. You've both played roles of capitalists coercing innocent girls, right? You 2 get her drunk and disgust her to death. We can't take a beating, can we, Director Wang?" said a man with a fleshy face, wearing an old-fashioned dark blue suit. Director Wang waved his hand. "No, she's just a minor actress, and a woman at that. Hitting her a couple of times won't hurt, it'll be like a tickle. Someone will come to help her in a little while. Be careful, don't touch her, just verbally torment her, let her experience the hardships of life." Director Wang was very satisfied with his design. Although it was somewhat insidious, he believed that after Lin Xier suffered such humiliation today, the young master's heroic rescue would surely win the beauty's heart. Then his status in the film and television industry would naturally rise rapidly. It's not 5 o'clock yet. A beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of Minghu Hotel. A dark-colored Chanel suit accentuated her figure, and she wore a pair of red-soled CL stilettos, making her legs look straight and long. Her chestnut brown hair cascaded down her back, gently swirling in the breeze. Lin Xier gave the room number and followed the waiter up to the 2nd floor. When she opened the door, she saw unfamiliar faces everywhere except for Director Wang, who was sitting in the middle. "Hello, Director Wang," Lin Xier said, standing at the door. Director Wang waved his hand and said warmly, Come, sit here." Lin Xier looked in the direction Director Wang pointed and saw the seat between the 2 greasy middle-aged men. She frowned slightly but didn't think much of it. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Since there was only one empty seat in the room, however, a question arose in her mind. Why was she the last one to arrive when she was told to come at 5 o'clock? She was just a small-time actress, and it wasn't appropriate for a group of big shots to wait for her. Before she could think any further, Director Wang's voice came out again. He pointed at Lin Xier and introduced her to the people present. "You may not recognize her face, she's a newcomer who just entered the industry, but she's definitely a real acting talent. As long as she gets good resources, she'll definitely be a top-tier actress." Lin Xier never expected that Director Wang, who was so fierce on set, would praise her in front of everyone. She nodded to Director Wang. "Director Wang, you flatter me." Director Wang chuckled and introduced the others present to Lin Xier. "This is General Manager Li, this is Producer Wang, this is General Manager Hong, and this is..." After Lin Xier nodded to everyone, she listened as Director Wang introduced the other actresses sitting there. After a while, the man in the navy blue suit next to Lin Xier suddenly held out his wineglass and said, "You are a promising young man. Brother Li would like to toast you." "Mr. Li, you flatter me." She politely drank a glass of wine. The red wine was a bit sour and astringent, but Lin Xier had grown up on her father's training ground since she was a child. People there loved to drink, and she had a good tolerance for alcohol. She had just finished a glass of wine when a middle-aged man in a black suit with a wrinkled face came over to toast her, saying, "Xier is not only a good actress, but she can also hold her liquor well. Here, Brother Hong will toast you." The people at the dinner table chatted happily, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, making the whole room very lively. It's true that Lin Xier was born into a prominent family, but this is her first time getting involved in the entertainment industry, so her connections in this area are quite limited. Moreover, she subconsciously assumed that Su Qing had introduced the resources to her, so she never thought of anything else, let alone that this was a trap, and that one day she, the only daughter of the Lin family, would be served as food to an old man. She reached out to Mr. Li, who was standing beside her, and, looking quite drunk, leaned his face close to hers and pulled a hotel room key from his pocket. Brotherly has a new movie coming out soon. I wonder if Sheer is interested. If you want to act, Brotherly will give you some pointers on the movie tonight. Before Lynn Sierra could react, the man had already stuffed the room key into her pocket, and a chill ran down her spine. Wasn't it Su Chung who introduced the resources to her? Why would this happen? Could it be that she misunderstood? And it wasn't Su Chung at all. Lynn Sierra quickly pulled the room key card out of her pocket and threw it back onto the dining table in front of the man. She tried to calm her anger and thought that such things were common in the entertainment industry. After all, she had misunderstood first. She said coldly, "Mr. Lee has misunderstood." The extra called General Manager Lee couldn't hold his liquor as well as Lin Shear, and his drinking manners were equally poor. He got drunk after just a few drinks, and all he could think about was what Director Wang had just told him to discuss this woman. Mr. Lee immediately got into character, adopting the demeanor of a capitalist. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "What are you pretending for? I've seen plenty of women like you. You're just a minor actress, but look at all those designer clothes and accessories you're wearing. They were all bought for you by men, weren't they? If you spend time with me tonight, I'll buy you something too. I'll spoil you even more than they do." The sound silenced the entire room instantly, leaving even the director of the scene, Director Wang, speechless. He looked at the extras, who had really captured the atmosphere. But why was Lin Sierra's gaze filled with murderous intent? Shouldn't a little girl feel helpless, resentful, and terrified after experiencing such a scene? The weak and helpless Director Wang could only ignore Lin Sierra's plea for help and wait for his young master to come over. Quickly, Director Wang squinted and began to pretend to talk nonsense while drunk, walking around in a daze. "Having been in the entertainment industry for a long time, I've seen it all. The best thing to do in this situation is, you're an escape. Everyone, please enjoy your meal and drinks. I'm going to the restroom." As soon as Director Wang stepped out of the private room, he regained his previous clarity and quickly typed a message on his phone to send to Su Ching. "Young Master Su, when will you be arriving?" Before he could send a message, a pair of black leather shoes appeared in the direction he glanced out of the corner of his eye. He slowly raised his eyelids and saw straight suit trousers, a black crystal-trimmed runway suit, and above that was a handsome and noble face. Who else could it be but our young master? "Young master, you've arrived." Director Wang's eyes, which were already wide open, widened even more as he looked at Su Ching as if she were his savior. Chapter 136. It was you who designed it. The bright corridor echoed with the crisp sound of footsteps on the white tiles on the floor. Su Ching had indeed gone to attend the press conference and had arrived just in time. Seeing Director Wang's impatient demeanor, Su Ching lowered her eyes and looked him up and down, appearing quite impatient. "What's wrong?" Director Wang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his young master. "Young master, you've finally arrived. Lin Shear seems to be angry and is about to be driven away by the crowd." Su Ching smiled faintly. "It seemed he had arrived just in time," he said casually. "Quick! They haven't even run yet, what's the rush?" Suddenly, a sharp male voice came from inside the private room. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The scene at Minghu Hotel is in, the sequel to the original text by author Go. Just like Su Ching arranged, he rescued the damsel in distress, which increased Lin Sierra's favorability towards him by 5 points. So Su Ching never expected that just because she was a few minutes late, such a scene would happen in the private room. Just as Director Wang left, the burly, blue-haired extra, General Manager Lee, was diligently completing his work, his words becoming increasingly incoherent due to the influence of alcohol. "My little darling, just give in to me, and I'll definitely treat you well." Lin Sierra frowned, her eyebrows furrowed. It was disgusting and unlucky. She glared at the man, her fingers gripping the hem of his clothes so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. However, considering that the people in the production crew had treated her fairly well, and that these investors were likely Su Ching's business partners, and that she had initially mistakenly believed that Su Ching had introduced the resources to her, she decided to avoid any conflict. With a creak, Lin Sierra stood up, grabbed her bag from the back of the chair, and prepared to leave. She couldn't stay a moment longer. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the ground put the extra General Manager Lee behind him in a difficult position. Director Wang, who had paid them a lot of money, and all they had to do was discuss the woman in front of them and wait for the rich young man to come and rescue her. The rescuers haven't arrived yet. How can he drive them away in anger? In his haste and confusion, he grabbed Lin Sierra's arm and quickly said, using both soft and hard tactics, "Little darling, Don't be angry. I won't say anything more. Come back and sit down. Otherwise, I'll blacklist you from the entertainment industry." She endured the harsh words, but Lynn Shear glanced at the arm that the man was holding, and the rough hand through her clothes made her feel extremely disgusted. "I've had enough." Lynn Shear closed her eyes tightly for a moment, then quickly opened them, revealing all her impatience and anger. She pulled her arm back, grabbed the man's wrist, twisted her body to the side, took a step forward with her left leg, and bent her left arm, turning her head from front to left and then lifting it up, directly slamming the man's face onto the dining table. The hand gripping his neck had been gathering strength for a while, and the immense force caused the man great pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The man's howl was heard by Su Ching and Director Wang, who were standing outside the door. His voice was the only sound in the room. The extras who had been drinking and chatting were now completely silent, staring blankly at the scene before them. Lynn Shear seemed to be filled with extreme hatred. She grabbed the man by the back of the head and slammed him and the chair together, causing them to fall flat on their faces. When Su Ching quickly opened the door and went inside, she saw more than just this scene. Instead, it was the extra, General Manager Lee, who was shouting and yelling under the strain. "I'm an extra that Director Wang found. He told me to say those things, like someone's coming to rescue you, and to stop hitting me, Grandma." His greasy voice had long since turned into a plea for mercy. The crystal chandelier above his head swayed, making his eyes hurt. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself that he was really unlucky. Didn't the director say that a little woman like him didn't have much strength and was just a small-time actress who couldn't do anything? His navy blue suit was now covered in food scraps and a mess. He slammed his back against the chair, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. "I couldn't hold back any longer. I can give up the money, but I have to save my life." What President Lee didn't notice was that the tall, handsome man standing at the door had a sinister glint in his eyes. Su Ching turned and glared at Director Wang. "What did I tell you? Why can't you even handle such a small matter?" The door to the private room was opened, and two people suddenly walked into the heavy and oppressive space, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Of course, Lynn Shear was no exception. She stared at Su Ching with wide eyes, her pupils bloodshot with anger, her hands clenched into fists, as one incident after another echoed in her mind. Su Ching's message: "How did you know I was in Longcheng? I came to the press conference with my mom." The man on the ground said, "I'm just an extra. Director Wang made me do this, saying someone would rescue you in a bit." Lynn Shear chuckled, her pale lips twitching slightly, her once beautiful face now showing signs of weakness and desolation. "Everything is now clear. This film crew belongs to Su Ching's family, Director Wang is one of his people, and all these people were arranged by Su Ching." She stared intently at the man in the suit standing at the door. Su Ching was dressed exceptionally formally today, with even the shirt inside his suit buttoned up to the top. He said he was going to attend a press conference. They really go all out with their acting. She pointed at the man. "Su Ching, you." Su Ching frowned, wanting to explain, but there was no point in explaining it now. This whole thing had really caught him off guard. It was a case of a hair's breadth making a world of difference. If he had come in 10 seconds earlier, it wouldn't have happened. He quickly glanced at the postscript to the original text by Go, and the next moment should have been. Su Ching had already clearly discovered this the moment she saw that passage. Lynn Shear strode towards Su Ching, her eyes bloodshot and her brows furrowed. She grabbed the collar of Su Ching's suit jacket and pushed him backward. Given Su Ching's current martial arts prowess, Lynn Shear has no way to control him, but what could the weak and helpless Su Ching do? He had made a crucial oversight and now he had angered her. Should he just go along with her? The two of them pushed each other forward and backward. The room opposite their dining room was an empty room with the door open. Lynn Shear pushed him all the way into that room and slammed the door shut. Since there were no guests in the private room, only a small ambient light was turned on, the pale purple glow carrying a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, which didn't quite fit the current situation. Lynn Shear stared at Su Ching with wide eyes, then suddenly reached out and pulled up his left hand. Seeing the newly scabbed wound, her mind went blank, and she forced a bewildered and bitter smile. "It really was you, it was all you, it was all your design." Chapter 137, Is Regret Useful? Su Ching sighed. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out throughout the private room, echoing slightly in the empty space. Lynn Shear said angrily, "Su Ching, have I ever harmed you? What did I do to offend you? Why did you frame me and humiliate me like this?" The purple light that flashed across Su Qing's face was suddenly blocked, and a small slap landed on Su Qing's cheek that he didn't move an inch, not even by the slightest intention of dodging. The reason is simple. As far as he knows from the original text continues, the following plot is that Lin Xier was about to hit him, but he grabbed her hand and stopped her from giving a stiff explanation, which made Lin Xier angry and ran away, and also lowered his favorability rating by 10 points. After that, Lin Xier went back and never looked for him again. They parted ways, so Su Qing knew that he had to take the slap, and he could forget about his excuses. Taking the slap might give him a chance to turn things around. A gust of wind swept straight across his face, and Su Qing reflexively closed his eyes, his long eyelashes forming a beautiful arc under the dim purple light, but the burning pain did not appear on his face, and the huge gust of wind stopped abruptly. As Su Qing slowly opened her eyes and met Lin Xier's watery gaze, a large tear, reflected in the light, shone with a beautiful purple hue. Overwhelmed, it rolled down her cheek, flowing down her chin and onto the ground. The trembling hand did not land on his face, but instead transformed into a soft fist that struck his chest. Her originally sharp voice gradually softened, tinged with sobs and helplessness. What did I do to you, Su Qing? She didn't tell Su Qing what was on her mind. It was Su Qing who saw it with his insightful eyes. I risked being beaten by my father for you, and I disappointed my fiancé because of you. I hope you are doing well, and I have reserved a place for you in my heart. I didn't want anything else, even though I've wronged others, but I've still been good to you. Why are you treating me like this? Is it fun to deceive me, humiliate me, and play tricks on me? Seeing Lin Xier with tears streaming down her face for him, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. She really was good to him, but this woman is fickle, and even if Su Qing is controlled by her favorability rating, she still can't bring herself to like her. Now that the trouble started because of him, he was caught off guard and didn't know how to comfort her, even though he was the culprit. He sighed. In any case, he couldn't let his favorability rating drop. If he made another mistake and boosted Li Tian's luck, he wouldn't be able to let Li Tian outshine him. Let's just use our best skills. Su Qing narrowed her eyes and tentatively grabbed her wrist. Sister, it's me acting. I also designed this party. The Dexter was right. I wanted to put on a show to save you. I have no excuses. It was all my doing. I'm so sorry. Su Qing admitted to everything, which stunned Lin Xier. She frowned, her eyes filled with doubt. Why? So, is it really that fun to mess with me, young Master Su? I don't know why either. Originally, I just wanted to arrange a scene for you so that Brother Li Tian wouldn't misunderstand us. But I really don't know why. I don't want to see you acting in those intimate scenes with other people. That's why I went to stand in for you. I didn't mean for you to notice me on set. Su Qing gave a bitter smile and tightened her grip on her wrist. I just wanted to behave well in front of my sister. I had to rely on you to save me before, which made me feel so useless. I want to help you too, so you'll realize I'm not so useless after all. Seeing that Lin Xier hadn't broken free from his grasp and that she was listening intently, Su Qing took the opportunity to pull her hand and embrace her tightly, and the two breaths rose and fell in unison. Su Qing rubbed her eyes, her low, hoarse voice tinged with a hint of sobs. Sister Xier, I don't know why I did that. I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. I have no friends and my life is short. I'm just afraid you'll think I'm useless. I'll correct my mistakes. Please don't be angry with me. Lin Xier stared blankly at a spot. Women are always sensitive, and Su Qing's words were sincere. The countless "I don't know why I did that" had already given Lin Xier the answer. What else could be the reason? Lin Xier pursed her almost bitter lips. So Su Qing had the same feelings for her. So Su Qing's elaborate scheme was not meant to harm her. It's because I like her. Moreover, when Lin Xier calmed down and thought about what had happened, she realized that Su Qing had indeed hidden himself very well when he was filming with her on set wearing a veil, and he really didn't want her to find out. If it weren't for the time she fell for him and did those things to him, Su Qing probably wouldn't have said a single word to her. He was hiding in the shadows, concealing his identity, and giving her acting instructions, unwilling to let her act with other men. Lin Xier suddenly felt that her tender feelings for Su Qing had been reciprocated, and were no longer a secret she kept to herself. It was as if that secret had suddenly been released. She felt Su Qing crying, her fingers trembling slightly, resting on Su Qing's suit fabric without falling. After hesitating for a while, he patted Su Qing's back twice. She was making a difficult decision. Su Qing had practically laid his intentions bare. His feelings were now blatantly clear to her, but she has a fiancé. Their relationship, like an embrace in this dimly lit room, is something that cannot be brought into the light. In a state of near collapse, Lin Xier held her breath, trying to block out the faint scent of perfume emanating from Su Qing. Don't do that again. I'm going home now. I need to be alone for a while. Let's not contact each other for now. With a hint of reluctance, Su Qing slowly released her hand from her body. Okay, then I'll take you back? No need, I'll go back to Luochuan myself. In the dim light, Su Qing slowly turned her back to her. Okay, then. I won't bother you any longer, sister. Hearing the door to the private room open and close, and the clatter of high heels as they stepped out of the room, Su Qing slowly lit a cigarette and glanced at the doorway. The scarlet flames were very bright in the private room. The man's tall figure cast a shadow on the wall, and a cryptic smile played on his lips, which were illuminated by the dim light. TSK, you underestimated your opponent. How did you become smarter? But this makes it even more fun. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet again. Su Qing tapped his fingers on the pipe and gently patted the ash. He wasn't worried. The fact that his favorability rating hadn't dropped by 85 points was good news. It's perfectly reasonable that 85 can't beat 90. So it's time to find something for Li Tian to do. Ahem, does the host regret it? Regret what? Just 10 seconds less, and none of this would have happened. Su Qing smiled faintly. What's the use of regretting it? That's not very useful. That settles it then. Su Qing stomped her cigarette on the ground a few times. Regret is useless, it's solved now. Chapter 138. Make a bait. As soon as Su Qing stepped out of the private room, she was surrounded by a group of actors, including the terrified director Wang. Su Qing glanced at them impatiently. Are you waiting for me here? The dozen or so people nodded and then shook their heads, unsure of how to respond. Su Qing didn't waste any more words with them. She turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind only the words, "Don't let me see you again." He walked down the spiral staircase, his shoes making a crisp sound on the white porcelain. Halfway down, he suddenly stopped, his slightly furrowed eyes meeting Lin Xier's, who was hailing a taxi at the door. As the sun set, 2 tear tracks appeared on her fair cheeks, which Su Qing could see clearly. Lin Xier's eyes were red-rimmed, and a complex emotion flickered in her dark, bright eyes, a mixture of resentment and tender, watery light. She frowned and turned her back to him, refusing to look at him. Her slender figure receded into the distance, deliberately avoiding Su Qing's gaze. She carried a hint of loneliness, and the pearl earrings she wore seemed to have lost their original luster. Su Qing paused but didn't continue walking. His heart skipped a beat. After all, he wasn't made of iron, and it was still a little hard to see a woman crying for him. So, while the words I just said to Lin Xier weren't entirely a routine, they did contain a bit of an element of reassurance. However, Su Qing is a person with clear goals. He knows what he needs to do in the book and what he wants to achieve. He is not someone who puts personal feelings first. Su Qing stood in the middle of the spiral staircase, the rhinestones adorning her suit sparkling. He made a phone call. Hey Xiaoqing, have you arrived in Los Angeles yet? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Just arrived, young master Losai Su. Su Qing said calmly, okay, I'll do what I asked you to do. The person on the other end of the phone said cautiously, I will definitely do my best. Su Qing chuckled, doing your best isn't enough, you have to do it well. The reward I promised you will depend on how well you do it. Just a heads up, the weather in Los Angeles isn't great, is it? Go get some fresh air and rain before you go see Li Tian, he's not that heartless. You know how to make a man feel sorry for you, I don't need to teach you. Xiaoqing replied, yes, young master Su. Su Qing watched Lin Xier walk by, hesitated for a moment, and then said, also, take the photos and give them to me. You don't need to send them directly to Lin Xier. Xiaoqing replied, yes, young master Su. It was quite a coincidence, really. The woman on the other end of the phone, named Xiaoqing, was originally a waitress at Lang Yanfeng Bar. She had crossed paths with Li Tian before when she was at Chili Bar, and was even cut by a bottle that Li Tian smashed on the ground. Xiaoqing was eventually given 10,000 yuan by Lang Yanfeng, and not only that, Lang Yanfeng also fired her. Just then, Su Qing asked Yin to go to the hospital to take care of her grandmother, and she no longer needed to work as a servant at his house. Su Qing was short of servants, so of course he had to hire more people. As luck would have it, Xiaoqing came to the Su family at this very moment. Su Qing held his phone and smiled wickedly. He knew the original plot. Li Tian was soft-hearted and didn't like to hit women. He felt bad at the time and was going to take Xiaoqing to the hospital. Xiaoqing also harbored feelings for Li Tian at the time. After all, Li Tian was the son of the Li family. In her eyes, he was good-looking and came from a good family, and in every way, he was better than those rich and useless second-generation rich kids who frequented Shili Bar. It's a pity. Li Tian's idea was good, but he didn't do any good deeds. Good deeds should be done together to be considered good. Xiao Cheng was eventually expelled, and Li Tian didn't care at all, which made Xiao Cheng resent him. Therefore, all of this was exactly what Su Cheng wanted. As the saying goes, even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. This woman is someone Li Tian has hurt before. It all depends on whether Li Tian will fall into the trap. If he doesn't, Su Cheng will respect him as a reincarnation of Lu Xiaowei, a legendary figure known for his chastity. Su Cheng slowly walked down a few steps and saw Lin Sierra get into a taxi. He muttered to himself, "Sister, let me test your brother and see if he really loves you. Let's make a bet. If he can resist, I won't scheme against you, and I'll let you live happily ever after. If he can't resist, then I'll have helped you get rid of that jerk." Host, you clearly saw the sequel in the original text. Why are you lying to me? Su Cheng scoffed. Oh, really? I won the bet. That as soon as Su Cheng opened the car door after leaving the Minghu Hotel, she paused for a moment. A graceful young woman was sitting in the back seat. Her playful and cute curly hair was bright orange-yellow with a few strands of light pink highlights. Her youthful face had crescent-shaped eyes and two small tiger teeth. Her baby face made her look youthful, but her long, white legs draped over the back seat revealed her superior height. A simple Givenchy white ripped t-shirt paired with denim shorts makes her look like a girl straight out of a school comic. Su Cheng hesitated for a moment. Who was this person? Only after he looked with his discerning eye did he suddenly realize, holy crap, my sister, isn't this the cousin he met in the villa in the southern suburbs of the city? Su Cheng tentatively called her name, and Ran beckoned to him. Brother, why are you taking so long to come out? Hurry up and get in the car. What are you standing there for? Su Cheng wanted to get in, but looking at the long legs that were taking up the back seat, there was nowhere for him to put his feet. Why don't you put your legs down and give me some space? Oh. And Ran quickly put her legs down and patted the seat next to her. That's fine now. Su Cheng stepped into the car. He vaguely remembered his cousin. She was his uncle's daughter. Ran has always liked to stick to him since she was a child. For example, now that Su Cheng has just gotten into the car, she has already put her arm around Su Cheng's arm and rubbed her head against his shoulder. He estimated that once Ran raised her head, a face pattern would be pinned onto his handmade suit. Su Cheng froze for a moment, somewhat at a loss, but not because of his new clothes. Instead, what about orthopedics? However, his cousin treated him very well in the original text. He remembered that after he was imprisoned in the first version of the original text, his little cousin wanted to avenge him and wanted to bring down the Li family and the Lin family by herself. It's just like those toxic, love-obsessed quotes circulating online. Even if you kill someone, I'll still be the one to bury the body for you. Unfortunately, the naive little cousin was no match for those old foxes, and her ultimate fate was quite tragic. To exaggerate a bit, she was utterly destroyed. To put it less dramatically, she ended up as a widow raising her child alone, living a miserable life. Now Su Cheng has changed the original plot, and in Ran's fate, which should have been one of tears, has been transformed into one of smiles. Su Cheng has essentially saved his little cousin. Su Cheng smiled and asked, "Why did you come to Longchang?" "My dad sent me. I heard from my aunt that you and she attended the press conference, so I went over. I didn't expect you to leave as soon as I arrived at the press conference. My aunt sent someone to bring me here to find you. I've been waiting for you in the car for ages. I'm here to take care of something." "What did your uncle ask you to do?" And Ran pouted, "Don't even mention it. My dad wants me to participate in tomorrow's auction to bid on a bottle for him, saying it'll broaden my horizons." Su Cheng nodded and smiled. "Isn't that great? What's so good about it?" "It's just that we've run into each other on a narrow road. Brother, you don't know, my dad wants me to marry into the He family. The He family's son is 10 years older than me." And Ran said, gesturing and even holding up a 10 with her fingers. "That's quite a big age. You're only 18 now. Why is your uncle in such a hurry for you to get married?" "My dad seems to have been bewitched. He insists that the eldest son of the He family is a promising prospect, and that their little pawnshop, I really don't know where the potential lies." Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and joked, "They don't run a small pawnshop. I remember the He family owns a chain of antique shops." He had barely finished speaking when a flurry of small fists rained down on his shoulder. Hey, you're not even going to speak up for me anymore. It's not about family background. The main problem is that I don't know him at all. I've only seen him twice at parties, and we haven't even spoken. I really don't know what my dad is thinking. Su Ching turned her head to look at her and noticed her eyes darting around erratically in their sockets. So, you want me to go with you? And Ran squinted and hooked her little hand onto Su Ching's arm again. You're so smart. Su Ching smiled indulgently. All right, I'll go with you. Your family should accompany you. Hey, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I was just kidding. And Ran lowered her hand only after hearing his plea for mercy, and then revealed a sweet smile. Brother, take me out to eat. I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving. She scrolled through her phone and showed a restaurant listing. I checked the reviews, this place is amazing. Su Ching turned her head and looked at it. Okay, let's go eat. Chapter 139, You Have the Right to Remain Silent. 7 o'clock in the evening. At construction sites in downtown Los Angeles, the logo of Longting Real Estate is prominently displayed everywhere. Dozens of machines were working intensively, the roar of excavators and bulldozers was deafening, and heavy trucks shuttled back and forth, kicking up thick smoke. Standing in the center of the construction site, Li Tianjiang was discussing the plan with team leader Gu, the design drawings in Gu Zhushang's hands swayed in the wind. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. The sand that the excavator had just dug out was suddenly blown towards Li Tian by that evil gust of wind. Li Tian frowned and realized what was happening instantly, but even with his back turned, he was still covered in dust and sand. Luckily, he was wearing a baseball jacket with a thick fabric, otherwise he would have definitely gotten cuts on his body. He looked up and saw that the dark clouds had gathered, indicating that it was going to be another bad day. Li Tian patted team leader Gu on the shoulder. Let's call it a day and stop the workers too. We can't start work today. Team leader Gu nodded. Yes, young Master Li. Li Tian pointed to the jeep not far away and said, I'm going back first. You tell them to go home and rest early. Team leader Gu nodded in response and watched Li Tian leave. Li Tian has always been in good health, not afraid of the cold, and never gets sick. His constitution is much stronger than that of the average person, but he didn't know why. Achoo. I always feel a chill down my spine and my body feels cold. Li Tian sighed, got into his car, and drove towards his apartment. At the same time, several workers who were blowing sand saw the weather and whispered among themselves. One of the foremen then walked towards team leader Gu. Foreman, team leader, is it even possible to keep working like this? Team leader Gu pushed up his glasses, and a glint of light shone through the lenses. Young Master Li hasn't told everyone to stop working yet, keep going. The foreman wore a sour expression. Foreman Gu, it's about to rain heavily, and the weather in Los Angeles has been bad lately. What if a typhoon hits and the workers get hurt? Team leader Gu sighed and interrupted him, you guys get to work first. I work for Longting too, just like you. I don't dare disobey young Master Li Tian. However, it can indeed easily cause safety issues. How about this? I'll call young Master Li Shang now and ask him to persuade young Master Li Tian. Young Master Li Shang is more soft-hearted and easier to talk to, and he's also a son of the Li family. Team leader Gu gave an awkward laugh, as if he had talked too much. He waved his hand and continued, you guys go back to work first, and wait for my good news. After the workers left, team leader Gu took a few steps back and made a phone call. Young Master Li, you are truly a prophet. Li Tian has already left the construction site and told me to let the workers go back early. I've already spoken those words to the workers as you instructed. Li Sheng coughed twice. Well done. Team leader Gu glanced at the foreman he had just chatted with, a cold smile playing on his lips. Young Master Li, the workers have already started spreading these rumors. Li Sheng's cool voice came through, very good. Li Tian, who had just returned to his apartment, patted the dust off his body and took a shower. The water flowed smoothly down his perfectly sculpted muscles. He splashed a handful of water on his face, but it did nothing to wash away his irritation. He casually tied a towel around his waist and walked out of the shower room. Just as his phone rang, he looked at the number on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and then answered. A weak, feeble male voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Tian. Li Tianming feigned ignorance and asked, who? The person on the other end of the phone sounded weak and feeble. This is Lu Mang. Oh, brother Lu, what's wrong? I wiped my phone. Lu Mang said, I'm in the hospital now, with a cast on my body. Li Tian was taken aback. Huh? What's going on, brother Lu? I'm too busy with work right now. I'll come see you when I have time. When they went to mess with Su Qing, they were instead attacked by his men. Lu Mang sighed, I don't know what methods Li Tian used, but he and the youngest son of the Zhang family are working against our family. Now all of our family's businesses have been thoroughly investigated. Some industries have already stopped operating, and even things from more than a decade ago have been dug up. Brother Li Tian, you have to help me with this. Your Li family has influence in Luo Xuan. Make them stop, or our family will be ruined. As Lu Mang's voice grew increasingly excited, Li Tian impatiently licked his back teeth. He accomplished nothing and left behind a bunch of messes? And he even dragged the Zhang family's son into it. Li Tian suppressed his anger and said calmly, Brother Lu, what's Su Qing, the Zhang family? I don't understand what Brother Lu means. We haven't been in touch for over a year, and then suddenly she's telling me all this. Brother Lu, you've really confused me. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became agitated. Li Tian, are you fucking messing with me? Li Tian said seriously, I really don't understand what you're saying. Well, I was just wondering why you didn't use your own number when you called me last time. You were probably waiting for me here. You little brat, you're using me as a pawn. Have you no shame? You son of a bitch. Lu Mang gripped his phone and roared angrily, his frantic voice causing pain in every part of his body. He stared at the phone recording interface on his screen, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. He belatedly realized that when he was lying in his hospital bed, he called the number that Li Tian had called earlier, and only realized it was a disconnected number when he heard that it was not in service. I made this call today to record it, hoping to get some information from Li Tian so I can blackmail him into helping me resolve these thorny issues. With a beep 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 sound, Li Tian had already hung up the phone. Lu Mang's last hope was also gone. The quiet ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lu Mang's family members had all gone to deal with those troublesome matters. Lu Mang was the only one lying alone in the hospital bed, wearing a hospital gown, and every movement of his arm caused pain all over his body. Suddenly, the ward door creaked open from the outside. Several men in dark blue uniforms walked towards him, their voices cold and businesslike. Lu Mang, you are suspected of hit and run, disorderly conduct, and restricting the personal freedom of others. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. Lu Mang's eyes widened. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to a lawyer during your trial. Chapter 140. Post a moments. Li Tian sat on a beige sofa, his elbows resting on his knees, his hands tightly gripping his phone, and a few streaks of water on his wheat-colored skin. Lu Mang, that good-for-nothing, not only failed to accomplish his task, but he also has the nerve to come back and ask for his help. A cold smile crept across Li Tian's lips. Go to hell. At the same time, the black screen suddenly lit up, and a message came in from Dichi, the bodyguard he had sent to Su Qing's side. Li Tian carefully read the contents. Young Masterly, last night a group of people tried to deal with Su Qing. Later we found out they were from the Longqing family. Su Qing was intercepted as soon as she left the cocoa bar. Hua Shang and I weren't there at the time. When we arrived later, the young master of the Zhang family in Longqing brought some men to help Su Qing. Their relationship seems to be good, and the young master of the Zhang family is even helping Su Qing deal with the Lu family. Hua Shang and I were reprimanded by Su Qing for not arriving on time, and I'm only finding the opportunity to speak to you today. Li Tian had already learned some of what Zhang Qi had mentioned from Lu Mang's phone call that he didn't tell Hua Shang and Zhang Qi about. Lu Mang's plan, because the more people who knew, the more dangerous it would be. Li Tian was always cautious in his actions, so he didn't completely trust the two of them. If his attempt to find out about Su Qing was discovered, he could find a reason to suggest that Su Qing and Lin Xie were getting too close. However, the fewer people who know about the matter that took Su Qing's life, the better. Li Tian nodded as he read the message. It seems that Hua Shang and Zhang Qi are quite loyal to me. Given Su Qing's petty nature and poor performance, she must have been severely punished, yet she still managed to find an opportunity to report back to me. With all the mysteries solved, it's no wonder that good-for-nothing Lu Mang failed to accomplish anything. It turns out he was with the Zhang family. Li Tian knew a lot about aristocratic families. The Zhang family had two sons, one favored and the other like an abandoned child. It seems that Su Qing has definitely hooked up with the eldest son of the Zhang family. Just as Li Tian was about to turn off his phone, a ding sounded, and another message came through in his chat with Zhang Qi. Looking at the dense text on the screen, the perfectly good iPhone 13 Pro Max seemed to have jumped to Pro 40, and to exaggerate a bit, the phone seemed to have become a meter long. Lition, who always preferred a simple and straightforward way of speaking, frowned slightly. It was like an old woman binding her feet, but for Li Tian, this was actually good news. Young Masterly, there is another important matter this afternoon. Su Qing orchestrated a party, hiring a bunch of extras to harass Lin Xier, intending to storm into the crowd and play the hero. As a result, Lin Xier discovered this and had a fight with Su Qing. The two have since parted ways, and Lin Xier has returned to Luochuan upon receiving the second message. Li Tian's mood instantly brightened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His previously furrowed brows relaxed considerably, and he felt much better. The lines and words were exactly what Li Tian wanted to hear. Li Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Seal has finally discovered that good-for-nothing's true colors. This is more useful than any evidence, and it's like a hero saving a damsel in distress. No wonder he came up with such a method. He really knows how to show off what he lacks. If that weakling hadn't been acting, he probably would have been beaten to death. Li Tian replied to Zhang Qi's message and then went to dry his hair. I'm in a pretty good mood. In contrast, Zhang Qi, holding his phone, looked speechless. The sink in the restaurant's restroom, a pair of clear, fair hands splashed water under the ornately carved faucet. The man rubbed his hands together, grabbed a hand towel, and casually turned to look at Zhang Qi. What did Li Tian reply? Zhang Qi turned his phone screen towards Su Qing. Li Tian replied with a 1. Su Qing, damn, showing off. Zhang Qi asked worriedly, young master, you just told him that Lin Xier has returned to Luochuan. Aren't you afraid he'll go looking for Lin Xier? Su Qing slowly wiped each finger, the thin towel becoming damp with water. How could that be? Lo Sai has a lot on his plate. Aren't you afraid that Lin Xier will go to Li Tian? Zhang Qi asked. Su Qing smiled faintly, casually crumpled the hand towel into a ball, and threw it into the trash can next to her. Wouldn't that be even better? Then Lin Xier would have a good show to watch. That scene. I really felt sorry for my sister. Zhang Qi was tall and imposing, and dressed in a suit. He even had a somewhat elite air about him. But at this moment, his eyes were wide open like saucers. Su Qing didn't pay much attention to his embarrassment and patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder. I'm going back to eat. You and Huasheng come in and eat too. Don't wait in the car. And Rancho's a popular restaurant that serves Thai cuisine. The restaurant also has a distinctly foreign flair, with a bright red ceiling and a row of arched doorways on several Roman columns, which are small private rooms. Su Qing followed a path made of intricate patterns until she reached the innermost private room. When he pushed the door open, and Ran was handing the menu to the waiter, she blinked her big, round eyes at Su Qing and pointed to the person opposite her. Bro, sit at the same end as me. What are you doing sitting across from me? Su Qing was taken aback. Huh? It's not comfortable eating together either, with our arms touching, and Ran sat up halfway and reached out to tug at Su Qing's sleeve. Brother, you don't care about me anymore. You used to sit with me all the time. Okay, sit down together. Stop pulling on my sleeve, you're going to tear it. A custom-made suit, priceless and extremely rare, there's only one in the whole world. It's been tampered with several times today, and he's heartbroken, and Ran was very clingy. As soon as Su Qing sat down, she put her arm around his. Brother, was Lin Xier at your dinner party? I think I saw her in the car. Su Qing was taken aback. Ah? Does his cousin really know Lin Xier? Yes, she was there too, but she had to leave early. Ah. And Ran drawled out her reply. I saw that she seemed to be crying, and she looked quite sad. I was too embarrassed to greet her. Did something happen to her? I'm not sure either. I think it's because her dad is sick. Su Qing frowned, then coaxed, how did you two meet? I don't see you two having much interaction. It's alright, we're not too close. We see each other a few times at gatherings and such. We both have WeChat. We're probably just acquaintances who like each other's posts. Are you two very close, bro? We're not close, let's not talk about her. Su Qing smiled and took her phone out of her jacket pocket. Have you ever played this match 3 game? And Ran glanced at his phone screen, pursed her lips, and said, never played this before, it's so childish. Su Qing gave an awkward smile, let's kill some time before the food is even served. Come on, I'll teach you how to play. You can download one too, and maybe play online with me sometime. Okay then. And Ran looked at the software name and downloaded the Match 3 game. Su Ching played a game with her, and Ran's lips were pouting so much. Brother, I don't want to play anymore. She blinked her big, watery eyes at Su Ching. Su Ching pointed to the bottom right corner of the game interface, where there was a small upward arrow. Okay, then we're not playing anymore. Share this on your WeChat moments. And Ran? I don't want to, I refuse, and Ran said decisively, suspecting that her cousin was possessed. Good sister, please help me, I won't. And Ran paused, clutching her phone tightly, refusing Su Ching's attempt to snatch it. I don't want to. I want to share this kind of mini-game on my WeChat moments. I don't want to, brother, alright then. Su Ching loosened her grip. I think I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't be able to go to the auction with you. It's definitely not because I have a problem with you. Don't overthink it. Before Su Ching could finish her sentence, and Ran swiftly shared a post on her WeChat moments, waved it at Su Ching, and flashed a sweet smile. I've finished sending it. How could I not do what my brother asked me to do? I was just joking. Chapter 141, Li Tian apartment. In Luoshi's apartment, Li Tian's apartment. After looking at his phone screen for a moment and thinking, Li Tian called Lin Xier, who answered quite quickly. Hey Xier, still busy filming on set? Li Tianming asked knowingly. Lin Xier sat in the VIP waiting area of the airport, her voice flat and devoid of any spirit. Filming has wrapped up, and I'm waiting for my flight back to Luochuan at the airport. Li Tian knew that Lin Xier had just broken up with Su Ching and must be in a bad mood. Comforting her at this time would be twice as effective, but he still couldn't leave Luoshi, so having Lin Xier come was the best solution. He glanced at the bedroom not far away. He and Lin Xier had always treated each other with respect, but now he felt that Lin Xier was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Why not just quickly mark her with his own mark and make it a fait accompli? Wouldn't that solve everything? Li Tian smiled, his voice carrying a hint of coaxing. Filming is over? Filming must have been tough. School is about to start, and there aren't many days of vacation left. Why don't you come to Los Angeles? Shall I take you around to relax and have some fun? Lin Xier lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Brother Li Tian, I'm a little tired and want to go home and rest for a few days. I'll come see you again in a few days. Li Tian's heart skipped a beat, as if a huge rock had smashed into his chest. The weather here in Losai hasn't been very good lately. Seal should go back and rest for a few more days, and wait for me to return. Lin Xier, okay, then you should get some rest too, it's getting late. Remember to let me know you get home safely. Lin Xier, okay, I know. With a series of beeps, Li Tian's chest heaved rapidly, and he slammed his phone to the ground. The phone couldn't withstand the gravity and instantly shattered into 4 pieces. Li Tian's lips twitched viciously. Lin Xier was actually upset because of that bitch Su Ching. He and Lin Xier had known each other for quite some time. Even if Li Tian were deaf, he could tell from her low voice. He stomped his feet hard on the ground and yelled, "Bitch. You fucking bitches. A pair of fucking bitches." Li Tian scratched his head in agony, his hands moving from his forehead to the back of his head, his scalp rubbing against his rounded fingers. Why is everything going wrong? Why is everyone trying to trip him up? Luoshi, at the street corner below Li Tian's apartment building. A taxi screeched to a halt, its wheels kicking up a cloud of rainwater that had accumulated in the mud. Strings of water droplets dripped down the clear car windows, and the misty fog seemed to separate the inside from the outside of the vehicle. The driver, sitting in the front seat, turned around and said, "Young lady, it's raining too hard outside. Let me drive you in." "Thank you, master, but no need. Just put me down here." The woman in the back seat smiled politely. Her jet black hair shone brightly. She wasn't the most beautiful woman, but she was pretty and clean looking. She has a delicate oval face and bright, dark eyes that make her look incredibly endearing. She paid the fare, picked up her small travel bag, and stepped into the torrential rain. As she stepped out of the car, her plain white dress was already enveloped in a downpour, the rain pouring down from above soaking her completely. Yizheng Qing gave a bitter smile. Her name contained the character, Qing, but she could never experience a sunny day. She walked forward with great difficulty. The sand and gravel on the ground had been turned into a muddy mess by the rain. She looked at her destination and walked straight ahead. Li Tian, she had taken a liking to this man when they were at the Chili bar. She had intended to comfort him and help him treat his wounds, but he inexplicably cut her arm instead. Lung Yanfeng, she did nothing wrong, and she was the one who got hurt, but Lung Yanfeng treated her like a beggar and even fired her, and Li Tian, the man she once adored, didn't utter a single word in her defense. Although Zhang Cheng is good-looking, misfortune seems to befall those who are unfortunate. She comes from a poor family, has a low level of education, and encountered a scumbag in her early years. With elderly parents and young children to support, she relies on the meager earnings from working at the chili bar to make a living. Fortunately, in her despair, she went to the Su family to apply for a job. Young Master Su Qing has a grudge against the two of them, yet he still gives her a generous reward. 10 million is enough for her whole family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Zhang Qing's eyes were red. She felt that this was her fate in this life. She was just a pawn to be used by others. Looking at the tall buildings ahead, she gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, her pawn could still reap considerable rewards. Zhang Qing's figure was slender, and in the torrential rain of the late night, she looked somewhat resigned to her fate. Li Tian had just changed into his bathrobe when the doorbell rang. Ring, 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 ring. He impatiently got out of bed and headed for the door. Who is it? Li Tian, who was stammering outside the door, couldn't make out the details. He hadn't ordered takeout or bought any packages. A chill ran down his spine. Had Lu Mang sent someone to take revenge? He peeked out through the peephole and was startled. Her white dress was soaking wet, her black hair clung to her temples, and her pale face was completely devoid of color. As we all know, when looking at people through a cat's eye, the perspective is not at eye level, and people's faces are relatively blurry. Li Tian was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. His first thought was that he had encountered a ghost. Who? Li Tian asked again. Young Master Li Tian, I am a waitress from Chili Bar before. My name is Xiao Cheng. Do you remember me? Li Tianyi, a man of great skill and courage, was never afraid of ghosts or gods, and opened the door to the. Actually, that's not the case. It's because he has a good memory and remembered the name Xiao Cheng. Li Tian narrowed his eyes and warily looked her up and down. The woman's eyes were red and her body was soaked, which made her look rather pitiful. In addition, her white dress was the style that Li Tian liked the most. He was never rude to women, and softened his tone as he inquired about their purpose. What do you want from me? Young Master Li Tian, I. Zhang Qing hesitated for a long time, unable to distinguish whether the water on her face was tears or rain. She bit her lip and sobbed as she rushed over to Li Tian and hugged him. Young Master Li Tian, I have nowhere to go. After I was fired by Chili, Lung Yanfeng said that I made you angry and told no place to hire me again. Young Master Li Tian, could you please take me in? I'll do anything for you, I really have no other choice. Zhang Qing's voice choked with emotion, perfectly conveying her helplessness and fear. The arms wrapped around Li Tian's waist trembled slightly, whether from anxiety and fear or from catching a chill. Chapter 142, Lan Xuanqing. Zhang Qing lay on Li Tian's broad chest, her dark blue belted bathrobe leaving a gap at her chest. Her cold face contrasted sharply with Li Tianwan's warm skin. Zhang Qing clung desperately to Li Tian's chest, as if grasping at a straw. Young Master Li, can you help me? I have always admired young Master Li, and I would do anything for you. Li Tian's hands remained suspended in midair, never actually embracing Zhang Qing's wet body. To say he was a paragon of virtue would be an understatement. However, Li Tian has always cared more about status and power. For someone as calculating as him, he needs to cultivate a better image in the outside world. Therefore, the idea of him being obsessed with women has never happened to him. It's also out of fear of being caught red-handed. Zhang Qing raised her head, and Li Tian looked at her long eyelashes, which were covered with what seemed to be tears or rain. Her crystal-clear eyes were quite endearing. Li Tian sighed. He was in the mud, suffering everywhere, and now, looking at Zhang Qing, who was so lowly, he felt a bit of empathy for her. Li Tian was tall and broad-shouldered, and a hint of pity appeared in his eyes. He patted Zhang Qing on the back and glanced at her worn-out travel bag, which was soaked by the heavy rain. Here's what we'll do. It's raining too hard today. Why don't you stay in the guest room for the night? I'll transfer you some money so you can look for a job slowly. Zhang Qing was momentarily lost in thought, her bewildered eyes fixed on Li Tian until he patted her a few times before she came to her senses. Go take a shower. There's a shower in the guest room. You'll catch a cold if you do this. Give me your WeChat. Zhang Chun walked into the guest room, and the simple yet sophisticated decor and upscale location in the city center made her feel lost. Li Tian was a kind-hearted person. She hesitated for a moment at the bathroom door. Actually, if she could really stay by Li Tian's side, wouldn't that be a good thing? If she doesn't care about status or recognition, perhaps she isn't worthless in Li Tian's eyes. But when her phone rang and a transfer was made, she gave a wry smile. 10,000, a transfer of 10,000 yuan. If she were a lonely, helpless stranger, this would be a huge sum of money. The same amount of money Lang Yanfeng gave her for medical expenses when he cut her arm last time seemed to be silently telling her that she was truly worthless, just like that bottle of foreign liquor that those young masters carelessly smashed. The injuries she sustained weren't even worth as much as that bottle of liquor. Zhang Qing felt as if not only her body had been drenched with water, but her heart had also been doused with cold water. She felt no different from anyone else, like an ant, a blade of grass, or a pitiful person begging from him. She went into the bathroom and sent a message to Su Qing to report the situation while waiting for the cold water to slowly heat up. Young Master Su, I have entered Li Tian's apartment in downtown Los Angeles. He took pity on me and let me shower and rest in the guest room, just as you suggested. He even transferred 10,000 yuan to me. Young Master Su replied quickly. Su Qing, okay, that was pretty efficient. Li Tian's thoughtfulness won't move you, will it? I won't, young Master Su. Su Qing, that's good. Once you've taken care of things, I'll transfer the money to an overseas account and send your whole family abroad so you can start a new life. Give your child the best education and your parents the best medical care. Li Tian is a very wary person and won't accept you immediately. You should find a way to stay at Li Tian's house for a few more days, show him a vulnerable and helpless side, or ask him some questions, praise him, he'll fall for it, understand? Understanding young Master Su made Li Tian feel very powerful. Su Qing's words were truly enlightening for Zhang Qing. She never expected that the young Master Su would be so adept at dealing with men. She stood under the showerhead, the warm water cascading over her. Compared to Li Tian's pitiful charity, the benefits that the young master of the Su family offered her, though a cold exchange of favors, were real and tangible. Her lingering feelings for Li Tian vanished completely with the misty fog. Dragon City, the Su family owns a single-story apartment on the 28th floor of a property in Longcheng. Su Qing was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, texting Zhang Cheng. He occasionally glanced up and saw the dazzling neon lights along the riverbank, and the light shining from the windows of the high-rise buildings in the darkness, making the whole scene infinitely bright and echoing the stars in the night sky. In the darkness, the glass window reflected his image like a blurry mirror, making him appear tall and mysterious. He originally had no intention of teaching Zhang Qing how to do it. The reason he just gave her a warning was simply that Li Tian was a calm and composed person who could not be swayed by a few sweet words or a bit of weakness. According to the author's original postscript, Zhang Qing only stepped into Li Tian's room 3 days later, and Li Tian kicked her out several times in between. Ultimately, Zhang Qing won over Li Tian because her humble and sensible nature gave Li Tian the face that men crave and the exhilarating feeling of looking down on those weaker than him. Su Qing didn't want to wait 3 days. He smiled slyly. To be honest, Li Tian, the male protagonist in the original story, was quite tragic. He had to act cautious and timid in front of the Li family, act generous and proper in front of others, and even had to think things through in front of his fiancée. Li Tian's chance for a meteoric rise was thwarted by Su Qing, who appeared out of nowhere. Ultimately, Zhang Cheng, who gave Li Tian the respect and dignity to demonstrate his social standing, was also sent by Su Qing. Why, Su Qing was looking out the window when he suddenly saw a figure running past in the mirror, like a running deer, running all the way behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her slender, delicate hands clasping tightly, holding a small rectangular booklet in her hand. Brother, what are you doing here? Su Cheng smiled slightly and put her phone in her pocket. Let's look at the night view. He released Inran's hand, and the orthopedic plot was about to end. What are you holding in your hand? Su Qing asked, pointing to what Inran was holding, the catalog of the Lanshan auction. Inran opened the exquisitely framed catalog to the second-to-last page, displaying it to Su Qing. She pointed to it and said, Brother, look, this is the one my dad made me bid on. The starting price is over 20 million. I don't know why it's so expensive. Su Qing responded casually, you'll probably end up spending 100 million to buy it. Pa, don't jinx it. Everyone who went to Lanshan this time was aiming for the last grand prize. Who can compete with me for this bottle? Tang Dynasty white porcelain is worth this price. And Rant's eyes widened. Brother, you know so much? Su Qing held the brochure in both hands and sat down on the sofa next to her, pointing to the description at the bottom. It says so above. And Ran pouted and said, "Oh." Su Qing flipped through the pages from beginning to end. The auction items were diverse, including porcelain, roux-ware, calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, and various kinds of rare stones. As Su Qing flipped through the picture book, she mentally reviewed the sequel to the original work by author Go. I was suddenly taken aback when I turned to the third item, "Does Lang Shuangsing sell counterfeit goods?" and Ran sat down next to him and recalled. "My dad told me that Lanxian Trading Company also produces replicas, usually Song Dynasty replicas of Tang Dynasty items. They are also old items, and the starting price of the auction items is not high." Su Qing nodded. "I see." Su Cheng frowned as he looked at Lan Xuanqing's catalog. The reason for his question was simply that the third item in the auction had been won by He Zhouwei, the eldest son of the He family, in the original postscript by Go author. With a starting price of 1 million yuan, no one was competing with him. This made Su Qing suspicious. He Zhouwei was considered a child prodigy in the antique world, with a keen eye for detail from a young age. Why did he bid on a fake instead of the highlight item? Chapter 143, determined to win amidst towering buildings, there lies a place steeped in ancient charm. The vermilion pillars are surrounded by trees, and a small bridge over a stream in front of the gate adds to the elegance. The first thing that catches the eye are several display cases containing auction items, and even the material of those cases is extraordinary. It's made of top-quality gold and Nanmu wood. The rare treasures inside are just left there. It is rumored that the owner behind Lanxian Travel is powerful, influential, and of noble status. This roux-ware is top grade. I'll take this one. Don't you old folks try to take it from me, an elderly man in a white robe with a white beard said to the people behind him. I won't fight you for it. I won't fight over it either. That white porcelain is more to my liking. Another old man pointed to the white porcelain vase placed in the very center. What no one noticed was that a man in a smart suit was staring at an object that no one else was paying attention to. The item wasn't even chained up, it didn't even have a separate cabinet. It was just blatantly displayed near the entrance. If it weren't for Lan Xuanqing's description of it in his catalog, one would easily mistake it for an artificial mountain that was moved in from outside. The object was over 2 meters tall and over 1 meter wide, and the jade was carved with towering mountains, rushing waterfalls, ancient trees and pines covering the mountains, and deep, mysterious caves. On the steep cliffs, groups of laborers were clearing mountains and controlling the water. A scene known as the story of Yu the Great controlling the flood. On the central rock face of Jade Mountain, there is a square seal with the inscription 5 Blessings and 5 Generations Hall, Ancient Emperor's Treasure, in seal script by Emperor Qianlong. The upper part of the back of the Jade Mountain is engraved with Emperor Qianlong's poem inscription on the jade picture of Yu the Great taming the flood from Malurda Mountain, and the lower part is engraved with a square seal with 6 characters in seal script. Treasure of the 80-year-old man's thoughts. The base of the Jade Mountain is a brown bronze casting base inlaid with gold wire in the shape of a mountain. He Zhouwei bent down and carefully examined the object in front of him, looking extremely serious. A middle-aged man in a suit walked up to him. Don't bother bidding on this one, it's a fake. The owner of Langshuangsing must be crazy to display this Qing dynasty painting of you the great taming the flood here like a fake mountain. Don't bother filming, it's a waste of money. He Zhou straightened up, his short, neat hair revealing a pair of narrow eyes, but they didn't appear cold. Instead, his smile was quite amiable. He said casually, just taking a look, the imitation is pretty good. The middle-aged man glanced at the jade from head to toe. It's a pretty good imitation. Seeing the man scrutinizing him intently, He Zhouwei's eyes narrowed, a wary glint in them, but he relaxed after only a few seconds. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and said, not bad, but spending $1 million on this thing is practically throwing money away. The man entered the room after he finished speaking. Dozens of elegant sandalwood chairs were set up at the auction venue, but because Langshuanhang was by invitation only, there weren't many people there. The auctioneer on the front stage was wearing a white cheongsam with a blue and white porcelain pattern, and her white gloves were on meticulously. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Good afternoon, welcome to Lanxian Auction. Now, please welcome our first item for auction. She waved to the side of the front desk, and a piece of Ming Dynasty goods appeared on the large screen to her right. 2 staff members pushed the double-eared milkfoot furnace to the front of the stage. This sensor has upward-facing handles, a round, bulging body, and 3 nipple-shaped feet. It is covered in gootype glaze, which is rich, even, and has a lustrous, natural color. The entire body is covered with dense, serene, and elegant patterns, arranged in a staggered and orderly manner. The darker areas are blackish-brown, while the lighter areas are golden yellow. The patterns of different sizes are interspersed, and the two colors are interwoven to form an elegant and beautiful golden thread in iron wire. The vessel has 3 narrow legs, with inverted triangular nipple-shaped feet distributed on the bottom of the censer. The ridges of the feet expose the clay body, revealing the incense ash. The auctioneer smiled and gestured to the guests coming down from the stage. The starting bid for this Ming Dynasty guo is 100,000 yuan. The people in the audience started whispering among themselves. An old man, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, slowly swung his crossed legs. This is a fake, it's worthless. The people around them echoed in agreement. It was obvious that no one was interested in this double-eared breast-footed incense burner until it was almost unsellable, when a man casually raised his bidding paddle and won it for 100,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan for the first time, 10,000 yuan for the second time, 10,000 yuan for the third time. Thank you to this gentleman for winning the first item of this auction. 2 staff members carried something and walked towards the man. The large screen on stage was turned around, and the second item came into view. The entire piece is covered in a pale celadon glaze, with the unglazed foot rim revealing a reddish-brown, flint-like body. The glaze is thick and lustrous, possessing a rich and profound jade-like beauty. The piece is plain and unadorned, with a dignified and imposing form, and a bright and pleasing glaze color. It is a Ming Dynasty Longquan celadon glazed washer with a folded rim. The starting bid for this item is 200,000 yuan. The guests in the audience paid close attention to the auction item and began to whisper among themselves. I noticed this was genuine when it was outside, but a man with a square face craned his neck forward and muttered to himself, sitting to the side. He said calmly, but the value isn't high. If it's bid over 600,000, we'll lose money. Let's see if anyone bids in a bit. If no one bids, we can buy it. The man turned to look at the speaker. An expert, huh? He shook his head. No, I know a little. The man waited for the item to go unsold, and it was clear that some of the guests in the room were getting impatient. The continuous bidding drove the price of the Longquan celadon glazed washer to 1 million yuan, and finally a middle-aged woman won the bid. Ah, what a pity, the man said. He smiled faintly. It's not a pity, it's not anything special. Young man, you're looking to bid on the final item, right? He looked towards the backstage area and frowned. The last one. There's one more to come. Next item. Just as the man was about to open the manual, the large screen on the stage began showing the next item for auction. A jade mountain depicting you the great taming the flood? The man turned to look at He Zhouwei. This is a first-rate fake. He Zhouwei nodded and said, yes, but the workmanship is good. It would be nice to put it at the front door as a decoration. The man's eyes were wide open, staring at him with the look of someone looking at a spendthrift. The auctioneer grinned, revealing his perfect 8 teeth, and announced, the Qing Dynasty Jade Mountain depicting you the great taming the flood, starting price 1 million yuan. Each bid increment is 1 million yuan. The people on the field looked at each other in bewilderment. This item will definitely not sell. Yes, who can buy a fake among fakes? But the workmanship looks really good, quite authentic. What's the use of good craftsmanship? This starting price is so high, it's definitely a fake. As the countdown was about to begin, He Zhouwei, who was sitting in the back, slowly raised his bidding paddle. The auctioneer's gavel fell rapidly. 1 million for the first time. 1 million, the second time. 1 millionth. Just then, the door behind them, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. A tall, upright man wearing a black and white baseball jacket walked in. What stunned everyone was not the young and handsome appearance of the man who entered, nor that he arrived at the auction too late. Instead, the man was holding up a bright red bidding paddle. There are 2 types of bidding paddles in Lanshan auction house. The ordinary one is white, and each time you raise your paddle, you bid according to the auctioneer's bid price. The bright red one is different. It has a similar meaning to lighting a sky lantern. The person who holds up the sign will continue bidding until the very end, no matter how much the item is ultimately sold, no matter how many people bid. The person who raises their paddle in the end will always pay. We are determined to win. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that someone would argue so fiercely over a fake. At this moment, He Zhouwei's previous composure had completely vanished. Chapter 144. The second male lead guests invited to Lanshan Hall are all prominent figures, but at this moment, everyone looked at the man at the door with a surprised expression. The man's expression was indifferent, with a touch of aloof politeness. He was handsome and tall. A young man holding up a red card in such a setting was quite striking, yet he gave off an overall impression of nonchalance. Those present began to discuss the man behind them, whispering among themselves, and the entire auction became lively in an instant. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? And Ran, who was standing behind Su Qing, had lingered at the door for a while before catching up and saw her cousin holding up a red card. Ran's watery eyes widened in surprise. She grabbed Su Qing's arm in a panic and whispered in his ear, brother, you're holding up the wrong sign. The red sign means you have to keep playing it. This item is clearly a fake. Aha. Bro, Su Qing shook the sign in her hand, then leaned down and whispered in her ear, I only took this one bidding paddle, I think I took the wrong one. Brother. You. And Ran looked embarrassed, as if she was thinking about how to get her brother to take back his sign, but there are rules in every trade, and Lan Shen could not go back on his word. At this point, and Ran could only hope that no one else would bid higher. Su Qing tugged at her wrist and pulled her into the room. It's alright, I have some money in my pocket. At worst, I can just stay here and sell myself to pay off my debts. And Ran chuckled, even in this situation, you still have the mind to joke around. The auctioneer on stage pointed in Su Qing's direction and said, this gentleman has already bid, 2 million for the first time, 2 million for the second time. He Zhouwei didn't recognize Su Qing, but he immediately recognized in Ran standing next to him. He frowned. Unless he also threw down his card and fought to the death with the man in front of him to see who would give up first, the newcomer would definitely have it in his grasp, but this was something he hadn't anticipated. His pre-purchase price for this item was the starting bid, a so-called bargain. If the man were to fight him to the bitter end, VIP number 38 will pay an additional million, VIP number 25 will pay an additional million, VIP number 6 will pay an additional million. After Su Qing revealed her card, a chorus of voices rose and fell in the arena. They're all a bunch of people who love a good show. Since someone's already paying, raising the price up is going to be fun. Everyone wanted to see Su Qing's embarrassed expression, but unexpectedly, the young man who had just sat down remained calm and composed, showing no impatience despite everyone's increasing bids. What surprised the guests even more was that Su Qing actually sat down right next to Yi Zhouwei. The two men seemed to have no connection, but the tension between them was threatening to set the entire Lanxian enterprise ablaze. Su Qing glanced to the left, sizing up Yi Zhouwei. When she saw He Zhouwei's information with her insightful eyes, a sly smile appeared on her lips. Name, He Zhouwei, identity, male lead, appearance, 97 height, 183 cm age, 28, golden finger, golden eye, main character's luck, 1000, initial value 15,000. After reading the Eye of Insight, Su Qing nodded to himself. He wasn't surprised. After all, the original text has more than 800 chapters, and it would be difficult to write with only one male protagonist. If the author is so shrewd, he would definitely add more male protagonists to pad the word count. He was still wondering last night when he read the follow-up article by the author, that the Yi family's son would actually bid on a fake, but as Su Qing read further into the original text, she understood that the items on the stage were not fakes. It is a genuine Yushan Jade Mountain with the picture of Yu the Great taming the flood from the Qing dynasty, although it is only an item from the Qianlong era. It is not very old. However, it is the jade carving with the most abundant materials, the longest transportation route, the longest time spent, the highest cost, the most exquisite carving, the largest size, and the greatest scale in the treasure trove of Chinese jade artifacts. It is also one of the largest jade carvings in the world. It's a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, those present were too blind to see the prize offered by the owner of Langshuangsing, which ultimately allowed He Zhouwei to successfully obtain the Jade Mountain. Later in the story, she gained the favor of the owner of Langshuangsing, who recognized her talent and brought her a series of good fortunes. She also won the affection of Su Qing's uncle, who married and ran to him. The Yi family's antique business grew larger and larger, and Ran ultimately suffered the misfortune of being used and then abandoned. Su Qing glanced at Ran, who was looking around like a little deer, and couldn't help but sigh. His sister's fate had been so bad from the first version of the original story until now. She was practically cannon fodder. Fortunately, he arrived. Brother! And Ran pouted and nudged Su Qing's arm. These old guys are really mean, they keep calling you that. They really know someone's paying the bill. Su Qing rubbed her head. It's all right. I was careless. I didn't expect to hold up the wrong sign. He spoke quite loudly, mainly speaking to Ho Chao Y. As expected, He Zhouwei was stunned for a moment after hearing Su Qing's words. He originally thought that the man next to him was Ran's boyfriend, who was deliberately trying to bring him bad luck unexpectedly. It turned out to be her brother, and he was holding up the wrong sign. That makes things much easier. He Zhou Wei, who hadn't spoken to the two of them, smiled gently at them. He didn't know Su Qing, so he greeted and ran first. "Sister-in, you've arrived. I've been looking for you ever since I entered." He Zhou Wei had a refined appearance, and his suit was impeccably pressed. An Ran raised her eyes, holding a strand of her pink hair in her hand, and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Uncle He. He Zhou Wei, how do I look like an uncle to you?" However, he didn't show any impatience on his face. Instead, he pretended to be curious and pointed at Su Qing, asking, "And who is this?" Before Ran could respond, Su Qing turned to him. As everyone knows, Su Qing is not only innocent but also very polite. At this moment, he curled up his lips and revealed a smile that was even more obedient than Ran's. "Hello, Uncle He, I am Ran's cousin, my name is Su Qing." He Zhou Wei was taken aback. He had never seen the man in front of him before, but he did know Su Qing, who was Ran's cousin, the only son of the Su family, the head of the 5 major families in Luochuan. He glanced at Su Qing. Rumor had it that she was aloof and arrogant, possessing a maturity and coldness unlike her peers. He Zhou Wei felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was not only competing with him for the auction item, he still calls himself uncle, and why is it barking so obediently? And smiling so sweetly, does this have even the slightest similarity to the rumors? He Zhou Wei's previously refined demeanor faded somewhat, and an awkward smile appeared on his lips. "I'm only 28. Just call me brother, I'm not really an uncle." Su Qing had already noticed He Zhou Wei's impatience, unfortunately. He Zhou is experienced and composed, unlike Li Tian, who is easily flustered. "It seems he still needs to improve." Su Qing squinted, his smile as bright as the crescent moon in the night sky, and stared intently at He Zhou Wei. How can it not count? And Ran and I are of the same generation, so I should call her whatever she is called. Uncle He, it's so nice to see you." Seeing He Zhou Wei's discomfiture, and Ran nodded vigorously. "My brother is right." Then a beautiful sound rang in Su Qing's mind. Ding. The host has successfully disgusted the male lead, He Zhou Wei, and has now gained 200 points of villainous luck. Ding. The host has successfully disgusted the male lead, He Zhou Wei. 200 villain points have been added. Su Qing inwardly curled her lip. Worthless junk. Chapter 145, Give up bidding. He Zhou Wei sighed, reminding himself that important matters were paramount, and that they were just children. He couldn't hit them, but he smiled gently and coaxed Su Qing. "Just now you said that you raised the red card incorrectly?" Su Qing nodded, then darted to her left and whispered to He Zhou Wei. "Yeah, it's my first time at an auction. I only brought a paddle, but I didn't expect the uncles and elders here to be so mean. I think they didn't even want to buy anything in the first place." He Zhou Wei nodded and said earnestly. "Yes, this item is a fake. Originally, no one was bidding on it, but because you raised the red paddle, they wanted to see you make a fool of yourself." Su Qing asked in confusion, "That's not right, Uncle He. I heard someone tapping at the door. If this is a fake, then that person is incredibly blind." He Zhou Wei was speechless for a moment. He said awkwardly, "I took the picture. Although this thing is a fake, it's not a bad deal to display it at home as a decoration." Su Qing couldn't help but click her tongue. It was clearly something she intended to use as the store's prized possession, but she described it as something like a stone lion. A heavy sigh was heard. "Oh dear, what are we going to do? Those uncles and aunties have already bid up to 10 million. Su Qing shook her head, a look of bewilderment on her face, but the fingers resting on the sandalwood side tapped slowly and lightly. He Zhou Wei's brows relaxed, and he said with concern, "I am also your elder. Uncle and instructed me to take care of Ran here. I can't just watch you guys fail here. How about this? Whatever price you bid, I'll take it over for you." TSK. Su Qing leaned back lazily in the sandalwood chair, his hands clasped together. He almost wanted to applaud He Zhou Wei. His acting skills were almost as good as his own, and he even had that sanctimonious air about him. He casually raised his eyes, glanced at He Zhou Wei indifferently, and his originally obedient voice suddenly became as cold as thin ice. Su Qing said softly, "Don't you have any idea whether this thing is valuable or not?" VIP number 18 paid an extra $1,000,000 yuan. VIP number 19 paid an additional 1,000,000 yuan. The auctioneer was still calling out prices on stage, and the room was noisy. He Zhou Wei couldn't quite hear what the people next to him were saying, and he looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. What? Su Qing didn't want Ran to hear, so she leaned close to Yi Zhouwei's ear and let her low, husky voice slowly enter his ears. I'm telling you, stop pretending. You should at least know whether this thing is valuable or not, right? I can't let go. How about Uncle raises the price with me? $1 billion? 100? Don't worry. I can fight you to the end. He Zhou's narrow, calm eyes suddenly widened a little, then narrowed a little more. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. How come this guy has two faces? He didn't believe that the man in front of him could really see the clues to that thing. Many experts present couldn't recognize it, so how did he figure it out? And they insist on fighting against themselves. He Zhouwei frowned, a little confused for a moment. Why was that? The guests at the auction didn't seem to want to push things too far, and one by one they stopped bidding. The auctioneer was waving his small hammer at that moment. 15 million for the first time, 15 million for the second time, 15 millionth. Before the words were even finished, another red bidding paddle rose slowly into the room. Unsurprisingly, that person was Yi Zhouwei. No one spoke or raised their paddles in the auction room. All was silent as everyone awaited the final outcome. Su Qing smiled faintly. Uncle, he has great courage. With both red cards on the table and neither side willing to back down, the bidding escalated from 1 million to 50 million per round. The rules are simple. Whoever drops their paddle first forfeits the auction. Through the auctioneer's repeated bidding, the item was driven up to a high price of $500 million. In contrast to Su Qing's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Zhouwei's forehead was already covered in sweat. Ran looked at Su Qing in confusion. Brother, didn't you make a mistake? Why are you still bidding? Su Qing wasn't lying to her, because the items are genuine. Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? I'm not lying to you, otherwise why would he try to take it from me? But, even if it were real, it wouldn't be worth that much money, would it? Ran frowned and whispered urgently in Su Qing's ear. Brother, did you fight with him because of me? Actually, I'm not that annoyed with him. Brother, don't waste so much money because of me. Su Qing raised her hand, wrapped it around her head, and ruffled it a few times. You should be annoyed by him. He doesn't deserve you. Time ticked by, with only the auctioneer's voice repeatedly emanating from the scene. The auctioneer pointed to Ho Chaowai, bid number 22, 650 million. The auctioneer pointed at Su Qing, bid number 36, 700 million. The auctioneer then pointed to Ho Chaowai, bidder number 22, bid 750 million. Unable to persuade Su Qing, Ran looked up dejectedly and said, Brother, how about we stop filming? Su Qing glanced at Yi Zhouwei, smiled faintly at the bloodshot veins in his eyes, then lowered her wrist and put down the bidding paddle. A light, cheerful voice followed. Congratulations, Uncle He, on acquiring the Great Taming the Flood Jade Mountain. As Su Qing clapped her hands crisply, the guests on stage joined in with applause. At first, people looked down on their behavior, but by the end of the auction, they were truly impressed. There was envy and confusion, but their determination to fight to the end made everyone admire them. He Zhou caught a glimpse of the man's sincere smile. His facial expression shifted from surprise to bewilderment to resentment in just 1 second. He should be happy to have won the bid. There's no other reason for his current emotional state. He Zhouwei's money was simply not enough. Even if all the liquid assets the Yi family could come up with were only enough to pay $630 million, selling a few properties is possible, but auctions don't allow installment payments, and selling assets takes time. Why is it such a coincidence? Why did Su Qing stop bidding while holding on to her own family's money? The reason Yi Zhou didn't put down his paddle later wasn't because he was bidding, but simply because he thought Su Qing could keep bidding. He never dreamed that the man beside him would give up at this price. It was like he was playing him for a fool. Did you do this on purpose? Su Qing met his furious gaze and clapped her hands, saying, Did you just realize that, you? Su Qing smiled. Uncle, he wouldn't not have the money to pay, would he? In a daze, Yi Zhouwei saw a staff member dressed in a white cheongsam walk towards him, her figure graceful and her demeanor captivating. Staff member Yi Zhou squatted down in front of him and handed him a stack of documents. Hello sir, here is detailed information about the origin and purchase contract for the Great Taming the Flood Jade Mountain. How would you like to make the payment? Yi Zhou, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, was receiving the attention of the entire audience. However, what he said next completely surprised everyone. I'm sorry, I cannot afford to pay for this auction item. The staff member squatting on the ground gave him a disapproving look, but maintained a polite attitude in keeping with professional conduct. She turned on the walkie-talkie. Location, auction venue. Location, auction venue. Someone is scrambling to bid here, kick them out. Several burly men wearing tight black short-sleeved shirts jogged in. Let go of me. Let go. Ignoring Hizhou's struggles, they dragged and pulled him out. Su Qing glanced at him indifferently, then lowered her eyes and reached out her hand to the staff member squatting on the ground. It's my turn, I'll sign the check for you. The moment Su Qing signed her name on the contract, she heard the system's voice, ding. The host has successfully altered the plot and has gained 800 points of villainous luck and villainous points. Ding. The host has reduced the male protagonist Hizhou's luck points to 0, successfully stealing the male protagonist's cheat ability Golden Eye. Su Qing smiled faintly. It was good news. The guests in the room also started whispering among themselves. Those must be the He family's children. Why would they fight over a fake? Those two kids are so young and blind, sighed an elderly man sitting in the front row. His old friend next to him clicked his tongue. The most shameful thing is robbing someone and then not having money to buy the item. The old man stroked his beard. Lanxian Company's capital verification requirement is 500 million. I guess the boss didn't expect two people to raise their red cards at the same time. It seems the threshold needs to be raised in the future. That kid from the He family is too impatient. After Lan Xuanqing dared to engage in rigged bidding, he's been disqualified from participating in any auctions, even though the Great Taming the Flood Jade Mountain was right there on the stage, standing brightly before everyone's eyes. It was still regarded as a fake by the crowd. It wasn't until the auctioneer walked up to the Jade Mountain and said something that everyone present turned red in the eyes. This third item is genuine. It's a lucky charm from our boss. Congratulations, Mr. Su Qing. Even if it were purchased for hundreds of millions, calling it a gift wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, this item is priceless and unavailable on the market. It's a priceless treasure that no amount of money can buy. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Su Qing, who had won the final bid. Ran patted Su Qing in surprise. Brother. It really is, really. Su Qing frowned. Straighten your tongue before you speak. Brother, you really have a pair of discerning eyes that can see through appearances to the essence. And Ran nodded repeatedly, as if emphasizing her words. Su Qing tapped the tip of her nose, which was covered in a thin layer of sweat. The contract has your home address on it. Take it home and play with it. Chapter 146, Don't Go Out Today. And Ran was stunned. She first nodded subconsciously, then shook her head, turning her head back and forth like a rattledrum towards Su Qing. Brother, you gave me something so expensive? She could hardly believe it. Although she and her cousin had a good relationship, it was unlikely that he would casually give her something worth hundreds of millions. He felt quite sorry for his little cousin. In order to continue their bloodline, aristocratic families usually have several children. The Su family is an exception in comparison. Although when Ran's family spoiled her, she wasn't an only child. That's why they were in a hurry to get her engaged. And Ran was right, the Yi family wasn't actually a wealthy family. It was just a good match. Unlike the matriarchal era, this was the case in Su Qing's time, where girls had to have something to protect themselves. Su Qing smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, I'll give you some dowry. Although Ran was surprised, her brother had always been good to her, so she didn't hold back. Wait, can't I just not get married? I don't like men, Su Qing frowned, pondering. If I like women, it's not necessarily a bad thing. And Ran chuckled and quickly waved her hand, saying, No, it's just that I haven't thought about those things yet, and I don't really want to manage a family, be a good wife and mother, or have children. And Ran raised her head and blinked at Su Qing. Brother, do we have to be the same as everyone else? Do we have to conform to the adult standards? And Ran asked the question seriously, and Su Qing answered seriously as well. He had also thought about this question. No need. Life is only a few short decades. You can live however you want. As time goes by, as dusk settled and the auction drew to a close amidst the dark clouds and the hazy moonlight, the sky gradually darkened. The two had a good final result. And Ran finally won the Tang Dynasty Xing Kiln white porcelain vase that her father had asked her to buy. Su Qing, having nothing better to do, bought a Song Dynasty Ru Kiln piece for her father and also won the last piece, a bright green jadeite. Everything went smoothly after that, because Su Qing always followed up until the very end, and no one present wanted to suffer any more misfortune at his hands. After all, This event allowed them to easily spend so much money and distinguish the authenticity of the Yu the Great taming the flood Jade Mountain from among many experts. These two things alone are enough to make no one dare to challenge him. Although his identity is unknown, he must have a certain status. They can't afford to mess with people like that. The crowd walked out of the Lanshan auction hall in an orderly fashion. Su Qing was too lazy to squeeze through the crowd, so she and Ran waited until the very end before leaving. Su Qing hesitated for a moment at the entrance of Langshuangsing and glanced at the backyard. Logically speaking, another opportunity for He Zhouwei was the owner of Langshuangsing. Although she didn't know the significance of this opportunity or what benefits and abilities it could bring him. As is well known, the male protagonist has always had extraordinary opportunities to. He was very puzzled as to why the staff hadn't contacted him. Su Qing thought it should be an old man, since in urban fantasy novels, the person who helps the male protagonist is usually a mysterious old man, used to highlight his strength and thus complete the act of showing off and slapping someone in the face. Of course, Su Qing didn't care about that. Everyone knew he was kind-hearted and disliked showing off, but a great opportunity is better than none. Brother, what are you looking at? And Ran's voice pulled Su Qing back to reality. Nothing. Su Qing and Ran walked out. And Ran was in a very good mood today because she had received a gift and bought some items at the auction. She said happily, "Brother, will you take me out to play? Let's go see a movie. There's a really good movie showing today. It's a comedy," Su Qing said indulgently. "Not today. A few investors are coming over today, and my mom wants me to go out for dinner." And Ran pouted, "Brother, I've noticed your social skills are getting better and better. You never used to like these kinds of occasions." Su Qing chuckled, intending to respond, but then caught sight of a Bentley Mulsanne parked in the parking space by the entrance, with a pair of narrow eyes peeking out from the half-open window. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Although her luck had run out, He Zhouwei felt that there was still something to do. However, Su Qing did not see any information from the eye of insight. Perhaps He Zhouwei was deep in thought, or perhaps he hadn't yet come up with a solution. After a brief exchange of glances, He Zhouwei's car drove away. Seeing that Su Qing didn't speak, and Ran tugged at his hand. "Brother, if you have something to do, you can go first. I can just take a taxi back by myself." Su Qing patted her back, glanced at the car and gestured for her to get in. "There's no rush. I'll take you home first. I need to change my clothes before we go eat." And Ran nodded. Longcheng Sujia apartment. Su Qing changed into a simple black suit in the dressing room, with only two obsidian cufflinks gleaming. When he walked out of the room and into the living room, he ran into Ran, who was curled up on the sofa making a phone call, her little feet propped up on the back of the sofa in a very lazy posture. "Okay, let's go out for a get-together tonight. Let's watch a movie first and then have some barbecue. School's starting soon, and I won't have any more free time." And Ran was on the phone with her best friend when she met Su Qing's gaze. "Brother, you look so handsome. Come back soon." Su Qing stopped and frowned as he asked, "Are you going out in a bit?" He pointed to the milky white standing clock next to the TV cabinet. "It's almost 10:30. Meeting Su Qing's expression, and Ran cleared her throat and spoke righteously into the phone. "I won't go today, it's too late." And Ran hung up the phone and gave Su Qing a sweet smile. "Brother, I'm not going." "Okay, wait for me to come back, and your brother will take you to eat." Su Qing was about to use his insightful eye to check in Ran's mental state when his phone rang. He interrupted Su Qing's preparations, took out his phone, and saw it was Qing Yun calling. "Hey, Qinger, where are you going? These uncles and aunties who came today are all good friends of mine. You promised me you'd come, so please don't arrive later than them, that would be impolite." "Ready to leave, I'm not far away." As Su Qing covered the microphone and walked towards the door, she said to Ran, "Go to sleep early. You promised your brother you wouldn't go out today. Bye-bye, brother, I'm not going. I'm going back to my room to watch TV." And Ran waved to Su Qing and walked into the house, her two pretty pink hairs swaying back and forth. Actually, Su Qing wouldn't usually remind Ran to go out repeatedly if she wanted to. Today's unease was because of the look in He Zhouwei's eyes when he left. Although he didn't find anything in the original text by Go, he still felt uneasy, but his good sister always listened to him and probably wouldn't go out, so Su Qing gradually felt relieved. Su Qing walked towards the elevator, thinking, after all, he was the one who did it, and he believed that He Zhou should target him for trouble. Su Qing has never been afraid, and she is even less afraid of He Zhou Wei, a male lead who was already a failure. But to Su Qing's surprise, after Ran turned around and went back to her room, she sent another message to her girlfriends. I'll be there in a bit. After sending the message, she went to the closet to find clothes. She didn't bring many clothes to Longcheng, just some simple t-shirts and jeans. It wasn't an important occasion, so she simply took out a simple cartoon t-shirt and put it on. Thinking it would be cool at night, she also put on a dark blue Tom Brown jacket. I'm all packed, see you at the movie theater. Chapter 147, Party at the entrance of Longcheng Hotel. Two doormen in red uniforms jogged toward a Maybach. A distinguished and handsome man stepped out of the car. Su Qing led Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi out of the car and into the hotel. The spacious and bright lobby features a dazzling crystal chandelier that reflects the golden floor tiles with a gleaming shine. The three walked forward, and Su Qing asked the other two, "Did my mother bring bodyguards today?" The Su family's security personnel were all hired from the Lin family. Among them were leaders, and the bodyguards would exchange information with each other. Su Qing asked this question because he had been feeling uneasy all the way out. He felt that He Zhou Wei was definitely going to cause trouble today. Although he was skilled in martial arts, he didn't want to take action himself if he encountered danger. After all, it would be strange for his mother to see him doing so. Besides, there were too many people present today for him to take care of. Young Master Su, let me ask you something. Just as Zhang Qi took out his phone to ask his supervisor again, Hua Sheng had caught him off guard and grabbed him. Hua Sheng nodded and said, "Young master, Madam An did not bring anyone with her. I have already communicated with the people on site beforehand." "Yeah, well done." Zhang Qi's square face fell, and he looked at Hua Sheng, saying, "Young master, do you need?" Hua Sheng quickly added what he was about to say, "Young master, do we need more manpower?" "I'll call the supervisor now." Su Qing nodded. "Yes, today's guests are all quite important, let's send a few more people over." "Yes, young Master Su." Hua Sheng quickly raised an eyebrow at Zhang Qi after speaking. After taking the elevator to the innermost private room, Su Qing knocked on the door a few times and then went inside. He arrived not late, but there were already 4 people sitting in the room. At first glance, the person sitting in the middle was his mother, and Qing Yun, who was wearing a dark blue cheongsam and had her hair styled in an elegant updo. Several middle-aged men sat around her, smiling as they looked at Su Qing. Su Qing has a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that look gentle, and she also has a clever smile on her face. He's the epitome of a model student, a quintessential sunny young man. Su Qing glanced at everyone and said obediently, "Mom, hello uncles and aunts, I'm late." "Not too late, not too late. We arrived too early. It's good that you're here. Your son is so grown up, and he's quite the handsome young man," said a woman in a black dress sitting across from Qing Yun. "Yes, I'm almost 20. And Qing Yun responded and waved to Su Qing, gesturing for him to sit next to her, and filled his glass with orange juice. "Qinger, have you been busy these past few days? How are you feeling? How was the auction with Xiao Ran?" There were many people in the room, and most of them were quite old, so the air conditioning wasn't turned up high enough. Su Qing sat down and took off her coat, revealing a Dior silk shirt underneath, which reflected a few glittering rays under the bright light. He folded his coat and hung it behind the backrest, smiling sweetly, "Everything's fine. I had a great day, and I feel good too. Mom, you don't need to worry about me." And Qing Yun was very pleased to see Su Qing's current state. In 20 years, this was the first time Su Qing had accepted going out with her to social events, and she was no longer cold to strangers. She initially didn't believe Su Qing's claim that 2 negatives make a positive, thinking he was just being polite, but seeing that he had invested in film and television projects on his own, and that he had appeared with Lu Jie last time, and that he had come to have dinner with me and the investors today, I felt that Su Qing had really changed and was no longer my gloomy and aloof son. Qing Yun smiled with satisfaction and began to introduce the identities of the people to Su Qing, following the path to her right. The first one was a dignified and upright man in his early 40s, wearing an LV stand-up collar short-sleeved shirt, who looked quite fashionable. Qing Yun said, "This is your Uncle Zhou." Su Qing nodded to him, "Hello, Uncle Zhou." He looked at the wine glass that Uncle Zhou was holding, then glanced at the orange juice on his own table, and felt that it wasn't quite right, so he simply took a small cup of baijiu from the side just as she was about to drink, and Qing Yun stopped her, saying, "Qinger, you can't drink alcohol." In the end, Su Qing simply drank the orange juice to get rid of the problem. However, no one present had any objections, since everyone had heard about Su Qing's poor health. "This is your Aunt Zhang." And Qing Yun pointed to a middle-aged woman with short hair and a plump, round face. "Hello, Aunt Zhang," Su Qing said then, and Qing Yun pointed to the woman next to Su Qing. "This is your Aunt Chang." He turned his head and was stunned for a moment. She had a beautiful oval face, a delicate nose, long and beautiful eyelashes, and wore a long black dress that made her look mature and gentle, but she looked very young. As everyone knows, Su Qing is extremely intelligent, knowledgeable, and versatile, and has served as the class representative for Chinese language. In particular, her family is in the film and television industry, so Su Qing naturally watches a lot of dramas to improve her professional skills. So when I saw the graceful woman in her early 30s standing next to me, I couldn't help but think of a TV series, My Mother's Friend. Seeing that Su Qing hadn't spoken for a while, Cheng Xian spoke first. "I often hear Qing Yun mention you. I didn't expect you to be so grown up. Xinger and Qing Yun really look alike. Xinger, you can just call me Aunt Chang." Drinking with elders, especially elders who are close to one's mother, is never a good idea to use oranges instead of alcohol. Su Qing picked up a small wine cup from the side and clinked glasses with Cheng Xian. "Chang." Su Qing paused for a moment and whispered. "Sister Chang, she's only 10 years older than me, not exactly an aunt, you're quite the talker." Cheng Xian chuckled, pointed at the rim of Su Qing's raised glass, and glanced at Qing Yun's side. "Your mother won't let you drink anymore, so listen to her and don't drink. You can't just secretly drink when she's not looking, or she'll blame me." Su Qing obediently put down his wine glass, picked up the orange juice and took a sip. He was just being polite. After a while, a few more people came in, and the room became very lively. Everyone was talking about business and their intention to cooperate with the Su family. All of them had a good relationship with Qing Yun. It's true that the Su family is very wealthy, but it's common knowledge that cooperation leads to mutual benefit. Nobody dislikes having more money, and nobody wants to take on any risks. Cooperation and mutual benefit are the cornerstones for the long-term development of enterprises. Through an hour of conversation, Su Qing gained a comprehensive understanding of the identities, backgrounds, and industries of the entire Zhengyi table. There are others in the media industry as well as the international modeling industry. The jewelry industry. In fact, Su Qing didn't need to listen at all, he could have just taken the shortcut and used his eye of insight to see for himself. But Su Qing felt it wasn't necessary, since his main purpose in coming here today was to make his mother happy. The group of people at the table were chatting and drinking happily, and Su Qing occasionally chimed in with a few words, accepting their business advice, and they also showed concern and care for us. Suddenly a voice echoed in my mind. This drew Su Qing's attention. "Ding. The thoughtful system is here to remind you," Su Qing said lazily. "Ding. Then tell me, host, you haven't been reading the original sequel carefully. Danger is approaching." Su Qing frowned. The system wouldn't joke about something like this. He said urgently, "I'm serious. It's just a plot about Li Tian and Xiao Chang, and Lin Xie scolding me and missing me at home. Where's the danger?" Friendly reminder, that's a hidden subplot, appearing at the beginning of the chapter after next. Su Qing couldn't help but wonder. He had already read the next chapter after the one in the original sequel by the author. He rummaged through his mind quickly, but the words were always unclear, and Su Qing really didn't know which scene he had missed. He carefully read the original text of the next chapter. The opening section consisted of several news reports that he had previously skimmed over. Longqing TV is broadcasting this news to you at 12:30 a.m. on March 17. A vicious incident involving a group fight and threats to the lives of others occurred at the De Kwai Duoi barbecue restaurant located on Qinglu Road in Longchang. Chapter 148, Vegetables. Hurry up. After carefully reading the lengthy continuation of the original text, Su Qing felt a tremor in his heart and knew his answer. A girl wearing a cartoon short-sleeved shirt at a barbecue restaurant at night, who else could it be but Ran? He had only glanced at this part when reading the original text, and he hadn't paid much attention to the several news broadcasts. He really didn't expect that he had been so uneasy for so long. His sixth sense was really over the top. But what he didn't expect was that the other party's target was Ran. Who else could have harmed Ran but Zhou Wei? Su Qing raised her wrist and glanced at her watch. It was exactly 12 o'clock. There was still half an hour left to turn the situation around. The elders at the round table chatted and laughed, enjoying the exquisite dishes and exchanging toasts while discussing interesting business anecdotes. Su Qing took a deep breath and stood up from the pleasant gathering. Her tall and straight figure stood up abruptly, which seemed a bit out of place among the seated crowd. Su Qing gave a pale smile, picked up a glass of white wine, and drank it all in one gulp. I'm sorry, uncles, aunts, and grandpas, something tricky has come up and I have to leave now. Enjoy your meal. His deep, calm eyes revealed to anyone with eyes that he was very agitated and angry, as if a massive anger was being suppressed within him. Well, you can go now if you have something to do. Let's get together another day. The elders responded in unison. An Qingyun's eyes darkened, and she tugged at Su Qing's sleeve, saying, Qinger, what happened? He frowned. He didn't want his mother to worry, and no one would believe him if he just said what he had learned from the prophet. He patted in Qingyun's hand. It's nothing, Mom. I'll take care of it. Su Qing opened the door to the private room and walked out. A beam of light shone from the room, illuminating the somewhat dim corridor. A dazzling light flashed across his eyelashes, and a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. 10 bodyguards stood in neat rows at the entrance of the private room, nodding in unison and saying, Young Master Su. Su Qing walked forward without stopping, raising her hand to beckon to the group. Leave 2 people here to guard the area, the rest of you come with me. Then a series of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the Longcheng Hotel. Su Qing stepped into the car and made a phone call with a serious expression. Give me, within half an hour, everyone around Hezhou's route of action today, and the social relationships and backgrounds of all of them. It's 11:30 p.m. downstairs at the cinema on the other side. 4 girls walked out of the mall after watching a movie. This movie is really interesting, and Ran said to the group of girls. A girl in a white shirt responded, Indeed, it has both funny and touching moments. It's adapted from a novel, you should check it out when you have time. The original novel is even better. The girl standing next to Ran was tall and beautiful, with a pair of phoenix eyes that looked somewhat aloof. Her delicate face was without makeup, only a faint smile. She was wearing a dark gray Balenciaga printed t-shirt, with 2 plain black rubber bands wrapped around her wrists. His surname is Fong, and his given name is Qing. She was standing to Ran's left, holding Ran's hand as they crossed the street. Their destination was a small, unassuming restaurant called De Kwai Duoi, Great Feast, located just a few streets away from the movie theater, very close to the cinema. It takes about 5 minutes to walk there. A large red plaque looked somewhat worn, with the words Enjoy a hearty meal written on it in orange yellow. The shop was very popular, and since the weather in Longcheng is usually nice, some customers chose to sit at the entrance. Simple red and white plastic chairs and several rectangular white tables filled the entrance of the shop. The 4 of them went inside and there was only 1 table left near the door, so they sat down there. And Ran sat inside, Fong Qing sat outside, and the other 2 girls sat opposite her. A plump proprietress walked towards them carrying 2 simple menus wrapped in plastic. Little girls, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Call me auntie when you've ordered. After thanking them, Fong Qing took the menu and placed it between the 2 of them. What would you like to eat? And Ran glanced at the menu. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, chicken sausages, fried noodles, grilled fish and pig's trotters, and, after the 4 of them ordered the food, they also ordered a case of beer. The dishes were served slowly, but the wine came out quickly. After the 4 of them had a few sips, Fong Qing asked Ran. Didn't your brother call you? Didn't he tell you not to come out? And Ran stuck out her tongue. The emperor is far away, and he went out to eat. He has no idea I went out. Besides, it's broad daylight, and Ran pointed to the wide-angle surveillance camera at the barbecue restaurant counter. There's surveillance, what's there to be afraid of? Fong Qing shook her head. It's for your own good. Didn't you come to Longcheng to find him? It's understandable that you're worried about me going out alone late at night. Ran sighed and pouted. School's starting soon, isn't it? All of you have gone to study in other places, so we won't see each other for the whole semester. And Ran attended high school in Longcheng, and several of her girlfriends were locals from Longcheng. However, none of them went to university in Longcheng. They all went their separate ways, so it's quite remarkable that they can get together now. The girls cherished their brief get-together today, as they would be packing their bags to return to school in a few days. Seeing them was one of the reasons Ran came to Longcheng. Fong Qing tugged at Ran's pink hair. It's okay. A plane can take you anywhere in a few hours. We can still see each other on the weekend. Don't act like we're all dead. And Ran smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yes, nowhere is far. She raised her glass. Let's drink until we drop tonight. At this moment, Enran, who was all smiles, did not notice the danger that was approaching them step by step. 9 men were heading towards a feast. The man in the lead was of medium build and wore a green jacket. A large group of people, accompanied by several girls, they sat at a long table set up outside the barbecue restaurant, ordering food and drinking alcohol quickly, their eyes constantly glancing into the building. Where's that young lady, young master he told us to deal with? I can't see her. I can't see her either. The man in the jacket walked over, leaned against the counter, and said to the proprietress, "Hurry up and bring out the outside dishes." Okay. Chapter 149. Arriving in Tamiya's, the man in green was talking to the proprietress. His eyes darted around, and he finally spotted a few pretty girls near the entrance. The girl sitting on the innermost side had 2 strands of pink hair that made her particularly recognizable, and he immediately matched the photo Wei had given him with the person in front of him. The man in green swaggered back to the outdoor dining table, pointed to a spot near the door and wall, and said with an evil grin, "They're right there, and those girls are all pretty. Maybe, let's take them to the side of the road and have some fun first, and then." The man in green had a sly smile, but he made a gesture of slitting his throat with one finger, and the smile on his lips looked extremely sinister. The boy grinned lewdly. "Hee, that's great." A man wearing a red hat heard them frown and advised, "Don't cause any trouble." The man, who had only come to eat with them, was shocked when he heard about their plan. The man in green clicked his tongue and replied dismissively, "Holy crap, who's that behind us?" "That's young master he. Let alone crippling him, I killed someone last year and nothing happened. Why would I be afraid of a few little girls? At that point, it'll just be a minor injury claim with some compensation, nothing to make a fuss about." The man in green spoke with such arrogance that no one would have guessed that these men, adorned with gold and silver, carrying Rolexes and driving Maybachs, who should have been contributing to society with their wealth, were actually a pack of vicious dogs. The man in green walked into the house, followed by several other people who were also preparing to move out. The man, reeking of alcohol, walked over to Enran's table. Because Enran was sitting inside and Fong Qing was sitting outside, he first bowed his head to Fong Chung. "Little sister, come out and play with your brother." The strong smell of alcohol made Fong Qing feel extremely nauseous. She said coldly, "No." He squinted, pretending to be drunk, and went up to touch Fong Qing's shoulder. Fong Qing glared at him and slapped his hand away. "Don't be crazy." The man roared, "Bitch." As he spoke, he raised his hand to smash it down on Fong Qing's face. Believe it or not, although Fong Qing is a woman, she has a cold personality and different hobbies from other girls since childhood. She has studied Taekwondo for 8 years. She dodged and dodged, targeting the man's sore spot, and twisted his little finger backward with her backhand. Just as his little finger was about to touch the back of his hand, a crack was heard, and the man in green cried out in pain. Seeing this, the men behind him swarmed forward. Could a few girls be a match for their absolute power? Impossible. The boy picked up a wooden table and chair. The man in white picked up a glass green stick and threw it straight at Fong Qing, and another man locked onto the target that young master he had instructed them to target and swung a large green stick at and ran. The 2 girls opposite them were not spared either. 2 men walked over to them, ready to strike them with their weapons. Fong Qing was outnumbered. She originally wanted to deal with the man who was throwing a stool at her first, but when she saw the wine bottle flying towards and ran, she rushed over to hug and ran without thinking. Fong Qing held and ran protectively in her arms. She frowned, feeling terrified, but she couldn't bear to see her best friend get hurt. But nothing terrible happened. A group of men in black suits nimbly rushed into the barbecue restaurant. One person caught the bottle that flew towards them, and another kicked the man who was waving a stool away. As I said before, how could those seemingly fierce men possibly be a match for a group of well-trained special forces in the face of absolute power? The men who were about to commit the crime all fell to the ground, struck by flying kicks and punches. As they were dragged away, several of their front teeth were still on the ground. His originally fierce face turned into a bruised and swollen one as he dragged himself along the cement road outside. A handsome man wearing a Dior silk shirt looked at the scene before him with a solemn expression, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Su Qing turned her head and glanced in Enran's direction. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the others seemed to be unharmed. To be honest, the place Enran and her friends chose was really not close to where Su Qing was eating. They rushed for more than 20 minutes without wasting a single minute, and only then did they manage to stop these people. Su Qing called Hua Sheng over and whispered something in his ear. "Take them to a back alley where there are no surveillance cameras and deal with them. Don't kill them." And, find a few dogs to play with them. Huasheng nodded and said, "It's young Master Su." Su Cheng slowly turned around and stared at and ran. If he had arrived any later, those people would probably have dragged them into the back alley. He really wanted to give Ran a good scolding for not listening to him, but then I thought about it again, and those scumbags didn't show up just because they went out for dinner at night. Su Cheng composed herself and gave a gentle smile. "Brother is here, everything's alright, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital." The girls were all trembling with fear. And Ran looked up, her voice trembling, unable to utter a coherent sentence for a long time, and 2 streams of tears fell down her cheeks. "Brother, I was wrong. Brother, I'm not blaming you, your brother is here now." Su Cheng glanced at the back of Fong Qing's head. The scene had been too chaotic just now, and she wondered which clueless person had brushed the cutlery plate across the back of her head, leaving a red bloodstain. "Let's go to the hospital first," Su Cheng said, following Su Cheng's gaze, and Ran noticed Fong Qing's wound and quickly wiped away her tears. "Quick, quick, to the hospital." Several attending physicians at Longcheng Central Hospital worked overtime overnight, some were surgeons, and some were psychologists. An Ran stayed with Fong Qing in the clinic while she treated his wounds. Su Qing was sitting on a bench outside, making a phone call. "Hey, Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi assumed Su Qing had come to ask about Lu Mang, so he went straight to the point. "Lu Mang's matter has been resolved. He has been convicted, and the Lu family has been completely wiped out. It was just finished. I was planning to tell you tomorrow." Su Qing had already seen what he was talking about in the original text by the author Go, and he wasn't in the mood to listen to it again, so he interrupted. "It's not Lu Mang's business. He Zhou Wei, the eldest son of the Yi family in Luochuan, sent a few people to hurt my sister in Longcheng. But now there's a tricky situation, I stopped them before they even started fighting. The question is, can I get them put in jail?" As Su Qing spoke, she sent the group's information to Jiang Yi's phone. Su Qing did this because he knew there were many people at the barbecue restaurant. Moreover, there are surveillance cameras in the store, and the news will be widely disseminated to the public in a few days. Therefore, the best way to deal with those people now is to use legal means. Jiang Yi carefully read through the documents. There was a lot of key information in them, and those people had done some heinous and shameful things in the past. Jiang Yi nodded inwardly. Su Qing always investigated very thoroughly. "No problem, this evidence is enough. They'll never get out of here in this lifetime." "Okay, thank you." Su Cheng hung up the phone, and the door in front of her creaked open a crack, revealing a red, swollen eye and several tear streaks still clinging to her fair face. Su Qing rested his elbows on his knees. Unlike his usual lazy demeanor, he looked somewhat tired when he got up. He beckoned to Ran with his finger. Ran glanced at the seat next to Su Qing but didn't sit down. She knew her brother was angry, so she squatted down in front of Su Qing. Her voice trembled as she clutched at Su Qing's suit trousers. "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me." Su Qing sighed and reached out to rub her head. "I'm not angry with you, I'm just worried about you getting into danger. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you if I arrive late." And Ran rested her chin on Su Qing's knee, a few glistening tears falling onto his trousers. "Brother, I really didn't expect. The store clearly had security cameras, and there were so many customers inside. It wasn't a secluded place, we weren't even wearing a dress, and we weren't wearing heavy makeup, so why were we being targeted?" And Ran clutched a strand of her pink hair in confusion, her eyes vacant. Could it be because of this? Su Qing couldn't bear it, so she took her arm and helped her up. "Because it's not your problem at all, it's their problem. Girls can wear floral dresses, but that's not a reason for them to do evil. Even without Zhou Wei, such incidents are rare in reality, and the frequent condemnation of victims can easily lead to self-doubt among the victim group." Su Qing called a psychologist over to conduct a psychological trauma diagnosis for the girls. They left several bodyguards there to wait and take them home later. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the empty hospital lobby, the pervasive smell of disinfectant felt rather chilly. Su Qing left, but he found Zhou Wei's address. He was determined to make Zhou Wei pay the price. Chapter 150, Uncle He, we meet again. It's 1:30 a.m. inside a unit in a high-end villa. Zhou Wei was sitting at the bar drinking foreign liquor, his narrow eyes lowered as he looked down at the flowing liquid in his glass. He sat upright, his fingers occasionally tapping on the marble countertop, looking completely nonchalant. In fact, unlike his calm state, he had had enough of being humiliated at Lanxian today. He had been preparing to bid for Hinayashan ever since it was exhibited by Lan Xuanqing, and no one competed with him for it, because no one could recognize that it was a genuine artifact. If he hadn't had eyes that were different from ordinary people since he was a child, even he wouldn't have noticed. He slammed his fist on the bar counter. He never expected that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere, not only snatching his things but also stopping at the last minute, making him lose face. After Lan Xuanqing was kicked out, he was never allowed to enter the door of any auction house again. Does this mean that he, a genius in the antique world, will only be able to find bargains at small stalls from now on? Uncle He, why doesn't that count? Uncle He, you're not short of money, are you? A man's voice echoed in his mind again and again. He had never been so insulted, but he knew Why.An ran. It's all because of that bitch and ran. He only wanted to form a marriage alliance with the An family, but that bitch not only disagreed, but also sent people to the auction to ruin his plans, embarrass him, and damage his reputation in the antique world. He Zhou picked up his phone and made a call to one of his men. There was no answer for a long time. He Zhou waited for a good 10 seconds before the call finally went through. Hey! How's the matter going? Have you found An ran yet? Don't let her get away with this. The person on the other end of the phone kept mumbling aha and ah, barely uttering a coherent sentence. Occasionally, a few sharp, piercing sounds would reach your ears, causing you immense discomfort. What bothered him was that the voice of unbearable pain was not a woman's voice. Speak! What are you doing? He Zhou shouted sternly. Young master! Help! The tormented voice was mixed with a few barks of dogs. After the cry for help, the phone was hung up. He Zhou was completely bewildered, but given his subordinate's reaction, he knew they had messed things up, but he was completely unaware that danger was approaching him step by step. Suddenly, a series of loud banging sounds came from the security door. He Zhou frowned, his heart skipped a beat. He stood up from the round stool and walked nervously towards the door across a small corridor from the bar counter, wanting to find out what was going on. At the same time, and just then, the door, unable to withstand the weight, was opened from the outside. The people outside clearly had no intention of concealing their presence, and He Zhou easily spotted their appearance. A tall man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist slowly walked in from outside the door. His appearance was not clear in the dim light, but the silk shirt he was wearing reflected the light. Several burly men stood outside, but then the broken door was slammed shut, keeping the men's accomplices out. The space fell silent instantly, creating an eerie atmosphere. Even the sound of breathing seemed amplified. The man slowly approaching made a crisp sound as his footsteps clattered on the tiles. The man walked toward the stunned He Zhou, casually putting on a pair of leather gloves. A faint smile played on his lips, and his deep, pleasant voice seemed to echo in the spacious living room. Uncle He, we meet again. There was no main light in the living room, only a ring of dim, yellowish ambient lighting that fell on visitors, casting their shadows on the polished tiles. An immense sense of oppression washed over him, and it wasn't until the person in front of him addressed him that He Zhou realized who the person in front of him was. He suddenly took a few steps back, stopping only when he had nowhere left to retreat, as one foot hit the wall. What are you going to do? He Zhou was completely dumbfounded. Su Qing chuckled and slowly approached him, then suddenly raised her hand and locked the man's neck, slamming him against the wall. Su Qing slowly applied force. Perhaps if he added a little more force, the person in front of him would stop breathing. But as He Zhou struggled, he slowly relaxed his grip. The two were standing very close. Su Qing's gloomy eyes were staring straight at him, and her originally deep and gentle eyes were now filled with great killing power. Uncle He, why do you always pretend to be confused when you know the truth? Didn't you send someone to take care of my sister? I came to give you a small thank you gift. He Zhou was stunned by Su Qing's sudden behavior, and he also felt that his question was unnecessary. What other reason could Su Qing have for coming to see him? It couldn't possibly be to reminisce about the past. What puzzled him was that he had sent people to follow Su Qing and An ran, and the two of them were clearly going in opposite directions. He had only sent his men to find An ran not long ago, so how did Su Qing find him and come here so quickly? He Zhou rubbed his throat, coughing as he gave a disdainful laugh. So what if I did it? It's all her fault for having such a good brother like you. You stole my things, are you just going to let it go like that? Su Qing sneered. Uncle He, are you perhaps delusional? That thing belongs to Lan Xuanqing. We were just fair competitors among the buyers. What you want, is it yours? Besides, it's not like I didn't offer you a discount. If you can't afford it, it's not my fault. Your uncle is being unreasonable. He Zhou felt a little uneasy. but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Su Qing had left his men outside, and after entering the house, he had only made a show of grabbing his own neck, so it was obvious that he didn't dare to do anything. The residential complex where He-jo lives is covered by surveillance cameras, and there are several security guards on duty 24 hours a day at the entrance. This place is Longcheng, not Luoshuan. The Su family may be powerful, but they can't extend their reach this far. This is considered trespassing, and I doubt they would dare to do anything. With this thought in mind, He-jo gradually calmed down. Su Qing's only conclusion from this trip was that this child was just there to scare people. How about we each take a step back? My men were only sent out recently, and Ran shouldn't be injured, otherwise you wouldn't be standing in front of me so calmly. The Su family has no say in Longqing's affairs. I'll let bygones be bygones by the fact that you sent people to beat up my men, and I'll also let bygones be bygones by the fact that you strangled me. From now on, shall we keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other? You're quite magnanimous. Elders are indeed different. Su Qing was speechless. He gritted his teeth and punched He-jo in the stomach. Unable to bear weight, he suddenly hunched over, his bent back sinking low. He-jo rubbed his lower abdomen, blood from the impact spreading down his lips, but he still stared at Su Qing with eyes that seemed unwilling to admit defeat. The entire neighborhood has been under surveillance since you entered. I'm going to the police tomorrow to report you for trespassing. The Su family's influence doesn't extend to Longcheng. You wouldn't be thinking of killing me in my own home, would you? He-jo originally wanted to say, you wouldn't dare kill me in my own house, would you? But such words would easily provoke others, so he held back his impatient tone. Ha? How could that be? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've already called the police at the barbecue restaurant. Your watchdogs are so lawless, they're good enough to be locked up for life. As for you, uncle. Su Qing clapped her hands, lowered her head, and whispered, of course I won't do anything. Chapter 151, I hope you. He-jo was somewhat confused. What exactly was Su Qing trying to do? It wasn't until Su Qing took out her phone and flipped through the photos in her album that He-jo realized just how terrifying Su Qing was. Su Qing seemed tired of standing, so she squatted down in the direction where He-jo was bending over, holding up her phone with one hand and flipping through the photos in her album as if showing a product to a customer. The fingers tapping the screen casually were long, slender, and fair. The bright light emanating from the phone screen illuminated He-jo's wide-open eyes, causing his originally narrow eyes to widen even further. The screen in front of him showed photos of his 90-year-old grandparents, his youngest child, and even photos of his dog being repaired. Su Qing wore a gentle smile, like a competent salesperson, as she demonstrated the goods to He-jo. Uncle you and your little sister are the closest, right? Your mother had a difficult childbirth and almost died, right? It's quite enviable that you have a good relationship with your family. Su Qing chuckled softly, his handsome face standing out even more under the scrutiny of the phone screen. His voice was deep and pleasant. Uncle you have too many weaknesses. What exactly are you trying to do? He-jo roared, his voice echoing throughout the living room. Su Qing stood up and patted his shoulder. Uncle he is right. In Longcheng, our Su family can't reach out to anyone. So I chose to extend my reach into Luoshuan to take care of your family. The Su family should be more than capable of dealing with the He family. He-jo suddenly grabbed Su Qing's shoulders. You dragged a bunch of old and weak people into this between the two of us. Are you even a man? Su Qing grabbed his wrist and pulled him down. That's right. It's appropriate for you to go to my sister about our issues, but it's not appropriate for me to go to your mother. You're quite good at calculating. Don't you think you're being hypocritical? You and Lang Yanfeng's affair, didn't you also go and mess with his sister? Why don't you have such a big heart when it comes to yourself? He-jo said disdainfully. Su Qing frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the use of the word, gao, meaning to mess or provoke. Although he was vindictive, he always had a cause for action. Lang Yan had treated him well, and he had never hurt her. Did Su Qing need to explain to him? No, he laughed and said, that's right, who doesn't have double standards? If I don't side with myself, am I supposed to side with you guys? Who told him he couldn't beat me? When you meet, you can have a good talk about me. Su Qing didn't know what he wanted to say, and was too lazy to argue with him anymore. He and He-jo had wasted so much time here just to see if they could squeeze some more luck points out of this second male lead, but it seems he didn't manage to harvest any chives this time. Su Qing interrupted him, saying, "Let me tell you clearly now what I'm here for, uncle." He leaned close to He Zhouwei's ear and whispered, "I won't lay a hand on you. I came to see you today. I hope you die a violent death." He Zhouwei's eyes widened in surprise. Listen to Su Qing speak, word by word. "I'll give you 3 days. You can spend a few more days with your family and give them some instructions. 3 days from now, I hope I will never see you in this world. If you're still breathing 3 days from now, everyone in the photo album will disappear one by one." The sound is getting farther and farther away. He Zhouwei stood there, stunned, watching Su Qing's retreating figure. To be honest, he didn't believe Su Qing could really do something like wiping out his entire family, but Su Qing's cold words pierced his heart, one word at a time. The man in front of him seemed capable of anything. Su Qing slowly took off her leather gloves and walked towards the door. 3 days later, news spread from the He family in Luochuan that their youngest daughter had gone missing for 10 hours without explanation after leaving kindergarten. Of course, this is a later story. When Su Qing got home, it was already 2:30 a.m. He was exhausted from all the complicated things that had happened that day. As soon as he entered, 2 bodyguards nodded to him and said, "Young master, we have already sent all the girls home." Su Qing yawned. "What did the hospital say? How is Enran?" Apart from Fong Qing, who suffered some external injuries, the others had no external injuries, but were just frightened. "The young lady has gone back to her room." Su Qing saw the light coming from Enran's room door and assumed she was still awake. She knocked lightly a few times, but no one answered, so she opened the door, but Su Qing didn't go in. She saw Enran curled up in bed, fast asleep, her brows furrowed, looking like she wasn't sleeping well. Su Qing quietly closed the door and returned to the hall. He turned to the 2 bodyguards at the door and said, "From now on, you 2 will be working with Enran." "It's young master." Su Qing was indeed tired. She washed her face, changed her clothes, and fell asleep in bed. When he woke up, it was already past 3 p.m. the next day. He didn't have any plans for today. He had finished filming in Longcheng, so he stretched and prepared to get up and take Enran out for something to eat. He paused for a moment when he saw Enran as he stepped out of the living room. The once vibrant and lively girl, with her delicate and beautiful hair, is gone. Enran had delicate black hair, no makeup on her face, and didn't casually cross her legs or put her little feet on the sofa. She just sat there obediently, with a sweet smile on her face. The 2 bodyguards standing next to her were burly men, and Enran looked as if she had been kidnapped. Su Qing was a little flustered and didn't know what to say for a moment. Enran chuckled awkwardly and curled her hair a few times with her fingers. "Brother, school starts soon, and our school doesn't allow dyeing hair. I woke up too late, so I asked them to take me to get my hair dyed. Are there any universities that don't allow hair dyeing?" Su Qing already had the answer in his heart, but he didn't say much. He sat down next to Enran and smiled gently. "It's too strict. Then let's not go to that school. How about I transfer you to the same school as him?" Enran was taken aback for a moment, but then obediently nodded, "Okay." From her previous adorable and eccentric behavior to her current timid and cautious state, Su Qing felt both regret and pity, seeing the psychological trauma Enran had suffered after being frightened. Su Qing asked her softly, "Enran, would you like to go out and play? Or do you want to eat something? Or, would you like to go see Fong Qing?" Su Qing saw Enran's desire to see Fong Qing through her insightful eyes. As expected, Enran smiled more happily after hearing what Su Qing said. Enran called Fong Qing, but the call was hung up. Chapter 152, Fong Qing's Home, Bonus Chapter, 3:30 p.m. Dragon City. An old residential building. A noisy commotion came from one of the rooms. A middle-aged woman with a hoarse voice stood in the cramped living room, pointing at a young and beautiful girl. "Fong Qing, we finally managed to send you to university, and instead of thinking about doing some part-time work during your vacation, you're going to a teacher's college too. Look at the neighbor's kid, he spent the holidays tutoring junior and senior high school students and brought back money for your Uncle Wang. Look at yourself. You went out drinking with people and got into trouble with a bunch of thugs. How could you face me like that?" Fong Qing frowned, her voice cold. "Mom. That's the problem with the bad people. Why blame me, Mom? I originally studied science, but you insisted on making me switch to arts and go to a teacher's college. I can't learn Chinese language at all. Did you even consider changing my major?" Li Xiaomei immediately fell silent. She smacked her lips and said, "Going to teacher's college means you can become a teacher. It's a secure job, and it's for your own good." Fong Qing stared unblinkingly, her chin trembling as she loudly proclaimed, Are you doing this for me? Or for my brother? Li Xiaomei said matter-of-factly, that's an adult's business. Isn't it just so you won't be lonely? I haven't skimped on your food or drink, Fong Cheng smiled weakly. Before her younger brother was born, her parents didn't treat her like this. But after her brother was born, all she heard every day was, a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. I'll be in high school, and you'll be having your second child. Teachers' college is tuition-free, and I earned all my living expenses during college myself. You still want me to give my younger brother living expenses? We've raised you for over 10 years, and you're not happy about bringing a little money home. Look at how shiny and smooth you are dressed. Don't think I don't know how much that outfit you're wearing costs. You've hooked up with a rich guy, haven't you? You ungrateful wretch, not even a penny back. Li Xiaomei pointed at the Balenciaga jacket she was wearing and rolled her eyes. Fong Cheng looked on incredulously, clutching her clothes, her voice trembling. This is a graduation gift from Anran, I told you about it. Li Xiaomei's expression changed. Yes, you ate with her yesterday too, right? Mom's confused. I heard your friend's family is quite wealthy, right? Giving gifts worth thousands of yuan so casually. I heard they're powerful and influential in Luochuan, or maybe, why don't you borrow some money from her? Look at Mom, she wants to expand her breakfast shop. How can such a small shop of just a few square meters support your brother and you? That's your own brother, you're related by blood. He'll help you when he grows up. Fong Cheng lowered her eyes. This wasn't the first time her mother had mentioned borrowing money, and she didn't want to respond anymore. She looked up and stared straight at Li Xiaomei. There's an 18-year age gap between us. Was my brother born to me? Is he my child? How come you've learned to talk back now? Li Xiaomei grabbed the mop handle next to her and was about to hit Fong Cheng. Fong Cheng didn't dodge or avoid it, but the pole ultimately didn't fall on her. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A knock on the door drew their attention. Who is it? Li Xiaomei shouted. I'm here to see Fong Cheng. I'm her classmate, and Ran stood in front of a security door covered with small advertisements. Fong Cheng lived on the top floor of an old building without an elevator. She didn't exercise often, and climbing 6 floors had exhausted her. Li Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she quickly put down the mop in her hand. Your classmate is here to see you. Make a good impression on him. Go open the door. Fong Cheng lowered her eyes helplessly. She really didn't understand what she had to show off in front of her best friend. The door opened from the inside. Ran greeted Fong Cheng's mother sweetly. Hello, Auntie. Li Xiaomei's eyes lit up when she saw the exquisite gift box of skincare products she was carrying. You're here, why bring anything? I often hear Xiaoqing mention you. You two are the best of friends at school. Seeing that Fong Cheng was in a great mood, Ran took Fong Cheng's hand and said to Li Xiaomei. Yes, Auntie, we're best friends, but we just couldn't get into the same university. Li Xiaomei smiled kindly. The feelings from childhood are the most genuine. Let's keep in touch more often in the future. Fong Cheng didn't want to hear a single word. She and Ran went to high school together in Longcheng. Although her family lived locally, she had never taken Ran home. She just couldn't stand her mother's attitude. Mom, I'm taking Anran back to her room. Fong Cheng took Anran's hand and led her back to her room. Ran was a little dumbfounded when she entered the room. Although the living room was small, it was still clean and cozy. But Fong Cheng's room, apart from a small bed, didn't even have a desk. The whole room was almost filled with boxes of miscellaneous items. Fong Cheng was clearly a little embarrassed, and pointed to the bed. I'm not usually home, so my things are just piled up here. Anyway, I'm going back to school soon, so I'm too lazy to tidy up. Yeah, it'll be time to go back to school soon. Ran pointed to Fong Cheng's neck. Does the wound still hurt? It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then let me see. Ran looked in the direction of her neck, and Fong Cheng didn't stop her, so she let her see. A few streaks of blood seeped through the white gauze. Ran exclaimed in surprise, grabbing Fong Cheng's hand. You're not alright yet? Your wound has reopened, I have to take you to the hospital. Fong Cheng finally gave in to Ran's insistence and followed her downstairs. As the two of them walked out of the doorway, they bumped into Su Qing, who had just gotten out of her car. Brother, I need to take Fong Qing to the hospital. Her wound is bleeding. And Ran tugged at Fong Qing's sleeve. This is my brother. You can call me brother too. Fong Qing nodded. Hello, brother. Okay, you two go ahead, I have something to do so I won't go with you. Because Su Qing had also assigned 2 bodyguards to guard and Ran, plus the 2 bodyguards Su Qing brought, they arrived in 2 cars, hearing that her brother had something to do, and Ran took Fong Qing and left in the car. Su Qing looked up at the upstairs, and the matter he mentioned was about the things happening upstairs. After a while, Li Xiaomei, who was unpacking skincare product boxes at home, heard a knock on the door. Thinking that Fong Qing and Ran had returned, she opened the door immediately. I was stunned for a moment after opening the door. A young and handsome man was standing in the doorway, dressed in sportswear and looking quite young, but the presence of 2 tall, muscular men in suits following behind her made her heart skip a beat. Her first thought was that the group of people Fong Qing had provoked yesterday had come looking for them. Who are you? Li Xiaomei gripped the doorframe, ready to slam the door shut at any moment. A slow, deliberate sound could be heard. Hello, Auntie, I'm Ran's brother. I'd like to talk to you about Fong Qing. Chapter 153, True Kindness. Su Qing, upon hearing that it was Ran's brother, Li Xiaomei felt relieved and loosened her grip on his hand, which she had been about to refuse. Oh, this is Ran's brother. Please come in. Li Xiaomei was incredibly enthusiastic. She thought that Fong Qing had saved Ran, and Ran was from a wealthy family. Now that her brother had come to their door, he must be here to thank them. Su Qing had already reviewed Fong Qing's information with his insightful eye. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of Li Xiaomei, who would have guessed that this kind-looking middle-aged woman was deeply persecuted by patriarchal ideology and treated her own daughter so badly. He remained polite and courteous, sitting on the solid wood stool next to their dining table, but he didn't drink the water Li Xiaomei offered him. He casually placed the water glass on the table beside him and stated his purpose directly. I'll just say it directly. Fong Qing and my sister have a very good relationship. I heard that you have a younger son. Fong Qing must be a big burden for you in this family, right? How about we make a deal? From now on, I'll take care of Fong Qing, and I'll give you some money. In return, you won't have to worry about Fong Qing anymore. Su Qing could tell that Ran and Fong Qing had a good relationship. Ran was still experiencing some psychological trauma, and Fong Qing had saved her sister and helped them transfer schools so that they could keep each other company, which was a good thing. Furthermore, given Fong Qing's family background, letting her leave would be a relief for her. Su Qing looked up and met Li Xiaomei's surprised expression. You want to buy my daughter? In fact, Su Qing had investigated Fong Qing's family background and social connections before coming upstairs. Her mother owned a breakfast shop and her father was a factory worker. Before the birth of their youngest son, the family treated Fong Qing fairly well, otherwise, they wouldn't have let her learn Taekwondo for so many years, hoping that Fong Qing could protect herself properly. Su Qing could easily threaten the women in front of him to sever their ties with Fong Qing, but he knew that Fong Qing still cared about this family. Besides, why use a complicated method when a simple one can handle it? Su Qing waved her hand and took out a check from her pocket. I want to transfer Fong Qing to the same school as my sister so they can keep each other company. Of course, she's still your child, and I hope you'll treat her well. The middle-aged woman in front of him was dumbfounded by the check he held between his fingers. It contained a full $1 million. Was it really as simple as he said? Faced with the large sum of money, Li Xiaomei instinctively reached out to accept it, but Su Qing pulled his arm back slightly, a distant smile on his face. Can you do that, Auntie? Sure, of course. I'll call Fong Qing in a bit and have her pack her things and go with Ran. She'll definitely take good care of your sister from now on. Su Qing's eyes darkened. They have a very good relationship. Fong Qing doesn't need to take special care of my sister. I will handle everything. What I need you to do is, you can find an excuse, whether it's to reminisce about past hardships or to remember old friendships. Or you could say that your youngest son died and she is your only child, and that you've changed your mind and want to treat her better, so you helped her transfer schools. Their friendship should not be tainted by self-interest. And please don't let them find out it's me. If you can do this, the money is yours. Auntie. Su Qing stood up, placed the check under her water glass, and walked out, unaware of Li Xiaomei's surprised and bewildered expression. As I descended the stairs, one floor at a time, a playful voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Wow, I'm really surprised that the host isn't threatening anyone. It's too much trouble, as long as the result is good. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy Fong Qing a good mother? The system stopped arguing with Su Qing, because she had seen in the later part of the original text that Li Xiaomei had indeed found a good reason to convince Fong Chang. Su Qing smiled faintly. There aren't many perfect things in the world, as long as you get a good result, that's enough to. Losai 2 days later. Lition had just finished working at the construction site and opened the door to his apartment when Zhang Qing appeared at the door, and very thoughtfully, she laid out a pair of cotton slippers, bending down and speaking softly. Young Master Li, the weather in Los Angeles has been consistently bad. You should wear some cotton slippers. Li Tian is disliked at home, Lin Xir ignores him, and there are troubles everywhere at the construction site. Li Tianjin never expected that the only person who could make him feel a sense of belonging at this moment was the woman in front of him who was asking him for help. He didn't refuse, said thank you, and put on slippers. As he entered the house, the enticing aroma of food drew him in. You cooked? Zhang Qing smiled sheepishly and looked around the dining table. Well, I made a few homestyle dishes, but I don't know if you'll like them. Zhang Qingren is mature and sensible, and looks pitiful yet adorable. Her lonely and helpless image gradually made Li Tian lower his guard. He took off his coat, walked over to the dining table, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, and made a muffled sound as he ate it. It smells quite good. Zhang Qing smiled and said, as long as it tastes good. The two people were eating face to face. Above the table was a cloud-shaped decorative lamp, and the hazy light falling between them made everything seem ambiguous. As Zhang Qing blinked rapidly a few times, avoiding the eye contact that the two had inadvertently made. Looking somewhat bewildered, she glanced sideways and turned to the mahogany wine cabinet next to her, stopping there. Want something to drink? Li Tian asked, looking in the direction she was looking. Zhang Qing nodded, then shook her head, hurriedly waving her hand and saying, I can't drink it, it's too expensive. It's nothing, thank you for making so many dishes. Li Tian got up and took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Li Tian had had enough of being subservient to others. Zhang Qing's admiring gaze rekindled Li Tian's pride, pouring wine to help him sober up. Li Tian's movements were practiced and slow, elegant, giving him the air of a noble young master. Li Tian didn't mind slowing down the pace of this home-cooked meal to enjoy Zhang Qing's joy and admiration. Li Tian slowly swirled the wine glass, poured a glass for Zhang Qing, and clearly introduced its origin and vintage. Zhang Qing listened attentively, and somewhat flatteredly drank the entire glass of red wine. Red wine takes time to intoxicate, and Zhang Qing's cheeks only started to flush after she had drunk 4 or 5 glasses. Zhang Qing's eyes were glazed over, as if she had found courage in the alcohol. She raised her face and stared intently at Li Tian. Chapter 154, Going to Lanchuan. The following morning, Su Cheng took care of transferring and ran to another school. Brother! Fong Qing is going to study in Luochuan too. And Ran was very excited and ran into Su Qing's study. Ha! Su Qing feigned surprise, what a coincidence! And Ran smiled brightly, brother, when she first told me, I thought it was you who did it. But Fong Qing was also very excited. Her family's land had been taken, and they had given her a lot of money. Her mother felt sorry for her all these years, and coincidentally, her mother knew a teacher at Luochuan University, so she helped her transfer to another school. And Ran's small eyes darted around, feeling that things were a bit too coincidental, but she didn't take it to heart. Being able to go to the same school as Fong Qing was the happiest thing for her. Su Qing pinched her chubby cheeks. What a coincidence! That's great. With her around, you won't be lonely. Her mother is quite capable, she even managed to get the science to humanities transfer sorted out. It's just that she went to Luochuan 2 weeks later than me, so she had to go through a lot of paperwork, and Ran, being completely detached from worldly affairs, naturally didn't understand these complicated matters. She only knew that she was happy to be studying at the same school as her best friend. She skipped and hopped back to her room to pack her luggage. Su Qing still had business to attend to in Longcheng, so I took her to the airport. I felt quite at ease having a bodyguard accompany her back to Luochuan. Having not rested well these past 2 days, Su Cheng went home and took a nap, which turned out to be a rather long nap, lasting until after 6 o'clock in the evening. The windows were already covered with blackout curtains, so when I woke up at night, the room was completely dark. He groggily reached for the bedside table, the light from his phone screen almost blinding in the dim darkness. Su Qing squinted and opened the recent messages. The photo on his phone caught his eye. The photo was sent by Zhang Qing, and unsurprisingly, the photo uploaded to the phone was a picture of Zhang Qing and Li Tian together. The two were covered by a blanket. Zhang Qing's collarbone was partially exposed, while Li Tian's muscular physique was left exposed, perhaps because he felt hot looking at the sensual photos. Su Qing smiled. "Brother Li Tian, how could you let my sister down?" Su Qing turned off his phone, not in a hurry to tell Lin Shearer the news. He is patient and there is a better time than now. At the same time, the pavilions and towers of Lanshan Garden are interspersed with vibrant green bamboo and oddly shaped stones. These strangely shaped stones are piled together, rugged and imposing. Inside one of the rooms, the floor, paved with the finest white jade, shimmered with a warm glow inside. A misty haze seemed to shroud the unreal sleeping quarters. A phoenix spread its wings as if about to take flight on the eaves carved from sandalwood, and there were floating windows carved from green tiles and walls made of piled jade. Looking inside, a beautiful and alluring woman was reclining on a chaise longue. A hazy white veil draped over her body, revealing her flawless neck, and her hand rested on her chin. Her slightly upturned fox-like eyes were sharp yet alluring. Her skirt swayed, her slender fingers tapping on the white gauze hem, revealing her long, shapely legs, beautiful and dazzling. A woman in a white cheongsam stepped over the threshold and entered the bedroom. She nodded slightly to the woman on the chaise lounge. "Sister, the information you requested has been found." Luo Shishua beckoned to the few thin sheets of paper, her melodious voice carrying a hint of nonchalance. "Su Qing, from Luochuan, 19 years old." Her cherry lips parted slightly as she looked up at the person in front of her and chuckled softly. "So cute." She clenched her fingers slightly. "Bring him back and use him as my furnace." Luo Wan opened her mouth in surprise. "Sister, you." Luo Shishua covered her mouth and chuckled. "Just kidding, go and send him a message saying that Lan Xuanqing invited him. He'd already figured out the stakes, so I figured I should at least get to know him." The scene then shifts back to Su Qing. After the phone's light went out, Su Qing was back in darkness. He took a short nap. Of course, this darkness didn't last long. With a ding from the phone, a beam of light ignited again from the screen. This was exactly what Su Qing had been waiting for. Lan Xuanqing's invitation had finally arrived, and He Zhouwei's opportunity was finally in his grasp. While washing up and changing clothes, Su Qing was sorting through the original text in her mind, but after sorting through a few pages, she kept saying "holy crap" to herself. No wonder the author was imprisoned in the water dungeon. He was so lecherous that he focused on describing Li Tian's affairs with women in the later part of the original text. Every word was so tender and poignant that even the naive Su Qing felt a little embarrassed. Shameless, however, Su Qing was given only one line of screen time. Su Qing received Lan Xuanqing's invitation and went to Lan Xuanqing's place. Su Qing tugged at the cuff of her suit jacket, her brows furrowed tightly. Did it make any difference whether she wrote that sentence or not? Doesn't he know it himself? Su Qing looked in the mirror and lightly gathered his hair behind his head. Since there were no hints, he would just have to play it by ear. After all, this was an opportunity, so what did it matter if there were no hints or not? He still had the eye of insight. Once Su Qing arrives at Langshuangsing, she won't think that way anymore. But that's a story for another time. The Maybach drove along the bustling streets, and soon arrived at Langshuangsing. The gate outside the courtyard was open, and a woman in a white cheongsam was standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. "Hello, my host is waiting for you in the backyard room." She gestured for Su Qing to proceed but remained rooted to the spot, seemingly having no intention of leading the way. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi followed behind him, but were stopped by the woman. "Excuse me, gentlemen, but the master only wants to see young master Su Qing." Su Qing gave them a wink and then walked straight to the backyard. He had only ever entered Langshuangsing's auction hall before, but upon entering the backyard, he discovered a hidden world. The backyard was large, with lifelike dragon patterns carved on the vermilion pillars, facing the phoenix on the roof beam, but there were several rooms in front of him, and the woman who let him in didn't tell him which one he was going to. Suddenly, a thick plume of smoke slowly rose from the lush, green bamboo forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 white silk ribbons flew rapidly toward Su Qing. For some reason, after Su Qing inhaled the refreshing smoke, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Bai Chokuan was on top of him, and he couldn't move for a while. He couldn't break free at all, and he fainted. After a long while, when Su Qing regained consciousness and slightly opened her eyes, she felt a chill run through her body. Yet he suddenly opened his eyes and was stunned by what he saw. Ripples spread around him as he swayed, reaching his waist and abdomen. He wanted to leave quickly, but no matter how he tried to move his hands, he couldn't break free. When he looked up, he found himself bound to 2 iron hooks by 2 iron chains covered in old rust. Despite having a combat strength of 170 points, he couldn't budge the iron chains even slightly. Su Qing was stunned. He glanced around at the scenery. At the end of a straight road was a jade staircase, paved with white jade, but not very bright, because only a few dim candles lit the place. He was unconscious for an unknown amount of time before he came to his senses and remembered that he had only encountered this situation after going to Langshuangsing. But shouldn't he be favored by Boss Lanxian? What's going on here? The place he found himself in couldn't be clearer. Wasn't this a water prison? Damn it, Su Qing seemed to understand. Could it be that after he complained to Go the author before leaving home, no wonder he was tied up in the water dungeon? Go the author harbored resentment towards him and wrote such a horrific story about him. Su Qing felt like crying but had no tears. He pursed his lips and frowned tightly. If he had known it would be this kind of blessing, he would have given it to Yizhou instead. Suddenly, the golden bronze door facing Su Qing was pushed open from the outside, and before anyone was seen, a melodious voice slowly entered. Those are iron chains from 1,000 years ago. Don't struggle, you can't break them. You'll hurt yourself, and your sister will be heartbroken. Chapter 155, Play a Game. Su Qing stood in the water, watching the light spilling out from the golden bronze gate, and saw a woman in the distance walking barefoot down the jade steps. The visitor's words shocked Su Qing. 1,000-year-old iron lock. Su Qing looked at the two pieces of dark red rusted chain that were binding her body. An antique? Su Qing frowned. Pa. He's like a fish on a chopping board now. They don't even have time to ponder whether something is an antique or not. The woman drew closer, and her appearance gradually came into Su Qing's view, a pair of alluring fox-like eyes, thin cherry lips, and bright red lips that made her incredibly charming. A white gauze scarf was draped over her shoulders, and her jet-black, glossy hair was draped over the white gauze, creating a striking contrast. While Su Qing was still in a daze, the woman walked closer and closer, step by step, into the water prison made of jade. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He could only watch as she slowly descended, step by step, the water in front of her beginning to ripple. It wasn't until her icy fingertips touched Su Qing's chin that Su Qing was brought back to her senses. As everyone knows, Su Qing is a man of unyielding integrity who has never been afraid of power or injustice. The menacing iron chains bound his freedom, rendering him powerless to resist, but this minor setback would never bind his resolute and iron-willed heart. After careful consideration, Su Qing uttered two words decisively, "Elder sister, let me go." He didn't know what the visitor's purpose was, and his eyes were already overflowing with tears. Luo Shishua's loose strands of hair repeatedly floated on the water's surface. Her cool, jade-like fingers touched Su Qing's chin, slowly moving down to her Adam's apple. Luo Shishua raised the corners of her lips, her smile slow and deliberate. She raised her eyelashes without making a sound, but uttered a soft, upward murmur through her breath. "Ha? I'll let you go?" Su Qing's eyes were deep, and he lowered his gaze and said, "Sister, I don't know why you brought me here. I can give you money, and I can even give you my life, but the water is so cold, and my hands hurt so much. Could you please let me out first?" Su Qing didn't know who the person in front of him was, but he knew that women were usually soft-hearted. He was currently under someone else's roof and had no choice but to submit, but if he could just loosen the iron locks, given his superior strength, so good. "I want to eat her even more." The sudden sound stunned Su Qing. The 1,000-year-old iron chains, plus the fact that he had been eaten. He cried out in his heart, "Demon! Something's not right." A normal older sister would have felt sorry for him by now, but why is the woman in front of her getting more and more excited? It was terrifying to the weak Su Qing. Su Qing finally came to his senses in the icy spring. He couldn't open the iron lock with his martial arts, but he still had his eye of insight to see what the person in front of him was up to. A blue information panel appeared. The information about the person in front of you appears above. Luo Shishua, age 26, height, 168 cm, weight, 93, favorability, 75, character profile, Yandera Fox, identity. Owner of Lanxian Trading Company. Lanxian Trading Company is an antique trading company passed down through generations. It has countless treasures and is also a place with a strong ability to collect information. Luo Shishue is the new successor of Lanxian Trading Company. The Jade Ice Spring in Lanchuan's secret chamber has wonderful effects on strengthening the body and improving health. After reading the lengthy introduction, Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out my sister just likes to play. Although Su Qing is not a scheming Yandera, he is just a sunny and innocent big boy. But he also knew what the hobbies of this character were. They liked interesting things. Therefore, Su Qing needs to go along with her. The person in front of him is his opportunity. Su Qing decided to go along with her and said obediently, "Sister, I'm not good tasting, and I'm missing a kidney. But if my sister wants to eat it, then she can eat it. A glint of light appeared in Luo Shishua's eyes. Really? Su Ching nodded. Anyway, it wouldn't really hurt him, so what did he have to be afraid of? But the next second, Su Qing's eyes widened and she froze. Cherry lips slowly approached Su Qing's neck, the dim light falling on her hair, its crystal clear luster echoing the flowing water. As Su Qing felt a force between her teeth. No way. Could this eye of insight be wrong? It's not like it's really going to devour him, is it? Luo Shishua's light fingertips touched his lower back, and two fingers slowly climbed upwards. Her beautiful fox eyes were slightly narrowed, and a small red dot on her forehead was particularly alluring. The two were very close, and a warm breath fell on Su Qing's neck. Didn't you say so? Why are you scared? This put him at ease, and a warm, gentle smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, sister can eat whatever she wants. Luo Shishua smiled and slowly unlocked the two iron locks binding Su Qing. I'm just kidding you. This pool water is good for your health. I tied you up so you wouldn't run around. After she unlocked the iron shackles on Su Qing, she slowly walked up the jade steps. Su Qing rubbed his wrist and followed her upstairs. He really didn't understand what Luo Shishua meant by doing this. The moment Su Qing was lost in thought, Luo Shishua turned around and solved the mystery for him. You won't blame me for doing this, will you? Or are you afraid of me? Luo Shishua raised her hand, took Su Qing's wrist, and lifted her up to look at her. Su Qing nodded. It's not my sister's fault. Seeing that he had no injuries, Luo Shishua simply pulled him forward, saying, You're just saying that, but it's no use blaming me. Tying you up there, isn't that fun? Su Qing. What's so interesting about that? The author of this story is really weird. Luo Shishua led Su Qing straight to a jade door. Seeing that she was about to open the door, Su Qing frowned tightly. Based on Luo Shishua's character, it's probably a torture chamber inside. Is she trying to find ways to bully me? What are you doing? What's the deal with the masochistic plot? Su Qing wondered. Where was the opportunity in the original plot that allowed He Zhouwei, the second character, to become a master of antiques? Su Qing paused, and Luo Shishua stopped pushing the door open. Sister, where are you taking me? Luo Shishua teased, scared. No, that's not it. As Su Qing spoke, the door in front of her opened, revealing a situation different from what Su Qing had imagined. It wasn't a torture chamber. The spacious room was lined with countless sandalwood shelves, displaying various porcelain vases, ancient swords, jade footsteps, and clothing. The dark gray stone walls were covered with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. Facing these objects, Su Qing's eyes slowly filled with a golden luster. The sandalwood shelves are filled with rare items, many of which are from 100 years ago, and some are even from 1,000 years ago. Luo Shishua crossed her arms over her chest, her lips curving into a smile. So, can you forgive your sister this time? Su Qing licked his lips. He was a tough, sunny boy who had been captured and trapped in that cold water. They actually wanted to use a mere amount of money to seduce him. How is that possible? Sister, I wasn't angry at all. I know you meant well. Su Qing hesitated for a moment. If he could give her all of these things, he might be able to forgive her. Before Su Qing could pause for a moment and speak, Luo Shishua spoke. You have such a good temper, but these weren't given to you for free. Luo Shishua walked inside, her fingers lightly tapping on the sandalwood shelf, and slowly said, You've recognized the prize money of our Lanshin company, so today we'll give you another one. How about we play a game? Su Qing was puzzled. Tell me, she said. Chapter 156, Game Over. Luo Shishua turned around and waved her white veil. Most of the things here are priceless, but some are genuine and some are fake. I'll give you two options. You look at each item one by one. If you recognize them, they are all yours. If you mistake one item, the game ends, and you can't take any of them with you. Furthermore, you can choose any item to take home. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Really? Luo Shishua raised an eyebrow. Lan Xuanqing is a man of his word. Which one do you choose, little brother? Su Qing finally learned about He Zhouwei's rise to power. It turned out that this was the opportunity, a game that was practically tailor-made for Su Qing. Sister, I choose the first option. Luo Shishua frowned slightly. You're really bold. Fortune favors the bold, sister. Luo Shishua sat down on a pear blossom chair, her fingers lightly tapping the handle carved with phoenix patterns. Okay, let's begin now. Following the direction of the entrance, Su Qing walked to the first shelf, where there was a grayish-blue porcelain vase with blue patterned flying birds carved on it. GoldenEye has already identified the authenticity of this item. It is a Qing Dynasty official kiln piece, but he still pretended to tap the porcelain bottle with his finger. After a long pause, he said to Luo Shishue, "It's a genuine Qing Dynasty imperial kiln piece." Luo Shishue nodded, her lips slightly raised. "Not bad." Su Cheng walked forward and came to a dilapidated incense burner, its surface rusty. He looked at Luo Shishue, a genuine Xuanda incense burner from the third year of the Xuanda reign. Luo Shishue nodded. "Yes." After examining several genuine items, Su Qing finally encountered a well-made counterfeit. He lifted up a piece of yellowish-brown jade, the fake sister. Luo Shishue frowned. Time ticked by, and the two of them had been in the treasure room for nearly 2 hours. Su Qing held the item and smiled casually, a gilded silver ewer with a dancing horse holding a cup, an authentic piece. Luo Shishue, yes. Su Cheng walked forward, the jade burial suit is fake. Luo Shishue, yes. Su Cheng then confirmed, a golden late agate cup with an animal head design, genuine. Luo Shishue bit her lip, Su Qing gradually increased her speed, and Luo Shishue's eyes slowly widened. Another hour passed. "Sister, am I right?" Su Qing examined everything in the room and was right about everything. Luo Shishue could hardly believe that there wasn't a single mistake in the entire room. "Right." Su Qing smiled and walked towards Luo Shishue. He placed his hands on the handles and leaned closer to her, exuding a strong sense of pressure. "No, sister, I didn't tell you everything." He lightly tapped the armrest of the chair with his finger. "This chair is real too." "Now that's complete." Luo Shishue was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the beautiful eyes that met hers. Perhaps because the light from the wall fell on the person's eyes, the obsidian-like eyeballs emitted a few golden rays. She had only been in charge of Lan Xin Company for a short time. Originally, she just wanted to give the auction a little something extra. She happened to meet Su Cheng, such a handsome younger brother, backstage. She mainly wanted to tease him, get to know him, and maybe give him 1 or 2 items as gifts, but now, the contents of this treasure room represent half of Lan Xuanqing's fortune. Giving it all to the person in front of him is no different from Lan Xuanqing changing hands. A pair of fair hands waved in front of her eyes. This brought Luo Shishue back to her senses. "Sister, are you reluctant to part with it?" Luo Shishue's voice was strained. "I didn't. Lan Xuanqing always keeps his word. If I said I'd give it to you, then I meant it." Hey, don't pull my chair." Despite her reluctance, Luo Shishue tightly gripped the armrest of the chair that Su Qing was pulling on. "Sister, isn't this chair mine anymore?" Luo Shishue blinked. "Can't I even leave a chair for my sister?" Su Qing smiled and said, "We didn't have any written agreement or signatures, and there are no security cameras here. If you can't bear to admit it, you can just not admit it." Luo Shishue raised her charming fox-like eyes, completely agreeing with what he said. However, the Luo family has always been a firm and uncompromising force in this industry. Even if she made a mistake, even if no one knew about it, she could not do that. This is Lan Xuanqing's bottom line, and it's also her bottom line as the leader of the group. The water on the white gauze had dried long ago in a few hours. Luo Shishue stood up, her skirt billowing, and said with difficulty, "These things are all yours." She gritted her teeth, "But I won't include delivery." Su Qing looked at her innocent expression, her originally bright eyes slowly darkening, and found it somewhat amusing. In fact, when Luo Shishue first mentioned the bet, he wanted to take it all. The reason was simple: this woman had actually locked him in a water dungeon and put him in chains, which was utterly despicable. However, it didn't harm him at all. The water in the jade spring was indeed a health-nourishing substance. At this moment, Su Qing felt that his blood and qi were flowing well, which further enhanced his physique. Su Qing is simple and kind, and has always been compassionate towards women. He looked up at Luo Shishue and said, "Okay, sister, no need to trouble yourself. I'll send someone to pick it up in a bit." Luo Shishue blinked, looking somewhat lost in thought at the room full of rare treasures. As if all of these things had already been moved out, only an empty house remained, along with the name of Lan Xuanqing. "Let's discuss it." Luo Shishue stepped forward. Her ancestors had never lacked money, but if they lost these rare treasures, they would lose their family's reputation. "How about this? You sell it to me, and I'll give you twice the market price." Su Qing smiled. "I'm not short of money, and I don't really need these things. How about we exchange something else?" What do you want? Su Qing stood up, looking down at her. I want you, sister. Luo Shishue gritted her teeth. It's not impossible. Su Qing lowered her head and whispered something in her ear. A warm breath landed behind her ear, and Luo Shishue was stunned for a moment, her throat bobbing. Su Qing stood up and said, Lan Xuanqing has connections everywhere. I believe you can help me find out. The things in this room are still for you to use. Luo Shishue watched his retreating figure as he turned and walked away. You're leaving already? I'm going back to school tomorrow, sister. I'm only 19, you know that. Su Qing turned around and waved to Luo Shishue. I'll come back to see you another day, sister. There's plenty of time. It's true that Su Qing is going back to school. He just went through the details in his mind, from the original postscript by Go author, that there's a scene at school tomorrow that he needs to change, and it's with Li Tian. Of course, there were two other reasons why he was in such a hurry to leave. Su Qing tugged at his trouser leg. Luo Shishue's clothes dried easily, but he was wearing dress pants, which were freezing cold. Chapter 157. It's time to meet again. Su Qing stepped onto the jade steps and walked out step by step. He glanced back at Luo Shishue, who was leaning against the jade door and watching him leave. Her cherry-like lips were tightly clenched, and her pale white veil clung to her vulva, revealing a delicate pale green hue, making her look reluctant to part. Su Qing didn't react much, just waved to her and left. A woman's heart is fickle. How can you let her get you so easily? Therefore, this feigned reluctance was a psychological tactic used to make her linger. Her heart yearned for him, and she tossed and turned, unable to sleep at night. As Su Qing was carefully exploring the great mystery of the human heart, she heard a pleasant sound in her ear. Ding. Luo Shishue's favorability has increased by 10 points, reaching 85 points. Su Qing smiled faintly. A promotion is a good thing, but Su Qing had gradually become numb to the positive feelings she had towards the book. The reason is simple: he's just too handsome. All the older women dote on him. It's a sweet problem. But then the system uttered another sentence that surprised him greatly. Ding. The host has successfully altered the plot, gaining 500 villain points and 500 villain luck points. Su Qing walked along a long corridor toward the entrance, passing through a lush bamboo forest, smelling the refreshing fragrance of bamboo leaves, and felt quite pleased. To be honest, the author of the original novel, the sequel, didn't write about his scenes with Luo Shishue at Lanxian, which can be considered a hidden plot, but Su Qing had a discerning eye. At that time, Luo Shishue's state of mind was extremely complicated. In the treasure pavilion, she wanted Su Qing to ask for those treasures. Yet she also hoped he wouldn't. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Su Qing had no idea what her ultimate desire was, but he had golden eyes, and no treasure could hide from him. When he saw the luminous pearl hidden under the tea leaves in the teacup, he first tested Luo Shishue's reaction. Then, when he saw her biting her lip, struggling to speak, and her eyelashes furrowing, Su Qing understood. A Yandere girl is a Yandere girl. She acted out those little scenes so vividly. So Su Qing, who originally wanted to take those treasures with him, chose another way, and sure enough, he made the right choice. As they reached the door and Su Qing got into the car, Zheng Qi and Wu Shang were both taken aback. They exchanged questioning glances as they saw Su Qing's legs were dripping wet. Zheng Qi, the young master, went swimming after getting dressed. Wu Shang, young master, must have fallen into the river. Sitting in the back seat, Su Qing naturally didn't hear what the two of them were thinking, and only spoke softly. Go home, achoo, achoo. At the same time, two people were discussing him in the treasure room behind the jade gate of Lanxian. Wearing a white cheongsam, Luo Wan walked out from a hidden door inside the treasure room and looked at Luo Shishue sitting on the pear blossom chair. Sister, he actually recognized you. Luo Shishue gently raised her alluring fox-like eyes, picked up a cup of tea beside her, and drank it. The rim of the cup touched the clear tea, and her delicate orchid fingers were raised gracefully. You noticed it all. Luo Shishue chuckled. She pushed the teacup in her hand toward Luo Wan, opened the lid and gently placed it on the table. Inside was a luminous pearl emitting a faint glow. How could I make the game so simple? Luo Wan frowned and said slowly, then why did you agree to him just now? Why did you let him make demands and put yourself at a disadvantage? He even said things like, I want you, sister. It's absolutely disgusting. Luo Shishue chuckled softly. The reason is interesting. I locked him up in Yuchuan and even locked him up. He must really hate me. They gave him such a favorable part of the game, and even promised to give him the item, but he still didn't want it. He only got away with it verbally. It made me almost unable to bear bullying him. Luo Wan smiled and asked curiously, Sister, what if he accepts it? Luo Shishue narrowed her eyes slightly. Sigh, then I'll really be disappointed. They don't know how to cherish women at all. Then, let those 1,000-year-old chains bind him forever in my jade spring, so he can stay with me. Luo Wan covered her face and laughed. Her older sister was truly a master strategist. I think you like him, why don't you keep him here? Because, he probably wants to play games with me too, right? There's plenty of time, Luo Wan, have someone investigate something. It was already midnight when Su Qing returned to his apartment. He took a shower, changed into some comfortable clothes, and lay down to rest. He turned on his phone and received a news message. The host on the screen was dressed in a sharp suit and spoke the news report in a clear and articulate voice. The youngest daughter of the Yu family in Luochuan has been kidnapped and has been missing for 12 hours. Su Qing made a phone call to Lao Lu. Young Master Su. How is the Yi family's young lady doing now? What is she doing, and how is she in condition? As expected, the Yi family's youngest daughter was taken away by Su Qing's men, but Su Qing has never been one to involve innocent people. That's the truth. So he had Wolfwalker's female henchmen handle this task. Men were simply not suitable. Now I'm being taken care of watching cartoons by Lian Lian, Kue Kue, Rui Rui, and Rong Rong. Su Qing, why are they all given these kinds of names? Su Qing said. Okay, send them back at 8 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and make sure they're well hidden. It's young Master Su. Su Qing had the person sent back because He Zhouwei had already completed the task he had been given by the following afternoon, and He Zhouwei had disappeared from this world forever. He reviewed the upcoming plot and sent a message to Zhang Qing, delay Li Tian's return to school until the day after tomorrow. According to the author's original postscript, the next part of the story should be Li Tian returning to school. As the president of the student union, he was also an important member of the school's external relations department. External relations refers to finding companies, enterprises, or educational institutions to solicit sponsorships for the school. Then, the school uses various promotional methods to let students see the corresponding advertisements. The most common method is to hold lectures, have companies send people over, and then the school arranges for students to participate in the lectures in an orderly manner. Li Tian was able to remain the student council president for so long because of his skill in handling interpersonal relationships and negotiating with various companies. Moreover, Li Tian often uses his own money to create benefits for the students of Luochuan University. Simply put, he takes care of both the school and the students, and Li Tian has a great reputation at Luochuan University. According to the author's original text, Li Tianming will soon successfully bring companies to the school, thereby further increasing his reputation at Luochuan University. A university campus, especially a large institution like Luochuan University, can sometimes be a stage for fame and fortune. Su Qing was suppressing Li Tian at every turn, but the trip to the school wasn't over yet. Actually, Su Qing wasn't interested in the school's affairs, but of course he wanted to take credit for what Li Tian had successfully accomplished. Su Qing raised his hand and turned off the lights in the room. Only the ambient light by the bedside emitted a faint glow, which fell on the corner of his lips, drawing a beautiful arc. Brother Li Tian, it's been a long time. It's time for us to meet. Chapter 158, Seizing the Initiative. The next day, the spacious campus gates are wide open, and students stroll along the main avenues of the campus, the lush trees reflecting the youthful spirit of the students. Rows of teaching buildings stand side by side. Luochuan University is the most prestigious university in Luochuan. There are only 3 types of people who can study here: those with excellent grades, those who are rich and powerful, and those who are both excellent in grades and powerful. And who else at Luochuan University could be more powerful and wealthy than Su Qing? Today, the first day back to school, students should be complaining bitterly, but once the information spread, everyone seemed to forget the fatigue of their studies. The whole school is buzzing about one thing today. That's Su Qing, the young master of the Su family from Dingfeng Media. He's rumored to be talented and handsome, pursuing 2 degrees, with a gloomy and aloof personality, and extremely mysterious at school. Today, he made his appearance on the campus of Luochuan University. 2 pretty girls dragging suitcases stood frozen in place at the school gate. One of them pointed to a Rolls-Royce. A young man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist stepped out of the car. He was wearing a cool and mysterious Ragnarok Online wizard hat and hoodie, and black Alexander McQueen shoes. The sunlight shone on his soft hair, casting a glossy sheen. He gently brushed his hair together, as if grasping the dazzling sunlight in his palm. The afternoon sun was the most intense, causing the man to squint. Her delicate and beautiful peach blossom eyes showed a hint of weariness. This time, the campus gate was crowded with people, and he unsurprisingly became a sight to behold. Su Ching couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. So many eyes were staring at her, making her feel like a monkey in a zoo. There seems to be a reason why Su Ching used to wear a mask at school. Su Ching walked into the campus. It's 2 p.m. now, and the class meeting for returning to school is at 5 p.m. Su Ching's purpose in coming here was not to hold a class meeting, but for Li Tian. He stopped in front of a 3-story office building, glanced at a window, and gave a sly smile. 2 student union advisors were sitting face to face in the office on the 3rd floor, discussing the main project that the student union's external relations department was responsible for this time. A handsome man in his early 20s picked up his drink, took a sip, and said to the balding man opposite him, "Teacher Feng, who should organize this event for the external relations department?" Teacher Feng smoothed her sparse hair from one end to the other. "Li Tian Bei." Teacher Zhang said, "Li Tian is indeed capable, but the school is going to review the external relations department's project issues tomorrow, so the sooner the better. Li Tian hasn't come back today, nor has he replied to any messages. By the time he gets back, it'll be too late. Why don't we let Vice Chairman Lu Wei try it first?" Teacher Feng quickly shook her head, leaned forward, and whispered, "No, even if Li Tian doesn't come back and can't get it done, he can't possibly give him a rival. He's the young master of the Li family, and he's donated so many buildings to the school. Lu Wei is always trying to take the chairmanship from him. If we give it to Lu Wei, none of us can get the job. You're new to the student union as a mentor, you don't understand the intricacies involved." Teacher Feng pursed her lips, pointing to the large red envelope Lu Wei had given her in her coat pocket. Teacher Feng did arrive late, but he knew the connection between them. However, seeing that Li Tian was not returning for a long time, Lu Wei asked him to find an opportunity to sneak in some extra money. It seems there's little hope now. The two remained silent for a long time when suddenly the door creaked open. A student council director in his 50s with a square face and a dignified appearance walked in, followed by a handsome young man. Neither Teacher Feng nor Teacher Zhang recognized the young man who followed them in, but the incredibly kind and benevolent expression on Director Chi's face took them by surprise. Su Ching and Director Chi stood facing each other in the office corridor. Su Ching broke the awkward silence by gesturing to the seats. "Director Chi, please have a seat." Hey. Director Chi sat down in the chair at his desk and gestured for Su Ching to sit opposite him. "Su, classmate, you go ahead and say it." His reputation alone would command respect, even though he rarely appeared at school. So Su Ching didn't bother with formalities and sat down directly opposite him. "Director Chi, as a member of Luochuan University, I have contributed too little to the school. So I heard that our school tries to attract investment and generate revenue at the beginning of the semester. It's a student forum, and some training institutions and other businesses are involved to offer students some preferential treatment. I also wanted to do my part for the school. So yesterday I contacted several well-known and reputable companies in Luochuan. Su Ching picked up the documents in her hand and handed them to Teacher Chi. "There are 3 companies here: Jincheng Education, Jinzhou Driving School, and Dingfeng Media's MCN agency." The documents and contracts left Teacher Chi speechless. Su Ching's preparations were truly comprehensive. Jincheng Education is one of the top postgraduate training institutions in Luochuan, and Jinzhou Driving School is the largest driving school in Luochuan. Needless to say, Dingfeng Media is a leading enterprise in the Su family's business empire across China, and its presence in the self-media industry is currently a trend. Moreover, the entry fee for each company is 1 million yuan. 3 companies equal 3 million, which is practically free money for the school. And that's not all. Thanks to the school's promotion, the school gets a 10% cut for every student who enrolls. In addition, several large companies can allocate a portion of the places to schools for students. This is a benefit for both the school and the students. Originally, Teacher Chi was worried that Su Ching was coming to him to cause him some trouble. After all, he was the young master of the Su family in Luochuan, and even as a strict teacher, he could not afford to offend him. Not to mention, what's right in front of us is practically a windfall. With a polite smile, Su Ching asked, "Teacher Chi, do you think these companies are okay? Which company do you think is more suitable for the school's investment promotion activities?" Teacher Chi, Su Ching patiently persuaded him, determined to finalize the contract today. "These are all very good companies. It's really hard to choose among these 3. Teacher Chi's favorite is actually Jincheng Education, but Dingfeng Media belongs to Su Ching's family. Now that Su Qing has brought Dingfeng into the picture, it's a real dilemma. Su Qing's words resolved his dilemma. Then let's sign contracts with all three companies together and proceed step by step according to the school's procedures. Sitting to the side, teacher Zhang smoothed his hair. Looking at the money transfer Li Tian sent him with a bitter expression, a sentence was attached below. Teacher Zhang, I can't go back today. I'll deal with student council matters tomorrow. I've already contacted Jincheng Education. Thank you for your help, Teacher Zhang. That's right, this is one of the reasons why Teacher Zhang likes Li Tian. Although Li Tian is a young master from one of the top families in Luochuan, he has no airs of a noble family and is respectful and polite to his teachers and elders. But today, he really didn't expect that his rejection of Teacher Feng's suggestion of Lu Wei would result in Teacher Qi bringing back Su Qing. This whole series of events seems like a big fish swallowing a small fish, and a small fish eating shrimp. Why is the student council so competitive? Chapter 159. Actually, I feel, although both Teacher Zhang and Teacher Feng had their preferred candidates, neither wanted to hand over this lucrative opportunity to an outsider. Unfortunately, the person who came to the student council that day was Su Qing, whose family was the most prestigious family in all of Luochuan. Su Jingque, the head of the Su family, is also the honorary board member of Luochuan University. Who would dare to defy the authority of the Luo family, let alone a small student union's external liaison and investment promotion? The office had a quiet, bookish smell. Su Qing stood up. Thank you, Director Qi. Jincheng Education is ready to hold a symposium at Luochuan University at any time. They are the best graduate education supervisors there. Teacher Qi was very pleased to see that the student, who was so wealthy yet so polite, nodded and said, Student Su is excellent in both character and academics and is so concerned about school affairs. You are very thoughtful. I still want to thank Director Qi for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the school. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Qi, Su Qing left the office. I had just stepped out of the classroom when I heard a beautiful sound, ding. The host has seized the opportunity of the male lead Li Tian, changed the plot, and gained 500 villain points. Ding. The host has seized the opportunity of the male lead Li Tian, changed the plot, and gained 500 points of villainous luck. Su Qing tapped her fingers on the stair railing as she descended the stairs step by step. As the original text states, Li Tian submitted the cooperation agreement with Jincheng Education today. Jincheng Education has a good reputation and offers Luochuan University many preferential policies and benefits, so the school's review process was very fast. Therefore, Jincheng Education's student-oriented seminar will be held tomorrow. Su Qing kept thinking about these things as she slowly walked down the handrail, making a series of crisp sounds as she did so. However, he was so focused that he didn't notice someone walking up the stairs around the corner. Suddenly, the two bumped into each other. The sudden force of gravity landing in Su Qing's arms didn't hurt, but it still startled her. Looking down, one could see a head of glossy chestnut brown hair, the strands draped over his shoulders, and a simple, refreshing light blue denim outfit. The stack of documents the woman was holding instantly scattered all over the floor. Don't you know where you're going? The woman seemed to be in a bad mood, her words carrying a hint of reproach, but her voice also sounded somewhat weak. She didn't look up, but bent down to pick up the paper from the ground. Su Qing was startled by the sudden collision and was a little taken aback. This woman, she clearly wasn't looking where she was going, so why did she preemptively criticize him? Su Qing frowned, about to retort, but after carefully examining the woman, Su Qing decided to let it go. After all, he was an extremely friendly person, tender-hearted, respectful of elders and kind to children, and didn't like to argue about such trivial matters. Su Qing squatted down to help pick up the papers on the ground. Her deep, pleasant voice slowly rang out, echoing in the quiet stairwell. I'm so sorry, classmate, let me pick it up. Are you hurt? Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. Su Qing diligently helped pick up the things, but the woman beside her paused in her finger movements. The paper she was holding between her slender fingers fell back to the ground. Her thick, long eyelashes blinked rapidly a few times. The voice that came to her ears was all too familiar, with a very distinctive timbre. She suddenly looked up and met the man in front of her. His handsome peach blossom eyes seemed to carry a natural smile, but his brows were slightly furrowed, and his lips were adorned with a glistening and tender red. Her wrist, hanging limply, was touched by the man's unintentional movement as he picked up some paper. The slightly cool back of his hand brought her back to her senses. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? The man's lips moved as he spoke. I can do it myself, classmate, you. Stand up and wait. Su Qing looked up and met the man's gaze. Her pupils widened in surprise, clearly indicating that she was also taken aback. Sister Sheer. Su Qing's lips parted slightly, clearly showing some joy, but the next second, he seemed to be trying hard to suppress the joy. He bit his lip, lowered his head, and quickly began picking up the papers on the ground. He spoke as he picked them up, his voice slightly strained. I'm sorry, sister, I didn't expect to run into you here. I know you don't want to see me, Lin Xier's eyes were focused. The sudden encounter caught her off guard. She didn't know what to say. She just stared blankly at the face that Su Qing had never lifted again, with only thick hair facing her. She bit her lip. The two had a fight a few days ago and hadn't been in contact since. She didn't expect to run into each other under such a sudden circumstances. Su Qing orchestrated the drinking party and arranged for her to be the male lead stunt double for those scenes. She was furious that Su Qing had lied to her like that, but she also felt an indescribable joy, as if her hidden feelings had been reciprocated. She was torn and confused for many days, feeling lost and disoriented. She really didn't know how to respond to Su Qing's feelings. She has a fiancé. She and Li Tian have known each other since childhood, but after years of getting along, Lin Xier has become accustomed to Li Tian's presence. It was a promise she made since childhood, and she cannot let go of Li Tian, just as she cannot abandon her family, but she didn't know why. She had thought about spending her whole life with Li Tian, but she never expected to do those things with Li Tian in a soft, fragrant bed. But Su Qing's attraction to her stemmed from those lingering, tender feelings that erupted in an instant, something she couldn't control. She couldn't help but feel ashamed, but she couldn't control her heart. She had already forgiven Su Qing long ago. Su Qing's lips slowly lifted where no one was watching, a sly smile on his face. He wasn't blind, he had recognized Lin Xier the moment she squatted down. Otherwise, how could he have tolerated her speaking to him like that? He knew what Lin Xier was thinking at that moment. She was conflicted. Su Qing wasn't in a hurry. To elevate someone, you have to first suppress them. He previously helped Lin Xier test Li Tian, so now, he'll help Li Tian test Lin Xier too. Let's still be friends. Let's pretend what happened before never happened. Lin Xier recovered and started helping Su Qing pick up the documents on the ground. Su Qing picked up the papers and tapped them on the floor tiles a few times, making the messy documents neat and orderly. Su Qing smiled wryly and handed the papers to Lin Xier. What happened, happened. I know my sister won't forgive me. I despise myself. Such a despicable and vile thing. Su Qing's eyes glistened with tears. Who wouldn't feel heartache seeing such a handsome face filled with such deep affection and pain? Lin Xier was no exception. I forgive you. We go to the same school, we'll see each other all the time, we can still be friends. Lin Xier looked at him seriously and said that she actually felt sorry for Su Qing. After all, he had set up such a big trap just so that he could secretly get close to her from the corner. Despicable and vile, she thought. Wasn't she the one who was despicable and vile? It was what she did in the hospital room while Su Qing was still asleep. And the crew of royal power. She was always the one who took the initiative. Su Qing had a unique attraction for her, it was almost like magic. Now, seeing Su Qing's red eyes, Lin Xier felt her heart was bleeding. The two looked at each other, remaining silent for a long time. After a long pause, a tear fell silently from Su Qing's fair cheek onto the paper. Her throat tightened, each word sounding like it was uttered with blood. No, you can't forgive me. Lin Xier frowned. I really forgive you. Su Qing shook her head, looking like she wouldn't listen. Sister, please don't comfort me. I knew Li Tian was there, and I knew I shouldn't have set a trap to get close to you. I know I made a mistake. I shouldn't be the one to ruin my sister's happiness. I regret what I did. I can't ask you to forgive me, but I really did wrong to you. Lin Xier's eyes were wide open, her rapid heartbeat making her lose her focus. She couldn't help but look forward to what Su Qing was about to say. Su Qing lowered her eyes, her words becoming increasingly difficult. She gave a self-deprecating smile and said, I've been overthinking things, sister. My sister has such a good brother, how could she treat me like this? But before they could say anything more, Lin Xier's phone rang, drawing their attention. There were two large characters on the dark screen, Li Tian. Su Qing lowered her casual peach blossom eyes slightly, and a relieved smile appeared on her lips. He stood up and said, I wish you happiness, sister. Chapter 160, Acting Department Class A. Su Qing walked downstairs quickly, and Lin Xier could see the desolation and helplessness in Su Qing's back without even turning around. She didn't stand up for a long time, staring blankly at everything. As she hesitated, wondering whether to answer Li Tian's call or catch up with Su Qing to ask him what he truly meant to her. What exactly was the part he didn't finish saying? Do I like her? Su Qing seemed to have said everything, yet also seemed to have said nothing, leaving her heart in turmoil. The phone call abruptly ended, and Su Qing disappeared into the stairwell. However, what Lin Sierra didn't know was that Su Qing wasn't as lost and dejected as she imagined. Su Qing slowed down as he walked to the entrance of the office building. He wiped away the tears on his face and his expression returned to normal. After all that effort, he hadn't improved Lin Sierra's favorability at all, and he was already too tired to put on a melodramatic act with her anymore. Su Qing was not discouraged. His acting skills improved so much that he almost moved himself to tears. The later the levels in a game, the harder they become, and the more difficult the game, the more interesting it becomes. The Performing Arts Department at Luochuan University uses small class sizes. In a spacious classroom, there are 20 sets of clothes, with only one empty seat at the very back. It was 4 p.m. in the classroom of Class A, Department of Performing Arts. A teacher wearing a light pink business suit is speaking to the audience on stage. Yu Yao is not old, only 28 years old this year. She has a smooth and delicate oval face, gentle almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and three-dimensional features. Such an appearance is particularly suitable for acting. After graduating from a professional acting school, she filmed several serious dramas and big-budget productions, proving herself to be a true acting talent. However, because she disliked the superficiality of the entertainment industry and all sorts of gossip, she gradually withdrew from the entertainment circle. Later, she was recruited by Luochuan University to teach the A-class acting course. How was everyone's holiday? Yu Yao asked. Standing by the podium, the students in the Performing Arts Department have all studied how to unleash their natural instincts, and most of them are quite outgoing. At this moment, the students in front of the desks started talking all at once. I worked as an extra at Longqing Film and Television Base during my vacation. I went back to my hometown for the holiday. I went on vacation during my holiday. During my vacation, today is the day everyone returns to school, and there are no classes. The main reason for having everyone return to school a day early is to help everyone get back into the swing of things. After all, students who have had a long holiday have been resting too much and may be a little restless when it comes to daily classes. The teacher can't hear you clearly. This class meeting will last for 2 hours, so let's start by having each of you introduce your holiday activities. The students in the Performing Arts Department are all cheerful and lively, and they are all handsome men and beautiful women. They are proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the podium. Time flies, and the last student on the stage has finished talking about his holiday. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Suddenly a knocking sound came from the door. The students on stage who were about to leave and Yu Yao, who was standing by the door, both paused in their speech. She said, "Come in." With a creak of the door, the classroom fell into complete silence as a tall, handsome man walked in. He was so handsome that he seemed to radiate light when he pushed the door open and came in. Yu Yao, standing at the door, was taken aback. Su Qing had actually come, and not fully armed at that. Yu Yao certainly recognized Su Qing. He had always been extremely withdrawn at school and didn't like acting with others. So the principal had come to see her before. Apart from basic classes, Su Qing was responsible for stage performances and acting practice with his co-stars. Therefore, she can be considered the person who was closest to Su Qing in this school, and also the person who knows him best. She knew that Su Qing had a knot in his heart, which was also one of the principal's instructions to her, not only to be his academic teacher, but also to help him resolve his knot in his heart. Yu Yao frowned. He was surprisingly strong. The news of Su Qing's kidnapping in Luochuan and her press conference had been widely circulated. As a teacher, she treated her students like her own family. She felt extremely sorry for Su Qing, and simply couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been for Su Qing to adjust her mindset in order to face the world with equanimity. "I'm sorry, teacher, I'm late." Su Qing smiled at Yu Yao, pulling her back from her thoughts. "It's okay, go back to your seat." Su Qing was taken aback. He had arrived just in time. Shouldn't this be the moment for him to go on stage and talk about his holiday, then for the students to discuss his identity, and for him to give a passionate and enthusiastic performance, receiving a round of applause? In short, it's like the pretending to be weak to actually harm others trope in urban fantasy novels. Although Su Qing has always been reserved and introverted, he hasn't really put on an act since arriving in this world. so he can't ruin the structure and style of the article. That would greatly affect the author's novel's success. I heard the author is a woman, and he's always been very protective of women. Teacher, I see that all the students have just talked about their holiday activities. Don't I need to give a speech on stage? Yu Yao smiled gently, but she sighed inwardly. Su Qing was clearly from a prominent family, yet she had never acted superior. She was very gratified to have such a student. She knew that Su Qing hated such occasions the most, so how could she bear to? Yu Yao patted Su Qing on the shoulder. No need, just go back and sit down. Su Qing secretly smacked her lips. Teacher Yu's inner monologue was so rich, he'd already planned out what to say. Su Qing walked down the aisle to the very back, leaving behind a pleasant scent of perfume, which drew the attention of all the students in the class. The ratio of boys to girls in the class is 3 to 7, and now 70% of the girls are glancing at the last row from time to time. The female students tap their fingers incessantly under their desks, their little group chat already buzzing with gossip. Fuck, that's so cool. Wow, he finally took off the mask that was welded to his face. I've taken off my baseball cap and hoodie too. Being in the same class as him is so wonderful. I don't want a holiday anymore, I want to go to school every day. Haven't you guys seen the news about Luo Xuan? Su Qing has already made an appearance, hasn't she? I watched it, but then he fainted. He's so pitiful, I really want to comfort him. Don't overthink it. If you can't have it, your hopes will turn you gay. Who should I side with? I think our student council president, Li Tian, is pretty good. Whoever makes 1 becomes 0. I ran into him at the entrance of the teaching building today, and I couldn't help but say hello to him. He waved back at me. This change is too drastic. Is the Su family going to go bankrupt? If they do, I'll go after him. Save your breath. Su Qing belongs to everyone, how could she belong to just one person? There's a line in Beyond Good and Evil that's very true. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you, and this statement was now vividly manifested in this classroom. They often stole glances at Su Qing, who was sitting upright in the back, and Su Qing was also observing everyone out of the corner of her eye. Su Qing was never a lecherous man. He was certainly not looking at the appearance of everyone in this room full of beautiful women, nor was he looking at the beautiful teacher who was standing on the podium and seriously explaining this year's course schedule to everyone, but he never expected that they all had the intention of taking Su Qing into their wombs. It was like entering a spider's web, making the innocent Su Qing feel ashamed that he was just using his insightful eyes to look at everyone's detailed information. After all, the people in the room were his classmates. The original book wouldn't give these random passers-by much screen time, so he needed to remember them carefully to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to remember his classmates' names. Name, Zhang Lin. Height, 173 cm. Information, 90, 60, 90. Name, Rening. Height, 168 cm. Information, 82, 53, 83. Su Qing rubbed his eyes. He had a good memory and had already recorded all the students' information in a short time. Chapter 161, Not wanting to steal credit. The next day, afternoon, the multifunctional hall at Luochuan University has 2 floors. A deep red curtain falls from the podium onto the dark brown floor, and a ring of bright spotlights illuminates the area around the stage. This multifunctional hall is very large and can accommodate thousands of people. The venue was noisy, with crowds even filling the aisles. The students were sitting on the red soft chairs, complaining bitterly. In the center seat, a girl with a high ponytail complained to her best friend next to her. Why does the school always do these things, and it's always us freshmen who get involved? Isn't the purpose of this large meeting to generate revenue for the school? The companies and training institutions that come to give lectures only offer us tiny discounts. It's so annoying, and we still have to sit here the whole time. Li Tian arranged all the lectures. The girl next to him with her hair in a bun liked Li Tian very much. Hearing her companion's complaints, she hurriedly explained. That's not quite right. You were on leave last time and didn't hear me. It was an educational institution that offered computer certification exams. Our chairman Li Tianfa gave us 500 vouchers with discounts. She even emphasized the pronunciation of the name Li Tian. TSK, 500 coupons worth 200 yuan each, and the training school he found costs over 5,000 yuan in tuition. Why doesn't he give everyone a 2,000 yuan discount coupon for Ferrari? is this considered a discount? Li Tian, that student council president, wasn't even as good as Lu Wei. Lu Wei even sponsored a batch of designer uniforms for the school cheerleading team during the school sports meet, without charging a single penny. That's not entirely true. What is Li Tian's purpose in giving us lectures? Isn't it all for generating revenue for the school and for showing off in front of teachers and the principal? I really don't understand why his classmates all adore him so much. He's served 3 terms as president. Isn't it because he's the Li family's son? You all. The girl with the high ponytail meant to say, go lick his boots. But then she felt it wasn't appropriate to say that to her friend, so she pursed her lips and changed the subject. Anyway, the student council president election is about to start again this year. I'll still vote for Lu Wei. It's too annoying to see Li Tian acting like a bureaucrat all the time. The girl with the bun still wanted to say something to Li Tian, but before she could speak, the voice of the person behind her drew their attention. Holy crap, did you know that the eldest son of the He family, He Zhouwei, jumped to his death? Really? Didn't their youngest daughter just go missing? The short-haired girl behind them flipped her phone screen towards them. The youngest daughter has been found, but the eldest son is gone. The affairs of these powerful families are truly terrifying. I don't believe it was suicide, it must have been done by their rivals. I feel the same way. However, according to the investigation, the eldest son of the He family jumped off the 20th floor by himself, which should be considered a suicide. The pressure is too much. The higher the position, the more pressure you bear. I heard that he was kicked out of the auction house in Lanshan because he didn't have enough money. It's all over the antique world. It's probably because of this. Everyone was gossiping, and of course, Su Chang was a topic of conversation. The eldest son of the Su family isn't lucky either. He was kidnapped again during his holiday, on the Lantern Festival. Wasn't he kidnapped when he was a child? Su Qing showed up at school. Did everyone see her? I was already waiting outside the performance department building after the class meeting yesterday. Holy crap, he looks even better than in that interview video from last month. I saw him too, but he left in a car with a woman. Does he have a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, a classmate waved his hand and said, that's their teacher, Ms. Yu Yao. The spacious back corridor of the multifunctional hall was relatively quiet, with photos of outstanding graduates and slogans from various schools hanging on the walls. 2 men were standing face to face in the middle of the corridor. In contrast to the scholarly atmosphere of the school, one of the handsome men was leaning against the smooth wall, smoking. He was wearing a simple white shirt and well-tailored suit trousers, exuding youthful energy. A faint tobacco scent wafted from his broad, angular face. Su Qing raised her eyelashes slightly and said calmly, Teacher Sang, do you know why I specifically called you here when there are so many admissions officers at Jincheng Education? The man standing opposite Su Qing was in his early 30s and was a top-performing admissions officer at Jincheng Education. To say that the man in front of her was just a young student would be a mistake. Most students would feel a natural fear when they saw their teachers, but the man in front of him was different. They were meeting for the first time and had no prior interaction, yet he still managed to exert such a strong sense of pressure on him. The source of this oppressive feeling is nothing more than this. First of all, Su Qing is the only son of the Su Qing family, one of the 5 great families of Luochuan. Secondly, Su Qing had already acquired Jincheng Education, where he worked, the day before yesterday, so by that logic, he was his direct superior. Teacher Sang nodded slightly and said, I don't know much about young Master Su. Su Cheng chuckled and asked, Teacher, guess? I dare not presume to know what the young master is thinking. Su Qing exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Then I'll just say it directly. I'm here because Li Tian contacted you. The reason I acquired Jincheng Education is obvious. My relationship with him is bad, very bad. What I need you to do is stall for time on the stage, and when Li Tian enters, deliver the main point. Su Qing looked at him. Teacher Sang knows what the key point is, right? The key point is what young Master Su has done for the school and the students. Su Qing smiled and said, yes, as expected of a teacher. Before he could finish speaking, the dark red curtain at the backstage was suddenly lifted by one corner, and footsteps sounded. A pair of light pink low-heeled shoes, her smooth calves were delicate and graceful. Su Qing was not a lecher, but he had a good memory and could recognize people by their legs. He immediately recognized this person as his acting teacher, Ms. Yuao. In the eyes of his teacher, he had always been an excellent student in both character and academics, a true model student. He glanced at the cigarette between his fingers. How could the kind-hearted Su Ching bear to disappoint his teacher? Well, to be precise, that's not the case. Su Ching had just looked through the original postscript by the author Go while speaking, so he knew who the person was. Later in the original story, teacher Yu Yao discovered the trap set by Su Ching and was greatly disappointed in him. Although she had always loved Su Ching, she did not expose his plan in public after discovering it. However, she felt that Su Ching was becoming more and more utilitarian and gradually drifted away from him. Finally, she resigned and left to teach in a remote mountain village. When she returned to Luochuan at the age of 35, her once vibrant life had ended. Su Ching couldn't bear it, so he quickly came up with a plan. Su Ching glanced at teacher Sang, and with lightning speed handed the cigarette between her fingers to the man opposite her. As the sound of high heels grew closer, a polite and obedient smile bloomed on Su Ching's face. Professor Sang, there's no need to mention in your speech that this investment was made because of me. Those empty titles are meaningless to me. I hope that after introducing the school's programs and preferential offers to the students, teacher Sang can sign his name at the end as Li Tian. After all, he's the student council president of our school. These are things he should be doing. I shouldn't steal his credit. Chapter 162, You are okay, Su? Teacher Sang paused, then changed her words after receiving a hint from Su Ching's eyes. Okay, Su. Yu Yao walked closer and closer. Although the two people in front of her seemed not to notice her, they were shocked by what the student said. Yesterday after school, she had dinner with Su Ching, during which Su Ching told her about his plan to attract businesses to the school. Su Ching never liked to get involved in things like competing for credit and fame. Yu Yao knew at the time that Su Cheng wanted to secretly seek benefits for the school. She only discovered today, after accidentally bumping into him, that Su Ching not only refused to accept the good reputation of benefiting the campus, but also handed it over to someone else. The teacher from the Student Affairs Office spoke with her this morning and explained in great detail how dedicated Su Ching had been to this external liaison and investment promotion activity, and how significant the benefits were for students. He not only didn't ask for anything in return, but he actually gave it to Li Tian, the student council president. Li Tian served as the student council president for 3 consecutive terms. He was a capable and dedicated individual who played an important role in the relationship between students and the school administration. However, he was also shrewd and opportunistic. Having a sense of self-interest is not wrong, and doing good deeds for a purpose is not wrong either. However, in the face of Su Ching's pure dedication, Li Tian's shrewd calculations appear particularly crude and despicable. Yu Yao couldn't bear to watch her excellent student do the work for someone else. What Su Ching did was Su Ching's own doing. She adjusted her expression by raising the corners of her mouth and approached the two of them. Hello, Ms. Sang, I am Su Ching's homeroom teacher. My name is Yu Yao. Hello, Teacher Yu. Teacher Sang nodded to Yu Yao. Teacher Yu, how come? What a coincidence. The boy in the white shirt smiled shyly, his face full of embarrassment at having his secret discovered. Yu Yao patted his shoulder, then turned to Teacher Sang and said, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. My student is still young and doesn't quite understand the situation. He meant well. She wore a serene smile, but her polite tone carried an air of unquestionable authority. But now the school leaders have finished their discussion and they all know that it was Su Cheng who organized this investment promotion. If we do as he just said, it would be cheating in front of the school, and the school is a place that needs fairness. Su Ching couldn't help but applaud in her heart. Teacher Yu Yao was indeed upright and incorruptible. She had a calm expression and spoke gently, yet she was able to grasp the key points and speak with reason and evidence. That's great. I understand, Teacher Yu. I will handle this impartially. Teacher Sang nodded and then raised her wrist to look at her watch. It seems like it's almost my turn to go on stage, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Professor Yu. Teacher Sang left, leaving only Yu Yao and Su Ching in the spacious and bright corridor. Su Ching's eyelashes fluttered slightly as a pair of slender, fair arms draped over his shoulders, and a faint, elegant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Yu Yao shook her head slightly, with a hint of sighing. Su Ching, your teacher knows you don't like these empty titles. But you also told the teacher at dinner yesterday that you don't want to shut yourself off and want to face the world openly. You want to have more contact with society and integrate yourself into it, right? Su Ching lowered his head heavily, like a child who had made a mistake, the sunlight from the window falling on his cheeks. I know what you want to do is to integrate into this group. Your teachers also felt sorry for you when you were all alone on campus. The teacher isn't saying it's wrong for you not to seek fame or fortune, but that giving away credit to others like this is harmful to your integration into society and will affect your judgment standards in the future. The teacher knows your family is well off, but what if your parents get old one day and you inherit the family business? Will you still attribute the credit to others like this? Teacher, I know I was wrong. Yu Yao gripped his shoulder with a bit of force, as if giving him strength. The teacher is not saying you did something wrong, but hopes that you will step forward, step onto the stage, and bravely and calmly face everything. Su Qing raised her head, her eyes widening slightly. Go to the front of the stage? Yes. Yu Yao said decisively, although the External Relations Department's investment promotion does not require speeches on stage, the teachers will discuss with the leaders to let you go on stage as an outstanding student representative to give a speech to your classmates. Teacher, I'm not outstanding. I just come from a family with a slightly better background than the average person. I'm not qualified. Yu Yao frowned, her expression deep and serious. How can you doubt yourself like this? For 3 semesters, your freshman year and sophomore year, you were ranked first in your grade. You gave up the National Scholarship and the President's Scholarship, which were then given to students from less fortunate backgrounds. You are the best. Su Qing was quite surprised, since the original text did not mention the original owner's great achievements in his studies. She did not expect that the original owner had this side to him. But it's true what they say, one generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. Su Qing was at a loss for words. Kong Rong shared pairs 3 times, and Su Qing said modestly, Teacher, I am not the best. Yu Yao declared righteously, You are. Su Qing then declined, Teacher, I really didn't. Yu Yao said decisively, You are. Teacher, I. He shook his head shyly, but thinking that he had probably declined enough times, he was too lazy to argue anymore. Yes. Su Qing paused for a long time before finally speaking, and Yu Yao's firm voice came out at the same time as his yes. Who are you? Yu Yao, why did he admit it? However, seeing that Su Qing could accept her own strengths so readily, Yu Yao was very pleased. She gently stroked Su Qing's soft, seaweed-like hair. The people from Jincheng Education have already started giving their speeches. Teacher, would you like to go and ask the leaders for permission to speak? You can be ready to go on stage and give your speech in a little while, okay? Su Qing shook her head, her lips red from being bitten. Sister, no, teacher, I dare not. Tsk, Su Qing was so used to calling her sister that she hadn't quite shaken off the habit of addressing her as sister yet, and felt a little embarrassed. Yu Yao smiled gently. She had consulted a psychologist before. People who have suffered psychological trauma are generally very innocent and have simpler minds than the average person. Looking at the sunny young man in front of her, she felt both heartache and relief. She had spent the most time with Su Qing at school, and she never expected that Su Qing would open his heart to her and even call her sister. You can call teacher's sister and listen to her, okay? Let's go up to the front of the stage in a little while and let everyone get to know you, okay? Although teacher Yu Yao's appearance was comparable to Yi Fei's and she was so gentle with him, this tug-of-war went on for too long, which made Su Qing feel bored. In the end, he could only nod shyly, as if he had received a difficult task. Chapter 163, Li Tian cries out in misery. Warm sunlight streamed in through the transparent windows of the corridor, falling on Su Qing's pure white shirt. Yu Yao's fingers gripped his arms, adding more force as if giving him strength, creating deep wrinkles in his white shirt. Yu Yao spoke gently, and a serene smile graced her elegant face. You have to keep your word. The leaders are in the first row, and I'll be sitting in the first row too in a little while. I hope to see you walk all the way to the front of the stage from the waiting area. Promise me you won't run away, okay? Su Qing smiled shyly, looking extremely embarrassed, but finally nodded in agreement. I won't let you down, teacher. Thank you for your care and concern. I've troubled you. Yu Yao smiled, and her arched eyebrows showed a beautiful curve. She knew that she had done a lot to open Su Qing's heart and help him transform from a withdrawn and gloomy person into someone who integrates into society and the community, but she was also a little uneasy. Su Qing had just emerged from the shadows, and she was going to make him do such a big challenge. Would that be too difficult for him? Each polite thank you and apology made Yu Yao feel very sorry for her excellent student. Yu landed, giving him the strength to move towards a sunny life once again, and her slender fingers took Su Qing's hands in hers. She looked into Su Qing's eyes and smiled gently. Didn't I just say that I'll be your older sister from now on? You don't need to call me teacher anymore. Yes, thank you, sister. Through a curtain, a loud sound emanated from the speakers in the multifunctional hall, drowning out Su Qing's voice. The voice was clear, resonant, and powerful. Mr. Sang, dressed in a suit and tie, stood in the center of the stage holding a microphone. Hello everyone, I am Teacher Sang from Jincheng Education. It is a great honor for Jincheng Education to cooperate with your school this time. In contrast to the endless pursuit of learning, Jincheng Education has always adhered to the principle of using the best and fastest teaching methods to help students master the relative methods of exams. Teacher Sang looked at the thousands of students below the stage and smiled lightly. I'll speak the official language right here. I believe most of you here are interested in taking the postgraduate entrance exam. Or rather, sitting here today at a full-time university isn't about learning more knowledge, but about getting a stepping stone for the future. Nowadays, companies and enterprises have increasingly higher requirements, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for college graduates to find jobs. Many employers now require a master's degree as a starting point for employment. Therefore, as a professional learning institution, we won't just offer empty platitudes, we'll use the fastest and best teaching methods to give you a solid foundation for your future career. After Teacher Sang finished speaking, there was a burst of applause from the audience. It was unclear who started it, but it was mostly the student council members who started it, and the others were just following suit. Each of the thousands of students held a promotional poster for Jincheng Education, which Teacher Sang distributed to them before taking the stage. Looking at the posters advertising winter and summer vacation courses, postgraduate entrance exam training courses, and various certification programs, the students couldn't stop complaining. The reason is simple: the price list is clearly written above, and a summer course with 30 lessons costs 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 30 lessons? Isn't that blatant robbery? The male student with a buzz-cut frowned as he glanced at the price on the poster. He crumpled the Jincheng Education promotional poster into a ball and stuffed it under the chair, not wanting to hear another word. The boy next to him, wearing round glasses, pushed up his glasses. But Jincheng Education has excellent teachers. 10,000 yuan isn't expensive. They guarantee you'll learn it, and if you don't pass the exam after completing the course, you can retake it for free. That 10,000 yuan is too expensive. Let's see what kind of benefits Jincheng Education can offer the school. It's just a few hundred yuan in vouchers. You guys can wait, but I'm not going to wait. The crew-cut man stood up abruptly. He wanted to leave, but after looking at the student council members sitting at the back of the multi-purpose hall, he sat down again. He sighed, we're the fish on the chopping block, and the school is the butcher. They're even forcing us to attend this stupid lecture. Is the school just crazy for money? Anyway, don't even think about making me spend a single penny of this money. Compared to the bustling venue, the backstage corridor was much quieter. Yu Yao had finished comforting Su Qing, so she pulled him toward the side of the podium. The backstage door opened, and the two stood to the side of the stage, a deep red cloth separating them from the students below the stage. It was already dark there, and Yu Yao was backlit, so Su Qing couldn't see her clearly, only hearing her gentle voice. Su Qing, I'm going to find your boss now. When the host calls you to come on stage, you can go on stage. Su Qing nodded. Okay, I understand. Yu Yao felt heartbroken and worried looking at his shy and bashful appearance, but what she didn't know was that as soon as she turned around, Su Qing revealed a sly smile on his face. It had a certain victorious air about it. Su Qing took a few steps back and leaned against a pillar at the back of the stage, casually looking around. His slightly raised peach blossom eyes appeared dark and deep in the dim backstage area as he gazed at the entrance of the multifunctional hall directly in front of him. Li Tian will arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. At this moment, Li Tian, who was being waited for by Su Qing, was parking his jeep in the school parking lot. The car parked perfectly straight. The weather was great today, and it was afternoon, the time when the sun was at its strongest. Li Tian was wearing a simple black shirt. His strong and firm muscles were clearly visible, making him look handsome and fit. Everyone says that good weather makes people feel better, but his mood was the complete opposite of today's weather. With a loud bang, Li Tian slammed the car door shut from the outside. The bright sun made him squint, and he felt that God was just being unreasonable and against him. He had originally planned to go back to school yesterday to handle student council matters. But Zhang Qing kept him there. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made him feel sorry for her. He figured it wouldn't matter if it was a day later, but to his surprise, after he sent a message to the teacher yesterday and went back today, he was told that someone had already secured all the investment in the student union's external relations department. What's most infuriating is that the investment was brought in by Su Qing. The last time Li Tian felt this disgusted was the last time he slammed his fist on the hood of the car, his chest heaving violently. The hand resting on the hood suddenly lifted and shook. Holy crap, it's so hot. The matter was already settled. Li Tian didn't really want to see Su Qing showing off in front of him, but he had no choice. As the student council president, he needed to attend such a large event to organize the student council members, otherwise, the credit would have gone to his other rival, Lu Wei. Li Tian was inwardly groaning. Luochuan University had many students from prominent families, and graduating here as the student council president would be a source of immense prestige in one's student file. He had painstakingly built his business over many years, and just when he was about to succeed, one person after another came out to trip him up. Chapter 164, How come you can't even pretend properly? Li Jingfeng's proudest achievement, which he could boast about at family gatherings, was his outstanding performance at a prestigious university like Luochuan University. But now, not only is Li Sheng better, but his own standing in Li Jingfeng's eyes has also diminished significantly. If he's lost all his influence at Luochuan University, he can easily imagine how long it will be before Li Jingfeng treats him like trash. Li Tian walked a few hundred meters and arrived at the multifunctional hall. As soon as he stood to the side, he heard a speech from the podium that made him furious. Li Tian clenched his fist as he listened to the speaker on the stage, word by word. We at Jincheng Education have already shared all of our teaching staff and teaching methods with the students here today. Now, the teacher will talk about the part that everyone is most concerned about. There are 3 tuition discounts, half-price tuition for all subjects, and the summer classes that are of most interest to all students are now. Teacher Sang kept everyone in suspense for a long time, then paused at the most crucial point, and after a long while, spoke in the most enthusiastic tone. The summer course, originally priced at 10,000 yuan for 30 lessons, is now offered at a 90% discount to all students present. Some students in the audience weren't listening attentively, but others who were listening were dumbfounded. Jincheng Education, the most famous training institution in Luochuan, only charges 1,000 yuan for courses. It is well known that students who can come to Luochuan University are either academically excellent or wealthy and influential. Of course, a prestigious university with a good reputation must have more students with excellent academic performance. 9 out of 10 students sitting in the audience are aiming to continue their studies, so the benefits offered by Jincheng Education made them all cheer with joy. The students immediately erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Holy crap, did I hear that right? You heard me right, a 10% discount." A student, still half asleep, was woken up by the exclamations from the audience and asked impatiently, "A few hundred yuan worth of coupons, why are you all so excited?" His classmate next to him exclaimed excitedly, "A discount of 9,000. Even if you gave me a 10,000 yuan discount on a Lamborghini, I wouldn't." His eyes suddenly widened. Holy crap, 9,000 yuan off 10,000 yuan? I got in through a combined bachelor's and master's program, I don't need it. His classmate rolled his eyes at him and said, "Go cool off somewhere else, we still have exams to take." Your grades are pretty good, aren't they? Why don't you just study on your own? A student who was recommended for postgraduate studies asked doubtfully. TSK, it's easy for you to talk when you're not in the situation. There are only a few places for graduate students in each major, and tens of thousands of people are competing for those few spots. It's definitely better to learn from a professor. When Teacher Seng announced the next discount, the students present were stunned and began searching everywhere for the promotional posters they had thrown away. Each student has a scratch-off prize area on the back of the promotional poster. The prize is a lifetime tuition waiver for all courses offered by Jincheng Education. Holy crap! I won the lottery. Holy crap, I won too. Are you still going to criticize the school? Are you still going to criticize the student council? I'm not cursing anymore, Luochuan University is awesome, the student union is awesome, Li Tian is awesome. I never expected such an exciting event to start the semester so early. A young female fan of Li Tian raised an eyebrow. Let's see if you still think Li Tian is a hypocrite, always wielding his power and helping the school make easy money. Humph, when everyone unanimously praised the school and the student council, when Li Tian's little fangirls helped him establish his prestige, Teacher Sang's next words really gave everyone a jolt. All the discounts offered by Jincheng Education this time were provided by Su Qing from Luoxuan University. Let us thank Su Qing for her generous sponsorship. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, creating a buzz of excitement. I knew Li Tian was a hypocrite. Such a huge discount couldn't possibly be something he came up with. Holy crap! It has to be the eldest son of the Su family. But why did he suddenly show up at school and do all this for us? To get a name? That's hilarious. Does the Su family need to seek fame? All the scholarships at our school are provided by the Su family. Does Su Qing need to seek fame? Yeah, Su Qing is just too damn handsome. Heh, he just wants to enjoy the feeling of being high and mighty, thinking he's some kind of bodhisattva. Don't be too happy, he's obviously just showing off his superiority. He doesn't need to flaunt his superiority. You're just being sour, you sour cucumber. Li Tian, who was standing at the door, had already been called to the side of the stage by the student council teacher. Behind the pillar in front of him, a tall and handsome man was beckoning to him with a faint smile. His body, leaning against the wine-red pillar, was obscured by the dim light, his face covered in a gray haze. Li Tian felt that Su Qing at this moment was like a cold-blooded animal inhabiting a swamp, and he was the prey that Su Qing had been eyeing. This feeling sent chills down Li Tian's spine. And something even more abhorrent happened at this very moment. Standing to the side, Teacher Qi, with a dignified appearance, stood with his hands behind his back, facing Li Tiandao. The school leader has just made a decision to have Su Qing speak as a representative of outstanding students. You go up and be the host to invite Su Qing to the stage. Li Tian almost couldn't catch his breath, but he calmed himself down and declined. Teacher, I'm new here and I don't know anything about this activity. I'm not suitable, Teacher Qi said earnestly. Inviting Su Qing to the stage has nothing to do with the previous activities. Just say some official words. You're the student council president, you should at least show your face at events like this. Li Tian has always respected his teachers, and under Teacher Qi's repeated instructions, Li Tian could only nod. I'm going to the teacher. Teacher Qi nodded. Then you can go up now. Li Tian took the microphone and walked step by step towards the stage. Teacher Qi wanted to give him a chance to show his face in front of the students and let everyone know that he had also participated in this event. He knew that Teacher Qi meant well, but those mere 5 steps felt incredibly heavy to him. He was going to invite someone he utterly loathed to the stage to give a speech. Li Tian wasn't actually angry. He was just disgusted by Su Qing. He was secretly pleased that Su Qing was going to speak on stage. However, what Li Tian didn't know was that behind him, Teacher Qi, hiding from the crowd, gave an okay sign to the handsome man on the other side of the stage. Li Tian wore a simple black shirt with obsidian buttons that shimmered under the light. He stood ramrod straight with a standard, formulaic smile on his face. Li Tian's speech was remarkably magnanimous, yet it contained a hidden agenda. Respected leaders, dear students, good afternoon. Jincheng Education's strong support for Luochuan University this time is inseparable from the help of student Su Qing. Now, let's invite an outstanding student representative to come to the stage and give a speech. Please welcome Su Qing. Li Tian turned to face Su Qing and led the applause, his smile becoming incredibly genuine, though there was also a hint of amusement in it. After all, giving gifts and then immediately going on stage to give a speech is the most disgusting kind of behavior. Li Tian felt that Su Qing's actions were akin to bluntly saying, I know you're broke, so I'm giving you some money, and you're going to thank me. The common people have always despised the powerful families for engaging in such hypocritical acts. Li Tian chuckled inwardly, little brother, how come you can't even pretend properly? Chapter 165. Disgusting. Li Tian. The sound system around the multifunctional hall echoed. The students in the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. However, amidst the noisy crowd, some students did indeed fall into Li Tian's trap. Hee, I just spent a little money to get some benefits for the school, and now I'm about to go on stage and be worshipped by everyone. TSK. Who can disagree? It's disgusting. This is the true face of the rich. No wonder he got kidnapped, he's really good at pretending. I find these kinds of people disgusting. They don't even know what they're pretending for. They're not as good as Li Tian. Li Tian is so approachable. He even helped me move my books. Li Tian even helped me apply for a student loan. It has to be the chairman. He does so many good deeds, but he never brags about it to the students, let alone comes to the front of the stage. Even though everyone present received gifts from Su Qing, there were still quite a few people who spoke up for Li Tian, and most of them were class leaders who had influence among the students. Why? Li Tian is shrewd, and he could actually do good deeds and offer discounts to the whole school, but he wouldn't do it because people are inherently greedy and prone to arrogance. If Li Tian gives it to everyone, then everyone will take it for granted, and over time it will become something he should do. So what did Li Tian do? On the surface, the discounts he secured for all students were only a few hundred yuan in vouchers, but behind the scenes, he would give some generous gifts to key students so that they would remember Li Tian's kindness. Those key students have a certain prestige in the school and in their classes. This is called employing people. Listening to the commotion inside, Li Tian curled up a cold smile. He looked at Su Qing with a mocking gaze and thought to himself, "You're still too green to compete with me for the hearts and minds of the people." Su Qing smiled, showing no anger or impatience even though he had seen through Li Tian's thoughts. The reason is simple: he is a villain destined to be a villain, and he really doesn't care about the people's hearts. Whether others love him, admire him, like him, or dislike him, it means nothing to him. Su Qing's life principle has always been to be happy. No matter how many people criticize him, it has nothing to do with his mood, because in his eyes, everything is garbage. Moreover, his purpose in doing this was to suppress Li Tian's luck, so what does it have to do with the students' opinions of him? However, while he didn't care, Su Qing wouldn't allow anything that would satisfy Li Tian to happen. The reason he had teacher Qi call Li Tian to be the host and invite him onto the stage was because something interesting was about to happen. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps came from behind the deep red curtains hanging on the stage, and a tall, handsome man with an upright posture slowly walked onto the stage. The white shirt had a triangular collar, with stitching around the edges made of shimmering silver metal sheets that reflected a dazzling light under the white stage lights. The man's handsome, fair face stood out even more against the dark red backdrop of the stage. His pure white shirt gave him a youthful and elegant look. With such extraordinary beauty appearing in the public eye, the tone of the discussion about Su Qing instantly changed. Everyone was talking about Su Qing's figure, posture, and appearance. At the same time, countless voices suddenly entered Su Qing's mind. Ding! Li Rui's favorability rating has reached 100 points. Ding! Zhang Xiaoqi's favorability rating has reached 100 points. Ding! Zhao Qi's favorability rating has reached 100 points. A cacophony of sounds, like a torrential downpour, swirled in his mind, hundreds of them utterly exhausting him. Actually, Su Qing was puzzled before, feeling that the system's favorability rating was unreasonable. Even if he was the chosen one with a villainous aura, it shouldn't make every girl's feelings for him become so intense. The god system is utterly incompetent. But over time, Su Qing realized, he was just too handsome. In short, which girl wouldn't be smitten when she sees Daniel Wu, Edison Chen, or Eddie Yu? Su Qing bit his lip and shook his head. He was too tired. The thoughts that everyone had been trying to figure out surged up like a tidal wave. Su Qing didn't even dare to use her insightful eyes on stage to see what they were thinking. How could someone as innocent and cheerful as him bear all this? Li Tian's hand hovered in midair. He looked at Su Qing standing next to him, who was biting her lip and shaking her head. He almost dropped the microphone in his hand. He really wanted to rush up and give Su Qing 2 big electric cannon shots. Li Tian took a deep breath and tried to swallow his disgust. He cleared his throat and held the microphone towards Su Qing. Ahem, Su Qing, it's your turn to speak. Su Qing snapped out of her daze, looked Li Tian up and down, and her eyes lit up with surprise, because a special message had slipped in amidst the noisy notifications of increasing favorability. Ding. Seeing the host biting his lip in utter disgust, Li Tian has increased his villainous luck and villainous points by 100. Su Qing smiled. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to fight Li Tian at all. He could seize Li Tian's luck simply by disgusting him, even if the reward was small. But even flies and mosquitoes are meat. Su Qing reacted quickly, shifting her feet on the stage and reaching her slender fingers toward Li Tian's microphone. But before she could steady the microphone, she trembled, grabbed Li Tian's arm, and leaned against him. He pulled on Su Qing's arm with some force. Seeing this, Li Tian was a little stunned. When he saw Su Qing about to fall, he subconsciously reached out and grabbed Su Qing's arm to help him up. Su Qing frowned deeply, glanced at Li Tian, and smiled weakly. I'm sorry, brother Li Tian, you know I'm not in good health. After speaking, Su Qing, from an angle where no one could see, hooked her index finger and rubbed Li Tian's palm a few times. Li Tian's mind went blank for a moment. A terrible thought suddenly popped into his head: Su Qing's various actions, how she had seduced his fiancée, and all those actions up to this day. Could it be that his target wasn't Lin Xier, but himself? As a surge of thoughts welled up in Li Tian's mind, Su Qing had already taken the microphone. A deep, husky voice spread throughout the room. Respected leaders, dear classmates, my name is Su Qing, and I am a sophomore in the Performing Arts Department. I'm so sorry everyone, I've taken up your time being on stage. After careful consideration, Su Qing raised her free arm and put it around Li Tian's shoulder. Su Qing was tall with long legs, and even with his arm around Li Tian, he stood up straight. He gave an awkward smile and said weakly to Li Tian, "Brother Li Tian, I can't stand anymore. Let me help you for a while." His voice was loud, and he spoke frankly, so everyone present could hear him clearly. Chapter 166. Don't run, what are you afraid of? Su Qing completely ignored Li Tian's surprised expression and changed the subject to address the people below the stage, her voice becoming weak and listless. The school really appreciates my talent by having me speak as an outstanding representative. I'm not very good at speaking, but since the school has asked me to stand here today, I'll say a few words from my heart. For the previous 19 years of my life, I lived a solitary and gloomy life. In fact, I was not a good student, nor was I someone who could bring positive energy to others. I come from a prominent family, and my family background has brought me a lot, allowing me to access more social resources, which is something I can't deny. However, besides wealth, my family background has also brought me a lot of misfortune. Many of you have probably heard that I was kidnapped again during the holidays. Two major setbacks in my life once left me feeling depressed. This time, the benefits I've secured for my classmates are not for anything else. I simply want to use the resources and abilities I have, and my limited lifespan, to help more people. I hereby promise that I do not need anyone's thanks, and I will not compete for any student council positions. These will never be considered as advantages in my student record or resume. Su Qing sighed, looked deeply at Yu Yao, and continued, here I want to especially thank one person, and that is my teacher, Yu Yao. She encouraged me, she was the one cheering me on backstage just now, helping me to step back into the sunlight from the corner. To be honest, this speech by an outstanding student was also arranged for me by my teacher, Yu Yao. Sitting in the first row, Yu Yao was already in tears as she watched Su Qing's poised yet weak speech. In fact, she had heard a lot of criticism of Su Qing from the students present, and she once felt that she had made a mistake by forcing Su Qing to go on stage. However, seeing Su Qing face his past wounds on stage with composure and express his intentions so gracefully and generously, Yu Yao was deeply moved. Actually, the one who should be standing here, speaking as an outstanding student, isn't me. Su Qing turned to look at Li Tian. Senior Li Tian is the truly outstanding student. Su Qing slightly raised her eyelashes and glanced out of the corner of her eye at a stage lamp shaped like a black triangle that was beginning to sway precariously on the crisscrossing iron frame on the stage. The venue was noisy, and being above the center of the stage meant he was out of everyone's sight, so no one noticed except for those who had already seen Su Qing's scene. This was the reason he had been thinking about something happening. According to the author's postscript, the lamp was originally supposed to be directly above Su Qing and fall towards him. Li Tian instinctively saved him and improved Li Tian's protagonist's luck, which is one of the reasons why he pretended to be weak while pulling Li Tian. At this very moment, the lamp that could injure or kill people was now directly above Li Tian's head. Li Tian was completely bewildered. He listened to Su Qing praising him without understanding why, and watched as Su Qing handed the microphone back to him. Li Tian frowned. He really didn't understand what Su Qing was trying to do, but the stalemate between the two caused an awkward silence in the venue, and he couldn't refuse at this moment. Li Tian, holding the microphone, flashed a polite, formulaic smile. Respected leaders, everyone, as Li Tian spoke, he felt the light above his head flickering and becoming somewhat dazzling, so he subconsciously glanced up. The fixing wire at the lamp's interface was broken, and it looked like it was about to fall off. He reacted quickly, preparing to dodge, but then felt an extremely strong force on his shoulder, rendering him unable to move. Looking down at his shoulder, he saw that Su Qing's distinct knuckles were deeply embedded in his black shirt, forming several wrinkles, a striking contrast of black and white. Su Qing lowered her voice, a half-smile playing on her lips. Brother Li Tian, don't run away. How about we show the audience a spectacular watermelon explosion show? Boom, a crimson hue filled Li Tian's eyes, and he roared, you're insane. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse yet excited voice rang out from the sound system inside the multifunctional hall, completely drowning out his own voice. "Watch out!" The voice was Su Qing's, and it was very loud, sounding extremely jarring coming from the surrounding speakers. However, no one in the audience cared whether the sound was deafening or not. In an instant, a large light at the very top of the stage plummeted down, right above Li Tian. Everyone in the room, from students to teachers, held their breath. As Su Qing moved with lightning speed, grabbing Li Tian's shirt and throwing him to the ground. With a loud bang, the lamp fell and smashed a large hole in the ground. Li Tian's heart was pounding rapidly, but the person on top of him spoke in a casual tone, the deep voice slowly entering his ears, which was simply terrifying. "Don't be afraid, brother Li Tian. I still want to maintain my good reputation at school. I won't let you die next to me. You're such a scaredy cat, I'll get bored." A flurry of footsteps rushed toward the stage, startling the students and teachers so much that their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. "Are you all right? Are you all right? Are you hurt?" A cacophony of voices surrounded the two of them. They pulled the two of them up, although Li Tian was impatient and wanted to finish off Su Qing right now, or go up and punch her twice. Everyone saw that Su Qing had rushed over to save him, so he could only suppress his disgust and say something. Li Tian patted the dust off his clothes, his eyes darting around the crowd before finally settling on Su Qing. "I'm fine, thank you, Su Qing." Li Tian is not only the student council president, but also the head of the school's sports department, and being physically strong and capable, simply falling to the ground is not considered an injury for him. Therefore, everyone's concern was focused on Su Qing. "It's good that you're all right." "It's all right, you scared the teacher to death." "Su Qing, are you okay? How is Su Qing?" Su Qing was extremely naive and never good at playing the victim. After being pulled up, he drooped his eyelashes and collapsed weakly onto Yu Yao next to him. He shook his head. "Sister, teacher, I'm fine." Yu Yao wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. "Don't be stubborn. Tell your sister if anything happens." Su Qing bit her lip and said with difficulty, I think I twisted my ankle." Yu Yao hurriedly lifted Su Qing's arm and put it on her shoulder. "Teacher will take you to the infirmary." Su Qing glanced at Li Tian and paused in her tracks. "Teacher, there are a lot of students on the field right now, it's too chaotic. You need to stay and calm them down, this is a school safety issue." The students were panicking, but I'm fine. I can just find any male classmate to go with me. Su Qing glanced at the girls surrounding her and whispered to Yu Yao, "It wouldn't be good for a female classmate to go with me." Yu Yao glanced into the field and saw the students running around in all directions. The situation was indeed not good. There were only a few teachers and leaders present. This was indeed a school safety incident, and she really needed to stay and resolve it. Besides, she couldn't lift Su Qing at all. She frowned, looked up at Li Tian, and asked, "Li Tian, could you take Su Qing to the infirmary? The teacher needs to handle the situation now." Chapter 167, continue to discuss Li Tian. Li Tian was taken aback when he heard Yu Yao's words. "It's disgusting. It's disgusting to the core," he sighed softly and gave Yu Yao a polite smile. "Well, leave it to me." Li Tian took Su Qing's arm from Yu Yao and supported him, but found that Su Qing wouldn't move forward at all. He suppressed his impatience and said in a low voice, "Aren't you going to leave? Are you expecting me to carry you?" Su Qing chuckled, "Your idea is good, quickly put it into practice." "Damn it." Li Tian muttered a single word, his strong fingers gripping Su Qing's arm as he tried to pull him away, but Su Qing wasn't about to let him have his way. He raised his finger and grabbed Li Tian's arm tightly. Su Qing suddenly raised his voice so that all the students around could hear him clearly. No need, senior. I can still walk, you don't need to carry me. I'm quite heavy, and you just fell too. It's so hard on me, senior." Su Qing frowned, her expression slightly distorted, looking quite embarrassed. However, his left foot seemed unable to support him, and his entire body weight shifted towards Li Tian. The students on the stage hadn't left yet, they were all staring at Su Qing and Li Tian, whispering amongst themselves. "Wow, Su Qing is really different from the rumors. He's so shy. He just got injured while saving Li Tian, and he's still worried that Li Tian might get tired." Yes, the classmates were just saying that about him. If Su Qing were really a spoiled brat with high aspirations, why would he go to save someone? A long-haired girl was cleaning up the broken glass on the ground when she complained, "TSK, you were one of those people who were talking about Su Ching too. You didn't believe me. Su Ching looks like a gentle and warm man." Humph. Li Tian grabbed Su Ching's arm and tried to drag him outside, saying, "Stop pretending with me, hurry up and go." Su Ching glanced at Li Tian, her face clearly showing impatience, her lips pressed tightly together, looking extremely angry. Su Ching didn't respond to him at all, and raised her voice again. "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. I really can't walk anymore. I'll have to carry me." Although Su Ching spoke sincerely, no one noticed that, away from everyone's view, Su Ching looked at Li Tian and pointed her finger down the reddish-brown floor in front of her. Li Tian gave him a deep look, almost feeling disgusted to the point of fainting. How could this person still have the audacity to pester him? Unfortunately, so many classmates were watching in their direction. Li Tian took a deep breath and squatted down in front of Su Ching. Su Ching, adhering to his persona of having a sprained ankle, weakly slumped onto the ground, standing on one leg. Li Tian couldn't help but frown. How could this kid be so heavy? Li Tian stood up, gave Su Ching a little leg shake, and then quickly walked towards the door. There were quite a few students passing by, and Li Tian lowered his voice. "Get out now. Can't you act like a man?" Su Ching's slender fingers dangled in front of Li Tian as he spoke casually. "I'm trying to help you. Your image of being united, friendly, and helpful has already been established in the eyes of your classmates. Don't you like these things? I advise you not to put me down. If you do, I'll fall to the ground. Everyone's watching. They weren't the only ones who came out of the multifunctional hall, there was also a group of gossipy classmates. "You two are both so handsome, but Su Ching is even prettier. She looks so soft and I just want to squish her." A female classmate's eyes widened. "Holy crap, did I tell you? Li Tian and Su Ching are a perfect match. Indeed, I'll go back and write a novel, a real estate tycoon and elite CEO, top entertainment star and a gentle beauty, bottom." A petite girl pushed up her round glasses and said seriously. No, Su Ching is taller than Li Tian. She's taller than Li Tian. What's the difference in height? I reject this setup. It should be the other way around, a top entertainment star with a seemingly innocent but actually cunning and manipulative personality, and a real estate tycoon with a possessive and obsessive nature. That would create a much stronger contrast, not only the students coming out of the multi-purpose hall, but also many students passing by as they walked towards the infirmary were discussing the two of them. "Brother Li Tian, did you hear that? Everyone says we're a good match, why don't we give it a try? I just listened to everyone, and you seem to be getting a lot of votes for the bottom role." Su Ching chuckled lightly. "They have pretty good taste. I look like I'm the one putting you down, don't you think?" Li Tian, a straight man of steel, was being talked about like this for the first time in his life, and by a man who was his enemy no less. He gritted his teeth. "Are you fucking sick? You've been disgusting me from the stage to the audience. If you're a man, fight me fair and square. Why are you doing this disgusting stuff? You're fucking a pervert. What is Su Ching trying to achieve? The things Su Ching has received have already arrived in his account, ding. Li Tian is utterly despised. You have now gained 200 villain points and 200 villain luck." Su Ching scoffed, You're all above board, yet you secretly send people to kill me. You're the most above board of all. Is it so hard to admit your own treachery?" The reason Li Tian stopped being so polite and friendly to Su Ching was because of what Su Ching had said. Logically speaking, the feud between Su Ching and him should have reached a point of no return. Su Ching had crippled all his subordinates and driven Lang Yanfeng out of the country, yet he hadn't made a move against him. An idea arose in Li Tian's mind. Could it be hateful? He's actually got his eye on me. Li Tian was always deep in thought. When he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't that simple. Su Ching's words and actions today were clearly meant to provoke him, to make him argue and fight with her. Su Ching's question was very leading. He only mentioned that he had sent someone to assassinate him, which was clearly leading him to admit that the murder was unsuccessful. Su Ching might have recording equipment in her pocket right now. The infirmary was about a 5-minute walk from the multifunctional room. As they walked, Li Tian, fearing he might fall into Su Ching's trap, decided to stop talking to him and plan his next move. Li Tian carried Su Qing to the school clinic in 2 quick steps. Luochuan University has 2 small medical rooms, each with 2 spacious beds, and the air is filled with the strong smell of alcohol disinfectant. A middle-aged male doctor wearing a mask is helping a classmate with a cold by giving him an 4 drip. When Li Tian carried Su Qing inside, the middle-aged doctor was stunned. Why this outfit? He recognized Li Tian, who was the student council president. Li Tian was helpful and often brought classmates over. When he had time, he would also come over to volunteer and help out. The middle-aged doctor asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 168. The teacher arrives. Doctor Who, he sprained his ankle, Li Tian said politely. Doctor Who walked over to the 2 people and asked, "Which foot?" "Left foot," Su Qing said politely. Doctor Who lifted his trouser leg and pinched Su Qing's ankle twice. "Does it hurt?" "Ouch. Ouch. That hurts." Doctor Who frowned and glanced at him, because he was looking directly at the 2 of them, so the left the student was referring to should be the right side of the direction he was facing. "Why does my right foot hurt too?" "Excuse me, student, I pinched the wrong one. I pinched the right foot." Su Qing pursed his lips, showing a complete lack of rigor for a doctor. He politely replied, "I must have misremembered." Doctor Who nodded. "It's nothing serious, no bones are broken." "Li Tian, take him to the infirmary next door for a hot compress." "Yes, thank you for your help, Doctor Who." The other medical room was empty, with only 2 single beds and a small sofa. The room was light blue and had a simple design. As Li Tian reached the door, he slammed it shut behind him. "Get out of here. Don't fucking hang around on me." Su Qing smiled, since he had no more villain points to add, and he was too lazy to play with Li Tian anymore. "Why are you being so fierce? Let's talk this out." "I'm a patient." He let go and got off, but he still maintained the professionalism of a professional actor and tiptoed to the bedside to sit down. Li Tian sneered, "There are no security cameras in this house, and the soundproofing is good. I really don't know what you have to show off." Su Qing turned over and leaned against the headboard of the hospital bed, his legs crossed and resting on the iron railing at the foot of the bed. He looked languid, raised his finger to his temple, and stared intently at Li Tian. "Strive to learn from the senior students, act like a decent person in public, and be a treacherous villain in private." Li Tian scoffed, "Get lost." Li Tian was about to leave when a low, husky voice echoed as his hand touched the doorknob. "Hey Li Tian, remember when you sent people to kill me? I should thank you for that. I survived this ordeal thanks to you. Your men followed your orders, and didn't attack me, they just stood there watching. Ha, Lang Yanfeng's men probably think your underling is one of mine. They're fighting. Tell me, aren't the animals you 2 raised a bunch of useless trash, so in return, I helped you get rid of that bunch of useless people? Those people are all crippled. Brother Li Tian, you should have killed them by now, right?" Li Tian, exposed, felt his chest heaving violently. Before he could even speak, Su Qing's next words sent chills down his spine and made him break out in goosebumps. "I'll take care of the other person for you as well. Can you guess who it is? Have to, I won't let you guess anymore. It's your good brother Lang Yanfeng. He's not coming back. Li Tianga. I wonder if you've ever had nightmares. You're the one who killed him." Su Qing leaned lazily against the pillow, pointed to herself and then to Li Tian. "Everyone who knew your secret no longer exists. Of all the people who know, I'm the only one left." The veins on Li Tian's forehead bulged. Even though he was surprised and felt that Su Qing was ruthless and chilling, he did not want to lose face in front of her. Li Tian stared intently at him, and said disdainfully, "He deserves to die, and you have no reason to exist either." Su Qing beckoned to Li Tian with a finger, a smile on her lips, but her voice was icy cold and devoid of warmth. She slowly said, "Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. Come on, kill me now. Do you dare? You don't dare? You can only do dirty tricks behind my back, you coward." "I dare to admit what I did." "Do you dare? You don't even dare to mention those things anymore, do you? You're afraid I'll record you, right? You're afraid I'll try to trick you into revealing information, right?" Su Qing half stood up and took her phone out of her pocket, even adjusting the lining of her pocket so Li Tian could see it clearly. He slammed the phone to the ground, and it shattered into pieces, with glass shards scattered all over the floor. "I only have this one thing with me today. I want to see if you, this coward whose fiancé is about to be stolen away, dare to utter a single word. It's a pity you didn't dare say a single word to me. Just wait for your fiancé to cheat on you, and then you'll have to marry her, because I don't want her. You are the one who needs her. You're just picking up what I've already finished playing with. Li Tian's lips trembled, his fists clenched so tightly that the skin on his palms turned white. Su Qing's vicious words were stuck in his heart and could not be dispelled. Li Tian rushed to Su Qing in 3 steps at a time. She grabbed his collar tightly, almost tearing it apart. Li Tian's lips trembled, his eyes blazing with fury. I'll kill you sooner or later. You cripple. Su Qing glanced down at Li Tian's hand, which was bulging with veins, then looked up and stared at him for 2 seconds, but did not pull her hand away for a long time. But Su Qing narrowed her eyes and revealed a sincere smile, looking quite gratified. It must be really hard to suppress your feelings, right? Look at yourself now. You faced your thoughts honestly and spoken them out. Don't you feel much better now? I'm making you feel good. Mom, before Li Tian could finish his swearing, he saw Su Qing raise an eyebrow and let out a loud shout that echoed throughout the infirmary. Senior! Don't hit me. I didn't mean to steal the student union's external relations department's business opportunities from you. I didn't mean to. Please let me explain. I really didn't mean to. I wanted to put your name on the investment, but I can't tell you why. Su Qing stared intently at Li Tian, an amused smile on her lips, but her voice trembled and shook, and as she cried out, a few large tears welled up in her eyes. Li Tian frowned deeply. There was a creak at the door, followed by the crisp sound of high heels. Before Li Tian could react, his hand was still gripping Su Qing's collar when the newcomer grabbed his arm and pulled him up roughly. Li Tian! What are you doing? What are you doing? The newcomer was Yu Yao. She had just arrived at the door when she heard Su Qing's cries for help. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Tian, the student council president, grabbing Su Qing by the collar. Yu Yao has a gentle and quiet personality and never argues or causes trouble with others, but she never expected that Li Tian would be so bossy towards his classmate over an investment and business negotiation. She looked at Su Qing, whose eyes were filled with tears and who was trying to shrink back, and felt extremely sorry for her. Su Qing has suffered so many misfortunes, and the confidence she finally has to face life may soon disappear. Why Yu Yao's heart was pounding rapidly. She walked to Su Qing's side, put her arm around his shoulder, and held him in her arms, gently stroking him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Sister is here. Don't be afraid. Chapter 169. Li Tian suffers another setback. Su Qing leaned against Yu Yao's slender waist, his hands encircling her waist. The faint fragrance of orchids seemed to give him a sense of security. Her eyes were red and swollen, and hot tears welled up in them as if she had been wronged. His body trembled with sobs, and even the bed beneath him creaked. Yu Yao's off-white uniform was soaked with sweat. Teacher, please don't blame brother Li Tian. It was my fault. I overstepped my bounds. Yu Yao lowered her brows and frowned. Seeing her most prized student in this state, her heart ached terribly. She was gentle and quiet, and had never been angry with anyone, but now, looking at Li Tian standing to the side, her eyes seemed to be filled with venom. She stared intently at Li Tian, 1,000 questions swirling in her eyes. She wanted to confront Li Tian, she wanted to vent her anger on him, but how could she, as a teacher, speak harshly to her student? Besides, Su Qing was currently in her arms. If Su Cheng witnessed their argument, it would only deepen Su Qing's disillusionment with the world. But Su Qingzhen, who saw through Yu Yao's thoughts, didn't think that way. He thought to himself, sister, hurry up and scold him. He's bullied me, why isn't he standing up for me? Yu Yao felt Su Qing's grip on her fabric tighten even more. Looking at Su Qing's trembling fingers, she lowered her eyes, which made her even more certain of her thoughts. Su Qing, as innocent as a child, has already felt the malice of this world. She seems to be a snail slowly retreating into its shell, so she must not be the kind of person who speaks ill of others. Su Qing frowned. Sister, please stop making things up. How did I become a snail? I want you to yell at him, point your finger at him. Ugh, I'm so anxious. Although Yu Yao felt extremely sorry for Su Qing, she didn't yell or shout, but her expression was unusually firm, making her appear stern. Li Tian, school affairs are not just your business. All teachers and students have the right to do their part for the school. As the student council president, you are an important liaison between students and the school, and you should pay more attention to the overall situation. And you have no idea what Su Ching did. When he was introducing businesses, he asked them to include your name on the deal, saying he didn't want to steal credit from you. Yu Yao pointed to herself, it was me. I asked teacher Sang from Jincheng Education to handle it impartially, and I also asked Su Ching to speak as a representative of outstanding students. It's clearly Su Ching's effort and dedication that deserves to have his name on the bill. Lition, classmates should get along well. Compared to Su Ching, you are too narrow-minded. He saved you on the podium, and he did it because you twisted your ankle. Yu Yao gave a sarcastic laugh, her voice growing increasingly agitated. It's one thing if you don't thank Su Ching, but if I hadn't come today, would you have already beaten him up here? Teacher, Li Tian clenched his fists tightly, feeling utterly helpless and unable to express his bitterness. He couldn't tell anyone about the bitter argument he had with Su Ching. Should he tell teacher Yu that he sent someone to kill Su Ching, or that Su Ching killed the person he sent instead, or that Su Ching seduced his fiancée? None of these things can be discussed openly, as it would be detrimental to him. Su Ching's preemptive strike, with the villain accusing him first, caught him completely off guard. Looking at Su Ching's side, his eyes were indeed filled with tears, but there was still a smile on his lips as he nestled in teacher Yu's arms. That's disgusting. Li Tian's chest heaved rapidly. Seeing Su Ching's appearance made him want to devour him alive. While Li Tian remained silent for a long time, Su Ching began to sob. Teacher, please don't talk about brother Li Tian anymore. He may have misunderstood me. It's also my fault for not explaining clearly. He didn't actually say anything harsh just now, it's just that I can't handle it. Yu Yao stroked Su Ching's hair, feeling his tears, and her heart ached so much it felt like it was bleeding. Li Tian, don't you have anything to say? You're all adults, long past the age of having to go to your parents. But things often start small and reveal bigger truths. Su Ching is kind and naive, so he can forgive you, but you must give everyone an explanation for what happened today, otherwise this will become a conflict between the student council and ordinary students. Before Yu Yao could finish speaking, she felt something pressing against her feet. She glanced at it out of the corner of her eye and was surprised to find it was a cell phone that was about to be smashed to pieces. How much force must it have taken to have glass shards flying all over the floor? Su Ching, what's with the phone on the ground? Su Ching smiled knowingly. At least she'd been found out. His eyes were watery as he met Yu Yao's gaze, which held a hint of evasion. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Teacher, I did it myself. I can fix it and it'll still work. Yu Yao shook her head. With Su Ching's gentle and soft personality, how could she possibly break her own phone? She was clearly lying to her. Who else could it be but Li Tian who did it? She looked up at Li Tian and said, Speak. What exactly do you want? Li Tian, why are they trying to pin all this blame on me? The entrance to this ward was so crowded that it was practically impossible to move. To put it bluntly, there were several students standing at the door. One is the student council president, and the other is the most mysterious and influential figure in the school. Sparks fly between the two of them. Who wouldn't want to gossip about them and watch the excitement? The door that Yu Yao had pushed open was not closed again, and Yu Yao was speaking quite loudly. So the students outside were talking about something that shifted from who's the top and who's the bottom between them to, the reaction became, how could Li Tian be this kind of person? He's taking his anger out on Su Ching just because he didn't bring in the investment. I really misjudged him before. Of course, there are also a few topics that don't quite fit in. Su Ching looks so beautiful when he cries, a handsome man shedding tears. I wish I was the one who made him cry. Holy crap, I suddenly imagined a wife chasing after the cremation scenario. What kind of beastly thing did Li Tian do to him in this small hospital room? Stop making things up, you lot. Be serious. Isn't what teacher Yu Yao said clear enough? This is the conflict between the student council and ordinary students. Haven't you seen the official arrogance of those student council members? Su Ching and Li Tian both come from prominent families, yet Li Tian treated Su Ching this way today. What if an ordinary classmate offended Li Tian? Would they even survive? It's terrifying. One of the students picked up his phone and shouted, he apologized. He apologized. The chairman apologized. Record it. Record it quickly. As he said I'm sorry, the expression on Li Tian's face was indescribable, as if he had swallowed his anger and resentment. Su Ching appeared much more composed and generous, smiling brightly. it's alright, Senior Li Tian, it wasn't a big deal anyway, let me take you home first. Yu Yao sighed and started to pull Su Qing up. As Su Qing looked up, bit her lip, and asked shyly, Teacher, could I speak to my senior alone for a few minutes? I don't want him to keep misunderstanding me. After thinking for a while, Yu Yao seemed to have made a difficult decision. Okay, then. I'll wait for you at the door. After Yu Yao left, she closed the door. The light blue door panel was locked, and the room was once again empty except for the two of them. Chapter 170. Returning home. As the door closed, a meaningful smile appeared on Su Qing's lips. He stood up and stretched, raised an eyebrow at Li Tian, and the previous obedient and flustered look on his face had completely disappeared. Even the sadness he had shown earlier had vanished. He looked Li Tian up and down, and said jokingly, My acting skills are pretty good, aren't they? Heh, all you cripple can do is resort to these underhanded tricks. Li Tian sneered, leaning closer to Su Qing and whispering, All you can do is hide in a woman's arms to gain sympathy and get her to stand up for you. Su Qing wasn't angry, he even smiled and patted Li Tian on the shoulder. You're right, but this trick always works, isn't it interesting? I love seeing you suffer in silence. Li Tian gritted his teeth and slapped Su Qing's hand away. You're a fucking pervert. You should be glad that I only used this method to deal with you, instead of sending you and your good brother to the underworld. Su Qing's eyes darkened, and his deep voice turned cold. Li Tian, people are divided into different classes. What makes you think you can fight me? I advise you, don't go against me, and I might take pity on you and let you off the hook. Li Tian scoffed, just you wait. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Su Qing smiled and clapped her hands a few times. That's right, brother, that's the right thing to do, because I can't possibly let you off the hook, but if you have fun playing with me, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Li Tian scoffed, I'll return those words to you verbatim. Su Qing stopped arguing with him, picked up the tattered phone from the ground, and walked past Li Tian. The two bumped shoulders, their movements quite pronounced, as if a silent tension was spreading between them. As he opened the door, he smiled gently at Li Tian, raised his right foot, and said towards the doorway. Teacher, I've talked things out with Li Tian, and we have no more conflicts. Su Qing glanced at the students standing at the door and said awkwardly, Students, you should have seen what just happened, right? There was no conflict between me and Senior Li Tian, just a small misunderstanding. Please delete the recordings on your phones, otherwise it will have a negative impact on your senior. The students nodded vigorously. Senior, I promise I won't send it out. Senior, is your foot all right? You should get some rest. Senior, Su Qing felt relieved when she heard their words, or rather, she heard what they were really thinking. These good junior girls couldn't wait to post the video of Li Tian's humiliation. Su Qing nodded politely to everyone. Thank you all, thank you for your concern, juniors. Yu Yao drove Su Qing back to Jinyu apartment, and she helped the limping Su Qing back home. Yu Yao glanced around and found the room to be quiet and cold, with black and white as the main colors. Although it was expensive everywhere, there was no movement at all. It was a very cold place to live, which made her feel even more sorry for it. Do you live here alone? Su Qing nodded. Does that mean my sister is going to stay with me? Yu Yao helped him to the sofa. Then I'll make you dinner. You probably haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I haven't eaten, but don't bother, it's quite late. Yu Yao smiled, her smile gentle and generous. It's alright, I'm hungry too, I'll just mooch a meal here. She took off her coat and hung it on the coat rack by the door. She pulled out the elastic band from her arm and neatly tied it in her hair, giving her a high ponytail that added a touch of youthful charm. He hadn't been to Su Qing's apartment for a long time, but thankfully a cleaning lady came every day to clean it and replenish the food in the refrigerator. So when Yu Yao opened the double-door refrigerator, she found a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as a full range of fish and meat. Yu Yao turned her head and smiled. Your house is quite well equipped. Do you usually cook for yourself? Su Qing is not one to lie. He smiled brightly, his smile warm and gentle. Yes, I'm pretty good at cooking. Let my sister try it sometime. Okay, then I'll wait to eat. Yu Yao tied her apron around her neck and asked Su Qing, What kind of dishes do you like? I'm not picky about food, as long as it's not too bland. I like spicy food. But at home, where my parents live, we always eat bland food. My parents don't let me eat too much salt or oil. Yu Yao frowned. There's an old saying that it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Su Qing was just injured. Will eating spicy food help her recover? However, Su Qing, who comes from a prominent family, is probably under strict control at home and has little freedom. Then let's compromise today and I'll make you something spicy, and the rest will be mild. Okay, thank you, sister. Don't be shy, you should rest for a while. Su Qing smiled, suddenly feeling like a guest. He didn't stay in the living room watching Yu Yao prepare the ingredients and cook. He went back to his study. On the dark leather sofa, a young and handsome man sat with his legs crossed, took out the only thing he had brought to school from his pocket, and spread it out on the table. He pulled a pair of gloves from the drawer next to him and carefully removed the top glass of the phone piece by piece. In the very center of the phone, a small, bright red dot appears, looking rather mysterious. A sly smile played on his lips. Su Qing hadn't lied to Li Tian, he had indeed only brought this one item, but that didn't mean he hadn't recorded it. Su Qing followed the little red dot and placed it in front of her. She couldn't help but think that Li Tian was still somewhat clever and could keep his composure. It was a pity that he hadn't kept his composure to the end. With a ripping sound, Su Qing opened the drawer and casually tossed the recording equipment inside. Li Tian hadn't said much today, but piecing it together should be useful, but he hasn't decided where to use it yet, so he'll just leave it for now. Su Qing took out a new phone, moved the SIM card to a different location, and sent a message to Wu Shang. I forgot which department Longting Real Estate was in, but he was a team leader on the Los Angeles project, and his surname was Gu. Whether you threaten or bribe, bring him here, the other side replied quickly. Young master, what time and where? Tomorrow or the day after, either afternoon is fine. Su Qing had to sleep in late in the morning. Su Qing tapped her fingers absent-mindedly on the table. Her reason for seeking out team leader Gu was simple, because a few days ago, when he was reading the original text by the author Go, he saw this person, and this person was not the one who helped Li Tian, but instead tripped Li Tian up a few times. Seeing that the weather was getting bad, Li Tian left, but team leader Gu still told the workers to continue working, saying that it was Li Tian's instruction and that he was Li Tian's adopted son. Su Qing frowned. It seemed that team leader Gu had been instructed by someone that he has a good memory, and the reason he seems is because. Chapter 171 Cooking and Eating. The reason is, the written description of the phone calls that team leader Gu made to the person behind him is very simple. How simple is it? Team leader Gu, the voice on the other end of the phone said, okay. Team leader Gu, the voice on the other end of the phone said, well done. Su Qing rubbed his temples. He had never been so speechless in his life. Was he supposed to write a book and make readers guess? Could he even make money from it? No wonder he was imprisoned in the water dungeon. Ahem, host, a friendly reminder. Did I overlook another important part of the book? No, that's not it. The original author is currently splashing around in a water dungeon, cursing you and saying you can't understand anything. She said this was open-ended content to streamline the article, and that she would write a side story about picking up the soap for you. TSK, the most poisonous heart is a woman's, she really holds a grudge. You should tell her that the main story isn't even finished yet. How can she write any side stories? She said, you idiot, you son of a bitch, tell her you'll send her razor blades tomorrow. She said she was selling razor blades via livestream. Su Qing pursed his lips, too lazy to waste any more words. He stayed in the study for more than 20 minutes, and the aroma of the dishes slowly wafted in. Su Qing limped along the wall to the kitchen. His kitchen was open plan, with 2 transparent glass panels on either side, framed by silver frames, and no door in the middle, allowing a direct view into the kitchen. The woman cooking in front of the stove gives off a warm feeling, her shapely waist tied with a sky blue apron. Yu Yao heard the noise on the tiles behind her, turned around, and chuckled softly. Don't move around, it doesn't hurt anymore, go rest on the sofa. Yu Yao's voice gives people a feeling of gentle strength, yet it is not rigid. In short, it is a gentle strength. Su Qing ignored her and, following the path of things that could support her, tiptoed to the kitchen doorway. She leaned against the transparent glass doorway, crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking both lazy and dashing. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'd like to watch the teacher cook for a while. What's so interesting about cooking? Yu Yao chuckled softly, glancing sideways at the glass that Su Qing was leaning against. Don't break the glass. Su Qing raised her hand and tapped the glass a few times. No, it's bulletproof glass, sturdy and durable. Yu Yao cooks in a calm and methodical manner, washing and chopping each ingredient one by one, but she is quite fast. It only took her half an hour to finish cooking all the dishes. She untied her apron, holding 2 plates of stir-fry. As soon as she turned around, she saw Su Qing's hand waiting to take the plates. Her fair and clean fingers looked like they had never done any cooking. Yu Yao smiled and moved the plates a little further away from Su Qing. "I'm afraid you'll spill all the food I've worked so hard to make, so you should sit at the table and behave." The kitchen lights were very bright, shining on Su Qing's fair face, making him seem to glow. He smiled warmly and gently. "Yes, I'll listen to you, sister." After saying that, Su Qing turned around and tiptoed back to the dining table. A handsome figure walked in front of her. Yu Yao could see that Su Qing was trying very hard to maintain his pace, as if he wanted to make himself appear less clumsy and walk like a normal person. This sight made her feel heartbroken, but what Yu Yao didn't know was that this heartbreaking figure was just an act he was putting on. The restaurant features a long dining table that can seat 7 or 8 people. It is pure black, as smooth as a mirror, and shines brightly under the round lights overhead. The chairs are also pure black. The interior design of Su Qing's home is not something that ordinary people can handle, but when he sat in a white shirt at this pure black dining table, he seemed harmonious, giving off a mysterious yet pure aura. A crisp sound fell in front of Su Qing. 2 exquisite dishes, each with its own unique color and aroma, appeared before him. One was spicy stir-fried beef, and the other was stir-fried bean sprouts with vinegar. "Thank you, sister. It looks delicious." Yu Yao responded and went back to the kitchen, bringing out a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Yu Yao smoothed her skirt and sat down properly. "You eat first. I made you some beef bone soup. It will take a while to simmer." Su Qing was indeed hungry, so she didn't stand on ceremony with Yu Yao. She picked up her chopsticks and took a big bite, leaving a small bump on her cheek. She mumbled her words, but that didn't stop her from praising her teacher. "It's so delicious, sis. Stop flattering me, eat more if you like it." Yu Yao was really happy to see Su Qing eating happily, and with that innocent smile back on her face. Su Qing wasn't lying. He usually cooked light and simple dishes at home, but Yu Yao's cooking was really good and suited his taste. Su Qing's throat was churning, and he was swallowing loudly. The reason was simple: he was choking. He quickly grabbed a glass of water and drank it down in big gulps. "Eat slowly. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yu Yao laughed, a little at his silliness, but also happy that Su Qing enjoyed her cooking so much. "Ahem, because I didn't compliment you, sister. It's really delicious." Yu Yao ate slowly and deliberately, then looked up and smiled gently. "I live not far from here, only about a 10-minute drive. If you want to eat, just tell me and I'll come over and cook for you." Su Qing: "Not far away, come over." "Oh no. My sister isn't staying with me anymore." "Boo-hoo," Su Qing said awkwardly. "How could I possibly accept that? Don't mention it, I'm your older sister." Su Qing couldn't help but feel that Yu Yao was really good to him. The two were silent for a while, and Su Qing took the initiative to start a conversation. "Sister, why did you leave the film and television industry to teach at Luochuan University? I remember your first drama was a huge hit." Yu Yao slowly said, "Well, maybe it's because I became famous too quickly. I didn't settle down and became restless. The praise from those around me was too much, so I couldn't find my original intention. It's not really suitable for me. I'm also filming some stage plays and plays now, which is great." Su Qing nodded in response. "That's indeed quite good." These things were mentioned in the book, and Su Qing knew about them. But when she looked at Yu Yao with her discerning eye, she saw a different reason. Why Yu Yao's sudden rise to fame was very eye-catching. Her agency not only arranged for her to star in many commercially unpopular films, but also squandered her fame. They also frequently had Yu Yao attend business gatherings, and it's common knowledge what kind of roles actresses play at these gatherings. Why Yu Yao is quite talented and comes from a well-off family. Although she can't fight against large media and entertainment companies on her own, no one can force her to do things she doesn't want to do. After that, she was sidelined by her original company. Later, and Xingyun helped her by allowing her to teach at Luochuan University as an honorary student. So that's how it is. No wonder Su Qing has always been taught by Yu Yao. Su Qing didn't like to interact with the public before, and Yu Yao has been teaching him one-on-one. Perhaps this wasn't Xingyun's original intention. Why Yu Yao is also repaying a debt of gratitude. Su Qing used her insightful eyes to observe carefully and saw that the media company hidden by Yu Yao was Juxing Media. Chapter 172. My sister-in-law is good. Juxing Media and Su Qing's Dingfeng Media were considered equals more than a decade ago. Although their headquarters were not in Luochuan, they were both pillars of the Chinese media industry and were once considered competitors. Over the years, Juxing Media has struggled with marketing and innovation, and its outdated ideas have become increasingly out of step with the public's tastes. Meanwhile, Dingfeng Media has already entered the hottest short video industry and boasts billions of daily active users. Juxing Media had long been thoroughly overshadowed. The peak had already reduced Juxing to only being able to drink soup. Originally, it didn't matter whether they could drink soup or eat meat, since the Su family's status had long been unmatched. In short, whatever the top wants the public to see, that's what the public will see. But since they had hurt Su Qing's good sister, and Yu Yao had been so good to him, he was still happy to help Yu Yao get revenge. Su Qing lowered her eyes, quietly took out her phone from her pocket, and sent a concise message to the manager of Dingfeng. The scandals surrounding Juxing Media, along with the main characters of all its upcoming works, are used to control public opinion across the internet, ultimately leading to Juxing's downfall. Also, investigate the people who forced Yu Yao to leave the entertainment industry back then, and make them disappear from the film and television circle forever. When Su Qing finished sending such a devastating message and looked up again, she had a sweet smile on her face. "Sister, please eat more. You've been busy all day." Yu Yao smiled gently, and when she heard the pressure cooker making a sound in the kitchen, she went over to ladle out some soup. When she returned, she was carrying a bowl of steaming beef bone soup. "Whoosh, whoosh, it's quite hot, I'll drink it after a while." Yu Yao placed the soup bowl on Su Qing's side, then sat down again and began to eat her food in small bites. To explain why Yu Yao dotes on Su Qing and cares about him so much, it's because although she looks glamorous and successful, and has returned to her alma mater to take a position, her life wasn't always smooth sailing. She experienced moments of helplessness and depression. Another reason is related to Xingyun. In fact, she was far from qualified to teach in Luochuan. During the time she was sidelined, the person who helped her was Su Qing's mother, and Xingyuan. Xingyun is a senior in the film and television industry. Yu Yao is considered a fan of hers. They met once at an ceremony. Unexpectedly, and Xingyun was very approachable and quite appreciative of her. Later, when Yu Yao got into trouble and the news spread like wildfire in the industry, and Xingyun even extended an olive branch to her, but when she tried to act again, she felt that people in the entertainment industry were too complicated. With Xingyun's help, she distanced herself from the frivolity of the film and television industry, and started doing stage plays and dramas, and teaching students. This kind of peaceful and comfortable life was what she wanted. Actually, if we disregard these factors, Yu Yao genuinely feels sorry for Su Qing. She thinks Su Qing is really good and strong, and she wants him to be happy. She loves him like a younger brother, and that's the truth. While Su Qing and Yu Yao were both reflecting on life, a voice at the door called out, "Ling Ling Ling, welcome home," drew their attention. The girl who entered was dressed in a youthful and beautiful style. Her long, black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. She was bending over and changing into slippers at the door, separated from the dining area by a decorative piece in the entryway. She couldn't see the people inside, but she could smell the aroma of food and naturally assumed her brother was home. "I'm back. We had evening classes, I'm exhausted. What did you cook?" As Ran spoke, she walked towards the restaurant. When she stopped, she saw two people sitting at the table, her brother and a beautiful woman. Yu Yao was taken aback and glanced at Su Qing out of the corner of her eye. Although the glance lasted for less than a second, Su Qing was able to accurately see the deeper meaning behind it. "Don't you live alone? This is my..." Su Qing, having done nothing wrong, was not afraid of ghosts knocking on her door and spoke directly, preparing to introduce her sister to Yu Yao. However, before she could finish speaking, Ran said something surprising. Ran smiled sweetly, her two little tiger teeth were extremely cute. "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Su Qing's younger sister. My name is Ran." "Wow, sister-in-law is so beautiful. My brother has never liked interacting with girls since he was little. I've never seen him speak to a girl. You're definitely his first love." Although Ran was frightened at the barbecue restaurant, she didn't suffer any real harm. After a few days of rest and professional guidance from a psychologist, with 2 bodyguards following her around every day, her lively personality slowly returned. A person's personality isn't so easy to change, the only change is that I no longer make plans to go out at night. Ran quickened her pace and walked over to Yu Yao, where she began to introduce herself. My brother just helped me transfer to Luochuan University. I'm majoring in Chinese language and literature, blah blah, and Ran repeated the last sentence. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful, your skin is so nice. Who pursued whom between you two? She looked at Yu Yao seriously, her eyes widening in surprise. Wow, sister-in-law, you're that, I've seen you act in dramas. As Ran was talking, she and Yu Yao sat down to the side, and Ran took Yu Yao's hand as if they were old friends. As Su Cheng watched Ran talk incessantly, that smile, that style of conversation, inadvertently reminded Su Cheng of someone, no, to be precise, not just one person, his little darling, Amy, however. Ran's surprising remark allowed Su Cheng to see a blush creeping onto Yu Yao's face. Su Cheng smiled and couldn't help but admire her sister's eloquence. She was like a fully charged wingman. Not bad. If from now on, whenever he goes out to flirt or negotiate with others, he will make sure Ran suddenly appears. Su Cheng rested his elbows on the dining table, nodded subconsciously, then shook his head, gesturing towards Yu Yao. Ran, this is my teacher, teacher Yu. Ran's eyes widened like saucers, and after a sudden wow, she instantly let go of Yu Yao's hand. In a student's eyes, teachers are naturally imbued with a fear buff, and Ran was no exception. Hello, teacher. Ran's drawn-out voice carried a hint of surprise, shyness, and helplessness. The little cow instantly transformed into the ultimate social phobia, trying to dash towards its brother as if its feet were greased. Yu Yao noticed all her little actions, smiled gently, and thought that with such a quirky and clever younger sister by his side, Su Cheng must be quite happy every day. Chapter 173. The kind brother. Yu Yao smiled and said, just call me sister. There's no need to be so formal outside of school. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go get you some rice. No need, sister, I can do it myself. Ran stood up, but before she could finish speaking, Yu Yao was already in the kitchen, her voice gentle yet firm. You sit and rest, I'll serve you. Ran, left looking bewildered and embarrassed, pouted at Su Cheng. Brother, why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me lose face. Su Cheng nodded secretly, thinking, good riddance. But the kind-hearted Su Cheng was afraid that if he agreed to this, Ran would not be able to play the role of wingman after she corrected herself, so he changed his mind. It's okay, you've really livened up the atmosphere, making the meal much more interesting. Ran blinked, her eyes sparkling. Really? Not wanting to disappoint his sister, he nodded and replied, of course, really. Before you came back, we didn't talk much, and there was a lot of awkward silence. Ran felt a little proud when she heard this. However, she frowned, wondering about something. Why did your teacher come to our house? Su Cheng said truthfully, today in the multifunctional hall, a light fell down and almost hit a classmate. My brother sprained his ankle saving a classmate, and teacher you brought me home. Ran clasped her hands together and rested them on her chin, drawing out the last syllable of her voice sincerely, brother, you're too kind. Su Cheng nodded sincerely, indeed. Ran, a series of footsteps, patter, patter, came from nearby. Here, Ran. Yu Yao gently placed the bowl in front of Ran. Thank you, sister. I won't be polite then. Ran smiled sweetly, making Yu Yao think that the two siblings were really alike, both having particularly sweet smiles, especially Ran's cheeks puffing up like a little hill when she was eating. My sister's cooking is so delicious. Yu Yao smiled gently, eat more. While eating, Ran suddenly seemed to remember something, put down her chopsticks, took out her phone, and took a few pictures of the dishes on the table to record this heartwarming moment. Su Cheng had just said that she had lightened the mood and that it had indeed encouraged Ran. She turned to Yu Yao and continued with the previous question. Sister, why did you stop acting and become a teacher? Su Cheng frowned. He and Yu Yao had already finished discussing this topic, and Yu Yao probably didn't like bringing it up. He was just about to change the subject. Why Yu Yao, her eyes already smiling, spoke to Ran. The entertainment industry is too complicated. People are all sorts of people, and it's suffocating to be in the industry every day. It's also easy to get caught up in public opinion. Being a teacher is much better. School is a more peaceful place. Girls are generally more perceptive, and even Ran, who is usually quite oblivious, saw through Yu Yao's melancholy. Sister, you still really like acting, don't you? I really like it. I also do some stage plays and dramas now, which really helps hone my acting skills. Sister, if you just don't like the superficiality of the entertainment industry. She pointed at Su Qing, let my brother handle it. With him around, it won't be complicated at all. Anyone who dares to say a word against you, my brother will make sure they never have a chance to speak again. Su Qing was drinking soup from a white porcelain bowl when she heard Enran's impassioned and powerful words, and she almost choked and spat it out. Su Qing thought to herself, what a brilliant move to silence them all. Do I look cruel? I'm just a sunny boy. But since he had already put on a show and gotten her attention, Su Qing naturally had to say a few words. Su Qing put down the porcelain bowl and looked at Yu Yao sincerely. Sister, do you still want to act? There's a new drama at Dingfeng that's quite suitable for you. Yu Yao waved her hand, a gentle smile on her face. I'm used to this leisurely life. I'm afraid I can't handle such a high-intensity work schedule. Thank you, Su Qing. She turned to Enran and said, thank you, little Enran. Su Qing could see from his insightful eyes that Yu Yao was speaking from the heart, so he stopped pressing her. He felt that Yu Yao could be described with a few idioms. She is beautiful inside and out, and her personality is as gentle as a chrysanthemum. After finishing the meal, Enran conscientiously took the plates and bowls from the table to the kitchen. After finishing their meal, it was getting late, so Yu Yao stood up to leave. Su Qing stood up on tiptoe to see her off, but Yu Yao pressed her shoulder down and pushed her back into the chair. No need to see my sister off. Yu Yao glanced at Su Qing's lower body and examined his ankles. Su Qing, why don't you rest at home for a few days? Go back to school when you're better. You won't be able to do well in your physical education class like this. I'll give you extra lessons later. Su Qing replied, okay. And Ran was quite obedient. She came out of the kitchen and saw Yu Yao to the door, waving goodbye and chatting with Yu Yao for a few words. When Enran turned her head, she saw her brother walking towards her leisurely. She pointed at Su Qing's feet and exclaimed in surprise, brother, aren't you lame? Su Qing pursed her lips, raised her hand and wrapped it around Enran's neck, pulling her close in her arms. That's called a sprained ankle. Enran struggled desperately, but couldn't escape Su Qing's grasp. You look perfectly fine. Did you lie to your sister so you wouldn't go to class? I'm going to tell on you. Su Qing sighed, my injuries are internal, much more serious than external ones. Sigh. I want to go to school too, but the teacher won't let me. I study from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, but you get a day off. I'm going to let Sister Yu Yao know your true colors. And Ran said indignantly. Fine, I'll lock you in the house and make sure you can't leave. Then I'll send her a WeChat message. And Ran chuckled, feeling that she had won this round completely. Su Qing, how come she has everyone's WeChat? Su Qing glanced at her with lowered eyes. Where did you get her WeChat? He. I added her when I saw her off at the door just now. Su Qing smiled, then a thought flashed through her mind. She reached down and prepared to snatch the phone from Enran's hand. Sweetie, post something on your WeChat moments. No way. Enran frowned, pouting, you want me to share a Candy Crush link again? I don't want to. Don't take my phone, Su Qing gently coaxed. No, let's post something different today, like. I'm really happy today. Before he could finish speaking, he grabbed Enran's phone, held it high, and posted it on his WeChat moments with a picture of the dining table that Enran had taken that day. I'm so sad that my older brother and sister are injured, but I'm so happy to have eaten such a delicious meal today thanks to my brother. Chapter 174. Blocking and deleting. Enran hopped and skipped upwards, but could only manage to brush against Su Qing's wrist. Brother, give it back. What weird stuff are you sending now? Don't you have a phone? Su Qing looked at the small button on the screen, almost sending it, but after hearing Enran's words, she felt greatly enlightened and started editing again. I'm so sad that my older brother and sister got hurt, and someone even smashed his phone. Wah, it breaks my heart. Crying emoji, but today I got to eat a delicious meal thanks to my brother, and I'm quite happy. Eyes watery and happy / expression. When Enran got her phone back, several minutes had passed. Looking at her brother's mischievous grin, he didn't look like a patient at all, especially when looking at that post on WeChat moments on my phone. Enran was about to explode. She pointed to the text on her phone. Brother, you've ruined my image. This post sounds like something a primary school student would send. My persona is that of a cool and aloof older sister. Su Qing raised an eyebrow at her, a mischievous smile appearing on her lips, and pinched her cheek again. That's more like you. You need to face yourself honestly. Your self-assessment is inaccurate. And Ran stomped her foot and said, watching Su Qing's retreating figure, I want to delete it. Su Qing didn't turn her head. She raised her hand and waved it under the streetlights along the way. Her fair knuckles looked distinct yet casual under the light. Should I transfer your studies back? I feel like Luochuan University isn't quite. Before Su Qing could finish speaking, a swift, blurry figure caught up with him, her little hand clinging to his arm. She looked incredibly adorable. Forget a small post on social media, I'd even give my life for it. Su Qing opened her eyes and turned to look at her. Go on. As for life, I'll think about it. And Ran stuck out her tongue at Su Qing, let go of his hand, and quickly ran back to her room. Ran lay on the large bed, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. The crystal chandelier overhead was pale yellow, but the light reflected from the crystals was quite strong. She raised her hand and waved it in front of the light, muttering to herself. Goodbye, my aloof persona, goodbye, my mature and sophisticated image. But when she opened the post Su Qing had just made on WeChat Moments, she was stunned. Below the image is a gray human icon. Clicking on it reveals that only two people can see it at Yu Yao. Lin Sierra. Ran naturally knew why Su Qing let Yu Yao see him. He was afraid of being discovered skipping class, since his foot wasn't actually injured. Ran couldn't figure out why Lin Sierra would see it. After thinking about it for a long time, she came to the conclusion that Lin Sierra was trying to gain sympathy and play the victim, but she immediately shook her head and dismissed the conclusion. Ran knew her brother didn't need to use these methods to flirt with girls, and she even thought that her brother didn't like women at all. And Ran lay in bed for a long time, and after a while, she received 2 likes, one from Yu Yao and the other from Lin Sierra. Su Qing leaned lazily against the headboard, looking at the posts on the school's online forum. Sure enough, those kind-hearted female students had still managed to post the video. The scene began with Yu Yao suddenly opening the door and entering, and Li Tian grabbing her by the collar. Then there was Su Qing crying, Li Tian standing there blankly with his back to the door, and then Yu Yao criticizing Li Tian, and Li Tian apologizing. The whole thing was posted on Weibo. He looked at the comments section, at the outcry against Li Tian, and Su Qing spoke with great emotion. The world is going to the dogs. Li Tian didn't do anything wrong, did he? Why is everyone criticizing him? How did the world become like this? These words stumped the little system, which then came out to complain, cough cough, please stop acting, please, ugh. Su Qing chuckled and said casually, I'm just practicing Li Tian's lines. You'll see who's more convincing between me and Li Tian later. A ding sound. The phone in Su Qing's hand suddenly rang. It was a WeChat message. The above message was sent by Lin Sierra. Are you alright? How badly are you injured? Su Qing smiled slyly, casually tapped the keyboard in the chat interface, then retracted the taps, then tapped the keyboard again and retracted the taps again. He wanted her to keep seeing the words, the other party is typing, to make her feel his hesitation and helplessness. That he quickly typed out a line on the keyboard. I'm fine, sister. It's not Li Tian's fault, it's my fault. I wish you happiness, sister. Please delete this. Su Qing acted swiftly, immediately blocking and deleting Lin Sierra. The next day, while Su Qing was comfortably resting at home, an explosive piece of news, after fermenting overnight, resounded throughout every corner of Luochuan University. Title: Student Council President Li Tiandao is a hypocrite, power-hungry, and arrogant man. He actually harmed Su Qing, who risked her life to save him. Title: Su Qing, who sought benefits for the school, was pinned to a hospital room by Li Tian, leaving all students extremely grief-stricken and indignant. Title: These rumors were most prevalent in the Performing Arts Class A and the Business English Class A. In the afternoon, in Class A of the Performing Arts Department, Zhang Lin looked back at the empty seats in the classroom, feeling extremely disappointed. I'm so angry, so angry. Su Qing was injured because of Li Tian, and he even bullied her. How dare he be the student council president? I was blind to have voted for him before. Lixan said, let him step down this semester and let Su Qing be the student council president. Zhang Lin snorted, I heard Li Tian didn't come to school today either. I guess he's too ashamed to come. It's recess time now, and the class is buzzing with discussion. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Suddenly, the classroom door, which was half open, was knocked on from the outside. Half of his chestnut brown hair came into view. Her delicate and pretty face was like a peel egg, but she looked tired, as if she hadn't slept all night. In the handbag slung over her arm, there was a brand new iPhone 13 Pro Max in peak blue. Who else could this person be but Lynn Sierra, who was blocked by Su Ching? She craned her neck and called out to the student at the front, "Excuse me, could you call Su Ching for me?" Lynn Sierra is quite famous at school. As the only daughter of one of the 5 major families, it would be difficult for her not to be famous. However, the girl in the front row didn't react immediately. She smiled politely and replied, "He's not here." Then she turned her head back to chat with the classmate next to her. Hearing that he wasn't there, Lynn Sierra assumed Su Ching had gone to the restroom and looked around the classroom, asking, "When will he be back?" Chapter 175 Rejection. The student in the front row turned around and said, "He asked for leave." The teacher said. The girl paused mid-sentence, her mouth slightly agape, showing a hint of surprise. She finally realized who was in front of her. She is Lynn Sierra, Li Tian's fiancée. The news had already spread throughout the school, and Li Tian himself confirmed it. What does she want with Su Ching? The girl frowned, carefully observing Lynn Sierra's attitude, even though she couldn't discern anything wrong from Lynn Sierra's tired expression. But Lynn Sierra and Li Tian were a well-known couple, and her intuition told her that Lynn Sierra was there to cause trouble for Su Ching on Li Tian's behalf. She glanced at the mop handle behind the door and wanted to kick Lynn Sierra out, but how could she possibly deal with people from powerful and influential families? Finally, the female student could only suppress her anger and coldly say, "I don't know, ask him yourself." After saying that, he turned around and continued chatting with his classmates, ignoring Lynn Sierra. The spacious corridor exuded the unique scholarly atmosphere of the school. The bright sunlight outside the window dappled the light onto Lynn Sierra's indifferent and lonely face. Raising her slender white wrist, she tightened the knitted cardigan she was wearing. For some reason, on such a warm day, she felt so cold to the bone. Although she didn't come to school yesterday, the events at the lecture in the multi-purpose hall spread like wildfire in the evening, becoming the talk of the town in the class group chat and on the school's online forum. How could she not know about it? The video online was right in front of Su Ching's tearful face. From his emotions, Lin Sierra could clearly tell that he was powerless, sad, and helpless. Li Tian sent her a message asking her to trust him, but Lin Sierra didn't reply because she didn't know how. But she had known Li Tian for many years, and he was her fiancé. Lin Sierra felt she should trust him, but she couldn't control her heart again. Yesterday, she lay in her bed, the pink curtains blocking out the bright light. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She couldn't suppress her worry about Su Ching's injury, but in what capacity should she care for Su Ching, after Su Ching had already said those words? "Sister wishes you happiness, sister, I just wanted to behave well in front of you. I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me." The soft blanket covered her body, and all she could think of was Su Ching's face, that handsome face, and that not-so-exuberant sob, but one that seemed to be suppressed to the bone. A string of tears, like pearls from a broken string, spilled from her eyes. All the suppressed sadness in my heart was triggered after seeing Enran's post on WeChat. Moments. If out of her own control, Lin Sierra wanted to know exactly how Su Ching was doing, how serious it was. She wanted to comfort Su Ching, and a feeling welled up in her heart that she would rather suffer for him than let him be sad. She sat up straight, her heart pounding. She spent a long time editing and sending those simple words, "Are you all right? Are you badly injured?" While the phone screen displayed, typing, Lin Sierra thought of countless possibilities and countless ways Su Ching would reply. She thought it would be, "Thank you, sister. I'm fine." Or perhaps, "Thank you for your concern, sister. We won't be in contact anymore." She never expected that the reply she would receive would be like this, "I'm fine, sister. It's not Li Tian's fault, it's my fault. I wish you happiness, sister. Please delete this." Delete it. Lin Sierra suddenly felt her brain spinning. As Su Ching's face, the words Su Ching had spoken, Su Ching's bright and handsome smile towards her, memories, like fragments, were pieced together and swirled in her mind like a revolving lantern. Even though she gripped the phone tightly with both hands, she couldn't steady her trembling fingers, she couldn't control it. She was completely unable to control the excruciating pain she felt inside, as if her heart was bleeding. That night, she disregarded the time and, in the dead of night, wore a black trench coat over her thin nightgown and went to Su Ching's house. She hadn't even thought of a reason to see Su Ching. There was no torrential rain that night, but her heart felt as if it were being drenched in a continuous downpour. When she arrived at Su Ching's house, she was unsurprisingly turned away at the door. The bodyguard stationed outside the Su family's house said that the young master had not returned home. During the school term, Su Ching was staying at their home near Luochuan University. Concern can cloud judgment. After calming down and thinking things through carefully, she came up with a good idea to go find Su Qing. So the next day, she bought a new cell phone and prepared to deliver it to Su Qing's classroom. My thoughts returned. Lin Sierra walked down the stairs of the performing arts building step by step. He also had a new cell phone in his pocket. She gave a weak smile, her already pale and tired face looking as if she had lost her soul. She paused as she reached the corner of the stairs, and slowly lowered her eyes. At that moment, Lin Sierra felt a strong sensation, as if Su Qing had suddenly vanished from her life. Luochuan, the Li family. There was another person who also looked gloomy and miserable. This person didn't go to school today and was locked up in the study by his adoptive father. Before leaving, Li Jingfeng only said one sentence to him: "Don't go to school and embarrass me." Under the bright light, his straight nose and deep-set eyelashes were visible. He sat on the sofa at the foot of the bed, his expression deep, helpless, and angry. He never expected that news of what happened at school yesterday would come back today. He gripped his phone tightly. It would be a lie to say he didn't care about the rumors and endless gossip circulating at school. His good reputation, built up over many years, and the prestige he had established among his classmates, crumbled overnight. Everything no longer belonged to him, nothing at all. Luochuan University, Li family, Lin Sierra, everything he was so proud of was slipping away from him. Su Qing's voice echoed in my mind over and over again. People are divided into different classes. What makes you think you can fight me? I advise you, don't go against me, and I might just take pity on you and let you go. That's right, brother, that's more like it, because there's no way I'm going to let you off the hook. But if you have fun playing with me, I'll spare your life. Li Tian's lips trembled. Why should he? Why should that good-for-nothing, disabled, and trashy person be able to use despicable means time and time again to make him lose everything? Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A knocking sound rang out on the door. Come in. Li Tian sat up and called out to the door. The door was opened by a servant from the Li family, who brought out several plates of delicious-looking dishes on a tray. She left the door half open and said with a smile, "Second young master, have something to eat." Li Tian was stunned. Li Jingfeng had instructed his family not to send him anything today, so why was he doing this now? Did my older brother send you to deliver this? Li Tian asked. Chapter 176. I know you too. While the maid nodded. Yes, the young master said you haven't eaten all day. Now that the master isn't home, he asked me to bring you some food. It's all fresh out of the pot and still warm. Li Tian politely waved his hand. I'm not hungry yet, so I won't eat. Thank you for your help. Second young master. The servant stood frozen at the door, unsure whether to go in or back out. Before she could finish speaking, Li Tian waved his hand again, his listless expression carrying an almost distant politeness. After the servant left, Li Tian sneered and curled the corners of his lips. He didn't even bother to feign any politeness. Li Shang was so good to him, but he was too tired to enjoy such kindness anymore. Meanwhile, in Li Shang's room, Li Shang was sitting on the edge of the jade bed making a phone call. Hey, team leader Gu, when did Su Qing ask you to meet? On the other end of the phone, Su Qing was very polite. She asked me to meet her in the next couple of days, depending on my schedule. Li Shang's skin was very pale, and under the bright moonlight, he looked somewhat sickly. He spoke slowly, as if he were somewhat weak. Well, do as they say. If Su Qing asks about you, Su Qing already knows you have someone backing you. You can't fool him. Just tell the truth. I'll be listening in and will teach you how to say it. Team leader Gu looked puzzled, wondering why his young master, who had already revealed his identity, didn't go himself. Team leader Gu was stunned for a while, and then Li Shang spoke up to resolve his doubts. I'm not feeling well and can't be out in the wind, so you can go talk to me. After hanging up the phone, Li Shang sent a message to another person. Lu Wei, the money has already been transferred to you. Continue spreading rumors about Li Tian at school. The reply came quickly, but the speaker seemed hesitant. Lu Wei, young master Li, should we continue sending emails to Chairman Li? Li Shang, no need. You will be the new student council president. Lu Wei, thank you, young master Li. But Su Qing is currently the most popular candidate, and he received the most votes in the latest election. Actually, it wouldn't matter if I didn't participate. Young master Li doesn't need to waste his time on such a small matter. Li Shang, Su Qing will abstain, so the position is yours. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Li Shang gave a pale smile and rubbed his knuckles together a few times. Actually, he didn't care who became the student council president. He knew Su Qing didn't care either. However, Li Tian, who has painstakingly cultivated his image at school for many years, would care if he were outshone by an opponent he had never taken seriously. He thought that this was also what Su Qing wanted to see. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. A series of crisp knocks sounded on the door. The servant that Li Tian sent has returned, young master. She looked down at the food she had brought back, her expression filled with shame for not having completed her task. The second young master refuses to eat. Li Shang grabbed a string of Bodhi beads beside him, gently swaying them a few times, without turning around. If you don't want to eat it, then don't. Just throw it away. The maid was taken aback. Young master, Li Shang frowned slightly, showing some impatience, but when he turned around, he had already put on a gentle smile. If the food gets cold, it won't taste good, just throw it away. The maid's face relaxed. She had thought her young master was angry, and she said cheerfully, "Young master, this dish was just made and it's not cold." Li Shang waved his hand at the door. "Give it to me, I ate too little for dinner and I'm hungry." "Good." After the servants placed the food down, they left. As soon as the door closed, Li Shang threw the food from the tray into the trash can one by one. Exquisite food slipped out of the bowls and plates, and the tilted porcelain plates revealed their original appearance. Li Shang leaned slightly forward, the fragments in front of his forehead slightly obstructing his vision, echoing the quiet and dark atmosphere outside the window. His voice was indifferent as he muttered to himself, "We were brothers, and I even chose a good way for you to die. Why didn't you want it? Heh, that's fine too. Su Qing probably doesn't want your life in someone else's hands, so let him play with it." Time passed by, second by second. Li Jingfeng returned home shortly afterward. He ordered his servants to bring Li Tian to his study. The Li family home was very large. As soon as Li Tian received the news, he headed to the study. He felt quite weak along the way. Li Tian knew that his father would criticize him. After all, Li Jingfeng had long looked down on him, but he knew all too well that even if something was false, Li Jingfeng desperately wanted it to be true. Li Jingfeng could then get rid of this useless person, whom he would discard like trash. Li Tian stood at the door of the study. The light in the entryway was off, casting a gloomy shadow that perfectly mirrored his mood. Li Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He nervously knocked on the sandalwood door in front of him. He thought Li Jingfeng would sit at his desk and look at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and would say sarcastic things to him, but would still have a few polite words. But what he didn't expect was, with a shout of "Come in!" He pushed open the door, only to be met with a devastating blow. Li Jingfeng, holding his silver-white golf club, struck him squarely in the back of the knee. Li Tian was shocked. The sudden gravity made his legs bend forward, and he frowned tightly. To be honest, the pain in his thigh wasn't intense. He's been exceptionally gifted in terms of physical constitution since childhood, and he's not afraid of pain, but he was a man of dignity, and this blow felt like it struck his heart with all its might. "Dad, I really didn't." With a bang, the silver-white golf club spun ironically under the antique-style chandelier. As expected, Li Tian was hit hard again. Li Jingfeng was furious. If Li Shang hadn't stopped him, he would have kicked Li Tian out of the house long ago. Not only did Li Tian fail to do anything to bring honor to the Li family, but he also made enemies with the Su family at school. He was given a day to reflect on his mistakes, but he still didn't realize them and even came over to talk back to him. "The video is out. Do you think I'm blind? Even if you don't get along with that Su kid, can't you at least maintain a superficial relationship? You had to fight with him for such a trivial sponsorship. You've made the Li family lose face." "Dad, I really didn't. It was all Su Qing. Su Qing was faking it. Dad, I've grown up by your side since I was little. Can't you trust me this once? Don't you know me? How could I let student council stuff?" With a clatter, Li Jingfeng threw the cue stick aside, looked at Li Tian's pained and helpless expression, and laughed loudly, his mouth twitching and wrinkles piling up on his face. He sized Li Tian up and down. "I've always known you well. You're my prized son, shrewd, calculating, worldly wise, seemingly kind but actually cold-hearted, and ruthless." Chapter 177: Jackal's and Tiger's Eye. Li Tian's voice faltered, hesitant to speak, a look of shame as if he had been stripped naked, and a hint of disbelief on his face. Even if Li Jingfeng looked down on him, he always put on a good show and never acted so bluntly. These hurtful words, so piercing to the bone, gave Li Tian a bad feeling. Had Li Jingfeng already decided to kick him out of the Li family, Li Jingfeng looked at him, shook his head with an ambiguous expression, and said something even more intriguing. Do you really think I know nothing? Are you truly in love with Lin Xier? Do you really want to do what's best for the students? And on that piece of land in Los Angeles, you bossed the workers around, not letting them stop working even in such heavy rain, desperately trying to show off. Do you think I really didn't know that? Li Jingfeng saw through his embarrassed thoughts and snorted coldly, I've always known. Did I really think I blamed you for what you did? What I'm blaming is that you didn't do any of them well. Li Jingfeng frowned, his forehead forming a deep frown. To succeed, you have to use any means necessary. That's why I keep you by my side and value you the most. Show me your cunning and your methods. You are someone I nurtured. You should examine yourself and ask why you fail time and time again. Why do I keep getting exposed? You say you didn't do it, but what good will it do to believe you? What you need to do is ensure that even if you do it, no one can find out. Li Jingfeng adopted Li Tian for several reasons, the first of which was undoubtedly because he was his own son. The second reason was the fear that Li Sheng wouldn't live long, as he would have no capable assistance. Thirdly, when they were in the orphanage, he immediately saw the stubbornness and tenacity in young Li Tian's eyes, as well as his extraordinary talent. When Li Jingfeng met Li Tian's eyes, he felt as if he were seeing his younger self. Li Tian had always done very well, extremely well, and was very shrewd. He had never intended to abandon Li Tian after Li Sheng recovered from his illness. He just didn't want to give Li Tian too much power to suppress his own son. In addition, the feelings he had developed over the years were not so easy to sever. Li Tian has always been devoted to the Li family and treated them with respect. Even if they weren't blood relatives, they still developed feelings for the dog they've raised over the years. The reason he said those things to Li Sheng after Li Sheng took the miraculous medicine was mainly because Li Sheng had been bedridden for many years, and he didn't want his biological son to feel disheartened, or to think that he was still thinking about his adopted son. Of course, Li Jingfeng understood even better that Li Sheng was not only carefree and detached from worldly affairs, but also deeply aware of the cutthroat competition in the business world and the crude and treacherous thoughts between people. It is like a blank sheet of paper. After weighing various factors, Li Jingfeng concluded that he wanted Li Tian to assist Li Sheng, let Li Sheng sit in the main position, and let Li Tian help Li Sheng so that the two brothers could build up the family business together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have readily agreed when Li Sheng suggested that Li Tian go to the land in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles project was a lucrative opportunity. In short, deep down, Li Jingfeng has feelings for Li Tian and hopes that he can stand on his own, provided that he doesn't live as well as his own son. He looked intently at Li Tian, but what kind of report card did Li Tian return? Li Jingfeng was truly disappointed. He considered himself a ruthless father, and he had once thought Li Tian could be his son. He shook his head helplessly. In the end, Li Tian had become a worthless son. Moreover, he noticed that Li Tian's gaze towards him no longer held the respect and affection he once had. Instead, it was now tinged with resentment. Li Jingfeng turned around, raised his hand, and handed a piece of paper from the bookshelf to Li Tian. Li Tian took it from his hand, and after reading the contents, his expression changed from initial confusion to utter astonishment. The fonts above vary in size, but regardless of size, they all point to the same thing. Those are Li Tian's biological parents, and Li Tian's family relationships. Li Tian's shocked and bewildered gaze was fixed on the paper, which was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was as if it was going to destroy his life. His parents died 15 years ago, the same time he was abandoned in the orphanage. Of the remaining relatives in the family live in a place called Dixin Town. Dixin Town is not far from Luochuan, but it is a very backward and remote town. Li Tian's eyes were filled with panic, no less than if his deceased parents had suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Jingfeng's intention was definitely to get rid of him. He didn't want to go to a small town. Li Tian clutched a piece of paper tightly in his hand trembling. Li Jingfeng looked at him intently and said, I got this information a long time ago. The reason I haven't sent you back to acknowledge your ancestors is because I cherish the father-son relationship we've had for so many years. Parents who love their children plan far ahead for them. Your biological parents didn't put you in the orphanage in Dixin Town because they hoped you would have a better future. Tianer, Li Tian took a few quick steps forward and grabbed Li Jingfeng's wrist. He hunched over slightly, revealing a subservient posture, and even his strong features appeared pitiful. Dad, please don't send me away. I promise I'll do better from now on. Please don't send me away. Li Jingfeng is getting old. His wife has been suffering from heartache and exhaustion for Li Sheng for many years, and her health is also poor. Li Shang has been bedridden for many years and has very little communication with Li Jingfeng. To be honest, although he has left room for love for Li Tian, he has always treated Li Tian as his own son. Li Jingfeng looked at his adopted son, Li Tian, who had been with him for many years, and felt sorry for him, but he felt particularly sorry for Li Tian, who was about to kneel down. He never really intended to drive Li Tian away. He just wanted to motivate Li Tian and make him remember the kindness he had shown him, so that Li Tian could become Li Shang's right-hand man in the future. He looked at Li Tian with a disdainful expression, grabbed his shoulder and pulled him up, saying, "A man's knees are worth gold. What are you doing?" "Dad, I will definitely." Before Li Tian could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door of the study. Li Jingfeng frowned, grabbed Li Tian's arm and urged him to stand up quickly, then called out towards the door, "Who is it?" "Cough, cough, Dad, it's me," Li Shang said weakly at the door. "Shanger, come in." Li Shang was quite tall, but his slender figure, dressed in a silk nightgown, made him look very thin. His already fair face appeared even paler against his jet-black hair. His eyes, when illuminated by the light, seemed listless as he squinted at his father and younger brother, but his straight nose revealed an extremely handsome face. He made a loose fist with one hand, placed it in front of him, coughed lightly a few times, and asked, puzzled, "Dad, brother, I could hear the commotion from far away. Is it because of what happened at school?" Chapter 178. Li Tian clutched the paper tightly to his back. He didn't want anyone to associate him with a small town anymore. He didn't know what Li Shang would say. His brother had always been a man of few desires and had treated him well, so he should be able to help him. "Brother." Li Tian pursed his lips, unable to utter the words of pleading, as if his throat was being tightly locked. Li Shang walked over to Li Tian, patted him on the shoulder, and patted his back. "Don't always make Dad angry. Just listen to what he says. I know you're feeling wronged. But your brother is going abroad with Mom to recuperate soon, leaving you at home to take care of Dad. So, be good to him." Li Shang forced a weak smile, a bleak one on his face, and said to Li Jingfeng, "Dad, don't blame my brother. In my opinion, he was just tricked. He's not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him. Why don't we let my younger brother go to Los Angeles for a few days? The construction there needs to start, and he can lay low at school for a while. Those little squabbles at school come and go quickly. He can just take a leave of absence for a while. Book knowledge is nowhere near as effective as first-hand experience." Li Shang lowered his eyes and sighed, "No matter how good my health is, it won't get much better. I'll still have to rely on my younger brother to manage Longting in the future." He patted Li Tian's shoulder and smiled brightly, as if he was cheering Li Tian on. "From now on, I just want to be a lazy bum and do nothing, and I'm pinning all my hopes on you, my little brother." Li Tian opened his eyes filled with gratitude and shame. He had tried to take the medicine away and almost killed his brother. He couldn't help but feel that he was insidious. He never expected that the person who cared about him the most in this world was his older brother, who was almost killed by him. Li Tian couldn't control his emotions and subconsciously stretched out his arms to give Li Shang a big bear hug. "Big brother, don't worry about taking care of your health. I will definitely do my best to support the family business. You will always be my most respected older brother." Li Tian, who was practically abandoned by the whole world, was remembered and trusted by Li Shang. Everything Li Tian said at this moment was from the bottom of his heart. He secretly thought that even if his elder brother became bedridden in the future, and Longting was in his hands, as long as Li Tian had meat to eat, he would definitely share a bowl of soup with Li Shang. But at this moment, the man whom Li Tianjin truly regarded as a brother revealed a sinister glint in his eyes. He was being held by Li Tian, who was probably too excited and was using a lot of force. Li Shang tried to push him away for a long time but couldn't, and coughed a few times. "Cough, cough, you're strangling your brother." After being released, Li Shang clutched his chest and coughed violently. "Dad, brother, you two stop arguing. We're all family, don't talk like that. My body can't take it anymore, so I'm going back to my room to rest." After saying goodbye to the two men, Li Shang went to his room. 2 rows of valuable blue and white porcelain vases were placed on both sides of the corridor. Under the dim light, the colors of the patterns on them appeared several shades darker. His gentle footsteps silenced the entire corridor. He slowly fiddled with the Bodhi seed bracelet in his hand, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Li Shang thought to himself, take your time playing, my dear brother." The two people stood in the study, remaining silent for a long time, but Li Sheng's words were like a reassuring stone, making Li Tian less afraid of being driven away. He felt that Li Jingfeng would seriously consider what Li Sheng said. After all, the last time Li Jingfeng wanted to get rid of him, it was Li Sheng who persuaded him to leave, and Li Jingfeng even gave him the lucrative piece of land in Los Angeles. As expected, Li Jingfeng broke the silence first. "Listen to your brother. Put the school aside for now, go to that land in Los Angeles to gain experience. In the end, Longting will still be handed over to you two brothers, so you have to do your best." Li Jingfeng looked somewhat weary, even kind. "Thank you, Dad." Li Tian bowed sincerely to Li Jingfeng. "Remember to keep in touch with the Lin family and finalize the wedding date." Li Jingfeng patted Li Tian on the back. "Go back and get some rest." The reddish-brown sandalwood door creaked open, and Li Tian's figure slowly blended into the dimly lit corridor. Li Jingfeng looked at him intently, his eyes no longer as shrewd as usual, but filled with a sense of kindness and desolation. Parents who love their children plan far ahead for them. And isn't Li Jingfeng no different? Li Jingfeng knew that Li Tian harbored resentment and hatred towards him. But as long as the relationship between the two brothers remained the same and they could support each other, Li Jingfeng was at ease. The study door made a soft sound as it closed from the outside. After turning around, Li Tian's eyes gradually darkened, his dark eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and the smile of respect and gratitude that had been on his lips had long since disappeared. What replaced it was a slightly downturned mouth, and a disdainful sneer deep within his heart remained only a profound hatred. He gripped the paper tightly, so hard he almost crushed it into powder. He didn't want his shameful and lowly birth. He refuses to be schemed against time and time again. He doesn't want to be treated as a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Su Qing, Lin Sierra, Li Jingfeng, students at Luochuan University. He couldn't give up. He had to stay in this family. He had to climb up, even if it meant enduring humiliation and hardship, until he reached the top of the pyramid. He was determined to make his words and deeds the standard by which people judged him. He reached a position where no one could question his authority, even if this road is difficult. He wanted to go up too. Li Tian let out a heavy sigh, as if blowing away all his slackness and helplessness. He looked around at the furnishings in his home. The red sandalwood chair with lace detailing worth 800,000 yuan, the blue and white porcelain vase used as a flower vase for 1,000,000 yuan, everything, identity, status, and wealth, all of this was something a small town couldn't provide for him. Li Tian secretly vowed that he would take control of everything, no matter what means he had to use. He returned to his room and turned over the painting behind his desk. It was covered with names written in a crisscross pattern and photos. He took a marker and lightly sketched lines on it, outlining what he should do next. Looking at the handsome man with the obedient smile in the photo, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He and Su Qing had reached a point where it was a matter of life and death, a tense standoff. Li Tian gripped the marker and slammed it hard onto Su Qing's photo, the black ink instantly obscuring Su Qing's eyes. Su Qing seemed capable of anything. Li Tianyao remembered that Su Qing said he had already killed Lung Yanfeng. He dared to kill even the son of a powerful family, and dared to tell him so openly. He had to strike first. He couldn't wait for Su Qing to come after him. That despicable bastard is a complete pervert. Li Tian was stunned for a while. Then he suddenly sat down in the chair and looked around aimlessly. As Li Tian calmed down, a question suddenly occurred to him. It seemed like he was being led by the nose by Su Qing. How could he believe everything Su Qing said? He clearly saw Lang Yanfeng's posts on WeChat moments from the past 2 days. Could Su Qing's statement be absolutely true? Could it be that you were trying to trick him? After Lang Yanfeng sent someone to kill Su Qing, his relationship with Lang Yanfeng reached a freezing point. However, regardless of whether Lang Yanfeng believed his explanation or not, the two did not reach the point of being at each other's throats. At least the superficial friendship can be maintained for a while. Li Tian picked up his phone from the side, found Lung Yanfeng's WeChat, and sent him a message. "Are you there, Lungo?" To Li Tian's surprise, the reply came incredibly quickly. "Exist." Chapter 179. AI face swapped the single word and brought Li Tian a huge sigh of relief. He lifted his eyelids and rolled his eyes. He sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Su Qing had really lied to him. Before Li Tian could reply to the message, another sentence came from the other end of the phone. "What's wrong?" Li Tian glanced at the screen. He was a rather wary person, and naturally suspicious. He was still a little uneasy about relying solely on text. He said it immediately. "Would it be convenient to start a video chat? It's been quite a while since we last met." The next second, a video chat popped up on the other end. As soon as Li Tian pressed the answer button, Lang Yanfeng's face appeared on the phone screen, with a hideous scar on his eyelid that used to be extremely repulsive and now, however, Li Tian felt at ease. He was wearing a matte black leather jacket over a simple black t-shirt, and his hair was slicked back. He looked quite fierce. On the other side of the screen, Lang Yanfeng's brows were furrowed, and his first words were a barrage of sarcastic remarks. "You have the nerve to call me, kid." Lang Yanfeng scoffed, raised his hand, and gasped in pain, "Look what you've done to my hand." Seeing the white bandage on his wrist, Li Tian smiled sheepishly, "I'm here to apologize to you." "Ha, so you came to find me?" "I was just getting bored by myself." Lang Yanfeng wore an ambiguous smile. Li Tian said apologetically, "I've been busy with school matters lately. I'll definitely go see Brother Lang and apologize in person once I'm done with everything." Lang Yanfeng curled his lip. "All right, enough with the formalities. You called me here to catch up? Just say what you need." Li Tian had come to investigate the truth of what Su Qing had said earlier, but when suddenly asked to say what he wanted to talk to Lang Yanfeng about, he really couldn't answer. He was ready to end the call quickly. "It's nothing, I just wanted to see how you were doing abroad. I'm the one who caused these injuries, Brother Lang, so I feel bad about it. Now that I see you're all right, I'm relieved. Brother Lang, you should get some rest." "Wait, don't hang up so quickly. To be honest, it's not entirely your fault. If Su Qing hadn't tried to drive a wedge between us, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. If I hadn't said those things to you, you wouldn't have hurt me. Lung Ji has also wronged you in some ways. We'll always be brothers." Li Tian didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, apart from wanting to use Lang Yanfeng, he also had some genuine feelings for him. At this moment, he felt a little ashamed because of Lang Yanfeng. Li Tian nodded. "We'll always be brothers. Anyway, I don't know if you can stand the humiliation Su Qing made us suffer, but I certainly can't. Well, your brother Lang is currently abroad and can't spare the time to deal with him. I heard he's even invited people to a yacht party the day after tomorrow, apparently to welcome them. What makes this sissy idiot live such a comfortable life? I'm not expecting you to deal with him, just wait until I get back, I'll skin him alive." Lang Yanfeng spoke through gritted teeth, and Li Tian could feel his anger even through the phone screen. Li Tian's eyes widened, and he asked curiously, "Brother Lang, can you tell me more about this?" "Wolfwalk is back, the underground emperor of Luoshuan. Haven't you heard of him? The family owns many businesses, but not the kind that can be openly discussed. They also own several large casinos overseas. Su Qing has a good relationship with him, and she often asks Lang Xing to help her with many things. Do you think Su Qing, with his limited abilities, managed to escape when we sent people to kill him? Wolfwalker sent people to protect him secretly. Woof woof woof, so that's how it is." Li Tian remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. His mind was churning with ideas. He had a sudden inspiration and came up with a plan, but he didn't intend to tell Lang Yanfeng about it. Li Tian then asked, "Brother Lang, you have a dog?" Fortunately, Lang Yanfeng didn't ask him any more questions and simply gave his concluding remarks. "I was bored here, so I got a Doberman. I'll let you meet him sometime, he's quite cute. I have something to attend to, so I'll have to go now." "See you later." Li Tian exclaimed in realization, but clearly had no interest in dogs, replying indifferently, "See you later." After the beeping sound of the disconnection, Li Tian gripped his phone tightly, plotting his plan to deal with Su Qing. He stood up and used a marker to write a few keywords on the back of the hanging painting. Wolfwalk Yacht Party. What he didn't know was that the real Lang Yanfeng had no interest in keeping dogs. On the other end of the line where he hung up, someone else was also gripping their phone tightly, a sly smile playing on their lips. Several pale blue monitors were placed on a huge black solid wood table. In the dimly lit room, there was not a single light source. The entire room's lighting consisted of the illumination from those monitors. The mysterious and luminous light fell upon a handsome face, highlighting his distinct features, high and straight nose exuding nobility, and a playful smile playing on his lips. His feet touched the tiled floor, and the wheelchair beneath him swayed gently in sync with his steps. She was wearing a black leather wallet over a simple black t-shirt. Her black hair was pulled back, her neck was fair and had a smooth curve, her Adam's apple bobbed up and down casually, and her head was resting on the cushion above the chair. This outfit, isn't it exactly how you look when you're talking to Li Tian? Can that exceptionally beautiful face, who else could it be but Su Qing? Several screens in front of him displayed programs transferred from Lung Yanfeng's WeChat account, as well as AI face swapping and background changing programs. Each program application had complex code displayed on the screens, all of which had just been set up online by Wolf's technical staff. Su Qing raised her finger and tapped the table, the sound echoing repeatedly in the quiet room, as if carrying a reverberation. Su Qing smiled faintly, casually pulling off the layers of white bandage wrapped around her hand, crumpling it up, and placing it on the table. He mentally reviewed the sequel to the original novel by Go, feeling quite gratified. Li Tian was finally about to make a move, and finally he could look like a worthy opponent. Chapter 180 Misunderstanding. A few minutes at Go.An. Ran had just finished class and returned to her apartment when she found a snowy Samoyed smiling at her at the door. The dog's name is Amy. She had only heard of her before, but never seen her. Her aunt told her that her brother owned a Samoyed.An. Ran doesn't allow pets at home, so she pestered her brother to bring Shiogo over to play with her. I didn't expect her brother to be so efficient. She excitedly bent down and patted the dog's head twice. It has a wonderfully soft, furry texture. Hi Amy, have you had dinner yet? Where's my brother? She looked around but couldn't find him. Amy, however, jumped up and pounced on and ran, then walked forward, turning back every few steps as if leading the way, and ran all the way to the esports room. Amy was barking at the door. An Ran stood at the door for a long time, hesitating whether to call her brother. Maybe he was busy with work. But when she thought about it carefully, what kind of work did her brother have? So he simply knocked on the door. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Two voices rang out at the entrance of the esports room. Brother, what are you doing? Have you had dinner yet? Amy is so cute, let's take her out to play. Su Qing frowned. When he first heard the barking at the door, he thought Amy was just wandering around on her own. It wasn't until Ran spoke that he realized Ran and Amy had both arrived. As Ran's words entered the room, Su Qing sat up and quickly adjusted the screen interface, minimizing all the small windows. The data the technicians were sending him hadn't finished loading, so he couldn't shut down the computer yet. He spoke as he worked, his deep, hoarse voice quite casual. I'm watching TV. Wait for me a bit, I'll go downstairs for a walk. Huh? You really want to watch TV now? I'm starving, bro. Then take a look and see what you want to eat. I'll go right away when I'm ready. Ran was lively and clever, but also a bit simple-minded. She was very close to Su Qing. When she heard her brother talking about watching TV dramas, she had already put her hand on the doorknob and started turning it, wanting to drag her brother to have dinner with her, but thinking about it carefully, what if her brother has some business secrets? That wouldn't be good. She paused, then said coquettishly, Brother, can you please stop watching? Are you really watching a TV series? Can I come in? It's convenient, come in. Su Qing said, casually clicking on a video client. When she went inside, the billowing smoke made it seem as if the whole room was on fire. There were no windows or ventilation in the room. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes choked and she almost cried. Cough. She raised her hand to wipe away the smoke swirling in the air. Brother, aren't you afraid of being suffocated by the smoke? Smoking is bad for your health, please stop smoking. Su Qing smiled. He really hadn't smoked many cigarettes, he'd only smoked them while playing games, and he was used to it. Amy especially liked Su Qing. As soon as Ran opened the door from the outside, Amy rushed straight to Su Qing, sticking out her tongue and drooling. Her snowy fur arched against Su Qing's neck and chin, and her big tongue left a lot of drool as it passed by. Amy is adorable and super cute, but she has no idea that Su Qing just told someone that she is a Doberman pinscher. The wheels under the stool kept rolling backward, and Su Qing tiptoed backward on the tiles, dodging Amy's enthusiasm while responding to Ran's words. I'll quit, and Ran's eyes remained fixed on the main computer screen in the center, while the other split screens were displaying the same programs as the main screen. There are several cartoon sheep on the screen, with a lush green grassland in the background. Screw you, pleasant goat, I'm the lazy king. Boiling sheep, do you really want to become the #1 sheep licker in Sheep Village? Ran grimaced and remained silent for a moment. Dude. Your computer looks like you're a hacker agent, and you're looking at this kind of stuff? Su Qing, who was being pampered by Xiaogo, was utterly helpless. He randomly selected a video and it was this thing. Last time it was a movie theater, this time it was an esports room. Su Qing smiled helplessly and joked, "Just cultivating your mind, huh?" And Ran pursed her lips and headed out. She couldn't stand the smoky room any longer, but as she turned her head, she inadvertently noticed a dense row of minimized icons at the bottom of a high-resolution screen. Her eyesight is average, only a little over 100 degrees, and she doesn't usually wear glasses since they don't bother her. But the dark room made her vision seem even worse, but she was also a little curious, so she squinted and tried to take a closer look. The person was stunned, startled. She swallowed hard and slunk away, her long, slender legs moving faster than Amy's. And Ran, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll take you out to eat." Su Qing's voice drifted past her from behind. She hurriedly replied, "Anything is fine, I'll eat anything." The computer room was dark, all the light came from the screens. Only in the brightly lit living room, outside the gaming room, could you see in Ran's flushed face. The reason was simple. She saw some small print on the minimized windows. Although she didn't know the whole story, she clearly saw several key points, 18 and forbidden, and Ran stomped her feet, making a loud thud with her slippers. She knew it. Who would hide in a dark room to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Her brother is 19, not 9, and Ran's mind was already caught up in her own thoughts, lost in a jumble of ideas, so much so that she didn't even notice the barking of dogs and footsteps behind her until someone pulled her arm from behind, bringing her back to her senses. She turned her head sharply and saw her brother's handsome face. She looked down at the hand Su Qing was holding and her eyes narrowed. "Brother, you didn't wash your hands?" Su Qing frowned, opened her palm and looked it over. Her well-defined fingers were so white they seemed to glow, and her knuckles were spotless. Confused, Su Qing asked, "Why should I wash my hands?" You touched Amy, she had dog poop on her." "Woof woof woof." Amy ran around and around on the smooth tiles, as if she had heard Ran's words, and suddenly rushed towards her, leaving 2 light footprints on her legs. Although Amy couldn't speak, her eyes clearly said, "How dare you speak ill of someone behind their back?" Su Qing's brows relaxed slightly as he wondered when this little girl had developed a germophobia. He clapped his hands. "Okay, I'm going to wash my hands. You check what you want to eat, and I'll take you out to eat." As he turned to wash up in the bathroom, he turned back and added, "I'll take Amy to get a beauty bath while I'm at it." The rushing water splashed onto Su Qing's hands, and he felt that he was truly the best brother in the world. The two eventually went to a high-end Western restaurant. It's not far from home, just halfway up the mountain behind the university. The scenery was quite beautiful. The restaurant was a transparent building nestled halfway up the mountain. The waiters wore suits, vests, and ties with red bow ties, carrying trays in one hand. The whole restaurant had a very high-class atmosphere. The two sat facing each other by the window. And Ran buried her head in cutting her steak and ate it slowly. Su Qing glanced at her a few times and felt that she was acting very strangely today. They were sitting in a 4-seater, and normally she would have been sitting next to him and sticking to him. What was wrong with this little girl today? And Ran ate her meal absent-mindedly, recalling the scene in the esports room. Now, thinking back, she realized that there were still a few crumpled pieces of toilet paper on the table. She secretly glanced at her brother, her small eyes looking like she was doing something wrong. Su Qing noticed it immediately and thought Ran was having psychological problems again, so he was quite worried. "Xiao Ran, what happened to you at school?" "Huh?" And Ran was stunned. "It's nothing." She ate in small bites, and even after she had no more food in her mouth, she still smacked her lips. Su Qing frowned, sensing something was off about her. "Then you are," unexpectedly, and Ran looked up and quickly said, "Brother, how about I introduce you to a girlfriend? You're not getting any younger, you should. Being single isn't a good thing." Su Qing chuckled, "I'm a year older than you, how come I'm not young anymore?" And Ran remained silent for a long time, her several jade-like fingers rubbing until they turned red. Su Qing realized that she couldn't get anything out of Ran, so she simply used her eye of insight to take a look. When a high-tech, light blue display screen appeared in front of him, the cheerful smile that had been on his face vanished instantly, and his numb lips twitched a few times. At this moment, and Ran thought to herself, "My brother is good-looking, from a good family, and apart from his poor health, he's good in every way, and he's good to me too. He's so pitiful, all alone. My brother is so kind. With his looks and qualities, he could find any girl he wanted. He must be worried that his poor health would be a burden to any girl, or maybe I." the girl in front of him was full of nonsense, which made even the extremely naive Su Ching feel ashamed. Damn it, what is all this nonsense? What are you hitting? However, one thought struck Su Ching as valid. He was indeed as kind as Ran had imagined. Good sister, I won't look for her for now. Su Ching didn't know what to say to her, so she simply lowered her head and ate, using her appetite to ease the awkwardness. Ran's voice was barely a whisper. A boyfriend is fine too. Su Ching gave a bitter smile. Let's talk about this later. Eat, eat, eat. You have class tomorrow. Ran blinked, thinking to herself, my brother said we'll talk about it later, so that means he didn't refuse. Chapter 181. Calling Su Ching. Li Tianming needed to return to the Luoxi construction site tomorrow. He looked at the names on the mural panel on the wall, the complex and intertwined black lines of marker, and then looked at the messages on his phone that Lin Xier hadn't replied to for a long time. He gripped the phone tightly, deciding to go find Lin Xier first. A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Tian's mouth, recalling what Li Jingfeng had told him. It did give him some pointers to survive like jackals and tigers, and to use all his cunning and tricks. This world has always been ruled by the strong, and Li Tian is going to be the one who makes those rules. Lin Xier will be a springboard for his success. Li Tian had been released from confinement by Li Jingfeng. He waved his hand, picked up a bunch of keys from the table, walked out of the Li family's gate, got into a jeep, and headed to the Lin family's house. Meanwhile, Lin Xier was sitting in front of her dressing table, lost in thought, wearing a form-fitting yoga outfit. Her beautiful face was etched with weariness, her eyes were bloodshot, her cheeks were flushed, and a few fine beads of sweat glistened on her delicate nose. She had just finished running, and her hair was still wet. She looked at herself in the mirror with a somewhat bewildered expression. Born into a prominent family and being a favored daughter of heaven, she had never felt so agitated. Even after a sleepless night and intense exercise, she could not dispel the turmoil in her heart. Su Ching blocked her, and she couldn't find Su Ching no matter what she did. She knew that Su Ching would definitely not like a new phone, but she still specially found a suitable excuse to buy a new phone in order to see her. Looking at the unopened phone on the dressing table in front of her gave her a feeling of intense anxiety. She recalled each scene, and gave a bitter, helpless smile. It was her. When they were at the Longqing film and television base, she was the one who told Su Ching not to look for her anymore. When they bumped into each other in the stairwell, Su Ching wished her happiness, and she didn't pursue Su Ching. Su Ching truly kept his word, just as she had kept her word to him. Wasn't everything exactly what she wanted? Why was she so sad? Lin Xier had only felt a good impression of Su Ching before, but with each encounter and each deepening of their understanding, Lin Xier felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Lin Xier got up and walked towards the back garden. A chilly wind blew towards her. Her body felt cold, but she couldn't calm her mind. The backyard is shaded by green trees and lush with blooming flowers and plants. There is a small wooden swing placed on the side, which was her favorite when she was a child. Later, she reinforced it several times as she grew up. In the dim light, her head throbbed, and she staggered a step forward. Lin Xier suddenly saw the swing start to sway, and a tall, handsome man was sitting on it, his slightly narrowed peach blossom eyes deep and charming. The man waved and smiled at her. Lin Xier felt as if she had been violently struck in the chest. She waved quickly in the other direction, her cheerful tone suggesting that they had never been estranged. Su Ching, I went to your school today. Why didn't you say hello to me? Before she could finish speaking, her waving hand froze in midair, and the light in her eyes instantly faded. In the blink of an eye, the figure on the swing disappeared. Lin Xier lowered her head bitterly. She hadn't slept for almost 2 days and 1 night. It turns out she was seeing things. She leaned back on the swing and unconsciously sat in the spot where Su Ching had been sitting when she had her hallucination. Holding her phone in one hand, she subconsciously scrolled to Su Ching's number. Yes, she has Su Ching's phone number. Lin Xier smiled, a smile tinged with bitterness, like a young girl experiencing her first love but receiving no response. Yes. I can give him a call, Lin Xier murmured to herself, as if she had found hope, but the next second her eyes drooped, and she looked disappointed again. But what could she say to Su Ching? Lin Xier didn't know that Su Ching's words had already made it very clear. Girls are all meticulous, let alone someone like her who was involved in this matter. She knew that Su Ching liked her, and that Su Ching was cautious in his feelings for her, trying hard to get closer to her, help her, and protect her. However, due to his own health condition, Su Ching felt that he could not give her happiness, and also because she had a fiancé. Lin Xier frowned, a pang of regret creeping in. If she hadn't exposed Su Ching's actions at the rap party, if Su Ching hadn't revealed his feelings for her, then perhaps, is it possible that she has always been able to treat Su Ching as a friend or a younger brother, and has been able to have Su Ching briefly and have more opportunities to spend time with him? Yes, friend, aren't they friends? she felt so selfish, but she really missed Su Qing. She really didn't want to never see him again. Just hearing how he was doing would be enough, just a gesture of concern. Is that alright? Lin Sierra's fingers trembled slightly as she dialed Su Qing's number. The waiting bell kept ringing. When the call finally connected, an eternity had passed. Hello, who is this? Su Qing's voice was deep and hoarse, sounding quite alluring. But the meaning behind those few words was one of utter distance. Lin Sierra clenched her fists tightly. I am Lin Sierra. Su Qing, is your injury better? I heard your phone broke. I went to your class today to bring you a new phone, but you weren't there. Are you in the hospital? A soft laugh came from the other end of the phone, a laugh that seemed to come from the nose, its meaning unclear, but it certainly didn't sound like happiness. It's obvious that my sister can call me now. I've changed my phone number. There's no need for you, sister, to go through the trouble of compensating me on behalf of brother Li Tian. There seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her words. I'm not doing this for him. She really didn't mean to do it for Li Tian, but before Lin Sierra could finish speaking, Su Qing spoke again, her voice calm. The wound is fine now, thank you for your concern. I'm really glad to have met you and spent some time with you, but let's not contact each other anymore. I'm having dinner with my girlfriend. I hope we can both be doing well. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. He spoke the last part very quickly and hurriedly. The beeping sound of the disconnected line made Lin Sierra's mind go blank, but she didn't believe Su Qing had a girlfriend, because when he said, I'm having dinner with my girlfriend, a woman's voice was mixed in. Brother, why are you using me as a shield? Is Su Qing sad? He feels that he came to find him because of Li Tian. Is he actually trying to sever ties with himself in a show of bravado? Lin Sierra's eyes were red, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. She wanted to be with Su Qing. She couldn't stand Su Qing's feigned composure and her cutting off all contact with her. She didn't want to get engaged anymore. She felt incredibly shameless and despicable, yet she was becoming increasingly attached to Su Qing. What could she do? Does the fact that she has no engagement or fiancé mean that Su Qing won't drift further and further away from her? Lin Sierra's fingers trembled as she tapped on her phone screen, making another call to Su Qing. The connection was established very quickly. It sounded somewhat frustrating and helpless. Sister Shear, you, Lin Shear said cautiously. Su Qing, if I didn't have a fiancé, could you? A helpless laugh came from the other side. Sister, I can't. Brother Li Tian loves you very much, otherwise he wouldn't have attacked me. Actually, that's it, sister. Let's not contact each other anymore, okay? The other party did ask a question, but they didn't give her a chance to answer. Chapter 182. You can think about it in her heart. Su Qing felt bitter, helpless, and unwilling to interfere in their relationship. She hoped that Su Qing could be happy. What Lin Sierra didn't know was that Su Qing, who had just finished a phone call in the smoking room of the Western restaurant, had a mocking and sarcastic smile on her face, showing no sign of loneliness or disappointment. Su Qing knew very well that Lin Sierra and Li Tian's favorability ratings were a few points higher than hers, and Lin Sierra wouldn't do anything to break off the engagement for him now. Moreover, Li Tian must have witnessed the entire phone call Lin Sierra made, which made Su Qing find it somewhat amusing, as he could picture Li Tian's fierce and menacing appearance, but Li Tian didn't dare to retaliate. He could only pretend he hadn't heard it. The two words that best describe Li Tian are coward and incompetent. The Lin family villa is a detached house with a large area. The closest and darkest path to the back garden is through the main gate, which is behind the swing where Lin Sierra is sitting. Li Tian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, and even the veins on his forehead bulged. He clearly heard Lin Sierra say, if I didn't have a fiancé. Li Tian knew perfectly well who was on the other end of Lin Sierra's phone. His lips trembled violently, a sarcastic smile plastered on his face. To be honest, in the past, aside from weighing the pros and cons, he still harbored a lot of affection for Lin Sierra, but now, he wants success by any means necessary. So whether Lin Sierra loves him or not is no longer important to him. Aside from the shame and disappointment of having his former lover taken away, and the humiliation of being discarded like trash, he no longer felt any genuine pain for a woman who had changed her heart. Li Tian sneered. Su Qing, Lin Sierra, you two are really cut from the same cloth. You disgust me. You should both go to hell. In the darkness, surrounded by the night, Li Tian's gloomy face was shrouded in mist. Looking at Lin Sierra's dejected and disappointed appearance, he really wanted to say that she deserved it. It was disgusting to be sad and upset by such a cripple, but he couldn't help but feel that Su Qing's attack on Lin Xie was actually very advantageous to him. But as soon as he emerged from the dark corner, a gentle and cheerful smile appeared on his face. Li Tian has a rugged and sunny appearance, a tall stature, and a cheerful voice. In fact, as long as Li Tian doesn't lose his temper, he seems to be a kind and gentle person. Sierre, I came to see you and say goodbye. I looked for you all over the place and didn't expect to find you here. Lin Xie turned her head and saw him, and was startled. You're here. Li Tian smiled and replied with an then walked straight towards Lin Xie, placed his hand on the armrest next to the swing, and gently pushed it forward, laughing heartily. Xie, you still like sitting on this swing, right? Do you remember the one you used to sit on when you were little, which was shorter than this one in pink? You asked me to push you on the swing every day. Once, it rained a little, and you didn't sit properly and fell off, getting covered in dirt. You just kept crying. Li Tian gestured as he spoke. Lin Xie was somewhat lost in thought. Li Tian's words had pulled her back into her memories. She subconsciously recalled the time when she loved to look pretty and was wearing a pink princess dress, covered in mud, which she felt ashamed of and cried about. At the time, Li Tian didn't know how to comfort her. Lin Xie chuckled as she thought about it. Then you also sat on the swing, which swayed a lot, and when you fell off, you got covered in dirt. Lin Xie remembered that she was very happy to see Li Tian covered in mud that day. She told Li Tian, when I grow up, I will definitely marry you. Young Li Tian rubbed the mud off his face with the corner of his clothes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it clean. But he still smiled, his teeth looking even cleaner against the mud on his face. Then I'll push you on the swing for the rest of my life. More than 10 years have passed, and suddenly everything came flooding into Lin Xie's mind like sealed memories. Later, when she grew up, she disliked the old swing because it was too short, so Li Tian made a new one for her. Later, she wanted to adopt a stray cat, but her father wouldn't allow it. So, Li Tian made her a beautiful little cat house in a small spot behind the yard. Later, she said she wanted to protect herself and wanted to practice boxing, so Li Tian acted as her punching bag without any complaints. Later, when she came of age, she said she wanted to marry him. Li Tian was extremely embarrassed and said, please think about it again. I'm just an adopted son, I have nothing. Suddenly, Lin Xie's body began to sway slowly. She gripped the handrail tightly and turned her head to see that Li Tian had started pushing the swing behind her. At some point in the night, there were only a few small lights in the backyard, which was not very bright. A smile crossed Li Tian's half-open mouth as he gently pushed the swing, saying, Xie, I have to go back to Los Angeles tomorrow. The school matters are having too much of an impact, so I need to ask for some time off. I don't know if you can believe me. Li Tian smiled helplessly. I really didn't make things difficult for Su Qing because of a school investment promotion event. He's not as good as you think. Nobody believes me, Xie. Su Qing is putting on an act for everyone. He just wants me to become the target of everyone's criticism. Perhaps it was because Li Tian didn't shout at her or verbally abuse her today. Or perhaps, today she stirred up many memories. Therefore, every word Li Tian said at this moment made her feel heartache. As Su Qing just said on the phone that Li Tian got angry at Su Qing because of her. That's right, the lingering feelings she had for Su Qing were nothing short of a betrayal of Li Tian, especially since she had wanted to break off her engagement with him just before he appeared. She was so engrossed in her joy that she forgot her vows. A cold wind swept across her cheek, bringing Lin Xie back to her senses. The matter that had troubled her for many days was suddenly cleared up in an instant. Compared to the hazy feelings of love she had for Su Qing, how could she abandon Li Tian, someone she knew and understood? I believe in you, brother Li Tian. Lin Xie spoke earnestly, but she didn't expect that when Li Tian's voice sounded again from behind her in a calm tone, what he said was, Xie, do you know? My dad gave me my background information today. My biological parents, my relatives, are all from a small town. To be honest, Seal, I've always lived a very cautious life at home, but I never expected this day to come. Although I'm still being put in charge of engineering in Los Angeles, I guess they'll eventually send me to that place. It wasn't really my home to begin with, and life there is pretty tiring. Seal, maybe we should just call it quits. I'm really not good enough for you, and I don't want to be a burden to you. Lin Xie didn't expect Li Tian to say that, and her mind went blank for a moment. Brother Li Tian. Lin Xie is like a rebellious child. Everyone agrees to her marriage with Li Tian, but she is heartbroken over other people's affairs. She wanted to call off the engagement again, but but when Li Tianxian made this decision, she was reluctant to let him go. Brother Li Tian, let's get engaged. The Lin family will be your family, and Uncle Li won't make things difficult for you anymore. Li Tian neither agreed nor refused, but simply smiled faintly and silently pushed the swing. Sheer, this is a major life event for you, there's no need to make a decision so quickly. Although I don't approve of Su Qing, he's actually a very good choice. If you really, seal, you can make a careful choice. Chapter 183. Guess why I called you here today? Under the brilliant night sky, the twinkling stars seemed to shroud the entire back garden like a mist. Li Tian's voice was so desolate, so powerless, yet so sincere. Lin Xier was stunned for a moment after hearing Li Tian's words. Her embarrassment at being seen through was written all over her face. Before Li Tian arrived, she had certainly considered what he had mentioned. Lin Xier turned around abruptly. Brother Li Tian. I won't leave. Li Tian looked down at her, but his expression was as if he were in a subordinate position. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his drooping eyelashes carried a hint of bitterness. His complex emotions suggested fear, a fear that the person Lin Xier mentioned at the end wasn't him. He pushed the swing in front of him with more force, as if trying to avoid the answer to the question. Lin Xier was startled and nearly swayed away by the sudden force. She hurriedly raised her hands and grabbed the handles on either side. Brother Li Tian didn't lessen the pressure on his hands, but said with a gentle expression, Xier, let's say goodbye properly today. I have to leave tomorrow morning, so let's not talk about this anymore. You can have more time to think it over. Lin Xier panicked for a moment, then quickly said, Brother Li Tian, I won't leave you, we're getting engaged soon. But Li Tian ignored him, saying, Xier, let's not talk about these things for now. As the swing rose higher and fell rapidly, the wind blowing in front of Lin Xier grew stronger and stronger. In the darkness, if the person pushing the swing from behind wasn't Li Tian, whom she knew well, she would have found the force terrifying. What Lin Xier didn't know was that the person she thought possessed bitterness, disappointment, and loss had all those complex emotions vanished in an instant. Behind her back, avoiding her gaze. On your face, your expression is sinister and ruthless, your eyes blazing as you stare at Lin Xier's back, a fierce and disdainful smile playing on your lips. Li Tian's palms, veins bulging, were gripping the swing armrest as he struggled to suppress the urge to shove Lin Xier violently to the ground. He thought to himself, the voice emanating from his heart almost exhausted. Li Tian. Why should you choose me? The next day, the afternoon sun was shining brightly in Luochuan. A Bentley was parked in front of a Mediterranean-style coffee shop. After the car came to a stop, a bodyguard walked around from the front to the back seat and opened the door. The bodyguard blocked the car door frame with one hand, and a tall, handsome man stepped out of the car. He was wearing a clean, fitted pure white shirt. From the outside, it is simple and ordinary, but from the front, there is a very stylish gold-stamped logo on the collar, with 2 English letters written in a flamboyant style, SQ. He walked towards the coffee shop, his long legs making his steps unhurried. He wore a pair of white Louis Vuitton Velcro sneakers and light blue jeans. He has a bit of the campus heartthrob vibe from romance novels, especially with a few leaves fluttering down the asphalt road beneath your feet. The youthful exuberance is even more pronounced. Su Qing's expression was indifferent, but because of the afternoon sunlight, her eyelashes were slightly squinted, and her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to carry a hint of natural smile. His soft, dark hair was casually swept back, and when the sunlight shone on it, it turned out to be a rich, deep chestnut color. Judging from Su Qing's current appearance, she seems to be here to pass the time. But what no one knew was that Su Qing at this moment was not as harmless as he appeared. He had come to threaten people into doing good deeds. As Su Qing walked towards the coffee shop in trance, she waved to Hu Sheng and Zhang Qi, who were about to follow her. He said decisively, "Wait for me in the car." "Yes, young master." The two said in unison, but did not get into the car. Instead, they kept their eyes following Su Qing. The distinct knuckles seemed to glow white under the bright sunlight. He pushed open the large, dark brown, solid wood door and walked inside. A male waiter walked straight past Su Qing and asked, "Sir, how many of you are there?" As Su Qing's eyes darted inside, searching for team leader Gu's location, she said to the waiter, "I'm looking for." When he turned his head and inadvertently focused his gaze on the waiter, Su Qing was completely dumbfounded. He looked the waiter in front of him up and down. White shirt, jeans, white sneakers. The two looked at each other, their clothes not exactly identical, but rather, Su Qing couldn't help but click his tongue, glancing at himself almost imperceptibly. Su Qing always liked to dress up, and the outfit he was wearing was chosen for him by Ayn Rand before he left. And Rand said that this youthful style suited him. They showered him with all sorts of descriptions: sunny, handsome, cheerful. He was the epitome of a dashing campus heartthrob. Su Qing usually didn't like this kind of dressing, but she couldn't resist Rand's persuasion. Kind-hearted as Su Qing was, how could she let her sister down? What Su Qing didn't expect was that he not only wore the same clothes as someone else, but from a distance he saw that 4 or 5 people coming out of the front and back kitchens were all dressed like that, with small gold name tags hanging on their chests. Su Qing was speechless. He had accidentally bumped into someone's shop uniform. I need someone to make me an iced Americano. I have a friend here. Su Qing said casually, then rolled up her sleeves and quickly walked towards the innermost seat. The main color scheme of this coffee shop is light green, with the walls divided in 2 by white plaster lines. The upper part is warm yellow, and the lower part is a combination of blue and green. The lobby you walk through has several seats by the window, and opposite it is a long bar where drinks are mixed. Team Leader Gu's seat was even more secluded, located in the innermost corner. It took Su Qing a long time to find his place of residence. He waved to Team Leader Gu, laughed heartily, and walked straight past the man. To be fair, Su Qing's outfit today wasn't at all intimidating, it exuded youthful energy. The scene of this meeting was somewhat like that of old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, but given Su Qing's status, Team Leader Gu stood up and nodded slightly. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Qing didn't stand on ceremony with him. He went straight to sit down opposite her and said, Hello, Team Leader Gu, please have a seat. Team Leader Gu had a dignified appearance, wearing a smart suit with his shirt buttoned all the way to the top. A pair of silver-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, and his eyes revealed his experience and shrewdness. He wore a perfunctory, polite smile. Thank you, young Master Su. Su Qing was sincere, genuine, and true to his nature. He wasn't one to make things mysterious, so he asked directly. Team Leader Gu, guess why I've come to see you today? Chapter 184. Give it to Su Qing. Team Leader Gu smiled politely. I am unaware of young Master Su's intentions. Then I'll get straight to the point. I know that you, Team Leader Gu, have played a significant role in the land that Li Tian is currently in charge of, the one in Los Angeles. So I hope you can help me out. Team Leader Gu's smile never faded, that professional smile seemed etched onto his face. After pausing for a moment with a smile, he spoke. It is my honor to serve young Master Su. Su Qing scoffed lightly, looking at Team Leader Gu with an ambiguous expression. I haven't even told you, what did I ask you to do for me? You agreed so easily? If you're lying to me, I'll be very angry. Team Leader Gu rubbed his ears. Then may I ask what young Master Su wants me to do? Su Qing leaned closer to him and whispered, I'll have my men prepare 4 bundles of explosives for you, in the second unfinished building on the easternmost side of the Luoshi plot. Footsteps approached, and a waiter came over with drinks, interrupting Su Qing's words. Sir, your iced Americano. The waiter placed the drink in front of Su Qing. Su Qing laughed heartily and said, Thank you, your work uniforms are really nice. The waiter was quite handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, and was not very old. He had thought the gentleman in front of him would be unhappy to wear the same clothes as one of the store's employees, but he was surprised by the gentleman's generosity and gentleness. He was stunned for a moment and stammered for a while before finally saying, Thank you for the compliment, sir. Su Qing smiled, raised her cup and took a sip. Where was I saying? Right, blow up this coffee shop. Team Leader Gu was taken aback. It's an unfinished building, young Master Su. Su Qing coughed lightly twice, then looked up and smiled. You misspoke. It's the 3rd pillar in the roof of that unfinished building. The explosives aren't very powerful, so Team Leader Gu can rest assured that no one will die. I need you to do this in 5 days. Understood, young Master Su. Su Qing felt that Team Leader Gu had agreed too readily. Note, it should be said that the people behind Team Leader Gu agreed too readily. Su Qing stared at Team Leader Gu's left ear. He knew that there was a tiny listening device inside, a small, round, silver earpiece. You couldn't really tell that something was inside unless you looked closely. If Su Qing hadn't had the original author's postscript, he wouldn't have noticed it either. However, in the later parts of the original text, the identity of the person behind Team Leader Gu was never clearly stated, and the feeling of being watched in the dark was really unpleasant. Su Qing smiled casually, slowly took her phone out of her pocket, swiped the screen a couple of times, and found an old family photo. He turned his phone around so it was facing Team Leader Gu. Team Leader Gu, I've arrested your family. If you don't want to collect their bodies, the elite smile that had been on Team Leader Gu's face vanished instantly. He stared blankly at the blurry photo in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. He knew that the vibrant young man in front of him was capable of such heinous acts, but he never expected that this would happen to him, his family, his parents, his siblings. Team leader Gu frowned, and suddenly, in his astonishment, a brilliant idea struck him. He had thought of a crucial question. He pushed up his glasses, a very awkward smile playing on his lips. Young Master Su. I'm an orphan, I have no family. Su Qing was drinking an iced Americano when she almost spat it all over team leader Gu's face. Damn, Su Qing is used to kidnapping and threatening people. Su Qing just says it casually. He cleared his throat with 2 coughs, his brows furrowed slightly, and swiped the photo left and right to reveal a brand new one. Then he swiped back, the 2 photos overlapping as if tracing back more than 20 years. I was just joking. What I really want to say is, I've already found team leader Gu's family for you. Su Qing pointed to the very center of the old photograph, where a 5 or 6-year-old boy was being led by a young and beautiful woman. Team leader Gu, this child is you. I don't know if you still remember him. I found the human traffickers who kidnapped you back then, and I can even take care of them for you. I need you to do one thing. Su Qing's expression remained calm from beginning to end. Whether it was about blowing up an unfinished building with explosives or helping someone find their relatives, his face always showed a calm and composed demeanor, with almost no emotional fluctuations. Team leader Gu's childhood memories were long fragmented, but he knew he had been sold because the family he once thought was his biological family told him this more than 10 years later. For years he had been searching for his biological parents, brothers and sisters, but he never expected that the man opposite him could solve the problem so easily. He was now in a daze, and he would agree to whatever Su Qing said. Team leader Gu stared intently at Su Qing with wide eyes, as if trying to convey his reliability through his unwavering gaze. Young Master Su, I will definitely handle the unfinished building issue properly. Su Qing nodded first, then waved her hand with a light laugh. I know you'll handle this. There's one more thing I need your help with. He crossed his legs and casually tapped the table with his fingers, as if stretching out time. Team leader Gu, I want to know who's behind you. Team leader Gu suddenly felt much more relaxed. This was something his young master had instructed him to say, and he heard Li Shang's voice in his ear. Just tell him directly. He felt even more relieved. It's young master Li Shang. Su Qing gave an O sound, the drawn-out tone suggesting she had thought about it in her mind. Su Qing wasn't surprised that Li Shang was the one who had been setting Li Tian up at every turn, but she was very suspicious of Li Shang's motives for helping her so easily. Su Qing gave team leader Gu such a generous gift, how could he possibly accept just a name? He didn't like Li Shang always hiding behind him, feeling like he was the one being outdone. To his surprise, he discovered that the Eye of Insight had updated the information for team leader Gu, replacing Li Shang's name with Young Master in the previous updates. For example, the Young Master said he would just agree to the unfinished building issue. Young Master also wants to hurt Li Tian. He and Su Qing are in the same boat. It seems like the system is playing a hidden dungeon with him here, but now it is clearly written down. Young Master Li Shang simply said that I could introduce myself, but he didn't mention that I could communicate directly with Young Master Su. Su Qing smiled and raised her eyelashes slightly. The more others didn't want to do something, the more Su Qing would do it. Su Qing said frankly, could you please lend me the listening device in your ear, team leader Gu, so I can use it too? Brother Li Shang has been so kind to me, I should at least thank him in person. That he saw through team leader Gu's hesitation, pointed to the cell phone on the table, and then pointed towards team leader Gu's ear. What a perfect deal, using the equipment you possess to exchange for your family whom you haven't seen for decades. Doesn't your young master want you to find your family? A helpless chuckle came from Li Shang on the other end of team leader Gu's listening device. Give it to Su Qing. Chapter 185 Cooperation. Su Qing wore a warm, sunny smile, but the outstretched palm she held toward team leader Gu revealed an air of unquestionable authority. After hearing Li Shang's words, team leader Gu had no more concerns and handed a small listening device to Su Qing. Su Qing's smile widened. The green plant on the table had wide and long leaves. The wind outside the window blew, causing the leaves to sway and barely cover half of Su Qing's eyebrows and eyes, making her look even more youthful. He fiddled with the listening equipment in his hands for a moment, then looked up at team leader Gu and said politely, "You can go now, this is mine." Team leader Gu nodded. "Yes, young master Su." Team leader Gu left, leaving Su Qing alone. He put the small silver bean into his ear and spoke slowly. "Brother Li Shang, I'm Su Qing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Qing said something polite. Li Shang chuckled, I'm quite happy too. It was obvious that Li Shang also replied with a polite remark. Su Qing had many questions about Li Shang. Li Shang was a character who appeared in the original text. He was Li Tian's older brother and the biological son of the Li family of Luochuan. In the original text, Li Shang should have been on the same side as Li Tian. Now that Li Shang has started targeting Li Tian and is even helping her to deal with Li Tian, Su Qing is unsure whether Li Shang genuinely wants to help her or is plotting something against her. Moreover, Su Qing couldn't understand why Li Shang would let her know his identity but refused to communicate with her directly. Brother Li Shang, let me be frank, I don't understand why you're helping me. Li Shang's voice was weak and he seemed somewhat listless, but this time he didn't use polite phrases and spoke quite frankly. Li Tian, he wants to take my family business. He's unhappy that I'm better. He even wants to kill me. I know you sent the medicine to the Lung family. For so many years, he wanted me to live, yet he didn't want me to live well. Now, to be honest, Li Tian has had a change of heart. He feels that I've been good to him, but it means nothing to me now. Belated family affection is too cheap. I know you don't want to see him live either, and I don't want to raise a tiger that will become a threat. So, shouldn't we cooperate? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Qing laughed and said, yes, brother Li Shang is right, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But I don't understand why you don't deal with him yourself, or just kick him out of the Li family. You'll have more opportunities and be better at doing it yourself. Why do you want to drag me along? Well, Li Tian is too tough. Even if he's driven away from the Li family, he'll make a comeback. It's better to keep him around, it'll be easier to deal with him then. I can't handle him, only you can bring him to utter ruin. Su Qing was taken aback. What Li Shang said seemed a bit mysterious, but upon closer inspection, it made sense. Li Tian is the male protagonist, the chosen one, and has the protagonist's luck on him. Therefore, the foundation for Li Tian's utter ruin must be that all of his luck points are completely suppressed by himself, and suppressing the protagonist's luck is something only Su Qing can do. What Su Qing couldn't understand was that although Li Shang's words weren't very clear, they were all too accurate. How did he know so much? Su Chong leaned back in his chair, casually standing on tiptoe. He and Li Shang, one who had been kidnapped as a child and remained gloomy and withdrawn for many years, and the other who had been physically weak since childhood, were both people who did not participate in the affairs of aristocratic families. It's quite interesting that we've never met in Luochuan despite living there for so many years, yet we've still managed to collaborate. Su Qing didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said directly, Brother Li Shang, since we're going to cooperate, how about we get to know each other? A soft laugh came from Li Shang's end, not loud, as light as a feather brushing against the cheek. Want to see me? Su Qing felt that Li Shang was being deliberately mysterious, his meaning was already quite clear. He chuckled lightly and said jokingly, yeah, right. He won't even let me meet him, yet he talks about cooperating. Isn't that a bit insincere? Your constant hiding behind the listening device really makes me feel insecure. How am I supposed to know if my brother's desire to cooperate with me is genuine, or do you still want to use me against Li Tian and expose what I've done to the public? Su Qing's tone rose at the end, making her question very direct. Su Qing possesses the eye of insight, but he can only use it when he sees the other party. So Su Qing simply stated his position. He felt that Li Shang could be a good partner, and he needed to verify it. Li Shang smiled helplessly, his voice weak. I didn't mean to play games with you. I also want to meet you in person to talk. I genuinely want to cooperate. But I'm not in Luochuan now. You know my brother isn't in good health, so he went abroad to recuperate. My mother and I went together, and we booked a specialist a long time ago. I should be able to go back in about 2 weeks. I'll bring you a gift as a token of our collaboration. Wait for me. Li Shang spoke slowly and deliberately. Even though he didn't make any definitive guarantees, his explanations were quite clear, which made Su Qing feel that he was quite credible. However, this only applies to the credibility of Li Shang going out for medical treatment. Regarding cooperation, Su Qing mentally reviewed the sequel to the original work by author Go. The plot then unfolds as follows. 5 days later, team leader Gu successfully placed the explosives. Li Tian and Lin Xier still held their engagement banquet at the mansion prepared for them by the Li family, inviting celebrities from all walks of life. Li Shang met Su Qing on the day of their engagement banquet. Su Qing asked Li Shang to help her with some tampering at the banquet, and Li Shang did a perfect job. Su Qing nodded secretly. According to the later part of the original text, Su Qing did not see Li Shang tripping him up, and he did a good job in helping him. That makes sense, since his luck has now far surpassed Li Tian's. It's quite reasonable for someone to offer him help. He would check the plot if there were any changes later on. He gradually lowered his guard against Li Shang and just wanted to focus on doing the things that followed. Then, brother Li Shang, take good care of yourself and see you when you come back. Li Shang said softly, okay, see you when you get back. Su Qing touched her ear. Wait a minute, I'll just throw away this listening device. Let's exchange contact information. He was so engrossed in talking to Li Shang that he completely forgot about the listening device, even thinking he was on the phone with Li Shang. He felt incredibly insecure knowing that the device was constantly on his person, like his life was being broadcast live. Don't throw it away. It's very complicated to make, it's a pity to throw it away. There's a small switch on the back, you can press it to turn it off. Wait for me to come back. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. There was indeed a doctor urging him on the other end of the phone. He couldn't be bothered to make a fuss about such a small matter. He casually replied, okay. After exchanging contact information, Su Qing, clutching the small silver bean, belatedly realized that he had agreed to everything Li Shang had agreed to. Logically, he should have at least threatened Li Shang or something. Did he really consider him a business partner? That won't do. He has to maintain his villainous persona, he can't just listen to the other party completely. He glanced at the green plants beside him, a sly smile playing on his lips, and casually tucked the small silver bean into the soil beneath the plants. He clapped his hands gently. That's more like it. Chapter 186. An encounter. A few waiters were whispering among themselves not far from Su Qing. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth, carrying a tray in both hands, whispered, wow, that guy in front is so handsome. His aura, his figure, his fashion sense. The person next to him slapped him hard and laughed twice. Are you alright? Aren't you dressed like us? The young man's lips pressed into a straight line. Another person spoke up. What do you mean same? There's a light silver logo on his shirt collar, it's LV, right? And those shoes too, and that Vacheron Constantin on his wrist, they're enough to buy you. The wind chimes at the entrance of the coffee shop rang as someone pulled the door open from the outside. Two light feathers swayed in the wind. A beautiful figure walked in through the door, wearing a light pink fitted short-sleeve top with a cropped design, perfectly paired with high-waisted jeans. She had a delicate oval face with gentle almond-shaped eyes, a smooth forehead, and a high ponytail. Her face was flushed, and a few fine beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. She looked around, searching for a seat, when two waiters approached her and asked, how many of you are there? One. The waiter gestured to the innermost side by the window, but as soon as she took a step, she was attracted by a figure walking towards her. She looked at that superior and handsome face and seemed to be frozen in time. The person coming towards her hadn't seen her at first, but as they passed each other, they seemed to remember something, turned around, and said with surprise and delight, Sister Shanwan? Lin Yen Nuan turned around, her joy overflowing. She was pleasantly surprised by this chance encounter with Su Qing. Luochuan City is so big, there are coffee shops everywhere, and this one isn't even in the city center. It really is a destined fate. But looking at Su Qing's steps, she felt a little disappointed. It was clear that Su Qing was leaving. When you bump into someone like this, you really don't know what to say. In her nervousness, Lin Yen Nuan asked a polite question, what a coincidence, Su Qing, you're here for coffee. Su Qing narrowed his eyelashes slightly, giving him an intriguing look. He gestured with his chin toward the group of waiters and teased them. I'm here part-time. Lin Yen Nuan opened her eyes wide, her mind filled with questions. At first glance, Su Qing's attire was exactly the same as that of the waiter in this store, and she almost agreed with Su Qing's words, but then she thought about it again and smiled with her chin down. How could Su Qing possibly be doing this part-time job? Stop joking, you're just teasing me. The two of them were chatting in front of the store. There were quite a few customers in the afternoon. A young couple came from the outside and opened the door to go inside. Su Qing glanced at her, took 2 steps forward, reached out and grabbed Lin Yanwan's arm to pull her inside, making room for the guests behind them. Su Qing's actions were too natural, and logically speaking, they were quite reasonable. After all, they had known each other for a while and had only touched arms, but Lin Yanwan was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. The warmth of Su Qing's palm hit her heart. She was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. My only thought right now is that Su Qing shouldn't leave and should stay with me a little longer, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Girls' dilemmas can be quite awkward sometimes. What's wrong with having coffee together? Su Qing looked at her carefully, seeing through her little scheme clearly. Kind-hearted, he never wanted to disappoint anyone, especially a pretty older sister. He lowered his head, his ear close to Long Yanwan's. I'm not kidding, I really came here part-time to keep you company while you drink coffee. It's a pity business is bad, no one orders and I'm sitting on the sidelines. Sister Shanwan, would you like to place an order and support me? Lang Yanwan glared at him. Su Qing spoke in a very serious tone. To be honest, if the person standing in front of her wasn't the eldest young master of the Su family, she would have believed it if it were anyone else. After hearing Su Qing's words, she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Lang Yanwan retorted jokingly, "You really drink with me?" "Yeah." Lang Yanwan's eyes darted around as she pretended to be deep in thought, her expression both lively and adorable. "Is the price expensive?" "You know, I'm just an intern, I don't have any money." "The price is reasonable, and it works well without being expensive." Su Qing raised an eyebrow, and it's especially obedient. Lang Yanwan was amused by him, and the tension in her heart subsided. Through the fabric of Su Qing's shirt, she grabbed Su Qing's shirt with her other hand and pulled him inside. She spoke with her back turned, her face flushing even more. "Then I won't be picky, I'll choose you." The two sat in the innermost seats by the window, and a waiter came over to them. "What would you two like to drink?" Su Qing had just drunk an iced Americano, and now her mouth tasted bitter. "Give me a caramel macchiato." The drinks menu was in Su Qing's hand. He handed it to Lan Yanwan and asked, "Sister Xianwan, what would you like to drink?" The breeze outside the window was very pleasant, and it helped to wipe away some of the beads of sweat on Lan Yanwan's face. She was fanning her face with her hands to cool herself down when she saw the drinks menu being handed to her. She took it but didn't look at it before handing it back to the waiter. "A glass of iced lemonade, please." "Drinking iced drinks is bad for your health, sister." Lang Yanwan continued to fan herself with her hand. "It's too hot, it's okay to drink a little every now and then." The considerate Su Qing nodded silently to herself. "Iced lemonade, iced, that's the key point." After the waiter left, Su Qing looked at the sweat on her face, reached behind the table and pulled out 2 tissues, handing them to her. "Why is it so hot, sister?" He glanced at her up and down, noticing damp patches on her slender white neck, indicating she had sweated a lot. He teased, "Little Nuan, did you go running a marathon?" Lang Yanwan took it and wiped her forehead, pouted, and couldn't help but chuckle. "You have quite the imagination." "Don't even mention it. There was an interview here today, and I waited for more than 3 hours in front of the interviewee's house." Lang Yanwan is a host, and she speaks vividly with lively expressions. Especially when she mentioned the 3 hours, she even freed one hand to wave at him as a gesture. The air conditioning in the car was broken. Finally, the person got out, but it turned out they had other things to do. "It's so hot. It's quite close by, and I was thinking of coming in for a cold drink to cool down. Today is just awful, the more I think about it, the more unlucky I feel. And then I run into you here." Chapter 187, Director's Phone Call, Additional Chapter. Lang Yanwan was wiping the tip of her nose with a tissue, the top of which almost obscured her eyebrows and eyes. She made a series of complaints before realizing that her last 2 sentences seemed a bit off, as if she was saying that meeting Su Qing was unlucky. She awkwardly took the tissue off, crumpled it into a small ball, and held it in her palm, adding her own words. "Don't misunderstand, Su Qing. What I meant was that things were pretty unlucky before I met you. I'm happy that you're here with me." Su Qing knew this, of course, but seeing how anxiously she was explaining, she felt as if she was being flattered by her careful and obsequious manner. Su Qing chuckled, then tore off 2 more sheets of paper. This time, instead of handing them to her, she gently wiped her nose twice. "I know, who did you interview today?" "She's so arrogant." "His name is Zhang Mao. You probably haven't heard of him. He works on amusement park projects. He used to work in other places, but recently he opened a new site in Luochuan. Actually, I can't blame them. It's just bad luck today. The car the TV station used not only had broken air conditioning, but it also broke down on the way out. We arranged to meet in the morning, but they didn't arrive until noon. They were probably annoyed, thinking that Luochuan TV is trying to act like big shots. My original work plan for today was to interview Zhang Mao and then go to that amusement park to film some footage, Lang Yannuan shrugged. There's no need for that now. Zhang Mao is leaving Luochuan tomorrow. I see, Lang Yannuan gently raised her chin. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you for helping our Lung family so much. Back then, there were medical disputes blocking the hospital entrance every day, and the news was flying all over the internet. My grandfather almost fainted from anger. It's all thanks to you, Su Qing. Anyway, it's also, Su Qing was looking down at her phone sending a message when she heard Lang Yannuan's words and blurted out, almost saying the words, anyway, it's also my fault. He quickly changed the subject, raised his head, and smiled, anyway, it's a small matter, saying thank you would be too formal. The sound of footsteps pattering came from nearby. The waiter walked by with 2 drinks, handling them gently. 1 iced lemonade and 1 caramel macchiato. Please enjoy. Thank you, they both said in unison. Lang Yannuan picked up the cup and took several large gulps. The icy water finally relieved the heat in her body. She breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qing, why did you come here? It's not close to the city center, and it's not a famous shop either. Su Qing raised his coffee cup and gestured with his eyebrows at her. It's quiet here, not crowded. I was just meeting with someone and we talked about the bad things like murder and arson. He glanced at the corner, indicating that it was over there. Lang Yan's smile was even brighter. She felt it was a blessing from heaven. From the moment she entered the door today, Su Qing had been telling her jokes. The bad mood she had been suppressing for most of the day slowly disappeared as soon as she saw Su Qing. A feeling began to surface in her mind. Was it possible that Su Qing was doing this on purpose, deliberately trying to make her happy? Lang Yannuan narrowed her eyes and joked, oh, I see. Well, I didn't delay your business, did I? Lang Yannuan is quite talkative. She studied broadcasting and hosting and works at a television station. Since Su Qing sent her a WeChat message saying she would help her solve the Lang family's online problems, the two of them had chatted a few times and exchanged greetings. However, Lang Yannuan was troubled and irritable due to family problems at that time, plus the TV station's affairs. Su Qing was also busy in Longcheng, so the two of them bumped into each other today and had a lot to talk about. Is Dragon City interesting? How's that drama you were filming? Is it finished yet? Su Qing smiled. What if I were your interviewee now, and there were cameras around? I would say that Longcheng is a beautiful and diverse city with well-equipped film and television bases, making it a rare tourist destination in China. I gained a lot of experience in the filming and production of movies and TV series. Su Qing picked up his cup and took a sip of coffee. Some of the fine foam stuck to his lips, which he gently licked a few times, his glossy lips opening and closing. But I have to tell my sister the truth. Lang Yannuan narrowed her eyes. Then, what's the truth? This time, Su Qing didn't try to be mysterious. He sighed and said, cities are all pretty much the same. I don't think there's much difference between Longcheng and Luochuan. However, the film and television base there is indeed quite good. It's my family's property, so I didn't really feel anything when I went there. I wasn't involved in the filming much, the director and producer handled most of the work, and I was just responsible for providing the money. To be honest, the experience of this trip was just so. He raised his glass and made a toast gesture to Lang Yannuan, then said, nothing is as interesting as having coffee and chatting with my sister. Lang Yannuan was quite satisfied with his answer. Su Qing, a young master from a prestigious family, had seen all kinds of situations and had done all kinds of work that required him to run around. If he said it was interesting, then he was just being polite to her. She listened attentively to Lang Yannuan's 2 statements. One was about dealing with an interview, and the other was about dealing with her. This obvious contrast was practically telling her directly that she was different in Su Qing's heart and that Su Qing treated her with no distance at all. He spoke slowly and deliberately, each word imprinted on her heart. Perhaps it was because Su Qing was so sincere, and the atmosphere of their conversation was so relaxed, pleasant, and natural, that Lang Yannuan didn't feel her heart being suddenly jolted. But the happiness that gradually rose within her was truly delightful. Su Qing nodded inwardly, that was exactly what he meant. Little Nuan was so clever, the two chatted for a while longer. Su Cheng noticed that the glass of lemonade in front of her was long gone. She raised her chin and gestured towards it. Would you like another glass? Or maybe some snacks? Lang Yanwan responded with a soft okay. As Su Qing gestured for a waiter to come over, she asked Lang Yanwan, Sister Xianwan, I just heard the customers behind us say that this tiramisu is especially delicious, would you like some? Before Lang Yanwan could finish saying the last two words, try it, the phone on her end suddenly rang. I'll take this call first. Lang Yanwan said, then started rummaging through her bag. She took out her phone and saw that it was a call from the TV station. She didn't get up. She had no secrets she wanted to hide from Su Qing. Director, is there something you need? Chapter 188. Aren't you taking me with you? The voice on the other end of the phone was deep and powerful, with clear and distinct pronunciation, and sounded very happy. Zhang Mao and Chairman Zhang from Mingxin Amusement Park called today, saying they were delayed by something and were very sorry to our station. They said they would do an exclusive interview with our station tomorrow. Lang Yanwan's mouth was agape. She was incredulous and speechless for a long time. The station director listened for a while without any response. Hello, Xianwan? Where is she? Lang Yanwan regained her senses and said, I'm with the station director. Xianwan, get ready. You'll be doing this interview tomorrow. He's coming to our TV station. Lang Yanwan replied happily, yes, director. Don't be too happy yet. Are you still in the east of the city? They're coming to the station to interview us tomorrow. We haven't even done the site visit yet. If you're nearby, go and experience it, shoot some footage, and learn more. Also, do some research online. If you're not here, I'll send someone over to film the footage for you, but Xianwan, you'd better go yourself. We have quite a few interns at our station. If you do the entire interview yourself, it'll give me a reason to offer you a permanent position, right? Lang Yanwan replied, I understand, director. I'm nearby and haven't left yet. I'll be right there. Okay, remember to get the invoice. We'll reimburse you when we get back. Thank you, director. Lang Yanwan's happiness was evident in her expression. She was a girl without the airs of a noble lady and was passionate about completing the work she loved through her own efforts. What's making you so happy, Sister Xianwan? Su Qing asked. Chairman Zhang of Mingxin Amusement Park has agreed to the interview. We'll go directly to the TV station tomorrow. The station director also wants me to host the interview, and I'm also responsible for preparing today's footage. This is the first time I've independently completed a project. Su Qing, Lang Yanwan's eyebrows lit up with joy, her eyelashes curved into a beautiful crescent shape, and her eyes were watery. The last Su Qing she called out was even more tender, with the drawn-out ending sound sounding very affectionate. Two strands of hair at her temples fell on the tip of her delicate nose, and her whole face was flushed with excitement. The phone in Su Qing's hand trembled a few times as a message arrived, but he didn't look down to read it. He smiled gently. Congratulations, sister, on completing a project independently. I think it's partly because you waited for so long at their door today that Chairman Zhang was moved. Lang Yan smiled even more warmly, raising her hands to cover her cheeks as if she were a little embarrassed. To be honest, I'm a little nervous, I have a TV interview tomorrow. She suddenly lowered her fingers from her face and started counting on her fingers. Station director, deputy director, team leader, colleagues, planning department, advertising department, so many eyes are on me. What if I mess this up? Lang Yanwan bit her lip, glanced at Su Qing, and asked, do you think I can do it? Of course Sister Xianwan can do it. The waiter had been waiting for quite some time, but hesitated to speak for a while. He finally asked awkwardly, would you two like to order anything else? Lang Yanwan said apologetically, no need to add it, thank you for your trouble. After the waiter left, Lang Yanwan hurriedly tidied her bag, and when she looked up at Su Qing again, she felt a little shy and reluctant. Su Qing. I have to go to Mingxin Amusement Park now to organize some materials. She pointed to the entrance, I have to go now. Su Qing was sipping his coffee when he suddenly looked up and met Lang Yanwan's eyes. All right, if we can do the interview, we need to shoot some footage. Are any colleagues coming along? Will the cameraman and photographer come too? Lang Yanwan sat up halfway, as if she had made a big decision. She wanted Su Qing to accompany her to the amusement park anyway. They've known each other for so long, and Su Qing is easy to talk to. What was there to be afraid of? She gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and spoke up. I'm going alone, all my colleagues have left, and I didn't drive today. Could you give me a ride? Her cold words and warm tone were like the buzzing of a mosquito, but her heart was pounding louder than her voice. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. That's not what she wanted to say. What she really wanted was a romantic getaway for two at the amusement park. Su Qing smiled brightly and said, "Okay. Then let's go." Lang Yanwan stretched out one foot, ready to walk out. Su Qing got up quickly and gently pressed her shoulder back into her seat. Sister Xiaonuan, wait for me. I'm going to the restroom. Su Qing's tall and graceful figure attracted everyone's attention. The guys standing behind the bar started whispering to each other again. That guy is so handsome. Yeah, being his girlfriend would be the ultimate happiness. That's no ordinary young man, that's Su Qing, didn't you notice? The eldest young master of the Su family. Holy crap, is this for real? Seriously, I noticed a long time ago, he's even more handsome than on TV. Su Qing washed and dried his hands before taking his phone out of his pocket. He hadn't had time to check the messages ringing on his phone. The conversation on the other end was, young Master Su has taken care of everything. Zhang Mao will be giving an exclusive interview at the TV station tomorrow. The station director has also been contacted and it's been arranged that it won't be revealed that it was your order. Su Qing simply sent a, "okay" message. He didn't intend to let Lang Yanwan know. Sister Xiaonuan was good to him, and he wanted to make her happy, didn't he? By avoiding the intimidation of her family, Lang Yanwan concealed her identity and started working at the TV station as an intern. He could tell that Lang Yanwan was genuinely nervous, truly serious and hardworking about her career, and genuinely found happiness in even the smallest achievements. He genuinely wanted to make his sister happy. Su Qing looked in the mirror in front of him, raised his hand to brush the hair from his forehead, and straightened his collar. There's no way around it, he's just too handsome. As the sun slowly sets, the sunlight becomes less intense, creating the most comfortable weather of the day. The two walked out of the coffee shop and got into the car. Lang Yanwan suddenly curled her lip. Although the car had been changed, the two bodyguards sitting in the front were still the same two as before, practically like two 1800-watt light bulbs. She had originally planned to ask Su Qing to accompany her, but after glancing ahead twice, she wondered what was there to say. She hooked two fingers together and rubbed them back and forth, never letting go until she reached her destination. Mengxin Amusement Park is located behind Su Qing's house, and the entrance is less than 2 kilometers. Away from the north gate of Su Qing's house, the site is very large, with a high mountain behind it. It was originally a forest area. The open space in front has been transformed into various recreational facilities, while the forest behind can be used for picnics or camping. About 10 minutes later, the car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the amusement park. "Young master, we've arrived," Hu Sheng said, turning his head. Su Qing nodded. Then I'll be going now." Lang Yan smiled sweetly, waved goodbye to Su Qing, but didn't open the car door for a long time. Anyway, Lang Yanwan didn't dare to say anything even after stepping out of the car. She was suddenly startled when a low, husky, and sexy voice sounded behind her, its tone gentle and intimate, like that of a lover. "Sister, you're going by yourself, aren't you taking me with you?" Chapter 189. Cycling. Lang Yanwan slowly turned her head, her sweet smile almost uncontrollable. She never expected Su Qing to take the initiative to speak to her, and it even sounded a bit like he was blaming her, as if she had abandoned him, and it also felt a bit like he was being coquettish with her. Of course, it wasn't just Lang Yanwan who felt this way. Hu Sheng and Zhang Qi, who were sitting in front, were also exchanging surprised glances. Hu Sheng pursed his lips. "Is young master being coquettish?" Zhang Qi glared at him. "You dare to secretly speculate about the young master? Tonight I'll tell him, and he'll kill you." However, it seems the young master really is being coquettish. Hu Sheng curled the corners of his lips into a SpongeBob SquarePants-like smile on his serious face. Many masters use psychological tactics. If you dare to speculate about the young master, I'll immediately tell him, and we'll take you down right now. However, Su Qing was leaning straight against the backrest with her legs crossed, looking lazy and casual, which didn't match his words at all. Since Su Qing had taken the initiative to speak, Lang Yanhuan naturally didn't hold back. She stood at the car door with a sweet smile. Do you want to go play? I actually wanted you to come with me, but it's really no fun going to an amusement park alone. I didn't ask you because I was afraid you wouldn't want to play, Lang Yanhuan said. Su Qing nodded, put his crossed legs down, and reached out to pull the car door open. With a bang, the handle bounced back instead of opening. Maybe we should call it a day, sister. I'm not feeling well either, and you'd have to take care of me inside. It'd really interfere with Xiaonuan's work. She knew, of course, that Su Qing was in poor health, but how wonderful it was to have such a great opportunity to play with him at the amusement park. I'll take care of you. We won't do any dangerous projects. I'll just shoot some footage, it's not a very difficult job. Su Qing nodded and said, okay, then I'll trouble Sister Xiaonuan to work as a tour guide part-time. There are no tickets sold at the entrance of Mingxin Amusement Park, admission is free, but tickets for rides inside need to be purchased separately. Lang Yanhuan had previously done a survey on how to win Meng Xian's heart, which was for work purposes at the time. She was quite happy that she could use it now. She carefully flipped through the travel guide, eliminating the more thrilling activities, and diligently performed her duties as a guide before finally selecting a destination. Lang Yanhuan looked up at him and said, let's go over there. There are two-person bicycles there, which will allow us to enjoy the scenery along the way and stop to take pictures. It's more engaging than a tour bus. Su Qing, what do you think? Su Qing, being a young man in his prime with a keen sense of curiosity, kept his eyes glued to the drop tower, pirate ship, high-altitude swing, and real-life haunted house while Lang Yanhuan was researching travel guides. His original intention was for his sister to take care of him, who was weak and helpless, in those exciting places. Let's go with the bicycle. I'll change my image in front of my sister by taking Lang Yanhuan for a short ride of 10 kilometers to show off my stamina as a tough guide. I'll laugh. Okay, Su Qing said, looking at her, but Su Qing, who prided himself on being a macho man, never imagined that he would want to crawl into a hole and regret his delicate words and actions in the car. The two walked toward their destination. The ordinary cement road was lined with colorful flowers, and the tall trees filled the road with a unique fragrance of plants. The amusement park was bustling with people in the afternoon, and the noise was not disturbing. Instead, it exuded a sense of everyday life, especially now. The sun isn't scorching, its gentle light shines down on the earth, making people feel refreshed and comfortable. Su Qing was tall and slender, wearing a clean shirt and jeans. Walking under the shade of the trees, her sunny and clean face made her look like she had stepped out of a comic book. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. The cool-toned pink short-sleeve top paired with high-waisted light denim shows off her excellent proportions. Even though she's not very tall, the two stood side by side, looking incredibly well-matched. It attracted the attention of many tourists. A man was walking on the curb, looking Lang Yanhuan up and down. He almost tripped and fell. Damn it. Serves you right, your eyes should be gouged out. His girlfriend next to him crossed her arms and glared at him. The man pursed his lips, giving her a defiant glare. You'd better wipe your drool away. If you weren't staring over there, would I even be able to look? Of course, the ticket sellers are much more sincere towards tourists. They always treat everyone equally, and those who are willing to pay are all handsome men and beautiful women. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, wanna ride a bike? A chubby middle-aged man in a red employee uniform, with a small fanny pack around his waist, announced. Tankers are 150 yuan, ride as much as you want. Single bikes are 100 yuan, ride as much as you want. A young couple frowned. The younger man said, Sir, it's almost 5 o'clock. Even if you can ride anywhere, you can't ride in the dark. He held up a check mark with his finger. 80 for a tandem. The chubby man uncle pursed his lips and said, Fine, I've already lost money. The deposit was 200, and I have to return it before 7 o'clock. The young man's eyes widened, and he pulled his hand back from taking out money. Isn't it supposed to be free to ride? We get off work at 7 o'clock. You still want to ride around in this park all night? Okay. The young man paid the money and rode away with his girlfriend on their bikes. The chubby uncles, grumbling and cursing, continued to chase after the young man. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. I'm in my 40s, and people call me grandpa, skinny as a grasshopper, and with that lousy mouth, I can actually get a girlfriend. Really? A voice came from behind the chubby uncle, immediately stopping him from speaking. Hello, sir, how much for this car? came a beautiful female voice. The chubby uncle turned around with a smug smile, looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him, a truly pleasing sight. The main reason is that she is not only good looking, but also has a keen eye for talent. The eldest brother is the right one. It's getting late, and you still have 3 hours to return the bikes. It's 50 yuan for all you can ride. You two can choose. Su Qing looked at the young couple in the distance, riding bicycles one after the other, so far apart, and immediately gave up on the option of a tandem bicycle. The single-seater has a back seat. How wonderful! Sister Xianwan, tandem bikes aren't good for climbing hills, let's ride single bikes instead. Su Qing pointed to the young couple who had just ridden away. Lung Yanwan looked over there and saw that the man riding the bicycle in front was indeed struggling, but to be honest, it's not that the hillside is so steep. The young man was as slender as a skeleton soldier, so he couldn't exert any strength, let alone carry someone who didn't need to ride. Lung Yanwan thought about how she would be in a similar situation to that man when she was carrying Su Qing on a tandem bicycle. She smiled sweetly and replied, "Okay." Then she went to choose a bicycle. Su Qing watched her retreating figure with a bright smile. Laugh. A moment later, my sister put her arm around my waist, and I led her across the mountains and fields. It was really fun. There were no special models of bicycles in the venue, so there was no need to choose one. Long Yanwan pushed a bicycle and walked outside. She smiled at Su Qing and said, "Come on up, Su Qing." "Okay." Su Cheng replied and went to take the handlebars, but Long Yanwan didn't give him any indication of respect. Sister Xianwan. Su Qing was a little confused. He frowned. "You sit in the back." Long Yanwan blinked. "Su Qing, you're not feeling well. I'll give you a ride. We agreed that I would take care of you." Su Qing was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard twice, his dry throat nearly choking on Long Yanwan's words. "Sister Xianwan. I'm not that unwell." He glanced at the pale yellow back seat of the bicycle and squeezed his eyes shut. He was physically weak, and if he just sat there, people would think he was a sissy. Even if he jumped off the mountain, even if someone removed his other kidney, he still wouldn't sit on the back of the bicycle. 5 minutes later, there was a beautiful scenic spot on the path leading to the back mountain. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman were leisurely riding a single bicycle. On the road, the rhythm of the wheels moving gently. The woman was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of long, large hands were resting on it, embracing it tightly. The man sat sideways in the back seat, his handsome face completely hidden from view, buried deep in the fabric of the woman's back. Chapter 190. Meeting in Ran. Su Qing held on tightly to the fabric of the back of the garment. This was not only Su Qing's appearance at the moment, but also his state of mind. He really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. His previous image in people's minds was merely that of a frail man, but now, he felt that if he ran into someone he knew, his image in that person's mind would be as if his brainstem had been removed. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. This was the 10th time Su Qing had said this in her heart. A refreshing sea salt scent wafted from his breath. It must be the scent of Lang Yanwan's shower gel. Accompanying this smell was an earthy, fishy odor carried by the wind, like the smell of lake water. Su Qing glanced to the side, searching for the source of the smell. When his gaze swept across the ground, he realized that the car beneath him was veering further and further off course. Looking around, he saw a wide, emerald green lake to his right. He thoughtfully gave a word of advice. "Sister Xianwan, move a little further in, closer to the edge, you're about to crash into the lakeside railing." Lang Yanwan gave a soft holding onto the handlebars. She struggled to turn the bike around. Her slender hands gripped the handlebars, glistening with sweat, and her legs trembled slightly as she awkwardly tried to move. "Su Qing, hold on tighter, I'm not very good at riding a bike, I haven't ridden one in over 10 years. Her voice trailed off, sounding quite embarrassed. Su Qing, help. From the moment we met, they clearly didn't want me to finish my 20th birthday." He stretched his arm forward, his hand tightening its grip, his distinct knuckles digging into the fabric, creating several folds in the pale pink cloth. Su Qing was never a lecherous man, he simply valued his life and was practically prepared to die. He buried his head even deeper into Lang Yanwan's back, letting her carry him and entrusting his trust to her. Unseen by Su Qing, Lang Yanwan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Under this extremely intimate action, she could feel the body temperature of the person behind her, his strength, and even his soothing and steady breathing. It was like a raging storm or tsunami surging with vibrant life force, crashing against her heart. She thought, how wonderful it would be if we could continue like this, running towards the end of life together with Su Qing. Lang Yanwan gradually found her rhythm and rode the bike more steadily, but this stability didn't last long. At a small corner, a sudden sound startled her, and she slammed on the brakes. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Just then, a large dog rushed towards us from around the corner, its snow-white fur fluttering in the wind. Lang Yanwan was stunned, caught off guard by the sudden fright, and her heart was pounding. Su Qing was already feeling very frustrated sitting in the back seat, and now this sudden braking almost made him fly out of the car, causing his mood to plummet. He raised his head, about to stand up and ask the other person how they were walking the dog, and was examining whether the dog was steamed or braised. A sweet, charming female voice rang out, causing Su Qing to lower her head again. This time it was buried even deeper. Amy, why are you running so fast? I'm sorry, I didn't hurt you. This corner is a small uphill slope, and Ran is walking downhill. The impact of a sled dog is not something an ordinary person can handle. Even though it was on a leash, and Ran first looked at the dog and gave it a lecture, she was shocked when she looked up and saw Xiang Lang Yanwan. Sister Xianwan. It's you! What a coincidence. Lang Yanwan was also surprised to see that it was Ran. What a coincidence, Ran. I'm fine, you didn't bump into me. Su Qing, how does Ran know everyone? Sister Xianwan, are you alright? Did I scare you? Amy was just too excited today. Ran pointed at Amy. Quickly apologize to your sister. Ran spoke with righteous indignation, as if the dog could actually say sorry. Amy lived up to expectations and barked twice. It was sticking out its tongue at Lang Yanwan, looking so cute that it was impossible to get angry at it. Amy's apology seemed insufficient, and she took 2 steps toward Lang Yanwan, but her destination was not Lang Yanwan, but the person behind her. Amy, come back. Of course, Amy wouldn't listen to her. It ran over, and Ran, holding the leash, was also pulled over. She had been so focused on talking to Lang Yanwan that she only realized now that there was someone riding behind Lang Yanwan. Ran looked bewildered. She looked at the man, who had long legs and a tall figure, and his outfit seemed increasingly familiar. Lang Yanwan thought Ran would ask, so she spoke up directly to save Su Qing from embarrassment. After all, being driven by a woman in the back seat was not a glorious thing, she explained. This is my friend. I haven't ridden a bike in a long time, so I let him sit on the back. He was supposed to ride. Before Lang Yanwan could finish speaking, Ran tentatively called out, brother. Su Cheng and Lang Yanwan were petrified on the spot. Su Qing now recalls a phrase that truly evokes the image of someone sitting up in shock while on their deathbed. Given the situation, what could the weak and helpless Su Cheng do? He wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would be. Su Qing stepped off the car seat and looked at Ran, secretly wondering how big a pot it would be to stew Ran and Amy together. Although that's what he was thinking, his demeanor was quite proper, like a good older brother. Ran, don't you have class today? Why are you out walking the dog? There's no evening self-study today, so I came out early after school. I called you several times, but you didn't answer. Ran pretended to be annoyed with him, but it was obvious that she was barely able to hold back her laughter. Su Qing even thought that his sister would post on her WeChat moments about seeing him sitting in the back seat of a woman as soon as she got home. Oh, I see. Go home and rest early after your walk. Su Cheng looked around, frowned, and asked, why didn't you bring your bodyguard? When this was mentioned, Ran looked embarrassed, as if she had been caught red-handed. Hey bro, you follow me around like I'm a prisoner every day. I'm only out for a little while, and the park is so close to home. Ran suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pointed at Amy. Amy is a loyal dog, she'll protect me. Su Cheng laughed and said, alright, it's broad daylight and you didn't bring it, so be it. Do you want to come up the mountain with us for some inspiration, or go home? Of course I went home. I'm exhausted after wandering around for so long. Ran blinked and added softly, I'm not going to be a third wheel. Ran waved goodbye as she walked down the street, saying, bye-bye brother, bye-bye sister-in-law. Su Qing glanced at her, TSK, what are you saying? My little sister really knows how to talk. Ran stuck out her tongue and didn't respond to him again. Her charming figure was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, concealing her merits, and famed. A blush appeared on Lang Yanwan's face, which caught Su Qing's eye. He looked down at her, but his expression was warm and gentle. He pointed in the direction of Ran's back. My sister is just like that. I didn't expect you two to know each other. Let's go up the mountain. Doesn't my sister still need to shoot some footage? Su Ching pointed around the area. After we come down the mountain, we'll go from the other end and check out the recreational facilities in front of the park. The two continued riding uphill. To be honest, after the embarrassing encounter with Ran, Su Ching had given up. Let others see her again if they want. Su Ching sat in the back with complete composure and even volunteered to help Lang Yanwan shoot footage. The two of them stopped at the highest point of their bike ride, where there was a small pavilion. The pavilion is only about 4 square meters in size. It is entirely vermilion, and the paint on the 4 pillars looks like it was applied later, with a bright color. Su Ching pointed to the pavilion and said, "Sister Shanwan, why don't you sit down for a while? I'll go buy 2 bottles of water." She was happy to be taken care of by Su Ching. Seeing that it wasn't far away, she didn't argue with Su Ching and nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 191. Pretty good. When Su Ching returned with 2 bottles of water, Lang Yanwan was sitting sideways on the crossbeam, taking pictures of the scene below. This little pavilion offers a fantastic view, overlooking a landscape of green mountains and clear waters. The lake is vast and expansive, and across the lake lies a large school. The school mainly consists of red European-style buildings, about 4 stories high, which are the teaching buildings. To the right, directly opposite, are several taller dormitory buildings. If you had a pair of binoculars, you could probably see the students going in and out of the buildings below. The building on the far left is quite unique. It's a perfectly round sphere with silver building materials that give it a mirror-like sheen. The sun is slowly setting now, and if the sunlight were any stronger, it would probably reflect light. Su Ching walked over and looked down as well. This is my school. I didn't expect to be able to see it so clearly from here. Lang Yanwan turned to him with a smile and teased, "This is my school too, Junior." Lang Yanwan stretched out a finger and pointed downwards. After searching for a while, she finally found a small red building among the rows of buildings. "This is our department's teaching building." Su Ching glanced around and saw that it was quite close to his teaching building. He pulled Lang Yanwan's wrist and moved her a little to the left. "We're quite close." The close proximity of Su Ching, the sudden warmth of her wrist against his, and the casual tug at her fingers made her heart pound uncontrollably. Su Ching did not sit down. Lang Yanwan had to look up to see him, and the angle gave people a different feeling. At this moment, what fell into her eyes was Su Ching's straight jawline and his crystal lips that opened and closed, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. This is the angle that often appears in her dreams. Lang Yanwan was taken aback, feeling a dryness in her throat. She swallowed hard twice. "Su Ching, let me have some water," Su Ching suddenly exclaimed. Released Lang Yanwan's hand, and handed her a bottle of water that was placed aside. The two rested and enjoyed the scenery, occasionally finding topics to chat about, from Lang Yanwan's work schedule for tomorrow, to her funny stories from her school days, and whether Su Ching had any interesting experiences at school. They also chatted for a while about what happened to Ran and Longcheng. I saw the report from Longcheng, but it wasn't widely publicized. It was just circulated internally and then the news was suppressed. The victim was actually Ran. Lang Yanwan deliberately lowered her voice, but her face was full of surprise. Su Ching shook her head and said with a faint smile, "I was the one who suppressed the news." The barbecue restaurant's surveillance cameras happened to capture Ran and the others' faces. It wouldn't be good for them if it got out. Anyway, those thugs have already been arrested, so I'm not afraid they'll come out and harm people again. "Ah. I see. No wonder you asked Ran why she didn't bring a bodyguard. You're such a good brother." Lang Yanwan suddenly realized. "I remember she didn't go to school in Luoxuan. You transferred her to this school later, right?" Su Ching nodded, "Yeah." Lang Yanwan squinted, thinking about her brother and sister's situation, and couldn't help but think of herself. "My eldest and second eldest brothers are old-fashioned and much older than me. When I said I didn't want to study medicine and wanted to be a host, they talked to me about it for a long time. Actually, my third brother is the best to me. He's quite irresponsible and gets scolded more at home than I do. When he was little, he liked to hang out with a bunch of good-for-nothings and especially liked exciting things. But he also protects me and often runs several blocks to buy me my favorite cakes. But my third brother recently said he's found someone he wants to spend his life with abroad, and he plans to settle there. He won't be coming back anytime soon, and I have this feeling that I might never see him again. Does he not want me, his sister, anymore? Lang Yen-wan suddenly looked up at Su Qing. I'm sorry, I think I've said a bit too much. I can tell that your relationship with my brother isn't very good. Su Qing smiled and shook her head. It's not that bad. It's just chatting. I like chatting with my sister. You can tell me anything. Lang Yan smiled sweetly, but there was a hint of loneliness in her expression. Anyway, he will get married and have children sooner or later, and his status as my brother won't be enough to take care of me forever. It's also possible that his aunt told him to lay low, and he said that because he didn't want me to worry. Lang Yen-nuan's words seemed to be comforting herself. Su Cheng knew about the sibling relationship between her and Lang Yen-feng. Lang Yen-feng was such a cold-blooded and ruthless person, so the only person he loved most in this world was probably Lang Yen-nuan. He remembered that Lang Yen-feng had told him that as long as he let Lang Yen-nuan go, he would stop fighting with him. Su Qing felt that even if Lang Yen-feng had been asked to kneel down, he would have agreed. Su Qing is not a very emotional person, his rationality always prevails. The repeated mentions of Lang Yen-feng do not affect Su Qing much. In his mind, Lang Yen-feng was nothing more than someone who was his adversary and who had lost the battle against him. There are no heroes or villains, the strong set the rules, and the judgment of the strong is the final standard. But to be honest, Su Qing felt bad that Lang Yen-nuan was hurt because of their struggle. After all, he always distinguished between gratitude and resentment, and he would never be stingy with kindness and warmth towards those who were good to him. As Su Qing pondered, she subconsciously reached up and stroked her soft hair, her voice slow and gentle in the afterglow of the setting sun. Brother Lang must have said that because he didn't want you to worry, Sister Xiaonuan. Even if your third brother doesn't come back, you still have me. I'll be your brother and protect you. Lang Yen-nuan was amused by him and glared at him playfully. You're taking advantage of me. You're several years younger than me, you should be my older brother. Su Qing smiled, her eyes narrowing and glistening with tears, looking like she was being coquettish. Little brother, slip of the tongue. That's more like it. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. You have 3 older brothers but no younger brother. Wouldn't it be nice to have a younger brother to protect you, little Nuan? Lang Yen-nuan chuckled softly. She knew that Su Qing had been aloof and lonely in the past. For him to reveal his identity to her and to protect her at this moment was like crossing a vast chasm, making him seem more than just a friend. She was delighted to have such an important place in Su Qing's life. She nodded slightly. It's quite good. Chapter 192. The other parties surprised the two chatted for a while longer before heading back, circling the entire back mountain before returning to the bicycle rental point. The time was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. It's clear that the two of them talked quite a bit on the mountain. Lang Yen-nuan was pushing her bike into the rental shop, adjusting the handlebars and arranging the bicycle properly. Su Qing scrutinized her slender back. He calculated that since arriving in this parallel world, he seemed to have chatted with Lang Yen-nuan the most. Sure enough, the host's eloquence was exceptional. Su Cheng wasn't lying, he had quite enjoyed chatting with Lang Yen-nuan. The chubby uncle chuckled and handed Lang Yen-nuan her deposit back, saying, "Take care, come again next time." "Bye-bye," Lang Yen-nuan said and walked over to Su Qing. She pointed in the direction of the amusement park rides ahead. "Su Qing, there are a few more rides ahead. I'll just take some pictures of the outside of the rides and then I'll be done." Lang Yen-nuan, concerned about Su Qing's health, hesitated and said, "Why don't you go home first? It's so late. I can take a taxi home after I finish filming." Su Qing raised her wrist and waved it at Lang Yen-nuan. 7 o'clock isn't late. After we finish filming, I'll have the driver take you home. The east and north of the city are quite far apart. This statement surprised and delighted Lang Yen-nuan. Her home was in the north of the city, and she had mentioned it once, yet Su Qing remembered it. Lang Yen-nuan wanted to refuse, her lips parted slightly, but just as she was about to speak, Su Qing grabbed her wrist and said with a light laugh, "Sister, stay with me a little longer." Have to. With just that one sentence, all of Lang Yen-nuan's thoughts crumbled instantly. Su Qing had already led her forward. Looking at Su Qing's broad shoulders, his figure was like a ray of light in the vast darkness, captivating her heart and soul. It's almost like an irresistible force, making you want to follow it. This time, the entire amusement park was quiet and deserted, with all the facilities long since closed. The carousel was pitch black, and the white horse inside looked particularly eerie. Flags fluttered on the nearby pirate ships, swaying in the breeze. The drop tower was reduced to a tall, bare pillar, utterly devoid of any aesthetic appeal. At this moment, only a few lights were still on in the entire amusement area, let alone the hustle and bustle of the daytime. The shady green trees stretched out in a continuous expanse, their leaves swaying in the misty darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. The scene and atmosphere were extremely disappointing. Lang Yanwan's lips twitched, even though in her heart, as long as she was with Su Qing, anywhere was fine, but I still feel a strong sense of disappointment with this scene. Who wouldn't want to feel a little dreamy when they're going to an amusement park with their loved one? It doesn't seem like there's anything worth filming. It's too dark. Lang Yanwan said softly. When I looked at the promotional materials before, they said that the lights here are always on at night and there are nighttime activities. I forgot this is Mengxin's newly built amusement park, still in trial operation, and the nighttime attractions aren't available yet. Before she could finish her warm words, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and was so excited by the scene before her that she couldn't speak. Inside the venue, dazzling lights suddenly rose up, and the warm yellow-colored lights surrounding the carousel seemed to bring the horses inside to life. A giant Ferris wheel stands in the distance, like a huge silver plate. Flamboyant and beautiful, with a beautiful red heart lit up in the very center, echoing the name of Dream Heart Amusement Park, the desolate and gloomy venue suddenly bursts into vibrant colors, so beautiful that it's impossible to look away. Lang Yanwan was stunned for a long time. Of course, she knew that this was not a sudden action by the amusement park. It was too illogical. Most of the tourists had already left. The only reasonable explanation is the man in front of me. Su Qing admired it for a while, and when she turned to look at Lang Yanwan again, she was enveloped in a clear and bright light. Surprise, does sister like it? Su Qing didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. He had contacted Meng Xian to get it done when he was in the back mountain, which was also the main reason why they stayed on the mountain for so long. Su Qing, Lang Yanwan's voice was tender, as if she was choked and unable to speak. Su Qing frowned. He had blocked the light so he couldn't see Lang Yanwan's expression clearly. He lowered his head and carefully examined her, his brows furrowing even more. Looking at my sister's expression, did I do something wrong? Lang Yanwan pursed her lips, subconsciously wrapped her arms around Su Qing, and said, I like it so much. She hugged her tightly, her fingers gripped firmly, and she spoke loudly, with a hint of double meaning in her words, but she knew that Su Qing had been so aloof before, and his heart wouldn't be so easily breached. Although she was fond of Su Qing, but if she were to confess her feelings now, the relationship she and Su Qing had worked so hard to build could vanish in an instant. She didn't want to take such a big gamble. The risk of losing Su Qing was something she couldn't afford. So, she was already quite content with things as they were. Su Qing rested her chin on her shoulder. Yeah, if you like it, that's fine. You scared me to death. Actually, that's not the case. He wasn't scared at all. Not to mention Lang Yanwan's favorability, just this romantic scene alone would have left anyone else bewildered, let alone Lang Yanwan. If someone else brought him here and gave him such a surprise, he would be completely bewildered. For the next while, Lang Yanwan patted this and took pictures of that, and was very happy the whole way. Su Qing didn't want to tell you this today. Lang Yanwan suddenly turned her head and said excitedly. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I couldn't resist. I found some top-quality medicines at home, so the next pill won't have to wait 5 years. 3 years, you wait for me for 3 years. I can enter the alchemy room at midnight tonight. Today is the best time. Lang Yanwan was happy, but she didn't notice that Su Qing's expression was frozen and awkward. He forced a smile. Sister, actually I have a kidney deficiency, not a weak constitution. Taking tonics won't help me. Lang Yanwan looked at him earnestly. I will help you find a suitable kidney donor. The Lang family is in the medical field, and I have already asked my aunt for help. There are no suitable matches in the hospital's tissue bank right now, so we'll have to wait, but you still need to take supplements. Your body has been depleted for so long, even if you get a suitable transplant, you still need to replenish your body. To be honest, Su Qing had been using her eye of insight to look at Lang Yanwan ever since she met her today, but it didn't show that much. It was only after Lang Yanwan told him that it appeared on the eye of insight interface, which shows that Lang Yanwan really had no intention of mentioning this matter. It turns out that Lang Yanwan did so much without saying a word. Thank you, sister. Su Qing's voice was very calm, but Lang Yanwan obviously didn't recognize it. Don't mention it. You gave me a wonderful surprise too. You also helped with the Long family's affairs. We help each other out. Chapter 193. Can't go back yet. Ling Yanwan walked ahead, then took photos everywhere. Her good mood was clearly visible, but Su Qing felt as if dark clouds were pressing down on her, and her state of mind was very complicated. He switched the furnace, so Ling Yanwan's medicine can't be refined at all, and she'll never be able to. Schopenhauer said that the two things a person should do in life are to take precautions and to be magnanimous. The former was to prevent him from suffering pain and loss, while the latter was to avoid strife and conflict. Su Qing had previously looked down on the Lung family's secret medicine, which was only available once every 5 years. The reason he insisted on keeping the Leng family's furnace was to take precautions. The pill was useless to him, but it was useful to many others. Even if he never touches the thing in his entire life, he will definitely keep it under his control. Moreover, the family secrets of aristocratic families are also very interesting toys for him, but at this moment, the eye of insight clearly told him what Long Yanwan was thinking. So what if my aunts and brothers disagree? I'll still make medicine for Su Qing for the rest of her life, as long as I can see him doing well. I hope he lives to be 100 years old. I want to take care of him and protect him forever, even if it means being his sister for the rest of my life. Ling Yanwan is practically a miser who buries her treasures and refuses to let anyone take them away. All her true feelings, and what she considered to be the best things, were hidden away and reserved for Su Cheng. Su Qing frowned, staring at Ling Yanwan's slender back. Bathed in the dazzling lights, she appeared youthful, vibrant, and innocent. He could imagine the countless efforts Ling Yanwan had put in, the pills she took every few years. 3 years later, when she finally takes out the medicine to prepare for herself, she finds it has turned out to be fake. How frustrated and heartbroken she will feel. Su Qing muttered to herself, somewhat confused. Did I do something wrong? A small system suddenly appeared. From a rational perspective, the host did not do anything wrong, because this is the world in the book, and there is always the possibility of changes. Your plundering minimized the risks you might have faced. A very rational villainous decision. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. You're quite serious today. Oh, my sweet little villain, where's your precious darling? Humph. Su Qing clicked her tongue lightly. Back to square one. Su Qing shifted his feet, retreating step by step, and quickly made a phone call. The eldest brother asked respectfully, "What are your orders, young Master Su?" Su Qing licked her lips, thought for a moment, and then said, "Boss, go to the Su family's house. I'll have the butler take you there. There's a painting in the study on my floor, and behind it is a safe. The combination is XXXXXX. Return the furnace inside to the Lang family." Su Qing glanced at the original text by author Go, flipped through the article to find the location where Lung Yanwan was placed as the furnace, and then continued. The Lung family lives in the north of the city. I'll send you their exact location. In the leftmost room on the 3rd floor of the Lung family's house, there's a red sandalwood cabinet. On the second shelf, there's a bronze porcelain vessel. Turn left to get inside and replace the incense burner. Be careful, the old man said. It's young Master Su. How long will it take to complete? Reporting to young Master Su, it can be completed within an hour. I'm on my way there now. The eldest brother moved quickly. He had already gotten up to prepare while Su Qing was giving the instructions. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help. I'll host a welcome party for Xingji tomorrow. You all come and have fun. The eldest brother said respectfully, "Thank you, young Master Su." Oh well, emotion ultimately triumphs over reason. Su Qing pouted, feeling much better after arranging things. Isn't this what you call showing tenderness to women? Shanwan's medicine has all been made for me, and I would never steal from her. I can't be that inhumane. Furthermore, to avoid potential future disputes and conflicts, resolving issues in advance ensures a favorable position. The author told me to tell you. Humph, showing off. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Impossible, it's what you said. Why? She never said hum to me, that's your catchphrase. While arguing with the little system, Su Qing sent messages to the housekeeper. At this moment, Long Yanwan also walked towards him. She was looking down at the photos on her phone, flipping through them. When she found a photo she liked, she held up her phone for Su Qing to see. Is it pretty? The composition and angle on the screen were excellent. Su Qing nodded in agreement. It looks great. You're very good at taking pictures, sister. She prepared to show Su Qing the next picture, flipping through the photos with her fingers. When she got to the Ferris wheel, she paused and began to describe it. The Ferris wheel in Luochuan is Mengxin's most unique amusement park attraction. After it officially opens, it will also be open at night. Although it's not in the city center, it's high enough to offer a panoramic view of Luochuan's nightscape. Lang Yanwan described it vividly, but thinking that Su Cheng probably wouldn't be interested in such things, she stopped talking. She realized that Su Cheng was indeed not interested in the Ferris wheel at the moment. All she could think about was sending the furnace cauldron. Lang Yanwan narrowed her eyes, her smile widening, and then changed the subject to Su Cheng, saying, "Let's take a group photo to commemorate this moment." "Ah, okay." Su Cheng stretched out her hand. "I'll take the picture, it'll make your face look smaller." "Okay." In front of the carousel, the two stood in a row, with Su Cheng leaning forward slightly and squatting down a bit. Click, click. Su Cheng pressed the shutter button a few times. Su Cheng handed the phone back to her, blinked, and said, "Sister, remember to Photoshop it for me, okay?" Lan Yanwan stared at the photo in a daze for a moment before finally replying, "Okay." After saying that, she put her phone into her backpack, took Su Cheng's arm, and said, "Let's go home, Su Cheng. I've finished taking the photos. You should go back and rest." "Ah. Okay." Lan Yanwan's suggestion was too sudden. Su Cheng was caught off guard and subconsciously agreed, then followed Lang Yanwan to the door, but as he walked, he hesitated. From the east of the city to the north, an hour, would he make it in time? Su Cheng quickly flipped through the sequel to the original work by author Go. Since Lang Yanwan and the protagonist no longer had much of a connection, Su Cheng hadn't seen her scenes in the original work before. The next chapter will feature Wolf's yacht party. It was only after I sent my boss to deliver the furnace that the original story reappeared, and the next part of the plot shows, when Lang Yanwan returned home, she bumped right into her eldest brother. He was opening the mechanism of the blue and white porcelain door at the entrance. Both of them were startled. Lang Yanwan probably thought her eldest brother was going to steal the true cauldron, so she pressed the alarm bell next to her. The eldest brother didn't hurt Lang Yanwan, but fearing his identity would be exposed because the items hadn't been replaced, he jumped out of the window and escaped. Su Cheng shook her head inwardly. No, Lang Yanwan can't go back now." Chapter 194. You are afraid of heights. More chapters. Su Cheng froze, and Lang Yanwan tried to pull her away but couldn't. She turned to look at Su Cheng, full of confusion. "Su Cheng." Su Cheng grabbed Lang Yanwan's wrist with her other hand and smiled lazily. "Sister, let's ride the Ferris wheel. We're already here, and it's a special attraction. Wouldn't it be a waste of our trip if we didn't ride it? You know my parents are very strict with me since I was little. It's not easy for me to come all this way, so I won't do anything dangerous. I want to sit in that one." But Lang Yanwan was of course more than willing. Girls generally love this kind of activity, and it would be riding the Ferris wheel with Su Cheng in a quiet and private environment, just the two of them. Of course, she was happy to do so. However, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Su Cheng needed to rest and sleep. She also needed to go back to prepare for refining medicine. Besides, it was only in trial operation, and the Ferris wheel was not open to the public at night. Su Cheng instantly saw through her thoughts. To be honest, Su Cheng was a little speechless. He felt that Lang Yanwan seemed to treat him like an old man. "I'm only 19, not 90. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock he rests, goes to sleep. What kind of good person goes to bed at 10 p.m.? How could he have such a cold-hearted image?" Su Cheng shook her arm. "Sister, it takes less than half an hour for one round. There's plenty of time to do anything. The staff I arranged to turn on the lights are still here. They can start the equipment." Su Cheng's sister had a slightly coquettish tone, which was irresistible to anyone, especially Lang Yanwan. Lang Yanwan smiled. "Okay, let's go. It's quite a walk to the Ferris wheel. There are staff members waiting at the Ferris wheel. They were originally assigned by Su Cheng to turn the lights on and off for the amusement park rides, but now they've come in handy for other purposes." After climbing a few steps, the two were facing the cargo hold. "Please be careful when entering. Be careful not to bump your heads." The staff member carefully raised his hand to hold onto the edge of the Ferris wheel cabin, waiting for the two VIPs to enter. As the two settled into their seats and the cabin door closed securely, Su Cheng's heart finally settled down. He curled his lips into a sly smile. Now, his sister couldn't get out. Time ticked by, and although it wasn't yet the highest point, the bustling streets, towering buildings, and Luochuan's iconic landmark on the summit were all shimmering with beautiful neon lights, their colors vibrant and dazzling, making the city's night view beautiful and splendid. When Su Cheng told her that she wanted to ride the Ferris wheel, she was both excited and surprised. But now that she had settled down, she suddenly remembered something important. The first time she met Su Qing was during an interview with her. She had carefully checked Su Qing's personal information, including her likes and dislikes. Su Qing's fear of heights was one of them. Lang Yanluan already knew this clearly before she fell in love with Su Qing. Unexpectedly, her excitement clouded her judgment, and she completely forgot about Su Qing's fear of heights. Lang Yanluan was sitting opposite Su Qing, looking at the night view. Unable to contain her doubts, she suddenly turned her head to look at Su Qing. Su Qing was seen with his eyes closed, leaning against the not-so-soft backrest. His dark eyelashes, as black as raven feathers, were reflected on his eyelids by the overhead light, and his arms were outstretched at his sides. Looking at the man in front of her, Lang Yanluan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She understood everything. It must have been because she said that the Ferris wheel here was particularly nice that Su Qing insisted on riding it with her. Su Qing, you actually didn't want to ride the Ferris wheel at all, did you? Lang Yanluan couldn't help but ask. Su Qing wasn't sleepy at first, but the Ferris wheel was playing extremely soothing music at night, and the whole environment was so quiet that he almost fell asleep after lying down for a minute. When he heard Lang Yanluan's words, he squinted his eyes. The sudden question caught him off guard. No, why would you say that, sister? Lang Yanluan frowned, looking at her intently. You're afraid of heights. Lang Yanluan saw through Su Qing's intention to endure fear for her sake, and felt a bittersweet feeling in her heart. She dragged out her words, as if she could cry at any moment. Su Qing, when did I become afraid of heights? I didn't. Su Qing shook her head, her brows furrowed, and said very seriously. Lang Yanluan responded to him more seriously, as if she could see right through him. I know you're afraid of heights. I really didn't. Su Qing was a little helpless. Why couldn't she explain it to him? When you were 13, you fell from a height and broke your leg. You've been afraid of heights ever since. I've investigated your background. Su Qing, don't try to be strong in front of me. I really regret it. It's all because I said I wanted to sit here. Lang Yanluan shook her head, feeling regretful. Su Qing had deliberately hidden his feelings to make her happy, but she hadn't considered his feelings at all. Su Qing had just been busy with the matter of sending the furnace cauldron back to her boss, and had completely forgotten about the original owner's tragic fate. To be honest, the original owner's life was miserable, riddled with ailments. To be honest, Su Qing has always prided himself on being a tough guy, and he really didn't want to drag the original owner's pain down and make people feel sorry for him. The original owner was afraid, but he wasn't afraid at all. That he already felt very embarrassed today, being taken care of by a woman while sitting on the back of a bicycle. His current image in Lang Yanluan Xian's mind is that of a sickly, weak man who is afraid of the dark and heights, has no friends, needs to rest at 10 o'clock, and will not live past 35, a truly miserable existence. It was truly unbearable for a tough man like him to maintain this image in front of women. It was as if they were grinding his unyielding spirit as a man into the ground. Therefore, Su Qing decided, sister, can't you just pretend you don't know? I want to make you happy. Su Qing's fingers gripping the back seat tightened even more. His white shirt accentuated his handsome features, but his eyes were full of embarrassment. She was as helpless as a child. He decided, let his stubbornness falter if it comes. He was resigned to his fate. His image was already set in stone, and there was probably no way to change it, so he might as well let his older sister spoil him. Suddenly, Lang Yanluan rushed over to Su Qing, sat down close to him, and took his hand, which was trying to remain calm but was trembling slightly. I'm already very happy that you're with me. Lang Yanluan freed one hand to cover Su Qing's eyes, the warm and soft touch covering every part of Su Qing's eyelids. Don't be afraid, your sister is always here. We'll be back where we started in a little while. Don't be afraid, be good. Lang Yanluan said with heartache. Su Qing inhaled the scent of sea salt wafting through her nostrils. I'm not afraid, my sister's hands are so warm. Chapter 195. Let's be moved. The Ferris wheel at Mingxin Amusement Park is very tall and moves slowly. It took almost 40 minutes for it to return to its starting point. Thinking that the journey plus the time spent earlier was enough for the boss to complete the mission, Su Qing felt relieved and put Lang Yanluan in the car so that Huo Sheng and Zhang Qi could take her home. Su Qing waved to Lang Yanluan from outside. Remember to message me when you get home, sister. Lang Yanluan looked at the dark circles under Su Qing's eyes and said, I know, you should go back to sleep early. As the rear window slowly rolled up, Lang Yanluan's gaze pierced through the gap in the window and landed on Su Qing. Su Qing could clearly see the heartache in her eyes, as well as a series of praises for him, for example, kindness, propriety, excellence. Su Qing smiled gently and waved goodbye to her, secretly absorbing all the compliments. As is well known, Su Qing is extremely learned, and he also has some knowledge of psychology. He believes that Lang Yanwan's series of high praises for him can be explained from a psychological perspective as physical attractiveness bias, PSA, a type of psychological bias. When people see beautiful people, they tend to think that those beautiful people possess other admirable qualities, for example, kindness, success, and helpfulness are a series of admirable social qualities. When the car window rolled up completely, and the dark privacy glass reflected his handsome face, it confirmed his suspicions. He's so handsome, my sister is so cool, ugh. I really can't stand it. I'm eating right now. Tell me the truth, did you spend so much time thinking up all that useless stuff just to say that last line about how handsome you are? The small system has reached its limit and can no longer tolerate it. Su Qing brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Then let me ask you, what kind of person am I? What a big bad guy. Oof. Yes, is there anything wrong with what I said? I don't possess those admirable qualities at all, I'm a bad person. But my sister still secretly praises me, isn't it because I'm too handsome? I really can't eat today. Mengxin Amusement Park wasn't far from home, the 2 or 3 kilometers was just the right amount of exercise. So Su Qing headed home along the road. Su Qing frowned, kicked a small stone by the roadside, and said to herself, to be honest, today was a really embarrassing day. I hope Ran won't bring it up when I get home. Is my image really beyond repair? Su Qing murmured to herself, thinking back to when the Ferris wheel landed and they were walking down. Lang Yanwan insisted on supporting him, and the staff member next to them showed 3 parts surprise, 4 parts disdain, and 5 parts envy. Yet he wanted to disappear into the ground. Su Qing sighed. Thankfully she still felt a touch of envy. He recalled a popular urban fantasy novel he had read before, in which the male protagonist rode a small electric scooter with 2 beautiful girls on his back. Passers-by looked at him with disdain, but it was hard not to envy him. Su Qing felt that her situation was very similar to that of the male protagonist in that book. He can try it if he has time. In the apartment. An Ran was on the phone inside the house. Fang Chang, are you still over there processing your transfer? Yes, it will be about a week before I can register at Luochuan University, Fang Qing said. An Ran said happily, let's apply for a dormitory together then. I'm not living at school right now, and I don't know if we can arrange for students from different majors to live together. Will it work? We'll ask them later, and if that doesn't work, I'll ask my brother to help us. And Ran pouted. I feel like asking my brother would make it even harder for us to live on campus. He can't agree. He won't let my bodyguards leave my side, and there are 2 burly men standing at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Fang Qing laughed and said, I can't imagine that scene. Why don't you just stay at home? Anyway, we're in the same school now, so it'll be convenient to see each other. And Ran stroked Amy's soft fur. My brother seems to be in a good mood today. I'll discuss it with him when he gets back. And Ran, who had been lying on the bed with her legs up, heard an electronic sound, the sound of the door lock opening. She hurriedly said into the phone, my brother's back, I'll hang up now. And Ran ran to the door and bumped into Su Qing, who was taking off her slippers by stepping on the heels. Su Qing glanced at and ran, then walked straight to the sofa. Aren't you going to sleep? Why are you staring at me? Su Qing picked up the water from the coffee table and took a sip. She couldn't help but feel that Ran's 2 cute little tiger teeth were a bit mischievous. Brother, and Ran snuggled up to him and took Su Qing's arm, calling out in a sweet voice. Su Qing frowned, her slender fingers gently lifting and pulling her hand upwards. Using reduplicated words never brings good news. Brother, did you enjoy your date? Did you have fun riding your bike? And Ran tried to get closer to her brother, hoping that if he was in a good mood, she could gradually bring up the topic of her going to live at school. Su Qing turned her head away and pouted. Can we not bring this up again? Just say what you want to say. Oh, I get it. Then I'll just say it directly. Brother, Su Qing, how big of a pot would you need to stew a person and a dog? Su Qing said helplessly. Just tell me already. Fang Chang is transferring schools soon, right? I'd like to live in the dorm with her, is that okay, bro? Su Qing suddenly exclaimed, ah. Is it okay, brother? And Ran blinked. He gave a meaningful smile. No. After Su Qing finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen, but after taking only a few steps, he realized that someone was dragging behind him, and Ran was holding onto his hand and wouldn't let go. "Oh brother, what danger could there be at school? Just let me live on campus. Besides, I'm taking up too much of your time at home. If I weren't here, you could have brought Sister Xianwan home as a guest today." Su Qing turned to her with a warm, sunny smile, perfectly mimicking her tone. "Your presence won't stop me from bringing guests over," and Ran pouted. "Brother," Su Qing grabbed Ran's hand, which she kept shaking, and said, "I'm not teasing you anymore. Downstairs, the password is 88s. And Ran blinked. "What?" Su Qing pointed to the ground floor. "I also bought that floor downstairs. It's empty and no one lives there. Why don't you take your best friend to live there? Is that all right?" As everyone knows, Su Qing is always very considerate. On the day he arranged Ran's transfer to another school, he bought the apartment downstairs, added a little money, and the downstairs residents happily agreed. However, after waiting for the other party to move out for several days, plus sending people to clean the house and replace the furniture, it has been delayed until now. I originally planned to talk to Ran about it today, but I forgot about it after spending time with Lang Yanwan at the amusement park. Ran's eyes sparkled. "Really? Why would I lie to you? I bought this apartment at the same time as this one. It's been too long since anyone lived here, so I had someone repaint the walls a few days ago. Just wait another week and let it air out first." And Ran was stunned for a moment. She had already arranged for someone to re-upload it a few days ago. "Brother, you arranged all this for me a few days ago," Su Qing gave a wry smile. "Touched, aren't you?" And Ran nodded vigorously. "As long as you're happy, I'm starving. I'm going to get something to eat." Chapter 196 Yacht Party. "I'll do it, brother, you go and wait for dinner." And Ran rushed towards the kitchen next to Su Qing, but she was pulled back to the spot by Su Qing's collar after only a few steps. "You've got to do this, don't burn the kitchen down." And Ran winked and snorted, "How do I know I can't?" In fact, Su Qing had not used the eye of insight to examine Ran's talent for cooking, nor had she seen this aspect of the story in the original text. He casually remarked, "It's written all over your face." And Ran was stunned for a moment, completely bewildered. "You can tell from their faces?" Su Qing walked into the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves. "I can tell," she wrote 4 big characters, clumsy and awkward. But Su Qing kept the rest of her thoughts to herself, always wanting to save face for her younger sister. Ran stuck out her tongue and followed them to the kitchen doorway. She decided not to mention whether she could cook or not, since she really couldn't. "Brother, I haven't eaten either, could you make mine too?" Actually, he was just about to ask Ran if she wanted to eat, but since Ran spoke first, how could he miss out on the exciting activity of bickering with his sister? TSK, well, I'd become a nanny." Su Qing took ingredients out of the refrigerator and turned to hand them to the cutting board. Ran grinned at her brother, her skin thicker than a city wall. She patted her chest and assured him, "It's okay, brother. I'll take care of you in your old age." Su Qing chuckled, giving her a speechless look. "So, I have no one to carry on my legacy," and Ran smiled and said, "He's obligated to say something nice, since he's been fed." Su Qing thought to herself, "Isn't it because I can't speak properly? I should probably say less." Su Qing is a good cook. She made a few simple stir-fries and finished them in less than half an hour. 1 dish of braised pork, 1 dish of braised green beans, 1 dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 1 dish of spicy diced chicken. "Brother, your cooking is top-notch." And Ran, fully embodying the principle of he who eats another's food is bound to him, gave her brother a thumbs up. Su Qing placed the dishes on the table, the porcelain plates making a crisp sound as they hit the table. "Doesn't it look delicious? You can have it again tomorrow." "Wow, bro, you mean you're cooking again tomorrow?" Su Qing pointed to the braised pork and green beans in front of her. "If you make too much of these 2 dishes, you can mix them together and heat them up tomorrow to make a braised pork and green beans dish." And Ran, "So they wanted me to eat leftovers." It was already 11 or 12 o'clock at night when Su Qing lay down on the bed. Despite having a busy and full day, he was indeed feeling a bit sleepy. He drowsily sorted out tomorrow's original author's sequel, a sly smile playing on his lips. Li Tian was finally going to make his move against him, this game was getting more and more fun. The next day.as is well known. Luochuan can be roughly divided into 5 areas. Starting from the north, the Lung family is in the north of the city, the Su family is in the center of the city, the Lin family is in the west of the city, and the Lu family is in the east of the city. The Li family lived in the south of the city. This made Su Qing feel that when the original owner kidnapped Lin Xier, choosing to do so in the southern suburbs of the city was somewhat of a provocation to Li Tian. Unfortunately, even right under the Li family's nose, it took Li Tian so long to find the person.as. The saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp. But the game of the darkest places under the lamp has already been played, and playing it again feels pointless. This time, Su Cheng wants to play the game of the brightest places under the lamp. Today, Wolf is returning to Luochuan, and Su Cheng is going to throw a grand welcome party for him, which is exactly what Su Cheng told Li Tian about using AI face swapping, a yacht party. The location was in the sea south of the city. Su Cheng was picking out clothes in the dressing room. She wore a very flashy bomber jacket over her clothes, which made her already tall and straight figure look even more unruly. Underneath, she wore a simple black t-shirt with gray patterns. Her lower body outfit was more understated, loose, comfortable black sweatpants paired with expensive sneakers. Su Qing described herself in 2 words, simple and unpretentious. Hu Sheng knocked on the door. Young master, come in. Su Qing was fixing his coat and hair in front of the mirror. He didn't like using hairspray, so he just grabbed some hair clay in his hand. Hu Sheng nodded and said, young master, apart from the Li and He families, all the other scions of prominent families in Luochuan have returned and will be present today. Gatherings of prominent families are the best place to exchange connections and resources, so they are naturally happy to come. Although the eldest son of the Yi family had died, Su Qing still loathed the Yi family and didn't invite them at all, not even bothering with formalities. As for the Li family, Su Qing did put on a show by sending them an invitation. The reason Su Qing made such a big fuss in the south of the city was because the south of the city was considered part of the Li family's territory, which was tantamount to openly talking to Li Tian and giving him a good thrashing. Li Tian certainly didn't want to come to the place arranged by Su Qing and make a scene, and Li Shang was abroad for medical treatment and couldn't come over either. Okay, I understand, Su Qing replied. Should we increase manpower today? Su Qing knew Hu Shang was referring to the bodyguard. He smoothed 2 stray hairs from his forehead and smiled enigmatically. No need. He looked in the mirror and thought to himself, my brother Li Tian loves to use underhanded tricks, there's no need to send anyone. The afternoon sun was shining brightly in the waters south of the city. A huge, extremely luxurious yacht was slowly sailing. The sunlight shone directly on the milky white deck, reflecting a dazzling light. Several well-bred young men lay sprawled on it, while several hot young models in bikinis stood in front of them. One of the young men with blonde hair was Wang Li, the young master of the Wang family. His family runs a home furnishing business. While they aren't exactly high-ranking in terms of family background, they do have some connections with the Li family. So when the Li family was developing real estate projects, his family was able to get a lot of business, such as contracting model rooms in fully furnished apartments, which allowed them to make a fortune. He raised an eyebrow at the beautiful woman in front of him, then turned to his friend and said, I didn't expect that the young master of the Su family's depression was actually cured. He used to never attend a party, hiding at the Su family home. But now that he's recovered, he's actually quite good at organizing events. The scions of prominent families who can hang out together all have some connection to their respective industries. The one lying on the deck next to him, wearing a sun hat, is Cheng Xian, the son of the Cheng family. His family is in the home furnishing and appliance business and has connections with the Wang and Li families as well. Cheng Xian is also quite young, and compared to Wang Li, he is more composed. He lifted his sun hat up and said, watch your words. If this gets back to the Su family, you can forget about staying in Luochuan. Which rich kid isn't arrogant? Wang Li grinned, looking miserable and unhappy, but the Su family's reputation made it hard for him to be tough. He sniffed, TCH, there's no one else around. Everyone outside is talking, I only heard it from those few people inside, why can't I say a few words too? Cheng Xian put his sun hat aside and sat up, quickly changing the subject to tell him to stop talking. He beckoned to the girls in front of him, come and play with Brother Wang for a while. Chapter 197 King's Game. Several pretty girls sat on the deck. Hearing the men talking, they darted towards them, their seductive voices repeatedly sending shivers down their spines. Brother Wang, let's drink. A waitress stood in the nearby railing aisle. She had short hair that just reached her ears, an oval face, a straight nose, and a slightly heroic air. Her pure black eyes were slightly squinted in the sunlight. She was very beautiful, wearing a fiery red dress adorned with red sequins, and carrying a golden tray with a full range of alcoholic beverages. Seeing the customers waving ahead, she carried the tray towards them. Wang Li glanced at the tray, picked up a glass of champagne, and when his gaze fell on the waiter's face, a lewd smile appeared on his face. He found that the waiter seemed to be even prettier than the young model sitting next to him. Wang Li's hands were restless, his eyes swept down to look at the woman's smooth, white thighs, and he wanted to reach out and touch them. The waitress's lips twitched, her expression serious, clearly displeased, but she didn't back away. However, Wang Li's hand ultimately didn't touch the woman. A tall figure emerged from the cabin and stood between the two, interrupting Wang Li's actions. This behavior made Wang Li extremely impatient. But what appeared in front of him was a pair of sweatpants that were completely out of place with the whole environment. Looking up from the bottom, Wang Li saw an extremely handsome face. The man was backlit, and sunlight fell on his loose black hair, refracting it into a chestnut color. He had fair skin, striking features, and a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, the depths of which reflected a light brighter than champagne. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? Indeed, when Wang Li recognized that face, the impatience on his face instantly disappeared, and he even sat up straighter. Su Qing raised her champagne glass to the people on the deck, saying, "I apologize for the poor service. I hope you all have a great time." Those around them echoed this sentiment, raising their glasses to drink as well. Su Qing downed his wine in one gulp, not noticing a drop of wine on the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and wiped it away with his finger. Su Qing turned to the waitress next to her. "Do you have any tissues?" The waitress met Su Qing's eyes and looked at him directly. "Yes, young Master Su." The waitress took out tissues from the tray, but Su Qing didn't take them. He smiled jokingly and said, "You wipe my face." Su Qing wrapped his arm around the white railing behind the woman. The two were very close, their posture ambiguous. The woman carefully wiped him, and Su Qing chuckled softly, his voice just loud enough for the person behind him to hear. "After it's over, come with me." His tone was ambiguous, but anyone could understand what young Master Su meant. Su Qing slowly moved his lips closer to the woman's ear. In this setting, no one thought anything was wrong. They all assumed that young Master Su had taken a liking to the waitress next to him and was flirting with her, but what the people behind him didn't know was, Su Qing whispered in her ear, her eyes darkening, Roy, that's all I can do for you. They shouldn't touch you again. Be careful." The hidden camera's position is already visible. As Su Qing spoke, he reached under the woman's skirt and pushed up a small, bright red dot. "Yes, young Master Su." Rui bit her lip, feeling somewhat apprehensive about her failure. Su Qing stood up and smiled heartily at the people behind her. "Have fun, everyone." After saying that, she walked back into the cabin. Wang Li glanced at the pretty waitress a couple more times, stroked his chin, and Cheng Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't bother looking at the people that young Master Su has his eye on. We don't need another one." "Hey, I say, isn't Su Qing supposed to be aloof from women? Isn't he a modern-day Lu Xiaohui, a living monk?" Wang Li clicked his tongue. Cheng Xian patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Wang, rumors are not to be believed, so don't talk nonsense. Too much talk leads to mistakes. Come on, wanna play the king's game? The loser jumps off here." A young man next to him held a wineglass, a rather amused expression on his face. "Baiji, aren't you worried about something going wrong in this sea area?" Baiji waved his hand. "There are lifeboats on the cruise ship, what's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us here. If you're scared, just step back and don't play around. Which young man isn't proud and arrogant, let alone a group of scions of powerful families?" After Baiji said that, apart from a few people who couldn't swim, no one mentioned quitting the game anymore, but the young models next to them were a little scared and said in a coquettish tone, "Can we not play?" Wang Li chuckled to himself, enjoying the spectacle. "You guys each get 1 million, and the loser who jumps off gets 2 million. Want to play?" A young model wearing a white bikini said, "Brother Wang, have fun with me." Wang Li pinched the young model. "So, am I playing you, or are you playing me?" The young model squinted her eyes. "Brother Wang is so naughty. The number of people who will play the game has already been agreed upon. As is well known, in the king's game, cards are dealt according to the number of people present, and the person who draws the joker can let anyone do one thing. Their bet was diving. Wang Li can shout, and to be honest, he's quite lucky. He drew the joker card on his first draw. He squinted at the young model in a white bikini in front of him and said, "You're the one." Wang Li, in a playful mood, pushed the woman forward, saying, 2 million. Jump. I'm scared. The woman said, her pupils widening in panic. Don't be afraid, what's there to be afraid of? The woman was genuinely frightened. The sea was quite deep, and the water was a deep, clear blue. She hesitated for a long time before deciding not to jump. In the end, Wang Li, feeling that she was wasting her time, helped her by pushing her down. He watched the woman fall in an arc and shouted down, "Are you alright?" They just loved to watch the drama unfold. Fortunately, the woman splashed around for a bit and got out of the water, but her head was wet, her hair was sticking to her scalp, and her makeup was a bit messy, so she didn't look very good. She waved her arms, and when she saw Wang Li's ugly face, it was as if she had seen money. She smiled and said, "Brother Wang, I'm fine." Wang Li curled his lip, boring. He turned around and said to everyone, "Come on, let's keep playing." Bai Ji suddenly clutched his stomach. "My stomach hurts so much, I need to go to the toilet." Nonsense. Wang Li rolled his eyes at him. Bai Ji chuckled and clutched his stomach. "Everyone has to go to the bathroom sometimes. Brother Wang, why don't you wait for me?" The people next to us said, "Let's continue playing."